观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到2026年国际邀请赛。我们今天是淘汰赛的第2天，我是主持人马少，而在我身边的就是我们的好朋友 Sir Action Slacks。
Oh, you can't give me such a great introduction. Thank you so much, Marshall. And hello and welcome to the International 15. Hello here from Shanghai and across the world. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. What an incredible day we have here today, but what an incredible stage, my friend. It's absolutely amazing. What was your favorite parts of yesterday?
第1天的比赛确实非常精彩。那对我来说的话，我相信很多在座的观众朋友们也是一样的。Team Spirit 以这么一个强势的姿态晋级到我们的胜者组，一定是让大家感到非常的惊喜。
Absolutely. Team Spirit has so many fans in the arena. They really showed up for him. My favorite, if I may, has to be the smack talk on the last series. Malreen calling the king all the way. The king is back. He returns. Sumail is back, baby.
没错 ，King is back. Sumail 跟他的尼格玛战队王者归来。
Now, I did want to know about our beautiful stage. Do you happen to have any fun facts about the stage we can share with the audience?
没错，现场的观众朋友们，今年我们 TI 的舞台也是格外的漂亮。那么其实的话，今年我们所有的舞台设备平铺放在地上，加起来 ，Slacks 有8个篮球场那么大的设备。
8个篮球场 Do you guys know what that means? That means if we took everything down, laid it on the ground, it could go over 8 basketball arenas. That's crazy.
除此之外的话，
Yeah.
这么多的 LED 的屏幕，大屏幕加在一起，有4块 IMAX 的荧幕那样的大小。
Suga IMAX Pingmu? You guys know what that means? That means that we have enough LEDs to power 4 IMAX screens simultaneously. It's like watching the Odyssey 4 times. And just like that, we have 4 bangers in the lower bracket, hoping not to be eliminated here today.
没错，那其实的话，今天我们也会有4个队伍掉进败者组，希望所有的比赛都会很精彩。
Now, I do have a special thing that we can look at on the stage that maybe you guys don't see at home. So follow me, my friends. Hidden on the stage, on the top, right up there, are a bunch of Dota 2 silhouettes. And I thought it might be fun for you guys at home and in the stadium to guess who they are. Look up, camera. Look. What are you looking at my bald ass head? Look up. Up you go. Look. Okay.
好了，
Up
现场
there.
的观众朋友们，我们一起可以随着我们的视线往上看，在我们的屏幕上方，其实也有很漂亮的装饰物，同时也是我们 Dota 2英雄剪影。
Beautiful. All right, now we're going to start things off on the top left. What hero do you think that is at home and in the stadium?
现场的观众朋友们，告诉我这是什么英雄？
哦，
伐木机。
One time next quiz. Who do you think this is?
这个英雄是什么英雄 ？The other hero from the Nigma game yesterday.
Yep.
先知。
Yeah, that's right. It is Nature's Prophet. We were seeing this hero over and over again. Welcome back. Okay, next one.
来，斯文。
Oh, Sven. Yes, we'll never see him at this event. I don't. I think.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. What? Sven hater. All right, next up. Oh, that one's easy.
主宰。
Oh, Juzai. That's cool. Juggernaut.
剑心犹在。
Don't do this on the spot. Go, hit me. What is it?
剑心犹在。
Jesus.
You tried your best.
Oh, thanks. All right, next. Who's next? Oh, easy, easy. The claps, of course. Who do we have?
旱地神牛。
That's right. It's Earthshaker, our boy. Very well done. All right, let's speed it up. The next one is going to be super easy. Come on.
帕吉。
Pudgy? I could say Pudgy. That's very good. All right. Very good. Easy peasy. Next. Oh, this one's tough.
有没有猜到的？还有吗？对，戴泽。
Yeah, you got it? Okay. That is Dazzle, my friends. That is a Dazzle. At least I think so. Zoom out a little bit. Who is that? Ooh, that's an easy one, too. Give that one to him.
来告诉我是什么？斧王。
Yeah, that is going to be an axe right next to the dazzle. Indeed. That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's axe. We already got axe. That one's so easy. All right, let's go to the hardest one. This is advanced. And hardest one next to axe. Who could this be?
有没有猜到的现场的观众朋友们？虚空假面。
They got it? It's
got it.
Faceless Board. That's right. And then a pretty easy one last for everybody that didn't get any points. Come on, piece of cake.
来吧，最后一个。完美的收尾啊，大鱼人斯拉达。
That's Slardar. I could do that one. Translation perfect. Let's go. All right, Slardar, that's right. So we have such an incredible stage. It is truly beautiful today to represent a beautiful day of Dota coming up.
没错，我们介绍完了我们现场漂亮的舞台、现场漂亮的屏幕和我们完美的DOTA 2英雄。接下来我们需要把时间留给我们的选手，让我们一起来回到赛事本身，期待今天淘汰赛第2天所有赛事的开始。
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks and Marshall, for opening on the stage. We're getting ready for the second day of the main event here for the International, and I am once again joined by wonderful people to talk you through what's going to come your way today. A lot of action. We got Rhea, we got Winter, and Tigov joining us this morning. Happy to have you on board with us. Yeah. I'm sure you caught a lot of the Dota yesterday as well.
Yeah, it was great. Just watching on my phone the entire time. It was exceptional games. But I mean, I think for day one of a playoffs, it felt like every series had a moment where you're like, damn, that was a contender for a great game. So I'm just hoping it carries over today with me being here. Otherwise, I'm a bad luck charm and I won't be turning up for the weekend because maybe it's my fault. So hopefully today's good. Please.
We definitely had a good mix of games. We had some really, really long, awesome back and forths, and then we had a couple of very one-sided ordeals. But you gotta have both, Winter. You gotta have both, balancing all things.
Yeah, otherwise everyone will be going at 3 a.m., if everything is a long game. And we wouldn't want that,
Oh, what do you mean? I wouldn't mind if we had 4 series, 3 games in each one, and then they all go to like 4 in the morning, then you wake up after 5 hours and you go again. That's what TI is meant to be about.
That's really nice for us on the morning shift.
Yeah.
What about our 4-second shift?
It doesn't matter. We're here for 4 days of playoffs. It doesn't, like, we can rest after. During TI, it doesn't matter about the sleep. We think about the Western fans.
We postpone the sleep, right?
Yeah,
that's what we do here.
You know what? Sleep debt, Shiva. You can postpone it, but you have to return it at some point.
That the sleep debt is real, but it's worth it. Yesterday, Ray, it was a great day, wasn't it?
Oh my god, the games were so fun. They were so good, and I also think getting to see the slight shift in the meta as we go into the main stage is exciting. Bounty coming out, all these new strats. Teams getting upset that we thought might go through further. I mean, the games were so hype. And also, I like the amount of 3-game series there were. Even stomps that we thought would be over in 20 minutes extended into hour-long games with massive comebacks. It was so fun.
It was so fun. And it was also a very long day of Dota 2. So maybe you missed a couple of moments here and there, and that's totally okay. We're going to keep you up to date with what happened yesterday. So let's take a look at yesterday's games in a recap.
Wait a minute. Oh, but the snowball save is there, and now Pure is in pretty deep. Looks for the punch, saving Laurel. Sunstrike does manage to connect. Laps, jumps up high ground, finds his man. Ari died just a little bit ago and with the meteor hammer out, but look at Yadaro. His eyes are on the buildings. He's starting to hit the tier 4 towers. This could mean that it's actually a good fight for Ironwing, though. But if they lose their base, maybe it doesn't matter. They're trying to TP back now. They realize they can't do it. Oh, no. The play goes rolling. They don't have the TPs that they need. Through backdoor protection. He's ending the game. Yadaro has had enough. The Hex is there, but there's no regenning at this point. As the bear gets bushwhacked, he's going to try and end this game. 3 with the calls on the land, the hit, the kill. They jump in with 33. Is it going to be enough damage? Oh, no. He dies so rapidly. Look at the hits coming in from Yadaro. 4 dead for 2. Oh, that's not the way they wanted it. And no detection means Yataro's punking away. He tries to escape, but the LSA connects onto several. The turns, the hits. He punches him down dead. 33 is gone. Iron Wing. They don't have a prayer. GG is called. Team Spirit take the 2-0 on the main stage.
Finds himself a tech. He's trying to go for the Raptor dance, but gets the damage from Nolan. It's not quite enough to get the kill. He gets the curse instead, as they're going to beat 9 class into the ground. 2 minutes of no bounty hunter. Notice getting destroyed, but that is just the Aegis. Kiritich with the BKB attempting to run away now. Satanic gets off the Abyssal Blade. Absolutely destroys save. Absolutely destroys Kiritich. There's a bear going for the Ancient again. They ult against him. Then pop the BKB will do so. Gets the Abyssal Blade. The damage is enough to kill off the bear. The Ancient is almost dead already. And Vision haven't had to expend basically anything to kill it. It's jumping from no one, trying to finish on the base himself. There's the fortification. He will fall though with the Divine Rapiers. What the hell is happening? And attempt number X is noticed again. Right on top of the throne is enough. Oh, Fiend's being used though. You see the arrow coming out of Satanic as well. He's going to get rooted yet again, extremely low, trying to stay alive thanks to the cold embrace. Can he get that last right click from the arrow? The clicks come in, Satanic actually gets the kill. The double, make it a triple turnaround.
My God,
he survives. Unbelievable play. The mouse onto 2. But curse from Ducalis. The bear is beating the hell out of him. And you can see the whole team joins the party to do just that. Kiritich dies as a result. The saddest death so far at TI. And Miero's going to follow suit, and again, it's going to be a team wipe. My goodness.
The Hex is actually out on Tanisha. He pulled back for this. They've got the lockdown.
They got him.
Oh, my God. Watson, he takes him out. Gets the double. They look towards Ace.
Oh my God, Jira dies to Tofu.
They're holding. Oh, but Mickey, he says it doesn't matter. I'm going to close this game up. It doesn't matter that Nisha's died back. Mickey tries to
Mickey's
follow the
gonna focus.
Spike comes in. He kills him off as well. Watson! Force Watson out of the Solar Guardian. He's going to be able to figure out the tier 4 now. Abyssal Blade comes in. They'll slide him out to the side. They have the stone control for now for the BKB. He turns towards Mickey. Mickey's got the toss control.
Mickey's dying.
The E-Blade is going to provide him some safety because they try and come in with the Ghost Form. But the H is exposed. Ace trying to bring
Watson's
that
on Mickey.
Watson turns to Mickey. Mickey's gone.
No way.
The throne.
They're doing it.
The Yandex are absolutely doing it. Liquid are not doing it.
They've got to do it.
There's a fortification. Got that fort. It's not going for too long though.
Oh my God, yeah, Nix's base as well.
Watson,
They
he's
did
gonna
it.
finish it. He's done it.
Oh my God.
Oh,
What just happened?
That's got the use to protect himself. Mickey's going to commit here with the BKBs. Look to try and finish off at least the bouncy. Look at the fact you're brought down. And Watson being brought down to half HP as Nisha commits with a focus fire. The curse as well will lock down the 2 of them. But they've lost Tofu.
That's the BKBs.
The bounce comes to an end. And DM, he waited for it perfectly. Comes in with the Ravage to slam down yet another team fight in Yandex's favor. Yandex stomping this game 2, and with that taking the series 2-0, knocking Liquid down to the lower bracket.
Looking for the opening on Samael. Managed to hit him with a shot. The follow-up arrow lands, and down he goes.
Couldn't get out in time.
Stomp attempted from GH, trying to get away from the Centaur. Defy running away from the Sven, but Crit's going to hunt him down. A double for Crit. Skeeter actually went for the kill on Lornoff, but a BKB from Lornoff. Great reaction from him. A Reaper Sight put down the Bounty Hunter, but they're still in trouble.
The Alchemist
being chased after. Device trying to back away from the Necrophos. Amar using his extra regen to his advantage, but he's still kind of squishy. Hit by the Yules, hit by a power shot. Look at it, down he goes pretty fast. They go back for Lornoff though. Hit him with Ghost Shot. Managed the unstable concoction, trying to focus him down, but Lornoff, he just won't die. Crit all in to try and get the kill. Throws a blood grenade, but it won't be enough. Falcons get wiped. Look at the blink. Look at Surveil just straight to the high ground. They got the side device initiation. Force down, trying to get Malrine away. He pops. They say Tana. Here's that side. The Wind Waker to keep him alive. They say Tana. Can they get him? And he heals the Scotty. Slowed down. Another force down, trying to get him out. Malrine running. He's back to the fountain. He's good for now. Snaking. Those are going to die.
The blink cancel.
Hit on Amar.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Jump in with the AoE Doom. Lornoff stops him in his tracks. Malrine tries to stop him. Teleporting right on top of him. Another side device. Another initiation. More damage flowing in. Lornoff standing his ground. Malrine, Amar, they're pushed all the way back. Amar got his initiation in alongside Skater. Malrine, he goes down. They have to do everything to try and kill Lornoff, but they can't.
It's over.
It's over. It's all over. Nigma Galaxy. They managed to get the victory over Falcons.
We really did have everything coming our way yesterday, from a bear taking a backdoor protected Ancient, from trash talk and the mid being on the safe lane and the safe lane going to the mid and show who's boss at the very end of the day. We got some punches and snipers thrown in there, but I want to focus our attention first on one series, as we are going to take a look also at the bracket. But Ray, I think the most surprising series of yesterday might just be Liquid versus Yandex, because we saw Liquid in that group stage and we thought, you know what, they're doing quite good. They're looking like they're on track to maybe get another win under their belt. And then against Yandex, after that game one, which, to be honest, they probably shouldn't have lost. They got
I know, that's the main thing about it, is like they looked so dead set on winning, and then they just kind of got outplayed. I think there was like a little bit of overextension, a little bit of sloppiness, and then maybe some drafting problems. I know people were quite upset about them letting through the IO.
Yeah.
That looked so good in the second game. I'm a massive fan of this slot mid now. I hated it coming into the TI. I'm gonna be honest. I think I hated on it in the previous battle, but after seeing it more, I think like the biggest issue Slot faces, especially, is how squishy he is. But the IO perfectly solves that. There was a fight where the Slot lived on like 10 health because his IO is buffing it. They get like a turnaround on 3 heroes. It was so awesome. This hero is so freaking good at controlling like the vision game.
It was super good. It was probably, from all the games we saw yesterday, it was the most one-sided game on the main stage. Another series that draws our attention, surely, Tigov, must be that last one, Nigma Galaxy versus Falcons. That was a treat.
Yeah, of course, especially because the way that Nigma wins it as well. Like after game one, when you see like the things that Falcons did, and also the lane swap, and suddenly Sumail's not going to mid and Life Stealer to try and go into a center, everything just looked weird. And then Falcons kind of stomped it. You're like, oh, okay, here we go. Here's going to be like, tie bound of last year. And then, Nigma go back. They go to Coach Kuroki. They change up some drafts, some concepts. They come back again for game 2, game 3, and it's a whole new team. And yeah, they just dominate Falcons. So just really impressive from Nigma to turn it around, and, probably obliterating a lot of people's fantasy. But that aside, mine as well. So sorry, Nigma. I didn't put you at beating Falcons. I am sorry. I was on that Reddit post yesterday signing the form about Nigma. I do apologize formally on broadcast, but it is very good to see them make a run, because they are one of the teams I think anyone sees in this bracket. That is the one team that everyone looks at to be like the underdog story, the Cinderella story, like the one that they want to see go as far as possible.
And maybe they thrive with that underdog story. And we had an underdog story yesterday as well, Winter, because I think another series that we thought was going to be one-sided, that did not turn out to be one-sided. Vision coming in as the best team from the group stage and dropping a game to Boom Boys, which was a close series, and I think not a lot of people were expecting that to be.
Yeah, that series was all about the Bounty Hunter. I was so excited to see that hero. I initially had very mixed feelings about the hero, but after that series, I'm quite certain the hero is top tier and it's going to be extremely contested. And even if you're trying to give the hero away, I think that you have to dedicate one hero that can follow him and hunt him down in the game. Because if you don't deal with the Bounty Hunter, he's going to cause a lot of careers to die, a lot of items to get stolen, and the game is going to get hectic.
Yeah, and I think the result, though, it was one that was somewhat expected, with Vision making it through. And you know what? That is that is something that we'll talk about in a little bit. As we were talking about Bounty Hunter, let's take a quick moment, because this is a hero that we saw used multiple times, Rhea, very successfully yesterday, and I'm sure that it will come up today.
Yeah, 100%. Not only is this hero so disruptive on the map, I think one of the number one things that makes this hero so good right now is that Track provides damage amp. At level 1, it's 8%, but it scales up to 16% at level 3, and I've seen this hero paired with Nature's Prophet especially so many times, and I think it's so good because you can just track a bunch of heroes and then Nature just sends that ult through, and already your team is fighting with like a massive HP disadvantage on everyone. I mean, we looked at the draft as well, where they were playing with the Bounty Hunter and the Slardar and the Nature's Prophet. You have so much damage amp coming out from Slardar as a whole, and the track. It's like, how do you play into that? Everyone is taking so much damage.
Bounty Hunter Tinker today.
Oh,
Great.
dude, come on. Don't say that.
Sorry, what year is it? BZM, please.
No, I'm gonna say no to that one. But I would be curious, Tico, how much effort do you think the teams that we're seeing, for example, playing in the lower bracket, in trying to emulate that result yesterday? Because yesterday Bounty Hunter was successful, which means those teams are not in the lower bracket.
I feel like Bounty Hunter is just one of those heroes that it takes so much time in the first 15-20 minutes that a good carry player or a good mid laner will utilize it. A carry will farm the additional back camps, he'll get an extra 200 GPM. A mid laner will see an additional gank opportunity or move to be made. Like, sure, there's other properties of the hero, but the fact that you're naturally playing so deep, you're finding so much information, like, it is just a classic hero. So I feel like you should be able to play it. You should be able to utilize its tools. But again, if you're not prepared to try and bring a new hero in overnight, then that's often why teams don't win TIs, when they don't get to, adapt to the meta as quick as other teams.
Yeah, and adapting to the meta, I mean, it might be too late for you guys because the prediction should have been in by now. And we can take a look, Ray. I think it's a bit spicy.
Not a lot of people getting it right. Only 1.9% of Dota players predicted the first 4 matches correctly. I got it wrong. I got 2 out of 4. I think most people got 2 out of 4. The Liquid upset, I mean, they looked so strong through the groups. I think that was, no one really expected it. I think Nigma is kind of the thing where a lot of people at home are like fanboying it up. They're like, I wouldn't doubt my king, and those people are happy right now. But a lot of us, we've seen their previous tournament results. They drop off after the group stages a lot of times. And I thought the same thing would happen. I'm sorry.
Just please take that number and stop asking on social media, oh guys, how's your predictions? I need to know what my predictions are doing. Guys, 1.9% got it right. All right. If you got 3 right or 2 right, you're probably still in your chance to get your terrain, to get your purple cosmetics. You're in the clear, guys. Don't worry. All right. You're fine. Stop asking.
And it's also maybe a small comfort that none of the pro players got it right.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
0.
Dog with them, Shiba.
Nobody had faith in the pro players.
We're not bringing out the talent stats because those are probably worse. But
well, we can't get worse than 0%.
Yeah, no.
We'll join the pros. Then we're as good as the pros. I hope we're at 0. I want to be as good as the pros, guys.
There you go.
There
if you didn't get it right either, you're just as good as the pro players. That's right. Very cool. Speaking of pro players, there's a couple ones that we'd like to highlight for you today because yesterday, obviously, there's a lot of games, a lot of cool plays. A couple of players stood out from the rest of winter. You want to take some time to focus on Team Spirit's position 5, Rue.
Yeah, so far he's been having a very, very good tournament. He has 9 different heroes, a mix of range and melee heroes. And I wanted to highlight his melee heroes. Like, he played Tusk, he played Clockwork yesterday, and I felt like he did so much in the game. He kind of plays 5 like a 4. His 5 does a lot like initiating things in the game. Like, usually as a traditional position 5 player, you do more of the bodyguard role. You guard the carry, you make sure the carry doesn't die. But I think in the games yesterday when he was Tusk and Clockwork, he did a very good job setting up a lot of kills for his team. He was not afraid to die. He was not afraid to initiate. He was very, very good at his positioning. He was at the right place at the right time when his team needs him. So I think Rue has been the player to watch for me so far.
I mean, I feel like with Spirit, a lot of their drafts, they have that beauty, especially with Maposhka coming back. I think that he's provided that consistency that they were lacking in the past with their previous iterations. But it's like when you look at Rue playing the melee heroes, like, it doesn't matter if he's the initiator because someone else will fill the next role the team needs. It's not like he's having to fix all the problems of a single hero. Like, he is complementing a bigger picture of a draft that will look consistent. So yeah, I think it just amplifies how good Rue is.
I mean, it's the pairing with, I think, Not Me, because Not Me so far, he's been more on the, I would say, the greedier side. He's been playing the Rubiks and whatnot, and he's been very flashy on his heroes. And it's nice to have a pos 5 that dies for you and goes in, gives you the opening so that you can get your spells off.
Yeah, speaking of getting your spells off, Watson has been able to get his spells off. Tiga, if you want to pay some extra attention to Yandex's carry player, Watson.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you're at TI, you have to look at players that feel like they've got that grit to them. That when they play a game, they are trying to, no matter what's happening for the rest of the game, for what their teammates are doing, like, that single player, they want to lift the Aegis. And I feel the way that Watson was playing yesterday, like his win ranger, multiple fights when Liquid was applying a pressure, 35,000 gold lead amount of pressure. He was picking and choosing when to engage, when to back out. His team was dying. He was resetting, making sure he's ready to pounce on that Aegis pickup of Nisha at the mid tier 1. Like, he was always ready to try and create this comeback for his team. And I feel like, of course, that then translated into game 2, where they absolutely stomped them, sending them to lower bracket. But that game, for me, is like, damn, Watson's here to try and win this tournament.
Yeah, he shined. He showed yesterday very bright with Yandex. Very strong performance that we saw from him. And we go from one carry player to the next, or is it maybe we go from one carry player to a mid laner, as we're looking at Samael from Enigma Galaxy. I mean, we're gonna start with carry player, surely.
I mean, that's the cool thing, right? Is that this is a player that plays mid, but now is on carry, and you can swap that up and put a lifesteal in mid sometimes. I was awake since 6 a.m. yesterday, and I still stayed awake lying in bed with my little phone, squinting my eyes, watching this guy play last night. Did my best there. And I think that his playstyle is so nice because obviously Lorinov has been popping off so hard this tournament, and I think Samael is playing with so little ego around that. When you look at the stats from game to game, he's willing to sacrifice his farm. Lorinov might double his CS, right? Playing Nature's Prophet and having that kind of global impact and farm. But at the same time, he might play Necrophos and completely take over the game and then be the one playing the more predominant carry. I think Samael's flexibility has been fantastic. I think when the games have looked really rough, like in the group stages, I remember seeing him TPing a lot more actively to try and help Lorinov because he understood that he was more of the win condition. So he can play that good old carry, but he's also definitely happy to be a supporting role, and he is playing top freaking notch.
Yeah, he is in TI form, and I know we say it a lot, and there's a lot of players that are in TI form at this main event today. Of course, we will see some eliminations happening. It's gonna be quite painful, I think, because we started with 8 teams, and everybody's always been saying, like, "Oh, there's 8 teams here that can all win the international," and they can. But after today, they cannot, because 2 teams will be going home. And I'm sure all of you guys at home have got your favorite players that you're looking out for. Let's take a look and see when your favorite players are going to be playing. And hopefully for you, they're sitting nice and cozy in the upper bracket, as we've got 2 lower bracket series and 2 upper bracket series coming your way today. Let's take a look at the upper bracket series first. Positive things, Tiga, Team Spirit Vision.
I'm the lower bracket guy normally, Shiva. You should have started with me here. I love talking about eliminations. But yeah, absolutely love this upper bracket where they have a lifeline in TI. I think, Enigma Galaxy versus Yandex, exceptional looking series, because after the group stage, Yandex not looking too good, coming to playoffs and then ruining everyone's predictions because people just probably put them to get eliminated. But yeah, I think that series alone, it is just, 2 teams that are just leveling up every single series they play. So
as we take a look at the lower bracket, I think there's one series there, Winter, that nobody really was expecting to happen this early on in the tournament with Liquid versus Falcons.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think Rhea mentioned about flexibility. I think Falcons' downfall yesterday was their flexibility. They weren't flexible enough with the draft. I felt like with the last game, having the Necro and going up against the Ducks here, but they didn't want to upset their combination of heroes, where Skitter always plays the melee dagger heroes, and they opted to pick a hero that's not so good for the lane, and it just didn't really work out for them. They didn't have the flexibility to actually get a better draft at that critical game. So I felt like that was their downfall. I don't know if they can fix it. Like, it's not something that I would say it's fixable for them. They just have to try to deal with it, and I think it's going to be very tough for them today.
It's going to be a very tough matchup for both teams, potentially, as well as the first series also will be tough for both teams. But maybe this one, Rhea, is 2 teams that people were kind of thinking would be ending up in this position. With Iron Wings,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think Iron Wings looked very weaker at the start of their group stage, but then just kind of started going up this incline, and now they're playing in very good form. I don't know how I feel about them, though, because I don't know if you guys agree, but it feels like there's this tilt level where someone like 33 has such like a rigid play style that when it doesn't feel like they adhere to it properly, it just kind of like the gameplay starts to fall apart.
I mean, it's also the meta not really favorable for the way they are playing. So I think they have a lot of issues dealing with that, and they're trying to find solutions, but it's just not really working out for them.
They're just a terrible morning team, guys. Anytime they play at 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, not so good.
Well, we're going to find out how they're feeling on this very morning. But of course, if we want to get some Dota, then we need to start the day in a proper form. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. We got a lot more coming your way, of course, to talk about all that will happen. But as it's the case with any day at the International, we got to start it in style.
The Aegis of Champions. It is the master pattern. The template of triumph. A sigil stitched from the threads of countless battles waged around the world. It is the shape that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions awaits in Shanghai, China. A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins!
And some might say the battle only begins today, because yesterday was all upper bracket. You might see it as maybe a little bit of a warm-up to get used to playing on this grand stage. But now, if you felt the nerves potentially yesterday, then today, Tigov, it just got tenfolded.
No, 100%. And that is where, of course, you are going to see the players that have the experience. This is where they carry it over to today. Like, they've been in this position before. They've played so many other tournaments. So now it's like you have to lock in all that experience to make sure this is not your last series.
This is your double down game that you have to win.
Let's find out if it will be a double down for one of the time to bring out on stage, Iron Wing.
Iron Wing!
With so many high-placed finishes, that going out at this point of the tournament would be absolutely devastating for them. They will fight to the bitter end, but can they beat Boom Boys?
Boom Boys!
This squad has shown that they got what it takes. Yesterday, they did drop to the lower bracket, but not without a fight. And Boom Boys has been flying under the radar a little bit as they come consistently top 4 in any given tournament they partake in. If they want to do that right here in Shanghai, they will need to beat Iron Wing in this upcoming best of 3. A lot of pressure on all 10 players and their coaches on the stage, as we will focus on Iron Wing first this morning, because this team, Rhea, has done better than any team throughout this entire season.
Which is surprising to think about, right? Because it was all so heavily focused on the start of the season. You know, as in during EWC, Blast Slam, and Dream League and Wallachia, I felt like they just weren't hitting their stride anymore. And one of the things that they said earlier this year, 33, he said they really, really want to win this season. Like they actually, I mean, obviously every team wants to win every season, but they said they were going to try as hard as they could. They were going to boot camp more than others. Like they were going to put in 100 billion extra percent. And somehow it all kind of crumbled until they came third at Essence 2, and now into TI, they have started to look more informed. But there's just these last few problems that they need to shake out before they can get the W.
The thing is that they were one of the best teams at doing quite poorly at a tournament, winning, poorly winning. But like, the thing is, like, the British curse. That's the problem. It's our fault.
We can only win in Birmingham?
Yes, exactly. Because Ari lifted the trophy in Birmingham in front of a home crowd.
Right.
Everyone was like, oh my God, this could be the year, you know, British TI winner. Oh my God. And then, yeah, they, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tournaments where they just slumped. So, yeah, I just think it was Birmingham's fault.
I mean, you can boot camp as much as you want, you can train as much as you want, but you can't control the patch, you know, and I'm afraid the current meta, the current patch just
Winters?
You can't. Oh, maybe you can. Maybe you can.
Sorry,
you know,
sorry, back to you, Winter. Sorry.
Maybe you can if your name starts with T.
But yeah, Winter.
But it's difficult for them, you know, because the patch doesn't really favor their kind of play style, and they are trying to find solutions, but it's just really not working out. I don't know what they have in store for us today. Hopefully that they find another different way of solving the problems, but it's an uphill battle for them, you know, from here on.
I don't want to see this Doom. I'm not.
But is it the Doom or is his build, you know, his item build? He went Midas and Shard. We were talking about how greedy it was going Midas plus the Shard, because the Shard is technically the Midas.
It's true. Okay, Midas, I would love to see stats on heroes by Midas and their win rate, because I feel like I see them lose every time. It just is such a waste of gold. It's 2,000 that goes into nothing. I've seen heroes misalign their hero timings throughout this tournament because someone got a blink timing while someone else with the same amount of gold has a Midas, and then they just can't play together.
What if you're Ogre?
That's fine.
That's the only exception to that.
Still, by the way, maybe not an Ogre as well. You know, it's that bad of an item. I know I didn't want to be negative, you know, on day one for myself, at least for TI.
Oh, it's my day 2. I'll be very
yeah. Could you just, you could do the translator for me. Just
keep be nice.
Absolutely hating on, yeah, Midas, it could be okay.
It's terrible. Why do they keep buying it? 0% win rate.
And I feel the pros might be able to be right in this scenario.
They have no idea what they're doing. We're in the lower bracket, guys. Stop buying this item.
Thank you so much, Rhea. I couldn't do that myself on day one for myself. But.
All right, we're focusing on Iron Wing as well, T-Gov. You wanted to take a closer look at your British boy, Ari, as he's got some big shoes to fill. He's playing a very particularly good Hoodwing.
Yeah, and I feel like whenever people look at tournaments, they look at the win rates and they go, oh, this hero has a really low win rate. Why'd you keep picking it? But I don't think that reflects of the intensity of TI. Often comfort beats out the meta, and I feel like in this tournament so far, like even Yandex and Spirit and Iron Wing, like all of them are playing Hoodwink to such a high level, even though it only has like a 42% win rate. And it's like historically in TI winning games, we've had heroes like this where it's like Falcons pick up like a disruptor with a sub 50% win rate to win TI. Liquid pick up, you know, a Grim. Okay, we have the graphic here. Absolutely wonderful. So Spirit, pick up a Grimstroke with 48% win rate. Liquid pick up a Puck with a 46% win rate. Disruptor as well. Like historically in a TI winning game, they have gone for low win rate heroes to lift the Aegis. So Hoodwink right now with 42% win rate, it's not like it's going to be forgotten about. They're not going to look at this stat and go, it's bad. In the upper bracket with Ari playing multiple Hoodwink games, they're not going to go, oh, we have to stop. Like, this is not the thing you do at TI. You pick the comfort and you win with the comfort.
Question, though. Do you think he will fall out of favor if Bounty continues this uprising trend? Because I think it's hard to play Hoodwink when you want to scurry in and out of fights, but you're just tracked.
I mean, there's always an argument that maybe there's a conversation that Bounty jumps into the conversation a little bit, but Ari and Hoodwink, like when he wants to play the hero, he will keep playing it. I would like to just see teams continue going for what they know they can do and trying to find solutions elsewhere potentially. So I don't think it's kind of Ari's fault about yesterday. I feel like other players might have just kind of.
I blame 33.
That's perfectly fine. We hate mice. Why did you? Mine. Sorry, it's my day one.
No, I actually have a legit theory why the Hu Wing is like kind of losing a lot. I think for Iron Wing, because 33 has been doing badly in his lane, and traditionally you pick Hu Wing to win your lane. And if you're picking Hu Wing and you're not contesting the lane and your carry is farming, not your carry, but maybe he's the carry, 33 farming the back camp, then it kind of feels weird because you're not killing the heroes.
I mean, you're also quite nice to Pure. I feel like Pure yesterday also kind of, he struggled a little bit.
He did struggle a little bit. On the side of Boom Boys, they did not struggle as much potentially. We'll talk more about them, of course, in a second, but I'm sure everybody wants to get one thing in particular on their screen, so let's get it started.
Iron Wing versus Boom Boys. Game 1.
I'm talking about the draft, of course. This is coming your way in just a second. We got Boom Boys playing from the Radiant side this time round, and we got Iron Wing on the Dire side with the first pick going to Boom Boys, and therefore that overall last pick heading the way of Iron Wing. Yesterday, we had some conversations about how we felt that first pick in particular just felt Winter a little stronger because you would be the team dictating the pace of the game and basically forcing the hand of the team that has second pick.
Yeah, you're kind of like making sure that you are in control of what's the trade. Because nowadays, I think the second pick team would just leave some heroes in the pool. The first pick team would just choose what to get, and the second pick team would just look at what to trade. So I feel like most of our team would prefer to be on the first pick side. And there's also another thing about like this pick order. I think traditionally in the past when Iron Wing was doing well, 33 was just first picking his hero on the off lane. But I think right now you cannot really do that because most of the strong heroes are the carry heroes. And you're kind of putting yourself in a lot of trouble when you pick your off lane hero first because your lane is going to go really, really bad. I think that's particularly one of the reasons why they are not really doing so well at the moment.
I mean, also like in regards to like priority heroes, the Largo, the Coddle, both of them, these teams that they want to pick up, haven't been banned at all in the phase, kind of flooding the pool with these big heroes. Lina, that's been quite prevalent yesterday as well, also is available. So I think both teams have kind of like respected each other, but also gone, we both like to play the same heroes. So, we know what you can do with it. We know what we want to do with it. But there are multiple options in play for Boom Boys to go for.
Yeah, I think it's also super interesting to bring up of course, these teams faced in the group stage, and Boom Boys won that 2-1. Comparing to the third game of that series, where it had the same pick order as this game, Boom Boys have actually banned the exact same heroes as they did in that match, whereas Iron Wings have switched it up. They banned Treant before, but after that they had banned the Wyvern, Undying, and the Coddle, which are now all through. But Largo gets through. It was first picked by Boom Boys in that game as well. And then it was responded to by a Hoodwink. So will we see the Hoodwink?
No.
I just like the fact that Iron Wing entered this draft, like knowing like you're probably going to first pick Largo available. So they already take away the Ember, the Puck, that was GPK's probably best mid heroes. That combo with the Largo to utilize the Croak to be really oppressive.
Yeah.
Sure, there's Storm Spirit, which is still available. The Queen of Pains, like the classics of like day one patch, but Ember and Puck are currently the big ones.
Okay.
And don't forget the IO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The IO is probably the craziest one of all. Maybe not exactly like a mid hero or carry hero, but still really, really insane in the team fights later on in the game.
We saw Shiro Jr. play yesterday in the mid lane. I'm sure maybe GPK can try his hand on it. I say that and I smile because I don't think he will. It will be if Boom Boys picks it up, it will most likely go to Kirtich as he does play very well.
I mean, I really like the Lina as a response to Largo. In a lot of the Largo games yesterday where we witnessed, the opposing team had trouble killing heroes because of the lack of damage. And Lina is damage.
I mean, it's also just like Largo wants to play on like movement and kind of spacing, and Lina can always play on that. She has the range, she has the itemization to match that. Like if Largo wants to play like a 20-second fight, Lina can also play a 20-second
But what
fight.
do you guys think about maybe going like physical or some mixed damage in the Lina build, against Largo?
I mean, I personally like seeing the Daedalus, the right click, because if you're going magic damage and try to burst the Largo, if you don't get the kill, Largo will kind of heal up, you'll have up sustain elsewhere, and then your Lina might feel like there will be a window where she can get that kind of the burst damage, but I just prefer the insurance of physical.
Maybe somewhere else in the draft they can deal with Largo, though. If there are heroes that she needs to do magic build against. Yesterday in the games, a matchup I really liked the look of was Wyvern into the Largo, because we talked about how the catchy lick dispels so many things, right? It makes like Bane hard to play, for example, but Wyvern can constantly reapply her Q onto Largo, and like we saw the Largo suffer in lane so heavily as a result.
And also the fact that you have like a good combo with the Lina. I think Wyvern plus Lina has been a very traditional combination. You can get a multi-hero curse, and the Lina LSA, and the team fight's all yours.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to take that fight. I mean, it also helps that Chasm Stone kind of just get introduced, and now Wyvern play. It's like Mana Boots.
That's my favorite item.
It's your favorite item?
Yes, my favorite item.
Though? Is it on Wyvern?
Every support hero.
Even if you don't gain any bonuses, just auto buy. All right, great. So which guide are you following? So I need to unsubscribe from them.
The Governor guy.
Oh, wow. I don't make them.
Right, one ban here that Iron Wing has before the next pick phase, and
I think they have to ban Io.
yeah, I was exactly going to say that. It feels like if they don't, it's one of those, we're going to let it through and see if we can beat it situations.
If they
do
don't
get
ban-
pick out of this phase, though, so maybe they want to play it themselves.
Yeah, if they don't ban it, it means they probably want to pick it, I want to say.
Okay, I'll say also if they don't ban it, then there's still the Doom route to to regain
it's not.
Winter's favor.
No.
Ignore
Oh,
that.
Doom. Sorry, I didn't
Ignore
see
the
that. My
ban,
bad.
yep.
Okay, there you go, Coddle.
Also started out with the ball of light there for a second, but it was the keeper of the light that we did see banned out in that previous series that they played against each other. And it is a hero that Ari is very comfortable on as well.
Yeah.
I don't really like it against the Lig though. You don't do a lot against Lig because it dispels your Solar Bind all the time in a team fight, and that's your main spell that you do damage with on this hero.
But I think it's just like it adds multiple layers. Like Coddle just isn't just a Solar Bind. It's of course reducing spell cooldown, it's miss chance, it's keeping your heroes on the map, giving them regen through health and mana, and it's just a lot of like map presence. And if Largo wants to take a long fight, guess what? Coddle can do that. Already mentioned Lina can take long fights. I think Iron Wings is respecting the concept of Largo and matching your fight style with our fight style. It's the same thing. And Boom Boys go back to just the classics, the Bane Mirana. I mean, when you look at this team, you think about the supports, often described as some of the best support druids in the world at their first 15 minutes of the game. Like the way they move around the map, it is often quite exceptional. Runes are the main thing they play for. And when you have Bane Mirana, back in 2013, 2015, you're going to get every kill on the map. Still to present day, it's going to work the same way.
I think when we've seen these drafts as well with the two supports, you usually like to have something that does a bit more damage and something that likes to have a bit more save. And I think Coddle, from what I've seen this TI so far, actually makes drafts a little bit weird in that way, because he doesn't really provide either in like burst. So how are you going to protect someone that's getting slept and arrowed? Like these setups are so scary, but you also don't want to keep playing more like ranged save and backlines.
Yeah.
Ringmaster, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, the Bane is just really good against Kotal in the lane, because Kotal, during the laning phase, you like to hide on the trees and channel your Illuminate to push out the wave, get the pull, stack. Bane kind of just looks for you, sleeps, and kills you, And now, you guys mentioned about the ring, having the save against the Bane Mirana, very, very nice. One of Whitemond's best hero of the tournament so far.
I'm really worried for Boom Boys' damage right now. Where it's like laning phase, sure, there's some outplay potential, some rotation chances, but in the kind of the mid game, they have no way to go. We are going to kill heroes, especially if Centaur goes for like this instant heart build that we're seeing. Of course, Coddle and Ringmaster supports that like to keep people alive. Like there is an argument that Boom Boys will just walk to an objective and go, we can hit a tower, but killing heroes, not so much.
They don't have team fight right now. They have Largo, but it kind of comes online later. The Bane, Mirana, and DK kind of feel similar. They're single target heroes. They're very good at picking off. They're very good at killing one target, but that's it. It's not the same against the Ring with the Wheel and the Centaur Stampede. Those two heroes are way, way stronger in the team fight. And right now, it kind of concerns me that Boom Boys have everything in one direction.
And they only have the one pick left, and that is most likely a hero for Kirtich. So can he really solve that with a carry pick?
Probably not.
Well,
problematic.
I honestly feel like it's the other way around. When I look at Boom Boy's lineup, I see the ability for them to use DK and Marana to like put kill pressure on mid, or to get that blink and then put kill pressure on the mid game. And Iron Wings, like, who really makes a play? Centaur's going to go Helm of the Dominator. Their blink comes out a little bit later. It feels like with their build with like heart and stuff, they're kind of just being more tanky and a nuisance rather than actually kill threat. Your Lena's going to be farming. Your supports are not setting up anything. Like, when is Iron Wings ever making a move in this game?
It's the carry pick. Usually it's Pure. Pure is the one that's going to come into the game, maybe with some kind of... I think usually he plays like the Kaz, the Tiny... I mean, he does have some games where he was playing Juggernaut, like playing the hard carries, but I think this game he needs to be like some early game hero, like Gyro, Kaz. There's no Kaz, so there's Gyro, maybe something that can actually come online. It doesn't really have an initiation, but he does give you damage in the early game when you want to defend your towers, because I imagine the DK is going to want to hit your tower. So I think Gyro against DK as a carry is always very, very nice. When the DK pops level 6, pops his Dragon Form, he hits your tower, you can always tell a team to be ready, and you can connect to the fight and defend the tower with your cooldown.
I mean, there's also an argument that you can go back for like the Alchemist that he's played before in the tournament, the super generic carry. It has the blink, it plays the lane. Like Iron Wing, their way of winning this game is just about efficiency. Like if they are the better team in the first 15 minutes of farming, on paper their draft should overwhelm Boom Boys until they make the mistake and give back some gold to Boom Boys and allow them to get back into the game because of the damage problems that we're mentioning. So yeah, I'm looking at just seeing a very stable hero for Pure. I don't want to see him cook up anything crazy. I just want to see like, okay, simple carry that kind of makes the rest of the draft click so that you're ready for that timing.
It needs to be a cheap one. Yeah. He can't afford to pick a hero that needs to farm a lot. And, and Boom Boys here, they have a very, very good lane setup, I would say, despite not having team fight, but their laning phase is going to go well. I think this DK against Lina matchup also very favorable for DK. I'm sure GPK, he's going to do really well. And the Bane, I already mentioned, is very good into the Kotal matchup in the lane. So laning phase wise, they have to do really well, come out on top, and try to use that advantage and snowball. Because if that doesn't happen and the game goes to the mid game with the team fights, it's going to be difficult for Boom Boys. And now they have the TA to even accelerate the game, so they can take Roche, they can take Tom. TA is really good against Santo in the lane, very good against Lina and Kotal in the game with the shard, the silence. I think this is a very, very good pick for Boom Boys to round out the whole lineup.
Are we set on Lina to take that mid lane, or is there a chance Pure will play it instead and they can have something better, maybe also more movable against the DK?
I mean, for like mid, like maybe you just go for like a mid double check, it's not banned, no, like a Necrophos or something, just to fully shut down the DK. You let the Lina farm, and then you kind of connect that way.
It's so greedy though. Like, you're playing to win the lane, and I think we already had this conversation before yesterday, where laning phase doesn't really feel like it's that important anymore nowadays. You can win the lane, but how much of draft integrity are you sacrificing to have a matchup to win the lane?
Quite a lot, for sure.
Yeah. How do you play the mid game if you don't have a hero that can come into the game and fight with the Necro? Maybe the Santo has to sacrifice his game. He kind of has to buy dagger early. Maybe that would solve the problem, because if he goes for his normal build, Helm into hard, then who's going to play the game with the supports?
I mean, the main thing is I like that TA just broke open the game for Boom Boys, right?
Yeah.
Secured a lot of the kind of concerns that we had, because like once you get to your kind of Deso timing, like you already mentioned, the script is already there for Boom Boys, so they don't have to worry too much now. It's like they can go even, and then they can make the moves when they're ready. So
yeah, I guess there's actually more flexibility than we thought too, because we've seen Centaur mid this tournament. It could be Lina carry Centaur mid, and then they pick a different offlaner for 33.
No, they will pick the Chaos Knight.
Never mind.
Excuse me.
I love this hero.
I love Chaos
I love this hero.
And the thing is, like, every time we go to a tournament throughout the entire season, in the back of my head, it's like, I wish I see more Chaos Knight. It's like high burst hero. You can buy Orchid, Armlet, Blink, like items that are kind of forgotten in pretty much the meta.
Fights early.
Yeah. The problem is, of course, like your damage into AoE heroes can be awkward. Into Largo, you sometimes can feel a bit.
He's not gonna worry about the damage too much, I think, because Ring, Kotal, Lina, they give you damage later on. I think his concern is that they need to find a hero that can play early. He's very good with the Kotal, the Chakra. You already mentioned that. He can play with the supports. He can initiate. I think that's what they need in the draft. You know, it might seem strange, but I think CK is the hero they needed.
I think the kill threat in lane is kind of high.
I mean, the main thing is with CK, like he can burst a lot of heroes. Like he's not a carry that struggles to burst tanky guys. Like he can burst the tankiest of heroes in Dota with the correct itemization, because he can buy Bloodthorn as well. So yeah, I think Pure, a lot of eyes on him, because he's got given a hero that not many people play, but he can break open this game if he plays the CK well.
So we do think that in the laning stage as well, against a Largo and the Mirana, he will have a good time.
Yeah, Ring Master and CK, they are very, very strong at the early levels, especially Ring. Like, you don't really trade against Ring, you have to. But if you add CK with the way that the hero wants to play very aggressive in the first 2 levels, there's a very high chance that kills are just going to happen the moment you hit level 2.
But at least for Boom Boys, when you look at their heroes, these are heroes that they have been able to obtain multiple top 3 finishes, top 2 finishes. Like, this is a draft that goes, if you took away the team names, that you go, that's probably Boom Boys. So that alone, when I spoke about comfort, they now have that comfort.
Well, speaking of the draft, let's talk to someone who knows all about it. We're heading over to Slacks, who's talking to Moon Meander.
Thank you so much. Yes, Sheever, we are here with the master himself, Mr. Moon. Good to see you again, my friend. It is great to see you on this TI stage, but let's get into the draft. So, a lot of familiar heroes coming out from the Boom Boys. You must have saw it coming, but a very unfamiliar last pick with the CK. Was that mostly because of their aggressive lineup in the lanes, or did you have that one in the back pocket?
That one was in the back pocket. This is our NT Largo strat. So we like the Largo specialist. So we feel we know what counters it.
All right. You worried about anything in this draft? It seemed like you guys got a lot of W's. There's a lot of save. There's a lot of ways to deal with their heroes. Is anything out there particularly scary, you think?
Yeah, the DK combo Mirana, as long as Mr. BZM doesn't die to this old age-old combo middle constantly, I feel like we got this in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. BZM is doing quite well. We saw his Invoker yesterday was absolutely insane. What do you think is going to happen with the CK? Do you need to win the lanes? Do lanes even matter anymore with how long these games have been taken, Mr. Boo?
I feel lanes definitely do matter. Late game is all about team fighting, and I feel a lot of games get to late game because a lot of teams are terrified to go high ground.
Are you guys scared?
Hell no.
Hell no, baby, but we're going to see that high ground soon, I hope, for our friends here. Let's get into the game and see how it goes down.
Thank you so much indeed, Slacks, as we're getting ready to pop into this game. And as I can see over there, it's Fred. It's First Blood BZM able to take it on Katomi. Miero also getting chased down. LSA is going to connect. You know what? No matter what, the first game of the day, you're going to get some first bloods early.
Yeah, they're going to start it real quick here. Once the arena starts bleeding red all around us, I know what is happening. And it's Iron Wing who are going to strike first. And a lot to dissect here from this draft, from that interview. Got a lot of knowledge, you know? I mean, I get nervous every time coming up on the stage. Yeah. You know, coming to cast, I can feel the butterflies. The ground is shaking. I'd be a little scared to pick a CK at this point. I love this hero. I think he is definitely a little underexplored, and we've been seeing this development near the end of these drafts where we're seeing the bans come out on Sven, on Tiny, on Alchemist, these like slightly active early game carries who provide a stun heading into the mid game in these very crucial team fights you just heard Mumiander talking about, right? And CK's in that pool, but no one's been willing to bring him out.
Well, and this is what they said was specifically the anti-Largo tech paired together with Whitehorn playing on what I think is his best hero right now, this Ringmaster. It's probably the best Ringmaster in the world. It feels like there's going to be insane kill potential. And as you can see already, tame the beast, get the kill. Whitemon does it. Yeah, this could be scary because he just died too. Out 20 seconds on his DP.
Yeah. Oof. He's got a walk of shame, and of course there's no river on this side. You can't start surfing down to speed your way back over there. So it's going to be a slow one getting back. I like the idea too of the early whip as well, right? Like you have this dagger, but there's the lick counterplay, and they just don't give him a choice on the level 1 bullying.
Nicely done there to trade over the Nightmare. Ari not letting 33 get pulled underneath the tower. You know, it's interesting because when I was listening to the panel, I felt like at the 4th pick for both of the teams, all of the analysts like hated both of the drafts. That was the vibe that I got. And I kind of felt like it too, because I was like, we're going to end up like 30 minutes, no kills, like people are just chilling. And then the last 2 carries were super interesting.
Yes.
We get this TA and then the CK as the last overall. How much did that change how we think about these drafts now at this point?
Yeah, the TA is massive because it goes from being like, okay, are they going to have some carry that doesn't do anything for 25 minutes and then like still is kind of slow to come online, or are they going to play faster? He is still level 1 on Miro right now.
Yeah, and Pure, I mean, it doesn't even feel good to not die almost at this point. Like
Whitemon's walking him down with 25% HP.
Oh, he'll take a tower shot. I mean, you probably don't want to take tower shots, to be fair. But, you know, it's exuberant. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but this TA, it ties it all together. This is a classic Boom Boys lineup. This is how they like to play the game. And Templar Assassin, the best thing this hero does for you is the ability to secure these two big objectives around the 20-minute mark of the Tormentor and the Rush, right? You hit these timings of Deso and of Blink Dagger, and you are just ready to roll.
Yes, it gives them something to play for that you know they're going to be looking for. The question is, if this CK counters out this Largo super hard in the laning scene. You know, Moon said, you know, lanes and matchups still do matter. I think they matter in, like, you can't win the game, but you might be able to lose the game off the back of a really bad lane. Nero going to be forced to salve up. Yeah, they got to find out another way to deal with this, because this CK is already 15-8. Katomi, in the meantime, getting ran at by Ari a little bit. Heretic turns. They're not going to be able to bring down the Coddle, but they are absolutely winning the lanes on Iron Wing right now.
And this game is set to develop very differently than a lot of the games we had yesterday, because you guys kept seeing this bounty hunter. It was coming out constantly, over and over all day. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it won every game yesterday.
Yeah.
And the way that it won, that style, I mean, it reminded me so much of, obviously, Tree and Protector, but just more powerful in terms of getting these kills. Tree, you don't have to draft around it as much. You can just, like, live on the other side of the map kind of for free as the support, still be providing this healing and getting all this vision, as Miro again gets whipped. Defensive arrow from Save. That's not really what you're looking for in your Marauder, right? Defensive arrows are not the goal.
I mean, I feel like that if we just look at the damage numbers, even at this early point, 4 minutes in, it's going to be insane. Because look at how much gold advantage this is. This isn't just last hits. This is like consumables and all these other things. I feel like Pure and Whitemon have absolutely destroyed. And look at this.
I mean, he's got raindrops right now, and he's still getting beat down.
Look at how much it is. 4,500 damage done at 4 minutes.
And it's cooking. The other hero that does this is the Mirana. As you can see, 2.8k, right? Like, she's also known for doing this in the laning stage, but it just can't match up to what they're doing to Miro on this Largo. A hero who's known for having a bit of cheeky regen with the full belly coming out of the lick, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're needing to figure out something to do here.
I mean, Save just came back and handed him the salve that Miro had to buy. So again, hurting into that network.
I will say there's maybe like an element of Ember in this for Largo. If he can still get the levels up, if he can still sort of, you know, get to that level 6, obviously you're going to run into, you know, mana problems and all the rest of it, but he will be able to have some value.
There's a reason this frog is so gargantuan, okay? He's a greedy guy. He's a gluttonous hero.
Right.
This guy is never satisfied. He always needs more items, you know? Like, I don't... Playing for the levels is a bad time. Sometimes you can get away with it if you're playing for your Croak, but is there a good Croak combo this game?
No.
Not particularly, right? There's no beastly combo like a Muerta, an Ember, a Puck, or something like that.
Right.
It's nothing spectacular.
We'll see how he does. At least at this early going, you can see BZM.
Oh, they're going to kill his courier. I mean,
yeah.
When it rains, it pours, brother.
It's, I mean, everywhere they're trying to go.
Okay, Miro, do not click Miro. Whatever you do. All right? Oh, don't do it. Oh, God. Panel, don't look.
He's queued
The
up.
Midas is queued up. It is danger zone for the frog. Oh, my gosh. There's a drought. The marshland is just all dry. The bed is cracked, and he missed the window. You know, the frogs, they hibernate under the mud lyrical. That's what they're supposed to do.
I hear
He
you.
didn't get under the mud in time.
Yeah.
He's left out.
Poor old toad.
There's more like he's got to convert from a frog to a toad. He's got to go live. It's like when they find a dog living with a pack of wolves.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you see him pulled back in again. Another tame the beast. And Miro, his life is pain.
This explains like so much of the draft too, right? This idea, because they didn't seem concerned about the Largo, and they banned the IO and everything. But some of those other counters, like they really understand this hero.
Well, right, because it's 33, like his most successful hero, I feel like.
Definitely as of late, no doubt, yeah.
And, you know, when you play that much of it, you understand how to counter it out.
Yeah.
BZM, in the meantime, is going to get found. The creeps are in the way, so can't quite get the arrow combo. And, in fact, Katomi gets
big.
BZM.
Give him the kill.
Oh, Save takes that one away. Still being involved. Anything is helpful right now.
Yeah, they couldn't risk it. There's no way you could, like, guarantee it for Miro. So just make sure the death happens. Help out your poor offlaner. Whitemon, though,
yeah,
He took advantage, you know? He gets in, got the shrine. While that's happening, that might not even be worth it in the end. A stun hits on the stage. Got one more lead. Is it gonna matter?
This is on the dagger, does manage to get some separation there, but yeah, you can see this CK, I mean, we have not seen a lot of this hero, so what is the downside to CK? Because he's looking amazing right now. Why have we not seen this hero before, and is there any way that Boom Boys can take advantage of that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, his itemization, I really like the hero, but you can kind of buy you can kind of buy anything, which is really cool. So one maybe issue is he's not fully solved in some ways. He doesn't have this insane item build. He can't go Mjolnir or something and farm up like crazy.
Right.
He's a melee core. Melee cores have been struggling quite a bit without a natural farm accelerator. Ever since they've lowered the cooldown of the Phantasm, it has become sort of his pseudo farm accelerant, right? You just ult and you farm through the camps and stuff. So I'd say that's maybe the one concern. But if you succeed in the lane like this and you get the kills, this is how you're supposed to accelerate the hero.
I see.
But to move on to something other than just this very difficult top lane, one bright spot I thought might happen would be the mid lane here for GBK. Because obviously we know he does quite well on the mid. We're used to seeing him win lanes. And BZM is not someone who often pushes his advantage. BZM is also crushing this game. We haven't mentioned it, but he did extremely well in the lane. He's back, he's farming. And again, this is what I mean about the game developing differently. There's no bounty hunter in this game. So this area back here, it feels very safe. Eventually, there's going to be this roaming Bane and Mirana duo, but because of the disaster that was the off lane, the Mirana's far behind. They don't have the confidence to push forward. You don't have this offlaner who, you take the top tower, you start controlling this space. You get a helm or something, the waves are in your control, and that opens up all this breathing room for the supports to go and hunt these cores who are farming the jungles like this. That doesn't exist for Boom Boys, so their path back into this game is very narrow.
Right, the Mirana Bane combo is very, very strong when you compare them together, but if Bane had left that bottom lane, then Kiritich at this point would not have a game.
Yeah.
So they kind of have to wait until he was self-sufficient before they could make that move, and now 33 get his helm, and so they're going to be more free to roam around and try and make stuff happen.
I mean, Save's trying to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is going to be very successful. If he gets spotted here, he's very close to the vision of BZM. He just skirts past him, so he's going to get a really deep observer ward here. There is a dire ward, but Save is skirting fully around the vision it gives. Oh, he sees a courier. He's going to kill that. That might give away the ward he just planted, though.
Yeah.
But, wands, blood grenade, sentry.
And there aren't any other sentries right now on these heroes to go and get the D.
And now he's stealing the Lina's camps. He's back here arrowing the tomato and finishing off the potato. So this is his solution. If I can't gank the Lina and fight, I'm going to try and take her camps. Unfortunately, he's killing your mid tower.
Yeah, this part is a little bit tough. And with 33 sending in his creep as well, it does set up for Iron Wing to get this early tower advantage and transform this net worth lead into objectives. Now, can they do this in other places? There's an immediate smoke up.
And now the boots of travel are out for this Lina. So this is why they want to get aggressive here on the supports for Iron Wing.
Radiant are scanning.
Moving towards their CK, since he's the one that has an ability to help with some disable.
Save. Get found. Ari there. The solar bind and the hits. Looks like Save is going to be in trouble. Tries to escape. They're going to stampede for this one. Force that out. In the meantime, down bottom, going on to Katomi. He too is dead. Doesn't quite connect onto the stomp for Kiritich. So both supports falling. As Iron Wing
Ari
push this advantage.
After killing up top, Ari's already down here backing them up. And this is what you heard T on the panel talking about, this idea of just keeping you out on the map, right? He's throwing out these shockers, throwing out these heals. He's going to ensure that even though they just kind of dove the tower a bit and fought this Bane, they get to stick around. So they're going to start bringing in some resources, but the helm creeps here, it's just grabbing the wave. Nothing, you can't chase this thing as Kiritich.
No.
So what's the response? GBK coming in. His ult is running a little low, but he's got enough time for a fight.
33 going to be found. Oh, the Hurricane, he gets the Nightmare though. And then they use the stun onto the creep, and now BZM turns.
They kind of just committed for the creep.
Yeah.
They were like, there's no hope on the Centaur.
And in the meantime, Pure also takes the top tier 1 tower. Because when he is solo against Miero, Ringmaster is still in the area, it ends up being enough to take that down. 5K gold lead now at 12 minutes. Yeah, they really turned on the acceleration in this one.
Yeah, Miero, he got pushed out of his Ancients area as well. Obviously he's a Largo too, so it doesn't feel that great to be farming in there. He's back on those only 2 camps he can access on the hero. It's rough. I mean, he's the same level as the Coddle.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Losing the wisdom will also do that to you.
Yeah.
So 12 minutes now, and Boom Boys, I mean, they're not a team that's super well known, again, for coming back from behind.
Yeah.
But they can extend the game for a long time, trying to cut waves and all the rest of it. Is there any hope at all still for that, like, timing of the Deso on Kiritich, or are we going to need to wait for a later one?
That's a toughie. I mean, the Deso Blink, I think you still just have to fight it, right? Like, you have a DK.
Right.
He's going for the Blink Dagger. I'll be curious to see what his second item is. If he sticks for the shard as well, I feel like he might just have to, just to like try and get some ability for wave push and maybe just like staying up in this game. But I mean, there's no doubt that Iron have full control of this game at the moment. A lot of it's going to come down to the decisions they want to make and the itemizations they want to go for. Like 3-3 is going for the helm straight into the heart. I think this is a pretty good game for it. Like, they've already gotten plenty of kills. They've secured a ton of space around the map. They've gotten their towers. They can, I'd say, go for the final push on this bottom tower pretty soon. Like right now, the Wildling Ripper is just down here solo taking it, and Kanomi's too scared to go in. They're just pulling the wave off, and this tower is just dying to creep.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable, right? He's going to have to pull it over now and try and pull that to Kiritich. But this is the danger, right? Things could go wrong, and if you lose this TA and any of her farm accelerates down, or decelerates rather, then you're just going to not be able to fight for almost at any point in this game. Pretty catastrophic late stage.
It is, as the last tier 1 tower falls. What they do have to work with, though, is the Blink Dagger, the DK finished, and of course, level 3 arrow. So that'll be the dream. Pure, though, he sees save coming in for the 14-minute wisdom.
Save throws out the arrow, connects now onto the sequence. They're not coming to defend this. Yeah, they're just going to give it up. Again, another one of these shrines dropped. And oof, it hurts.
And again, they're just ganking the Wildwing Ripper. They have now killed it more times than they've killed heroes.
Atomi does have level 6. Grip the creep.
Get it again.
Listen, you got to keep morale going some way. That might be a morale breaker, to be fair. I mean, okay, so let's think about this. You're down.
They can tap on there.
You're down 2K on the DK. You're down 3K on the Largo. It feels bad. Like, how bad is it seriously, though? Like, is there a way to fight back? Like, what does Miro need to fight?
They need to pray that Whitemon doesn't hit Escape Act.
Okay.
That's what they need to pray, right? Because, like, the whole play is going to be, all right, we're going to smoke up, we're going to blink, we're going to stun, we're going to arrow, someone's going to die. And then if the Escape Act comes out and you hear the horrifying phantasm of and Pure just starts blowing up one of your heroes in 2 seconds, it's gonna be bad.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is take a fight when Whitemon is not there.
Yes.
Try and, like, find pickoffs, sort of.
Vision, knowing where Whitemon's moving through the jungle can be very helpful as well, of course.
Okay.
That's the best stuff you can go for.
Understandable. I mean, again, if you've got Bane Mirana, that has traditionally been a combo that's quite good at finding those pickoffs, but it also depends upon you sort of forcing Iron Wing to play in bad positions. Or
well, part of that is happening now. It is nighttime. Bane gets a big edge during the night. You get more vision than other heroes. So that could open up the opportunity. Boom, another one down.
Hey, they're killing us.
Another Elm Creep bites the dust here.
I mean, the TA's top net worth now because of that.
There you go. Doing something.
Nightmare, they force a TP. Like to see that. That's the other type of play that you can do with Bane, is maybe make these moves happen around. Iron Wing still seem to be playing very clean Dota, though.
Yeah, I feel like they're chilling a little bit until 3P finishes the heart, just because it's going to be such a massive upgrade. There is an Arcane Rune sitting bottom, and Whitemon's still able to just hold it for a while for BZM to rotate into it. BZM going first for the 4-step. Very good item versus any Bane, DK, Mirana combos. You try and just obviously remove your ally from the path of the arrow before it connects. Right? So now they have a second problem, other than just the Escape Act.
And so the other question then is, for Iron Wing, are we going to be seeing this team try and like pressure quickly? What are their sort of item timings that they're looking for to sort of take this next tier of towers, or likely Roche, I guess is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. Like, how much do you force the Roche right now is Iron Wing? Because there's definitely a situation where you maybe greed it a bit too much. Like, you're gaining a lot right now. Like, you still control the map. I like Tormentor for them. Tormentor for them is very quick. Right now, they're just drawing the line. I mean, top is pushing in pretty well right now. Mid's It's an okay spot because you still have your tier 1 tower, so they're going to try and make their way down bottom. It's not the most, I'd say, like, advantageous smoke right now for Iron Wing.
Yeah.
Their scan did connect for a moment on Kiritich, so they know that someone is moving in this area.
He's backing away. Does look like some of Boom Boys is heading down this direction, as well as Kiritich, understanding that movement, is able to back away. Bane comes in, gonna try and break the smoke. Don't think he's getting out of
arrow,
this one, as the arrow will land, but no chance for anything big.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of sold it a little bit, right? Because, 3-3 has a heart, so he's willing to play more aggressive. So it's not necessarily like 100% guaranteed they're, like, moving through there, but that was a correct read there from Blue Boys. Only costs you your Bane. You're not too unhappy about it. I guess you could say, DK has also ulted, right? BCM models up a haste rune as well here. As they're chasing through heroes up top, unicycle from Whitehawk.
Heroes in trouble as well. They'd find him with pure move in for the kill. Save does manage to escape from that one. So they'll lose the frog again. 1-7, 18 minutes in, a 6,000 gold lead. Now stepping forward, finding Whitemon. Is there any follow-up here? The arrow is going to connect. GPK looking for a kill. Now escape. Or stick around. Okay, they're feeling confident.
All right, is there anything you can really get off of this? Mid tower is really low, but you're missing your Largo. He's very close to Kaya Sanj on the Largo, and he's level 12. So honestly, Miro's in a pretty good spot.
He's recovered.
Considering everything, this is pretty good.
I mean, yes, he's 3,000 gold behind the other cores, but it's like, there's something cooking a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess every minute that goes by where Iron Wing are not taking objectives is Boom Boys sort of slightly marginally cutting into the lead.
Very, very slightly. I mean, Kira's also about to have a Manta relatively soon here, which is quite frightening for a Largo who's so underfarmed.
And a Blink Dagger done for Centaur now, too.
Yeah, Largo, obviously a hero that succeeds a lot when he can get through the burst of the enemy lineup, and currently he cannot. All right, so they are indeed going to take away this roach from Boom Boys. Boom Boys, they don't have any real vision on the dire side of the map, so not any clear idea this is going on. But the way the CK Lucian is moving, you might have seen what's happening, but it's not the good.
I also really like the idea of doing this right before the 20-minute mark, because you see that line drawn, they can go immediately into the Tormentor after the fact.
Yes, this was a classic in some of our previous map metas here. They missed the blink here on the Miro. He's going to get away with the hot foot hustle.
Nicely done. So manages to escape. In the meantime, TA, the whip is there and has to blink away from BZM. So Kiritich not going to get found.
Now they do an observer ward here from Kataomi near the Tormentor, so this could be their moment.
I think, again, they're just trying to do anything they can to slow this down. Like, every nightmare you see where there's nobody around is trying to bait Iron Wing into a reaction.
Yeah, and they want to just keep this pressure up? Looks like. I mean, why would you back away, right? You have the Aegis. I don't think you need to go back to the Tormentor now. It's going to be there for a while.
True.
There's no hurry. You can get an answer. I mean, they don't have an ult on GPK right now. Like, he was just losing his Dragon form up top while they're pushing that top tower.
Yeah.
So the Radiant Catapult is hitting the top tier 1 right now, but they're just going to lose their tier 2. A very smooth game from Iron Wing.
Mid, they're starting to TP en masse to come in for this, as BZM shows up to defend their mid tier 1 tower. They are going to try and pressure all the way and finish off that bottom tier 2 tower.
I wonder if this impacts the tormenting at all, or no, they're just going to stay with the plan and immediately run back. It looks like they are. I mean, DK form is back up. They could twin gate in theory, but there's no way you get all the pieces connecting in time as Boom Boys. It's more likely the better play is to just do what they're doing. Farm up these camps, give away the Tormentor. I mean, not bad at the start. They're pretty good, you know. Model 2 charges versus Largo is really nice. Something to deal with one of the licks rather. So later, of course.
I mean, yeah, this feels pretty bad, but I can see a pathway out of it for Boom Boys at the very least. They're spreading out, they're farming, they're trying to make that stuff work. And on the side of Iron Wing, I mean, you know, Moomiander was talking about this too. There is a fear of going high ground eventually.
Well, but not for them.
Well,
he said they're not scared.
You know, that's fair. The coach has to say that, though. I don't know if he was being completely honest. I think people respect high ground. We'll see. Nero playing his little guitar for all he's worth. And in towards mid, you can see the movement from Iron Wing. Gonna try and make that pressure. The other one that we always talk about is TA level 25.
That's true.
Eventually get
every game is winnable with TA 25.
With blink back. Kiritich, good reaction. Arrow not gonna land onto BZM.
Or sometimes level 30 if they take the instances instead.
BK, on the hunt, blinks away, mid-reality rift. Now they're smoked up. Are they going to try and take this fight right here?
Ulti's back in 1 second. They get just their best.
There it is, the big jump. He's immediately gone. Kiritich finds a target, and now Pure turning on to him, but the Moonlight Shatter, they have detection down. Not really. 33 going to have to stampede out of there. How much damage was done?
Stay tight, play the guitar.
Now looking, save, throws an arrow, not going to land onto Whitemon. But this burst that they have can be pretty significant. Iron Wing up on the high ground, finds the stun onto 2, not bad at all. They have enough to get the kill, though. Whitemon gets the heal, and one shot onto Katomi from Pure. They've still running, and Kiritich aggressively moving forward, finds 33. He's in trouble, drop it down dead. Can they get some more? The catchy lick onto BZM. Boom Boys, they waited for their moment. They waited for their time. They are reaping what they sowed, and so are Iron Wing as they find and kill the Coddle. A moment right there. In your moment of triumph, celebrate the fullest. Never raise an empty cup to the moon.
Yeah, the cup was empty once you lose the Aegis, I think. That sticking around there, a bit dangerous for Iron Wing, and they get punished. It's amazing because you see these incredible plays, like the healing coming up from the Coddle, like 4,000 healing, and the two supports just saving each other back and forth.
He did use grip last time. Katomi got him. Kiritich, he's on top and going to take down this CK Pure. Well, wait, is he turning away, trying to arm the toggle, but GPK is there. Comes in for the finish.
That's unbelievable to get that afterwards as well. What a find from Katomi. I mean, this is why this team loves the Bane so much. Both their support players are extremely good on it, and he brings that element that we talked about in terms of like the bounty hunter or the tree. Like, you can really roam solo despite not being invisible and set up some incredible plays because of your long time durations on the stuns.
You know, I think Boom Boys, a team that at various points has been criticized for not being able to keep their cool. It's so awesome to see this type of, growth and move from them as they are playing very clean. Even just yesterday on the main stage, Kiritich slamming the desk off the frustration of that loss. And now they're coming in, they fall behind early and start to make this a comeback. This is going to be a good game.
GBK having some very nice plays. That's the second one where he's just getting away by the skin of his teeth on those. I mean, Iron Wing, you can see in that team fight too, though, like they played so well. The saves between the two supports, like passing the heals back and forth with the Lotuses, the escape act and everything, but at the same time, they almost played it too well, keeping the supports alive,
Right.
Then there was nothing left for the cores at that point, and then they just get focused down. Again, coming in, Katomi feeling brave.
This is a bit of a bait, though. They've got a couple heroes behind him.
BK has Force Staff and BKB. They're not brave enough inside of Iron Wing to go for it. That lead dwindling down. Level 20 on the Templar Assassin. The minus armor is going crazy right now. I mean, the Centaur, right? We have the helm into the heart build, very common. He's got that plate mail to help out, but it can still really chew through you when it's TA.
Well, and we saw the burst potential that came from Boom Boys. There is also the other burst that's going to be Pure on this Chaos Knight. You get a Phantasm out. When he's got Heart up and online, this hero will shred. Does need to deal with, obviously all the instances of, refraction from the TA and everything else, but it's going to be something to watch for.
Yeah, Psyblades can, single-handedly win this game. The angles that Kiritich takes are probably going to be the most impactful things in these fights, especially as we get tankier and tankier onto the CK.
Right.
Because he really is going to be the damage for the side of Boom Boys for quite a while.
Yeah, and unlike, some of these other mids that transition, I'm thinking of Snapfire the other day and stuff where you turn into a physical damage carry afterwards. You kind of seeing what you get from DK.
Yeah, he tends to opt in more for the Shiva's Guard and more control-oriented vision for your teammates, which is really good with TA.
Right.
And having a vision advantage is amazing heading into the late game. So if you can get into that Shiva's, it feels really good. you're going to have the Moonlight Shadow, which I feel like hasn't really been a tool that's been utilized very much by Boom Boys this game, just because of the nature of how the lead has been for Iron Wing.
Right.
But, that could be the 1-2 punch where that second hit coming in from a nice Moonlight Shadow might fully eclipse the lead that Iron Wing have and actually propel them into a better standing here. Surely Boom Boys are just waiting for the next Roche, right? They have a Templar Assassin. They want to play for that. I'd love to see a trap.
Could be nice for them to get that going. Another 10 seconds till we're going to know how long Roche respawn is. And also next Shrine of Wisdom is up right now. The Iron Wing, now a 3K gold lead, still nursing that one, but feeling very close between these two squads that have had a penchant for going into the late game. I would not be surprised to see this one going 40, 50 minutes again.
Yeah, it's tough when you decide to make one move that's a little aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Like sticking around after the ages and feeling like, no, we're still stronger. Like, we definitely win this fight, but you just go outplayed a little bit, and suddenly the hesitation starts to loom in. Fear is the mind killer, they say.
You know what the problem was? They weren't afraid of high ground. They should have been afraid of the tier 2.
Fear is the mind stabilizer. Is that what you think?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. A healthy level of fear is very good for you. I mean, that's just evolution.
You're right. You're not wrong. Blink Dagger for Whitemon, a little bit here too. But likely, as you see these traps coming out, there could be another play that we see later on if this TA thinks about going for an Aghanim Scepter. But looking at the item queue up that she's got, like Kiritich is just going all damage. Daedalus first, Shard. I mean, it's going to be pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Get towards that Nullifier.
Yeah, one plan on the mind for Kiritich, but I mean, that makes sense, right? You have a Largo, you have a DK, let them do all the other work. Currently, it's Miro who's considering going with the Shiva's Guard, which I like that idea. Obviously, going to boost him up quite a bit with the AoE bonuses, and instead they're going to have GPK go for an earlier Nullifier as well, just to try and deal with the Ringmaster is the point here, guys. If you're dealing against the Ringmaster, you get the Nullifier to make sure this Escape Act won't work. But it's a very expensive item, so we still have a big window here, and you're going to see it right now. There it is.
Escape Act is already out. The arrow, long duration stun, had Fiend Script not wanting to use it.
And I think that brings up an interesting question in terms of the Aghanims for the Centaur. Because currently, he's looking for the Shiva's Guard as well in 3-3 because he wants even more armor. He turned his first plate mail into a Lotus. But should there be a consideration for him to be picking up the Aghanims earlier in this game for BZM? Because if BZM survives, obviously there's a lot of damage, but BZM, he's not the carry Lina. He's the mid Lina, much more magical focused. He's going Shiva's next, so he's not really a great target to save in that regard. And then, of course, CK is based on multiple units for a lot of his damage, not just the individual. So it sort of hurts the Centaur in this way that their draft is constructed. And mostly how this game has played out, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a strange one because this has oftentimes been the thing that makes the Centaur feel better than all these other offlaners that buy Helm. Is that you have Stampede for the save and then also, obviously, that Workhorse. But no option for it this time. I think some of it, too, is that it's both drafts are just so heavy physically minded in terms of their damage. Obviously, Lina, as you're talking about, going a little bit more into the Shivas and the magic build, but still huge components of right-click damage there.
3-3's Creep's going to get found out. Couldn't find any sneaky spots to perhaps scout the Roche, but of course, that doesn't mean that they're aware this is happening.
Smoke coming out.
They're going to hit it and move out.
Yeah, I think 33 and Iron Wing realized that there was at least a chance, and you take it very quickly with TA.
So he's got 31 armor on set.
Okay.
All right, he's got a Lotus, and he's got 3,600 HP. Can he die if they jump him first, do you think? With an Escape Act and a backup, surely that fight goes well for Iron Wing if he gets jumped first, right?
I think so. I think you can lay him out as bait, and that's why he's playing so far forward.
Yeah.
I mean, the flip side of that is that if you start spilling off the TA traps, it's still going to take a lot.
Yes. It might be a little scary to go for an Escape Act on that guy.
Yeah.
You don't want to walk too close.
Also, there is the full Daedalus done, so if there are some big crits that come out, that's another way that things can start to look a little bit better. For the moment, though, Kiritich, while everybody else was hanging out around the Roche pit, goes out to farm more camps and just trying to accentuate this lead right now.
Save has done a good job paying attention as well to the itemization environment. He has already picked up the dust with this Glimmer Cape bot, but not even used yet. So you don't even get that one fight for Ari where you get to surprise him a little bit.
Yeah.
Just instantly ready to pop that and make the fight a bit more difficult.
This is more the type of gameplay that I was expecting out of these two teams. The early aggression in the laning stage kind of had me feeling like maybe Iron Wing were just going to be able to roll this, but seeing now the backing away, trying to play the map, dodge out from them, this is much more traditional of both of these teams.
Yeah, these are two teams that play for objectives and the big fights around those objectives. As Ari, great positioning to pop a smoke. Your question is, can he get out after?
Nope. Definitely no.
Not even a little bit. So had the right idea though, you know? He is trying to figure out where they're at. Drops an off sentry on the high ground here from Whitemon. Wondering if they're going, but they go into the pit.
They see the little mini centaur, and now looking for a chase. They're going to buy back, but BK trying to finish this one off. Can they go into it in time?
They're committing here.
They're breaking this. 33. They're breaking the Blink Dagger, not letting them go in. Kiritich trying to finish it. Gets bashed by Roach. Looking for a wraparound, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. Aegis onto Kiritich. Jump forward. Stun. It's onto 2. GPK finds the CK over the side. They're keeping him out of this fight. Kiritich, BKB is out, is going to blink up to the high ground. Boom Boys, +1 Aegis.
Woo, nice nightmare pullback from Kataomi to save that Aegis. Otherwise, Kiritich might have got locked down into the Wheel of Wonder. Turns his attention and pulls him right out of that one. And instantly picks up a couple of smokes. He's feeling it. He's got the Agnums done on the Bane. So, I mean, this is classic save Bane. You know, he used to play position 4 Bane, rush this Agnum Scepter. Now he's got his butt on his team doing it. And save, working towards his own Agnums, but it's going to be a while because he's now picked up the gem. So some map control. Oh, he might lose this gem though. 3-3. He saw the arrow. He saw it.
Oh, jumps in.
Oh, give me that.
And immediately.
Wait, they didn't see it. They didn't see it. Oh, they pinged it.
No, they got it.
Whitemon pinged. Guys,
they're on it.
Please.
Listen, the supports for Iron Wing,
Yeah,
they're on it.
Core players, you know, they don't notice that as much.
Good ward placed down now. So the last couple of minutes have definitely been favoring Boom Boys, but Iron Wing taking out that gem in spite of the Aegis and getting a deep ward. There could be an opportunity for them to make some plays off of this.
Yeah, grabbing that tower in the mid as well off of that beautiful stuff here. Now, this top tower did not go too well last time. So, I mean, the waves pushed out to their own tier 2. Have to consider that a bit here. Still full damage on the menu here for Kiritich. This Agnum Scepter ready to use by the Bane, and now we have the Nullifier up and ready to go here on the DK. So they're definitely set for a good smoke out here. Got to get some map control, though. Miro has been running around and kind of just throwing his body into these lanes. He's willing to take the risk, being kind of the poorest score by a margin on the team, but this is helping him to catch up because he's not really worth going after. He pushes relatively fast, and he's opening up the rest of the map for his team to try and make some of these more aggressive maneuvers. As they're getting pretty close to Pure here. I mean, this is a guy with no BKB, but not enough of the catch is close enough here yet.
Another thing to keep in mind is that Nullifier just completed does open up kill potential. Pure can no longer just depend upon Whitemon saving him.
I mean, so many other tools too, right? Like the Force Staff potential to help out from the Lina, the Fox, the Glimmers, the Force Staff from the Coddle. It is everything. So Stampede, the best thing you got there.
Fantastic jump in, blows up Kataomi. No grip for you, Miero. Trying to back out. You're still on him. The double gems doing work. Miero does get the BKB and the back away. Frog Stomp slowing down the chase with the Stampede to there. Miero now also in trouble. Iron Wing finds the other. 4 seconds stun, gone. Chaos Knight. When it's looking bad, you can depend on that guy to get some kills.
He is a big feast or famine hero in team fights. Like he's one of those heroes that really needs everything to go according to plan and to have a really solid opening in the engagement, and then he just goes nuts, right? And then you see it right there.
I mean, this is really one of those games where the initiation, the deep they find him, that ward placed down. Oh, they got it. That vision is all they needed.
LSA.
Oh, Kiritich, BKB tries to get out of there. For the moment, they got the grip on the Centaur. How much damage do they have? Pure is eating through all of those refraction into this nightmare to try and keep him alive. Look, going to bite back away, Force Staff. He's living. Kiritich survives that Aegis jump, but man, that ward, Whitemon got it down exactly what they needed to start that fight.
Yeah, looks like it's even been there a while, too. They had to drop a sentry. They get the reality rift.
Another one, Katomi, he needs to get there quicker. He can't save him. Oh, they get the kill. He's dead for 90. And now Save also in trouble.
For a ward.
They are not afraid to go high ground. That's what Moon said, and they meant it. Iron Wing, take down. That's all of their damage. Are they going to be able? Oh, man, what's going to happen?
So much backup still behind us from this Coddle Ringmaster. It's so hard to deal with these two.
Why would you ever leave? Why would you ever not go high ground? What could possibly go wrong? Pure starts to hit the racks, and they're going to slowly and steadily, and like all this chip damage just doesn't matter.
No, they just regen too much. I mean, there's a double hardcore sitting in the front with a Ringmaster Coddle behind. The healing is too much. They get on the BZM, but again,
Nullifiers don't have the damage, and now he's in trouble too, and he's gonna go down. The chase is there. GPK is gone. Niero also in trouble. Stomped. Iron Wing sensing fear in their opponents, trying to close this one out. Triple kill onto the tier 4 towers. Oh, Iron Wing.
What a read. They know. They're not coming back. We got this one. Woo, it started out really hot for Iron Wing. So many great plays during the laning stage. So many kills, building into a solid lead. But then Boom Boys, they find that moment. They strike back. A tiny little hole in the armor.
Right on, just unicycling in triumph around the Ancient. Yeah, drop the voice lines. That's what you love
Iron
to
Wing,
see.
get him a pair of Heelys.
Listen,
I want to see him doing it on the stage.
We've got 4 seconds left, but GG is called. Boom Boys know what's coming. Iron Wing come out victorious.
Quick, emphatic victory. Pure taking a bath in the well right now, going after Kiritich, making a statement as they take game number 1 with a beautiful last pick. They said they understand the Largo. They know what to do. I believe they were correct.
What a performance. And again, for Boom Boys, there were so many points in that game where it was starting to feel like maybe they could turn. You were slowing things down with Katomi on the Bane. And then in the end, it just was not enough. And again, that ward, it was these supports.
Yep.
The supports for this team are so good.
I think they deserve a lot of credit as well, because this is a hard game to win with this draft. I think you have to be very consistent throughout the game. Like, I mean, you saw it, right? They made one mistake and suddenly the game felt tilted back in Boom Boy's favor. And you're like, oh, okay, ooh, this looks a little risky for Iron Wing. But it was that big lead they generated early with the help of the Chaos Knight. And again, BZM doing much better in the mid lane than he has recently. I feel like he really got a solid lead and helped control this game for Iron Wing.
Impressive performance by Iron Wing as they take the victory. See if they can do it again for game number 2. For now, they're victorious.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. The first game of this best of 3 elimination series goes the way of Iron Wing, and it looked fairly even for quite some time in that mid portion of the game, but at some point, Winter, it was just over, and it felt like Boom Boys had nothing left in the tank.
I mean, also the fact that the game started out with like a couple of kills, I think that kind of tilted the off lane for the Largo, kind of tilted also the DK's matchup, because I expected the DK against Lina to be more evenish, but he kind of had a hard time in the laning phase, probably due to the kill, the extra kill that the Lina had before the game started. It upset the balance of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Wing at least have one mentality in this game, which was move forward, right? Because after the laning phase, even if the kill score wasn't really going up, they were always just trying to just be annoying and just make some move happen. Like, they were trying to go for kills, maybe didn't work out, but they were just slowly chipping down, progressing the map. Sure, this wasn't the cleanest game, I'd say, from them, but I think they had the correct mindset of brush off a mistake, go again. And I think that mindset did allow them to eventually just pretty much close out the game in a very swift move. But yeah, I mean, a couple things might need to be cleaned up in the next game, but that aside, we get to see an unpicked CK show off some of its strengths within the tournament, even though other teams don't respect it. Against Largo, it did a very good job in the lane.
It did do a very solid job in the lane, and we are witnessing a part of the game right now where we thought, you know what, Boom Boys, they have a shot of making a comeback happen. They've got some items on board that we thought would propel them forward and have a solid success in the mid game. But it was very short-lived for him.
It was, and I also thought they were going to do well because they got the Aegis right off it, and this was the fight that they took afterwards, which just went terribly. It felt like when CK could find the right target, the damage output was just unbelievable. And Boom Boys just get pushed right onto the back foot because they don't really have like save supports. They have Nightmare. And they have like Largo's heal, but there's nothing that really stops the 1,000 illusions of CK from beating your head in.
I mean, it was also kind of hilarious because like before that clip, there was multiple times that both CK and Center were blink trying to stun people, but they're probably the worst blink initiators because of how clunky their stun is. So you got to see DKTA just blink away from multiple engagements, which kind of gave Kiritich, who was having an incredible game, right? Top net worth, pretty much the lifeline of BB, a potential chance to get back into this game. But then eventually, when you don't blink, dodge, or stun, when you actually do convert on that initiation from Iron Wing, then you get moments like this where they're suddenly in your base and go, you know what? I think it's just time to end it.
I mean, I also want to add something to that. I feel like the other problem that I noticed throughout the game is this Largo and DK, they just don't really mesh together very well. Like we've seen Largo with Ember, Largo with Storm in the past, any magic damage, Spirit Hero, it works really well with the Croak. But with DK, it just doesn't really feel like it's the same. GPK kind of had a decent game, kind of great game, but I just didn't really see like the combination with this hero. They first picked the Largo, and I felt like the DK as a follow-up because they just wanted to have a good laning setup against the Lina, just didn't really cut it, for the draft.
Yeah, and you talked about the laning, right? And the idea of Largo, he didn't have that natural pairing. Not only did he not have a natural pairing, but when you get completely shut out of the lane, let's remind you, brother, at this point, Miro, he had a Midas in his quick buy. I was like, please, for the love of, do not do this. Of course, he then goes back for Sanj and Kaya, right? But like, this was just a complete outclass in one team understanding. As a Largo team, how do you beat Largo? And this was exactly it, because I didn't really get to see Largo ever enter the game. He ended the game at 0-5-5. Sure, he eventually did get to, the BKB, the Shivas, the Sanj Kaya, like eventual items to be tanky enough to deal with the CK. But it was never in time. It was never at the right Largo timings that we're expected to see so far at the International. And yeah, I think the CK alone in laning phase did exactly what it had to do.
Maybe, Ray, we'll see more Chaos Knight. This was the first showing we saw of the hero here at the International, and it looked solid.
I really liked it as a last pick. They pulled it out of their back pocket. Moon Meander said that it was their Largo counter, and it did. It did do that job, especially with having Ringmaster such a strong laning support. You can just pressure him so hard because Largo wants to be able to dispel like one thing, but Ringmaster's playing with multiple charges on his dagger. It's like really hard to deal with that amount of damage and kill threat, and they just keep going on him. But I think it's hard because now they are aware of it, and I don't think CK thrives if you have to pick him earlier in the draft because there are a lot of heroes that can deal with him, and there are other supports as well, and heroes in this meta that makes illusion heroes like that like struggle. It's like one of the reasons I think Meepo is so bad is because you have like Underlords and Wyverns every game. So it's like CK kind of struggles from the same. He seems very niche. I'd like to see him maybe picked now that we know that he exists.
I do wish we saw Orchid though. That's my one critique, dear Pure. I feel like CK is built on the burst, the wow, like, oh, wow. And no, Orchid doesn't allow to do that. I think he went a little bit greedy going for like Echo and Manta and Heart. It's a lot of like strength and clunkiness, and maybe some of the mistakes that they made in that kind of 20-minute mark could have been rectified by having an Orchid. But that aside, I can't complain. They picked an unpicked hero. I'm being greedy now, critiquing itemization on an unpicked hero, but I know CK though, absolutely wonderful hero.
Yeah, how can you critique the Midas and say that,
Day one of my TI, so
And we saw it, of course, an answer to that Largo, and it had great success in BB's offlane. And to dive further into that offlane, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the impact that lane had on the game because it was gigantic, actually, with that CK pick. Now, the reason it was so effective in this game as a lane winner is because of these two combos here. He throws the first stun, and then it allows Ringmaster to land his follow-up stun as well. So tons of damage, tons of disable, and every time they decide to spend 100 mana each, Mira loses almost all of his HP, which means he basically can't lane at all. The impacts that this has on the game is gigantic because his net worth is way worse. Here's the first thing. Iron Wing easily takes both Wisdom Shrines. That means the levels for the enemy supports on Boom Boys are going to be super neutered, so they're going to be harder to play the game. They end up taking the mid tower uncontested, Boom Boys don't even show up to this because they know that they're not going to be able to do that. It was just a Helmet Dominator creep headed over, 2 supports in the mid. They're going to end up taking this tower by themselves uncontested, so that's a gold advantage. And in the meantime, Chaos Knight, who loves staying in the laning stage because he doesn't jungle extremely well, he basically gets anything he wants. And when he ends up pressuring here, we actually do see a really cool scan that spots out the enemy support rotating over. So Miro, again, knows I can't be here either. So this tower, which normally is ignored in almost all games, is taken completely for free because they're like, well, they can't contest it. We might as well take the gold and the map control. So all of these things cascaded downstream. Even this pressure that happened on the reaction to seeing them pushing the tier 1 tower didn't produce anything for Boom Boys. So this is all downstream of that smart Chaos Knight pick that pressured the Largo, that put Boom Boys so far ahead that their tri-core combo, which should be amazing, they've got Dragonite here to set up a stun. They've got an arrow setup. They've got a Nightmare into arrow. They just can't use these heroes in their draft the way that they want to because of that lane going so poorly for them. And ultimately, they did a great job not bleeding more. They only lost like the Bane in this example at a 17-minute smoke, but the downstream cascades of that pick was gigantic, and it was the reason truly that Iron Wing was able to win this match.
And when they did, and it was so important for them that they did, as this is elimination. We're in the lower bracket here of the main event of the International, so this is pressure on. Now for Boom Boys, they are with their backs against the rope, so I'm sure they have to find ways to deal with that pressure. Let's learn a little bit more from Yarrow and Save and how they feel about this main stage.
Our journey in the group stage was starting from a little bit problems, and we got some mistakes that we need to work on, so we'll keep improving on that. But eventually we knew that in the elimination match in Decider, Aurora picked us. We knew it's going to be a different game, you know. So we won, and we were super happy. Of course, everybody in this tournament want to win TI. As for me, this thing is the same one, but for me, going through the playoffs and play on this arena, my family watching me and our fans, most important thing. I mean, it's my dream to win a TI, so obviously it feels very special all the time. It's my 5th TI, and obviously I want to win so hard. That's my 4th TI in my Dora history, so for me is the most important one, like for every player. So for me, it's just my aim and purpose to achieve the ages. I think our expectations were always the same. Before the tournament, we wanted to make it to the top 3, something like this. I think it's kind of the same, even though we didn't have a really good group stage. It's still like the same. Playing on the crowd is really good, and it gives you more feelings about this tournament. So this tournament, it's different between other tournaments, of course. I'm super happy that we have this possibility to play in front of the people that cheer for us. So yeah, I'm super happy and grateful for the support from all the fans.
Third, second, and 4th. That's just the last 3 placements that Boom Boys have gotten in the last 3 tournaments they played before TI. The last 3 Tier 1 tournaments. So this team getting top 4, that's normal. They have had an incredible year. Top 4 majority of the events they played. And I think T-Gov then being faced here with potential elimination at top 8 is disastrous.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the biggest shocker for them, right? That the idea, when you come into TI, you look at your previous form, you're like, you know what, guys, we're making it to Saturday, we're making it to Sunday. Like, you have that confidence. I think just the group stage, it probably took a lot of wind out of their sail. Like, no, wait a second, we're not in the form that we were in earlier in the year. Like, what's happened? Like, nothing should have changed since, you know, the tournament before to now being at TI. But of course, that is just the beauty of TI, the pressure it applies. And right now, it is hitting Boom Boys extremely hard because this is not the team that has been able to dominate and be a contender in multiple tournaments throughout 2026.
Hey, at the same time, I felt they did really well yesterday against Vision. They were able to take a game off. So yesterday, I think they did well. but maybe you're right. Today it's an elimination game, totally different series, and the pressure is really getting to them because they kind of go back to their lane dominance.
Yeah, the pressure was felt, and lane dominance has been something that every time Boom Boys is on stage, we talk about it, because that is, in the past, always been how this team wins games. They win the lanes, and then they push that advantage into a successful game. This first game, Rhea, no winning lanes. This was not part of their formula at all. Is that where you would want to see things change going into game number 2 that is coming our way soon?
I mean, no one could have seen the CK last pick coming.
True.
Let's just write it off as, oh, they got us, those guys, those funny little guys. And now we know that it exists. We're not going to get caught by it again. Like Winter said, their match yesterday was so high skill. They should have won the first game, which meant they honestly could have won that entire series. This is definitely a team we can see go all the way. So I think even though this one looked rough, I would just call it an off game.
Yeah, and you also kind of fell into a bit of a drafting trap, right? Like when you see from the bans of Iron Wing, like throwing kind of all these bans into heroes that, BB haven't really been first picking compared to like the Coddle, the Largos, these other options, the Banes, and now suddenly it's like, wait, we have all these options that we love picking. Let's take the Largo, and now, many picks later, now CK appears, right? I feel like the entire time, this feels like something that was in the playbook from last night. Like Moon Meander's like, guys, this is what we're gonna do. When we get to 24 pick, we're ready to pick this hero. Like, we don't care about Largo at all. Let's test them in game 1. So I think coming into game 2, it can only get better for BB because you don't have this many, strats all perfectly prepped. That just felt like the perfect, playbook prep.
Yeah, that's why it's important to get the right pairing with the Largo, because the Largo's problem was the CK. And if the Largo had the conventional pairings, the Spirit Heroes, any magic damage, then the CK wouldn't have been a problem. Sure, it's also an overall last pick, so you can't really account for that. But that's the thing with drafting. You need to have your drafts be prepared to deal with whatever your opponent throws at you.
And also, it's like when you think about these two teams, right? Miro honestly is quite a staple in BB's success, right? He often is the flexible offlaner that has creativity in his hero pool that will make moves throughout the map and just be a nuisance in the early game, utilizing what the supports do. And then you look towards Pure, probably one of the more inconsistent carry players, I'd say, in regards to laning. Sometimes he looks incredible, sometimes the opposite of incredible. Again, TI, love the game. But yeah, I feel like Pure's inconsistency is something that you should look to lean towards, and giving him that last pick, the perfect counter pick to a Largo, showing us like that normally doesn't happen in drafts. So I feel like BB can draft in a different way to force, Pure's hero earlier, give Miro the counter matchup, create that volatility in Pure that we often see in tournaments. And that's where we see Iron Wing in the lower bracket. Not like, again, the game we just saw, that's an upper bracket Iron Wing. That's a very dominant performance. Like, yeah, there are ways for Boom Boys to get back into this.
Maybe then don't ban Doom, let them have it.
Honestly, I think watching 33 play last game was actually really exciting for me. I think a lot of people find Helm boring at this point because they see it every game and they're like, oh, this super creep can do so much. I love it. I think it's amazing. And 33 last game was having so many good moves with it around the map, like taking mid tower with it early. Like this guy's farming camps, right? He is increasing his net worth whilst having impact on a mid push to take that tower, that crucial tower. He's also blocking the ancient camp with his creep. And on top of that, he's also like scouting and giving vision. He's controlling the Roche, which he knows the TA wants. This guy did so much with his helm.
He had tremendous impact. So that the team Iron Wing crushing that game 1, they are in the lower bracket and they do not seem phased by that at all. That performance was stellar. As Tigov said, they played like an upper bracket Iron Wing, whereas Boom Boys, they are left struggling. They are now 1 game away from elimination here from the international. They have still got a chance though, because of course it is a best of 3. 1 game down doesn't mean you're out. Let's see what's gonna happen next.
Iron Wing versus Boom Boys. Game 2.
We got ourselves a tiny bit of a repeat in the sense that Boom Boys for game number 2 will be on the Radiant side. Again, Iron Wing on the Dire side, but where Boom Boys was first pick in the previous game. This time around, it is Iron Wing that gets a first pick, and therefore Boom Boys get that overall last pick. So potentially they can utilize that last pick the same way Iron Wing did in game number 1 and setting someone up for tremendous success. We got a couple bans out already. First pick is coming in. Winter, what do you hope to see? We already cannot see the Largo coming out anymore.
I want to see Bounty Hunter, please.
Ah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's going to happen on the side of Iron Wing.
That's fine. There's more series today.
There are more
We'll see
series.
about it at some point today. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I want to see a Bounty and a Spirit Breaker chasing him.
Okay, all right.
Everybody can have dreams, Winter.
And
I
if
won't take
OGP
it away from you.
We're still in the tournament, they'd be playing it. So
Yeah, we got Lina. That's a lot more stable. Instant
Whoa.
file. No hesitation whatsoever.
This is Kiritich's best hero.
They have got some flex potential, right? Save and Kataomi both also play IO if required.
It's not a support hero in my opinion right now. The hero has to be a
GH
core.
just gasped somewhere
Nah,
a
it's
mile
not,
away.
it's not. You can play it as a support hero, but the hero just excels at a core role.
No, again, I feel like at least within the openings, I think Boom Boys respected the ideas of Largo Coddle. They also were kind of, I think, happy to be on second pick now because they feel like they got a bit figured out in regards to the first pick, the Largo. So it kind of gets the full mental reset coming into game 2. And then 2 heroes that have just been dominating in the games that we've been seeing, right? So you can't really fault either team picking them up. It's now, how do you complement them? Like IO, you know the axe timing, the level timing that you're playing for. You need heroes to rally around you, play through you. And for Lina, it's about protection. Have that front line, have ways to initiate, kind of create that spacing so Lina can be that turret.
The
Yeah, again,
DK and Undying now banned.
Again, the pairing. Last game we have the Largo pairing. This game we have the IO pairing. I think yesterday when Saber was here, he also mentioned that whenever you have IO as a carry or mid, you want another core on the other lanes to be a good pairing. Like Slug was one of those pairings that we saw during the group stages, which worked really well.
The Slug was always good because it's been picked into an Ember response, right? In every game that I've seen so far, it's always been like, oh, we see Ember mid, I picked Slug, and now I's got a good time, so I don't mind the concept of Slug, but with Ember already banned out, maybe there's some other options in play. Maybe some like off-lane Night Stalker eventually down the line for Miro that you can also play on, where it's like this insane movement vision. But there's fun options available that we probably haven't seen yet at TI.
Oh yeah, I would love to see a Night Stalker. I really liked when WS played it in the group stage. I think he showed the strength. Even though they lost that game, I believe it was a little bit of a throw, and I think he showed the strength of a hero when a lot of people have written it off, especially since the change to Essence Distill that gives the vision of him and shares it. So I think that hero's great. I think it's really good against IO Wyvern, especially if Iron Wing want to look towards it. I don't know if 33 likes that hero. Oh no, he's played it, yeah. I do want to see Mirana picked again. Personally, throughout these games, I felt like the invisibility has been such a nightmare for everyone. This includes the bounty as well. But when you're playing so much invis, it feels like it makes the map so much harder to play for the team against it. And then we end up seeing teams carrying double gems. Like they'll steal, sometimes they steal them from the enemy. Sometimes they just buy a second one. You invest so much economy into gem, into sentries, that it just makes the game so much harder.
And on top of that, maybe also with the map being bigger, means you need more sentries, mean they're out of stock a lot. So yeah, you do have to risk it with those gems.
It kind of secures the rune for you. Every 2 minutes you have MLS for the runes. So it kind of, I feel like generally the team with the Mirana has control over the rune.
Ah, Winter!
Nice. Bounty, Lina, Darkseer.
I think this bounty is so good into IO. Because something I was thinking with the IO is how he farms the duo camp. But Bounty's going to be able to go and disrupt that so much because he can just block the camps with his body and then again, like, force sentries onto the camp. But IO can't kill Bounty, right? Bounty's just going to run away. So he can be so annoying for IO.
Yeah. I also like with the Darkseer, picking it into IO, you're kind of just doing a trade of farm. Both heroes will happily farm their lanes. There shouldn't be any kill threat on either side. Darkseer will get to go pipe to deal with the eventual kind of magic, kind of damage timing of IO. So I feel like they're going to be pretty happy with the pickup on Iron Wing. Still, I am looking towards Boom Boys being very comfortable. The Kiritich IO, GPK getting his puck with pretty much no lockdown for him at the moment. That is a major question that Iron Wing needs to answer, especially if Lina does go towards mid. Now you're looking towards Pure, or the position 5 being that lockdown often isn't the best answer to a mid puck.
Do you like it though? When we have Io, we talked about wanting another core pairing, and now your mid is going to be a Puck, which feels a bit bad in my opinion.
The offlane can do it, right? The Io can twin gate and go towards an Axe or Slaughter. There's so many
banned, so no.
I mean, type hero. You know, any of these offlaners that are aggressive and move forwards on the map will be the Io pairing. But yeah, I'm looking towards Mira to kind of activate the Io in that way. And the classic hoodwink, 42% odd win rate. Again, saves on the team is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it just gives them like the setup, right? They were lacking stuns. Their Wyvern and Io, like Puck Pearl is not enough. So you need something else, and the pushback is the perfect spell to tie everything together. Whereas right now, I mean, if you're looking to find answers on carry against Puck, you want heroes that could either build Orchid or have some sort of silence against Puck. And I think like, okay, so they just go for the counter from the support role. They go for the Lion with the Hex. Not the most like a conventional hero on the position 5, but Whitemon does play this hero well.
You don't need to be careful on Ironwing for the old classics of like the Lycans and the Beastmasters right now. Like when I look towards Bounty and Lion,
yeah, Lion, Lina, so many squishy heroes.
It's like everything just feels squishy. And like as much as it's not like the best partnership for an IO, I think it in itself will break the map enough that you can like tether the wolf. You can just do these annoying things. So I'm worried for the Zoo.
Can they preemptively pick a carry that would deal with those heroes right
For sure,
now?
yeah. It could be 2 bans elsewhere, pick a carry to deal with the Zoo, and then you kind of cover yourself against 4 heroes. That is an option, but that's currently in my mind for how Boom Boys can make this draft go from just annoying to potentially just game winning. But respecting the global play with the Underlord at the moment, of course with Puck, pretty much GPK, other than the Lion, of course you can deal with that with Aeon Disc or Lincolns or whatever. You are just going to be jumping around the map and setting a lot of things up. So again, I can see the Underlord ban, respecting the relocate plus the Puck setup, and then a Fiend's Gate on top.
Yeah, they possibly want Tiny because they're banning the Underlord. Underlord has a percentage damage against Tiny. Very good later in the game. And Tiny is something that could preemptively protect them against the Zoo heroes.
Did you guys see how I missed these games? Did you see how BB utilized Legion in their games? Because I feel like she would be a nice pairing with the IO. They have the burst damage to complement her duel, and it's like a really, really strong save against Lion.
Yeah, so that was like 8 days ago against OG. So I don't know how much stock I can put into a Legion.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
It was against a Mirana. I think they picked the Legion into Mirana. Like you have something good to dispel. Like a save, and it's a pretty strong lane.
We'll see where they go with it. For now, it is Boom Boys, assuming that Lina is going to go mid once again in the hands of BZM. So they're banning out some carry heroes, with the Kez already mentioned being banned. On the other side for Boom Boys, Piero is looking for his hero. And it's Templar Assassin. That's the other carry that will get banned. Let's see what Pure wants to get for himself. Last game, with the Chaos Knight, he got a hero that sealed the deal in favor of Ironwing.
Yeah, the annoying thing is like because of the Winter Wyvern, they do go for the Doom. I mean, against like Io and Wyvern, even the Puck, like Doom is like you kind of want to see it because it just deals with them really nicely. But with the way that they're drafting, it didn't look like they're going to go for it. But of course, you can just play it in the carry role. So yep, nice pickup.
And I would call it one of his signature heroes as well. Pure plays this frequently, and especially when it was still very actively in the meta, he was very active on playing the Doom.
And they did bring in some pretty decent control that we were looking for. Right after the Puck pick, the Lion and Doom, they are like the big answers for it. So a lot of pressure though on these 2 players, because it is pretty much those 2 players to deal with GPK, but also you want them to deal with the IO as well. So they kind of need to have an exceptional game because they're going to be like having to bring the lockdown to pretty much everyone.
I think this also helps answer our question about like Lycan potentially, because when we saw Amar pick Doom as the counter to Lycan, the PL, sorry, because you can just buy this Radiant, you can buy the Shivas. It's like this hero covers a lot of bases for them.
Talk to me about the Centaur. Does it pair well with the IO? That's something that we wanted to come out of this offlane. It's a very different archetype than the Legion Commander, for example. It is a hero that's been very popular, especially when paired up with ranged carries, and Kiritage on the IO can be considered a ranged carry.
it's more utility than like if you compare it to like Starlight, it's obviously not the same, but they wanted something to disengage against the Doom. Like Centaur is always very, very nice against Doom. And Lion Doom, I feel like this is a lane where when you pair the Centaur with Wing, you have kill potential. So I can see Miro being really, really farmed, you know, just from the laning phase itself.
I mean, honestly, Boom Boy's draft, if they get into the mid game, it will just be beautiful because like Iron Wing to kill someone is like during the Earthspike, during the Hex, during the Doom, and then you're gonna have like Relocate Sage and then Winter's Curse or Cold Embraces to get spacing, Stampede as well. Like there's so much kiting available that if Boom Boys can execute their team fight, they will just outplay Iron Wing with the limited ways that they have to kill heroes outside of them just fully snowballing the game.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a game 3 here.
We believe that Boom Boys has what it takes to force out a game 3, Rhea.
I think it's exciting. We got the bounty, we got the IO. I want to see mostly the interactions between them and how much Ari is going to be able to disrupt this game.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bunch of unkillable guys against a bunch of guys with a lot of damage. So it's going to be exciting.
It is going to be exciting. Elimination on the line does add that extra layer of pressure to all players in the booth. As I'm sure that Boom Boys are able to shake off that loss from game number 1. This is a fresh game. They went for a completely different game plan. And as you heard my panel, they are set up for success, maybe a little bit more than what they normally are. And that is good news for Boom Boys. That is good news for Dota fans. As potentially that would mean that a game 3 is on the horizon. Let's see what's going to happen with this game. But first, some words from Coach Bull.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Bulk. So good to see you again. Very, very different coming out there from your first draft. It was more of a focused draft, you know, really getting down towers, getting down players, but this one more team fighty. Was this a big change just because of what you saw, or was this a change more for your team?
Ваш драфт на второй карте сильно поменялся по сравнению с первым. Тот был сконцентрирован на фокусе отдельных героев, а здесь намного больше АОЕ. Это адаптация к этому сопернику по ходу серии или в чем причина?
Мы просто набрали своих комфортных героев и хотим сыграть немного другую игру во второй карте.
We have picked our comfortable heroes and we want to play differently during the second map.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to hear it. We have seen you guys do an absolutely fantastic season. You have had so many new fans come and support you. It's all on the line here. Elimination game. I want to hear it from you. Are we going to a game 3?
У вас был очень хороший сезон, вы приобрели много новых фанатов по ходу сезона. Что хочешь сказать? Добьемся ли мы того, что будет третья карта в этой серии?
Спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает. И, это не может закончиться так, поэтому будет третья карта.
Thank you to everyone who supports us. It just can't end this way, so we should expect the third map to happen.
All right, it cannot end this way. I sure as hell hope that is true. Let's go into our game and find out.
Thank you so much, Slacks. And yes, it cannot end this way. After everything that this team has been through, it would be a catastrophe them to drop down. Again, you think about this team last year for Boom Boys, they were playing with Pure, managed to get top 4, and now potentially going out in that 8th spot would be a big movement backwards from where this organization has been able to go to. Trent, what do you think about the drafts? Any thoughts or things come out immediately?
I mean, I think the thing that stands out the most is definitely the Bounty Hunter. You know, you had a winner asking for it on the panel. We saw it win every game yesterday on the main stage. And we know Ari can play it. You know, he has tried to play this before in the past, maybe when Bounty wasn't seen as powerful. So I don't think it's any surprise to Boom Boys that Iron Wing are bringing this hero out today. I want to see what they have up against it and if they're ready for this matchup versus the IO, because I think there is definitely an issue in terms of the body blocking and the warding of the camps. That is how you slow down this IO, and there's not much you can do against the Bounty doing that. We saw at the very beginning of the game, they did this group up at the bottom tier 3, then they smoked and they moved out trying to find where the smoke popped, probably trying to get a kill on this Bounty, because we've seen them play very deep near the base to start the game to get these courier wards. They did pop their smoke near Ari's ward that he placed down there, but they didn't deward it. So that being said, you know, he hasn't sniped any couriers just yet. So far, so good.
You know, I'll say also coming into this tournament, I was not expecting to see 33 play a Dawn of Darkseer because, while he has played that hero a lot, the hero has changed a lot too. And this type of move that he's making right now, going back to those 2 camps to farm them up while the Bounty Hunter stays in lane, this has been more the move that's been happening. And it's interesting seeing the Bounty get played with Darkseer. the other games, Devi was playing much more in the lane, finding kills when they were trying to pull waves. 33 has definitely transitioned much more to just hard farming on this hero.
Yeah, there's definitely a very GPM-focused way to play this duo, I think, where you focus a little more on getting the stacks and then using the Iron Shell on the Bounty Hunter to farm multiple camps at once. So I'll be curious to see if they set that up. That definitely is more of 3-3's MO.
Yes.
To play it in that sort of a style instead. But, like, you know, farming the camps and running back to the base, this doesn't look like a great way to start the game as the Dark Seer.
No, I mean, you get, you know, very, very farmed, but you get back to the other one, Devi was able to find multiple kills.
Yeah.
T mentioned that this is a more difficult lane to find kills on the IO in lane with the Wyvern, but it's not impossible, particularly if they get caught out of position. But see how that one plays out. And then, of course, up here top, the Centaur doing what we've seen Centaurs do a million times, playing together with Save. But it's against a Doom, which is a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, after farming those camps, like 3-3, sorry to keep going on Darkseer, but he's immediately back on the double stack and farming through it.
Yeah.
So he is going to take the top net worth here, just ignoring the lane completely, as you said. And if they try and contest like this, Kiritich, like, he doesn't have the damage yet on the Spirits. I mean, for one, they're on cooldown. And
Right.
you've got this 9 armor on Bounty Hunter. This hero is absurd at trading during the laning stage. It's actually ridiculous. So if you don't have spells to deal with him, he will just right-click you.
Right. No, it will be an issue. And that's going to be something to watch for, is like if they come and contest this at all, it gives a very free game.
Top though.
Arrow, double edge down, dead, Whitemon. Raw's first blood save, not able to do much to stop that, and does not get lucky with the bounces either. Very low, but not going to be able to find that kill.
I think in this game, the Doom is fulfilling a role that I think used to go to more like the Juggernauts and the Troll Warlords, where, you know, we know that Iron Wing just in general are a Doom team, right? Like they played on 3-3 all the time. Pure is no stranger to it as well. But he definitely helps carry some weaker supports through the laning stage, and sometimes that's what Lion is. You know, he's not the best 5 overall. He likes to have a little more breathing room. So having something a little bit more reliable as your position 1 really helps when you need this Lion pick to deal with the mid puck. Because GBK was going to have a completely free game if they just went for more, you know, stock standard support.
This is the play that you can make once those waves are pushed underneath the tower. Iron Shell, the Bounty, run in a bit. Chances, though, it looks like.
And now they can just pull the wave, too, because he just used the Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
So they're just out of here.
Right. It gives a lot to the IO.
Yes.
IO is having a free game. They're not trying to contest his farm, but it does sort of prioritize 33's farm, and he's going to get off to a good start.
And it should be that when he starts trying to go for the acceleration of the farm and the IO moves back in the jungle, that's where you're going to see the counter.
Right on low, not dead yet. The rotation in from Ari. Miero going to be found. Finally gets the hoof stomp off, but with the Bounty Hunter there, Katomi trying to save a life. It's not looking like it's going to be there, though. So they get another kill. Miero dropping Pure. Again, not lucky with those bounces. I don't know if it would have mattered anyways.
No, Wyvern not enough with the TP. Like he said, you know, they didn't block these camps. Very Alch-coded. You guys remember the past year, obviously. Alchemists were abusing these 2 camps constantly. IO very good at doing that as well, so we might see a block come out here. They're already scanning to see if Bounty's coming back through the Twin Gate, because that's probably what they're theorizing he's going to be up to. Instead, Ari's in the mid lane, trying to set up on this rune with, I mean, both supports so low trying to help here.
Yeah, if they're not careful, you could just end up getting caught and killed. The bushwhack out.
Crazy, bro. You're crazy.
Wow.
That is a greedy maneuver.
And I mean, it's sort of set up, as you can see, the GPK dive onto BZM, see if they can bring them down. Stun, not going to connect. So they back out. I mean, some of that is set up because they scan and don't see him coming through the gate, right?
Yeah. Very well done there, predicting his movements. 3-3, you know, he gets left alone down here. He's dragging away. He's starting to get very fat. Already has his Helm of the Iron Will, heading into the Helm Dominator. I think, you know, Lyric, I know you're very passionate about the Helm of Dominator on Darkseer. This game, though, pretty good. Can you agree?
Yeah.
It's okay, this game?
I mean, okay, so if anybody doesn't know, I have strong opinions about everything, particularly Helm of the Dominator. I think that it's also going to be an interesting game to see if they go for a Crozier.
I knew you were going to say that next.
That's the other thing I want to see.
Of course.
There's so much healing on this Boom Boys lineup, so much potential for turnaround and counter initiation plays.
Yep, I mean, Heart Centaur, IO, Winter Wyvern, it gets pretty crazy this game.
And they're going to need it because, again, this is a lineup that has a lot of damage from Iron Wing, but you got to break through that save potential that you've got. Cold Embrace, eventually the Workhorse. You're thinking about those relocates. And obviously Doom is great, but if you can get somebody out of trouble, you need to make sure you're actually succeeding on finding those kills.
I think the two biggest wins strategy-wise on the laning stage for these two games, for me at least, like that you could have predicted and coming into this for Iron Wing, has been BZM in this mid lane. Because they're picking this Lina early, and he again has opened up a big gap over GPK, which you're not expecting. GPK is a lane winner. That's what he does.
Right.
And I was not theorizing that they would be able to get BZM any like really solid matchups, but they just go for the Lina. They're just like, hey man, if it's there, like that is our priority in this series. It's going to help us in a matchup that's not favorable for us with how we tend to play our lanes. And it's working out really well. Now he's trying to put that pressure on. And that, I think, is also where the Helm build comes into play, because then we're going to have this Boots of Travel Lina moving on to the Helm Creep of the Darkseer with the Bounty Hunter roaming around. There's a lot of aggressive potential there.
Right, and there needs to be good reactions from Boom Boys that are not overreactions.
Yeah, that's the hard thing to do.
So they do have the Helm on the IO, 33 also pulling his over. You can see that separation between him and the Centaur. With Bounty chasing, this is where things get a little bit dicey. The Ion Shell going to slowly whittle him down a bit here and just making him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is the goal for the Bounty. You're not killing the IO. It is just trying to wreck his farm patterns. Make like every little stun, every bit of slow means you don't get to this camp for a stack. You don't clear it before the respawn, right? Like those add up very, very quickly in these top tier carries because this is their life. All they want to do is hear that little clink, clink gold noise, right?
True enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And in the meantime, you're getting a triple stack on Ancients for this Darkseer. Double shells the creeps, can back away, feel very comfortable with how this is going. Boom Boys, they're going to need to disrupt this farming eventually. At some point, this cannot allow to just stand.
And don't forget, quick wit here. He's got 2 Ironwood nuts on Darkseer. So when he gets those 2 permanent primary attributes, that is plus 2 attack speed.
So strong.
Lyrical.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable innate coming out here from the Darkseer. Too powerful.
A 2K gold lead. And I mean, it's not often that you see Doom as the lowest of your cores farming, and it's not like Doom is having a bad game. But Kiritich gonna have to be the difference maker, going towards this Aghanim Scepter, also picking up Lotuses. As we're getting close to this 10-minute mark, can GPK find himself a rune? Oh, don't jump there. Save nearby. It's gonna be an invis. Good bushwhack. On to both. Ari running in, though, with this Bounty Hunter, trying to slow down, find the kill on the save, and will indeed get it. And now a relocate. Kiritich coming in with this creep, finding Ari for the moment. They're going to Laguna Blade the creep. Not sure about that one. Ari low, Ari dead. Kiritich now going to bring Katomi back with him, so they cannot find that kill on the Wyvern.
Yeah, 3-3 trying to kind of punish a bit here with Whitemon. Now they're going to move to GPK. Does he really get caught here?
Hex, they find him. Everybody joins in, and the puck down. This TP is not, oh no, save. This is not what you want to have happen. 33, they're just chasing them down.
That's a preemptive tip.
Oh, he was so ready for that. Save is gone.
What?
Oh, man.
All right, Whitemon must just be a ghost. I thought they saw Whitemon. Maybe they didn't. I feel like the way they just played, they did not see the way Whitemon maneuvered in there. That's my only explanation. But I mean, they definitely saw by the time safety. I don't know, because right now 3-3's farming their ancient stack.
Yeah, this
just
is
so
really
you know.
Bad. This is really bad for Boom Boys.
This is a triple stack that he is taking away from them right now.
Yeah, this is quite bad. GPK comes in, and he can't really punish. Oh, man, there's nothing there. Lose so much net worth. Now 6,000 net worth on this Darkseer, who's had a hell of a game.
And Ari just keeping him tracked up here as he plays on this side of the map. They haven't blocked Centaur's camps quite yet. I imagine that's probably what he's doing right now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, very frustrating. Oh, Courier?
He's going to wait for it, maybe? No, just going to head out. Already on the hunt.
Yep, he's going to find GPK. Oh, that was a fat Courier going to Kataomi.
Throws out a track, runs away. Can't quite get that one. But, I mean, again, you're playing in an elimination game right now for Boom Boys. Your entire year of working to this point, wanting to make something happen, had good results, and to go out at this early stage of the tournament, be absolutely devastating for them.
It's massively.
Yeah.
It's like your dream is coming true, dude. It's a gargantuan Darkseer on the main stage. Like, he is 7K net worth right now. He's 800 ahead of BZM, who's also crushing this game.
Yes, he has been farming. There's no doubt about that.
They haven't even taken the bottom tier 1 in his lane. He's the most farmed in the game. It's such an interesting way to play it. Like, it's just been I mean, he did steal so many of their ancient stacks, which is like his good aggressive maneuver, but typically, if the offlaner is this farmed, you must have taken the tier 1 by now.
Right.
Oh, he goes Boots of Travel. This guy's playing Turbo. So we're going to have Boots of Travel onto the creep. We have Lina with the Boots of Travel. Now, this is kind of like when you buy a bunch of blinks and you fail to play, right?
48 minutes earlier than normal. That's crazy. He's like, I'm not dying, so I need a way to get new TPs.
I guess so.
It's the only solution. Yeah, I mean, all right. I will be honest.
Is this too much?
This is a little crazy. Like, they could go all in on him and definitely kill him now because he's not that like survivable on HP.
No, it's such an expensive purchase on a Darkseer of all heroes.
But they are going to TP in with the Lina, and they're going to be able to play fast. That's the other thing about this. So if it pays off, it's amazing. But there is a chance it doesn't pay off. Boil down, catch butt, TPK, and get back and away.
Have to curse the Helm creep to try and keep Kataomi alive right now.
Wise decision. It was going to kill him otherwise. Okay.
I'm of the opinion he's gone too far.
I think he might have cooked a little bit too much, too.
It just, I mean, if he just keeps accelerating, maybe it's not going to matter, but it feels like there were more impactful items, but we'll have to watch, right? It all comes down to how he utilizes this map movement to his advantage. Maybe he's trying to keep up with the global potential of the item, wants to always be able to respond, and they just want to make sure they're always outnumbering, because we've seen a lot of success from the Nature's Prophet. Maybe this is that same idea of, like, we don't want to be in a game where they just have more heroes all the time. But it's created this instance where they have a 5K lead, but stats-wise and like fight-wise,
yes,
they have to get in the correct position using these items to actually have a lead. Because you do not, you're not any tankier from the boots if you're stunned up.
No, he has 1,500 HP, and you're getting closer towards Kiritich. I mean, Kiritich is going to be level 12 now, but when he gets that 15 talent, that's where this can really start to amped up, and that's going to be the timing that Boom Boys want to try and fight. At that point, I'm imagining 33 is going to be able to have his pipe already online.
Yeah, the pipe going to be absolutely wonderful this game, obviously. There's a ton of magic damage coming here from the Radiant. I feel like the ability to slow down the farm of the IO has not been like fully realized in this game, which I think is very good news for Boom Boys, because I don't think they have the best like IO game this game. There's none of these crazy combos that we've seen. I wouldn't say that the Centaur's okay. I think it's another game where the Centaur cart doesn't feel great, to me at least, until like really late, when the IO becomes some insane like, level 25 beast. So I'm not imagining that comes out very early either. Puck, same situation. It's a bit of a slow burn for the tri-core here of Boom Boys, since their Puck didn't get off to any sort of a ripping start.
Right. And I guess that the thing about this too that will be a little bit interesting to watch is like, how do Iron Wing want to play this? Because they don't really have like great objective takers necessarily. Like Lina can be, but it's not a right-click Lina. And then it's like Doom is your other core. So are you trying to pressure towers, or are you just trying to accelerate your farm with kills?
Yeah, and he's about to have his Radiance on the Doom, which obviously makes him quite formidable, but he's probably just going to use that to farm into his Blink, I imagine. I mean, he might join for Tormentor, or he might walk into a Roach or something, but I don't think this Radiance is going to change the state of the game that much.
Yeah, they're just playing the map is what it feels like, trying to just farm up everything that they possibly can, wait for their item timings, or wait for the moment when they want to battle, and then they can run in there and do it. Time will tell. Save Ari finds him, and I mean, again, these kills very, very easy.
Yeah, the bounty has not been succeeding quite as much as they would hope so far. They've had a lot of good sentries on their side of the map. In that case, I think he just caught the Vanish is what it looked like, and was able to instantly dust. And he's also going to have an Essence Distiller now, and just like 3 gold for save. So that is a big problem for the bounty hunter. See how he likes it. Being tracked up and watched as he tries to escape. Does have a Tumbler's Toy. That's going to help now. And of course, the greedy one.
The completed pipe is also being flown out right now. So what they decide to do with this, pipe, Radiance, couple big things online, and then for the Lina, You're sitting there with the 4 staff good to go. A wraparound coming through the portal. Will they be able to find it?
I see some pings here from Boom Boys as well as Iron Wing, so I think Boom Boys are in the know. Of course, that didn't save GPK last time. I feel like he also knew what was happening last time he died.
Backing away. Spirits, do they chase it? Save.
There's definitely turnaround potential with the Essence Distiller. It could give them the vision to fight this. Kataomi coming in first, has that curse ready. Grouped up between the Doom and the line, and they're way in behind. Save, gonna pop smoke.
Yeah, they jump for him. Gonna get an easy bring down. So they'll take out the Hoodwink, but that keeps the rest of the cores alive. The problem is you are playing against Bounty Hunter, right? So the track gold matters.
Yeah, and that's something they've been lacking a bit this game. Obviously, only 6 kills so far. They would love to rack up a few more. The ball's a bit of an issue, you know.
Yari.
If he happens to run into them or something, and revenge.
Yeah, they're ready.
Oh, buddy, you're running out of places to run to.
There is nowhere left to go. So the Stomp comes out, and now Kiritich comes in for the finish on this IO. And completed Aghanim Scepter, working towards the BKB, almost level 15. They're hitting their timings on Boom Boys. How strong is it going to be, though?
Yeah, that is definitely the big question. It's going to be coming into, again, this Blink Dagger on Pure, so he's going to be trying to remove someone from these engagements. So even when they do catch back up, this Doom is going to be crucial.
Just camping a ward right now, waiting for anybody to step into this area and save.
Same spot.
Jump in, GBK, silence onto 2. Now the coil connects onto the Lion. Doom, Pure, Hoodwink, he's in trouble. Pure low, Pure gone. EZM gotta run out of there before things get even worse. Slowed down by the Croaker, chasing in with Kiritich. He finds him with the Sun. 33 is there, but does he really have enough? GBK suddenly alone has to jaunt away and is going to go for the jump. Good bushwhack save, but there it is! The Winter's Curse comes out and now taking down the Bounty Hunter.
Oh, that was cute. The Splinter Blast as well to finish the kill. Very nice from Kataomi. Well played. And GBK narrowly escaping there with the jaunt into the Blink. And they were trying to control the space. I mean, they felt like this is the formation they play. You saw at the end of last game, they're so good at setting these like perfect little formations when they have their ideas, but sometimes they get locked into those ideas, like this formation to push the tier 2 in last game, and they kept doing it after the ages. And in this case, they're holding this area of the jungle. And it starts out kind of okay, but it just wasn't quite perfect enough. You got a little bit outplayed, and now you've lost all this space. And every time you get pushed back on your side of the map, it just means that you're further and further away from helping out your Bounty Hunter to keep accelerating these kills. So like, the waves are going to start pushing out now for Boom Boys. You're really going to need these boots of travel, I guess, to make your way to Ari if he's playing real deep.
Well, and I didn't want to bring it all the way back to there, but I will say, if you're leading by like 4K and you have 2 boots of travels, in the fights, are you really leading by 4K?
You got to run.
Not really.
Only if you're running.
Yes, exactly. And these heroes were very susceptible getting blown up. And again, you think about that Doom. You think of this as a big, strong, burly hero. Only 1,700 HP with the Radiance.
TP out from Kataomi. Save going to get caught again here, though.
So Iron Wing get a little bit of retribution for themselves. Boom Boys finding some openings for themselves, but it is by no means out of the woods. This is still an incredibly strong Iron Wing team that has a tremendous amount of push potential. EZM goes in there for a moment, force out the glyph, back away on GBK.
And you saw Pure pivoting there. He bought the Blink, instantly sold it, and is instead going towards that BKB. So it feels like that's the better option here because, probably because they can't afford 2 boots of travel on the Blink Dagger right now, stats-wise. We need a little bit of tankability on someone here. Like, we got to make sure that this pipe is actually useful.
The Darkseer one Blink too. Yeah, so not a lot of stats on these heroes. They're still very susceptible to Kiritich, who has 2,500 HP just about.
Yeah. I mean, this is the complete, we are trying to outplay you item build.
Yes.
Like, that's what they're saying. We think we will play these fights better. We will be in a better position. We will get a better jump, which in theory you should be because you have this Bounty Hunter, but they're playing it really nicely on the side of Boom Boys. I'd like to see even more Observer Sentry combos if they could, because I feel like Iron Wing are constantly just like forcing this because they have to. Because they have these boots of travel, you can kind of guarantee that this Bounty Hunter is going to be roaming pretty deep.
Smoke up from GPK and Save. And heading into this area, they're walking directly towards the pit where a high priority target is up on the high ground. And it looks like they're getting close to finding him. Oh, but a good blink away. Darkseer gets out of trouble.
Blink here from Whitemon. He's hit some pretty big stuns before in the past.
33, playing it safe, sends out his creep, not going to get found.
All right, so he gets pushed back to his side. They are under an Ob Sentry combo here as well, so you're going to see them moving out of there. Don't think they saw the placement of the observer wards, but good chance they get dewarded here if Ari brings in some sentries. For now, things quieting down a little bit. No Tormentor taken, no Roche taken by the 23-minute mark.
Elimination match. Playing this one safe. Puck, I mean, very safe. Next item queued up is the Aeon Disc. Yeah.
That is the battle mode for sure.
Ari.
Just to me, that's like, I just got to get over the hump, and then we're going to be okay.
Arrow finds him. Big hit with the heart out. It's a long duration stun, and Bounty dead. Now looking for more. The good winners. Curse connects, but a back wall even better from 33. Kiritich is already BKB'd, but not going to be able to get out of this one. The Cold Embrace will not save you. You're on the mark. They find and kill the Wyvern. That is the fight they're waiting for on Iron Wing, and Nero realizes it's not going to work. Has to cancel the TP. The stomp is there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this. They got the Lina moving in, also an Iron Wing. Sensing some weakness, move in, find 3 kills.
GBK did get a pickup onto the line at the very least, get them a little bit there, but I mean, that they needed that blink play from 3-3 desperately. Well played by him, making use of this itemization here. Now they're trying to find something onto the puck down bottom. Gets out though, GBK. And now save.
The bushwhack.
Gets one.
They don't really have enough damage here. Yeah, BZM is going to live through it. In essence, Distiller, but like, I mean, just these right clicks, feeling desperate to get anything. It's not going to work. Iron Wing take the tier 2 tower. It's 10-10, but it's a 6,000 gold lead.
I can really appreciate that, though. The use of the boots of travel to immediately move down here, almost open an opportunity onto GPK and get this tower. This is what they needed with the itemization they've gone for. And now, after the BKB, Kira has this Blink Dagger, and Kiritich, man, these fights get a little hard. He's not this massive IO that you need to be to really dominate the game, specifically against the Doom. Now, that being said, you know, there was a Necrophos game last night. I was really worried for Digma. Like, going late as a Necrophos versus Doom, it's a hard game to play. They managed to win that one.
Yeah.
So Doom is definitely not the end-all be-all to these like big healing-centric heroes. I think IO less countered as well than the Necrophos, you could say. But they are already into an objective now. That Neon Disc ready here for GPK. Still 5-1-1, having a very nice game here on this puck. And with the Aeon Disc, we're expecting he wants to be pretty aggressive getting in there to make sure there's no good jump plays from this Blink Dagger off shore.
And this is a very cool move, trying to get this done. And they're going to finish off the Aegis right as Roche leaves. So Iron Wing might have been getting set up down bottom for that Roche take potential.
Yes, they started circling.
This signals a little bit of a win for the Boom Boys. Mainly just taking that Aegis away from Iron Wing.
It's going to be a really hard time in the game to play, though, for Boom Boys, because you have to be considering that you are going to get out-pushed constantly because of these double boots of travel that are here on the side of Iron Wing. So anyone who goes out to push a lane by themselves, like, it kind of just has to be safe, honestly. I mean, the Wyvern can go do it too, but it's quite a bit slower. Here, just being focused down here by BZM, it shouldn't be lethal or anything, but it's definitely a little fearful. You know, your Aegis hero just being bullied a bit here, seemingly with nothing you can do about it.
Trying to get into Mjolnir is going to be the next ask for the Boom Boys. Still very tanky, but also you're starting to build up that HP on the side of Iron Wing. BZM finishing the Satanic. The BKBs are done now too.
Yeah, a bit of like a mixed build sort of, right? Like the Kaya, Herky Pike, Satanic, but just see that the damage runs out, which is the case for Boom Boys. I was this weird sort of consistent damage. It's just the balls flowing out there until you get to the Mega late game where you have this Daedalus and like the multi-hitting and everything.
For Centaur, deciding that it is now time to go into that Aghanim Scepter. So Miero has that next on the mind for himself. Imagine it's going to be a little while before they're able to get it.
Sometimes the workhorse is also just for yourself in a lot of ways, you know? Like, it's not this incredible, like, Drow or Muerta or someone to save and then, like, play aggressive with it. Yeah, it was still fine. The puck is still fine, but the ability for you to also just keep moving with the additional workhorse in those fights can often just be the big difference maker anyway.
Heritage moving in, but they're bringing in numbers now. Lots of Blink Daggers on Iron Wing. Can chase this if they want.
He was guard for Vision.
They're thinking about it. 33 opening up. Fine save. Now the silence. Not bad. Coil out. Big damage. He needs to get something off. 33 in trouble. 33 low. 33 dead.
One.
And still chasing. Finding the kill onto Whitemon. Pure now. His BKB is wearing out. Katomi's right there. Relocate the chase down. They've got Pure in their sights, and back and forth the pendulum swings. Boom Boys.
Something about like 27 minutes in the game, they really come online, these guys. And they start to figure stuff out. Beautiful stuff here, and showing again, like Darkseer, you know, most 17K Darkseers, a little tankier.
Yep.
Like that's just the reality of it. But he just barely wasn't able to get out of that, a little bit of min-maxing, perhaps, thinking like, yeah, they don't have that much damage on Boom Boys, but if they link it together like that, if there's no save coming up from your line in time, will get punished.
Well, it's why Dota is such a beautifully balanced game too, right? Because you have all these items, you've got Shivas, you got Blink Dagger, you got these things to try and help your team with the pipe, and it's everything to try and make the rest of your squad stronger. But then he's becoming a little bit more vulnerable and weak.
Yep.
And so it definitely, when you go out there and you're that front foot forward, Boom Boy is able to take advantage and destroy him. And going in for the Hex next.
That relocate is ready to go here now. 40-second cooldown with the level 20 talent. Very frightening.
Oh yeah.
So you must be very cautious. That it's kind of flipped the script a little bit now, right? This idea of how much do you want to separate on Iron Wing with all these boots of travel? Are you going to be a little bit more linked together than you want to be? Very quick pause. Katomi already ready to go here.
All right, let's take a breath, everybody. This is
okay, take a little stretch here, folks. Just stand up, twist it around a bit here. Do your squats.
I mean, the panel said that they thought this was going to be going to a game 3. Now, that said, when this turnaround happened in the last game, immediately afterwards, Iron Wing took an amazing fight and started to blow everything
they just
up.
Ended it.
Yes.
It was just dunzo.
But that was CK. That's a different dynamic than Doom. And look at the swing back. Man.
It is how it's feeling right now. And some big talents still coming up here pretty soon. Level 20 for Puck and Centaur. Almost achieved. What do we have on Whitemon? He's got Blink, he's got Glimmer, he's going for the Aether Lens. So a lot of pressure on him in these fights for sure.
Okay, this is a nice little move for them. Whitemon, please don't die to this. Glimmer Cape, yeah, he's out there.
They miss out on Ari. They get him with a dust. So Tormentor, but Ari kind of scouting him out, making sure that his team was going to get it safely, which they did. But they will lose not only to the Bounty Hunter, but their Tier 2 in the bottom lane. And Tier 2 also facing some pressure. Means they're not going to get the outpost. The map control really moving heavily into Boom Boy's favor at the moment. There is an Iron Shell Croaker doing its best to hit the Radiance here. Not quite the same effect.
33. Now having a Centaur for himself. There's obviously some big potential there for getting a big vacuum into a hoof stomp from the Centaur, and because obviously the Doom also has one. The team fight potential out of this lineup could be pretty nuts if they can find people grouped together, but Boom Boys have been doing a good job of keeping things separated.
There's an interesting moment that could happen though with Lina moving in towards this Daedalus. She's only 100 gold away. Io only has 20 armor, which sounds like a lot, but Darkseer wall gets me Io hits decent hard. Get the illusion out. It's helping. Get the puck illusion. Anybody to help beating into this Io a little bit. Plus, of course, if there's a Doom, it's already hard enough just to play the fight without any sort of healing or regen coming out.
I mean, that's where Katomi is going to need to be quick on the fingers, definitely with either a Winter's Curse or a Cold Embrace. And the big be-all, end-all in this is going to be the Doom as well, right?
Yep.
If Pure is able to find that good target, things could start to look a lot better. But yeah, Daedalus done. Strong right-click damage out from Iron Wing. And if you blow up the Io, the fight is really hard for Boom Boys to take after that.
Yeah. There's also an issue where this is a game where if you're just looking at 4 of the Boom Boys heroes, I think that the Doom Eggs looks pretty good. But versus the Stampede, it's a liability.
Yes.
Because then, obviously the Stampede can just escape multiple people away from your Doom, and then it just ends. So the targeting of the IO can be better. That being said, you can also just use the eggs and still get the IO. It's also pretty good.
Right.
You like to play with his buddies.
Although he's just going straight for the heart on Pure.
Yes, he is.
The right click.
No, he just wants to be a little stronger, a little healthier. I mean, I've never seen so much value in percent-based damage, as this tournament. Hearts all over the place. So heroes like Winter Wyvern are getting a big boost because of that, as you've heard many people talk about.
Now, last game, if we remember, it was these deep wards placed down by Whitemon, by Ari, to set up for a winning battle. There is a deep ward placed over by the off lane. Yes, what's that?
He was going to go for a BKB, but 3-3 switched.
Oh, he did it. Here. Dude, this is what I've been talking about. I've been waiting for these guys to pick up the Crozier.
It's a pretty incredible Crozier game.
Because also, look, he was at like, what, maybe 2,000, 1,800 HP. Now he's up to 2,500. This item with the pipe, I feel like, is so nice in this game because it reduces all of that healing that they're playing around. The Centaur, everything. Gives him that tank ability, gives him what he needs to survive.
We'll see if that can be the difference maker here for them. Speaking of healing, that Satanic now out for Kiritich. So hitting for a solid 240 or so.
Yeah.
With the Satanic, that's a lot of health. The Doom is very, very valuable this game. And because he was a carry, as you can see, he doesn't even have the shard yet on this Doom. No Midas required, no shard. He is now considering it just so he can get some better abilities, perhaps. Lincoln Sphere now done for the puck as well. They understand the mission.
The other thing, too, is as everybody's been getting these Essence Distillers, it means there's less Spirit Vessels, there's less anti-healing. We saw this in the Liquid games the other day with the Largo Io. No Spirit Vessels, no Croziers picked up. They had a lineup where it was tough to do it on anyways. But the value of having this against the saves, I think, is going to be interesting to watch.
And I think Boom Boys are just playing for this, mega late IO.
Yes.
Now, I'll be curious to see what happens with the talent. We've seen a lot of the relocate ones, but we have the tether.
Oh, do they know? Kiritich, he's just off to the side. Whitemon.
I'll follow the courier.
Wrapping around.
The Wyvern will be a great get.
They're going to find one. Jumps on the GPK. That's not good enough there to the side.
What a card.
Perfectly fine and nothing coming out. TP's away on the Doom. And 33 dead.
Disaster from Iron Wing. They go deep with the smoke. Look how stone cold he is. He's not even smiling. He just single-handedly saved his IO from being exploded. He's like, days work.
Well, part of that too was they went on two different targets. Like one half of the fight was going up the hill, the other half saw the IO and a little zigged when they should have zagged, and it all fell apart.
Ari's got a blink dagger in an empty slot. He's gonna try and make this play. He's desperate right now. He's above the pit.
Ari does not want to have to play.
Oh, the dust is out. He's caught.
No, they got him. Ari goes down. And Boom Boys, another Aegis in hand for Kiritich. 34 minutes in, Boom Boys have come up with the answers.
Relocate. Down for the wisdom. Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Level 24. It's coming.
He's going to be so strong.
Please take the tethered ally.
You think so?
Yeah, get the puck. Come on.
Oh, the puck would be interesting.
Right? He's got Parasma.
Hey.
He's got 2,500 gold. GBK's just waiting to see which talent he takes. He's like, hey, bud, come on. Let's have a little bit of fun here.
I mean, so a quick commentary, too. You're talking about Miero not cracking the smile, not doing anything after he gets that big save on Kiritich. It speaks to the pressure in this game, right? Yeah. This team on the verge of elimination. Boom Boys, they started to bring back game number one, and it kind of faltered a bit. It's not inconceivable. Like, Dota is a game where everything can shift so rapidly if they're for a second off their guard.
Yeah, especially against a team like Iron Wing.
Yes.
Yeah. And they still, we talk about these tools a lot. The blink daggers, the boost of travel. Those tools are the kind of things that change games like this, where it's just one quick play and suddenly they're back on your side of the map. You lose a couple of heroes, they're pressuring your tower. You think, oh, I can shovel this wave. You lose a third hero, and suddenly the game has just completely lost all the momentum you had built up in it.
Like, if you're at home watching these scenes and saying, why are you doing that? It's like, it feels different in this arena, I'll say that.
The spaghetti Dota comes out in full force at TI. As we saw last night, I mean, those were some of the most spaghetti and glorious games I've ever seen. I think Malady put it well when he said, we played really poorly in that game, but luckily they played worse. That's kind of how we felt. It's just like, you know, obviously their worst is so far superior to our best, but they can feel that pressure. It makes them create more mistakes every single game than usual.
Well, we see another one of these items getting out now as well. Going to be the Eye of Scotty. You've seen that health restoration again. More ways to try and stop Boom Boys. And question is, do they have enough tools now to deal with this?
It's interesting though, because I mean, BZM, he has no eggs.
Right.
He has no BKB. He is fully dependent on the Satanic to survive in these engagements. So the Stampede is a big point of pressure for him. And also, like, you know, just a curse, like just a bushwhack in the back line. The smallest little maneuver could wreck him, even a coil.
Right, he took it. He took it.
The tethered ally?
He did. He
All
got
right,
it.
Can we get the eggs? Always going Octarine on the puck? Brother, GPK. My sir, I'm going to need you to change that item quick by.
We just want to see cool stuff. They want to win. He's letting the creep, the range creep, need extra ones, but they jump and they find him.
Get A on this though.
Okay, fine.
Bit of a waste on a curse. I think panic there.
A little bit.
Not necessary.
Cart drops 2.
Time to back it up.
Are we seeing the spaghetti? Kiritich, he gets stunned right on the edge. Coil now onto 2, breaks the coil, backs away.
Coil gets them out. They can't chase after it. They don't have good options versus it because of the lack of BKBs.
Right now?
No, you leave.
Yeah.
You back it up. You got 2 minutes on the Aegis. Like, you're going to take Panic back up, reset, take a breath. But Iron Wing, I think, could chase. I think they're going to smoke. Yeah, instant smoke. They're coming out here. Doom, blink and 1.
They're looking, they're thinking. Kiritich.
All right, he's ready for the blink. Can they find the center in behind? Does he blink past the IO? No.
Teleporting away immediately. Now trying to control. Do they have enough there to keep him alive? There it is, the save. Pure drops the Doom on the Centaur. Not sure if that one's going to be good enough. We'll see. Katomi being chased by 33. They're going to find him down, but Kiritich surviving, but not long enough.
BZM's just in.
That's 1 life dead. 2 supports gone, 1 from each team. Kiritich kind of isolated. Miro pops that one now, and it's going to be a teleport back to the tier 2 tower. As they decide no more chase. Miro going to TP away as well. And he does.
An instant TP down bottom here from 3-3. He just wants to keep this pressure going.
Okay.
Can he find something here, though? Or is he just going to farm his way backwards?
No, I mean, that's... Oh, Aegis down. That will make you think for a second.
I mean, the time was running a little low anyway, so not the biggest loss. I think the fact they get out after is certainly a large win here. But you could actually instantly see the value that would have been in the relocate cast delay. He would have gotten out there.
Yeah.
If he had taken the other talent.
Right.
And they might have kept that Aegis alive. And it will be the Octarine core here. So dreams shattered for a little bit.
I mean, we're getting to the point where he's going to get axed. Surely. This is that feel to me, at least in this game. I mean, obviously things could turn around quickly and they could run it down, but it has had the cadence this game of big fight, take a little objective, back out.
This feels so much later than 39 minutes.
Yes.
Like looking at the itemization of these heroes, like we have so many heroes that are just so stocked up on items right now. And it feels like one of those super tense late games. We got level 25s all over the place here. Oh, hey, he took the... Oh, wait, I think... Did they fix the Lena thing? I'm alive.
Well, they do.
Surely they fixed
it. Waning Rift 25 on the puck now, too. Extra distance out for it. So more maneuverability, bigger AoEs out from the puck. A late game wraps picked up for Ari.
Yeah, he's had the cube for a very long time. I mean, it gives him a little bit of more survivability when he's moving around the other side of the map. Might just be enough movement speed to get him out. Slight barrier. I mean, he already has the blink. I feel like we did maybe a Force Staff could have been a choice instead for a similar idea and something to help his allies, I think.
I mean, my guess is also he's going to be going for that 15 damage taken in Shadow Walk talent as well. So if you're sort of doubling down on damage reduction, it makes sense to get a little passive one along the way.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's just it's hard to play this hero this game. Like your teams, they played in the doldrums for like the last 15 minutes or so, and Bounty Hunter is very bad in that state of the game. Unless you're sniping a bunch of couriers, which Ari hasn't been able to do. Now he is trying it. Well, he's got to have a very greedy track, but he gets back to his team.
And Bushwhack finds him. Lena in trouble. Broken, stomped out. No BKB anything. They're going to back this out. And now the vacuum wall. Crozier for follow-up. Not looking amazing for Iron Wing as of yet. Do they try and go for more? In fact, yeah, Pure needs to back out. He's in a lot of trouble there.
Still holding his BKB. Good read that he gets out on that.
Bold move. And able to be surged away. But this is what I mean. These like little engagements where they don't want to fully commit, because if you go all the way in, you're either winning or you're losing, and they're not confident they're winning.
No, apparently not the team is. They are very tanky across the board here. So hard to get that final bit of damage. And BZM finally thinking like, I need something defensive here. I think when it looked like Boom Boys were going to be pressuring into the base, he was thinking about just getting the Yasha Kaya to just sort of like round out his build. But now he's like, okay, we got some time, a little bit of breathing room.
Yep.
I can get a BKB, slot that in instead. And there it is, though. The Aghanim Scepter purchased up for Pure. So we'll see how he's able to make use of it. There is, so interesting, because there's the Lincoln Sphere on GPK. So there's still this risk of ever casting it aggressively, but if you cast it on yourself, you're dealing with the Stampede. So he has to find this balance of, what is the risk value worth? Like if you try and go for the Ags cast onto the enemy and it gets Lincolns, you're going to feel so stupid. And you're going to be regretting it. Yeah. But if they Stampede out of it, you're also going to be having these same emotions.
I think that it's, reading the fight, understanding when is the right time to go. If it's a late self-cast on Ags, if you're able to bait out that Stampede early, that starts to make more sense. And also, the other thing about the AoE Doom is then you're not going to be able to get the saves from the Centaur.
Yeah.
Right? So that's something else to watch.
Yeah, he does not have any cast range buffs at all. So the workhorse is a pretty tight one.
Smoke up now, wrapping around the high ground. BZM.
They don't see him there.
Oh, if they cut eyes. Yes, they got him. Oh my God, they found him. BZM brought down, does have buyback. Roche, a minute before it's going to respawn. It is capable of respawning now. Obviously, team's not aware of it yet. Although actually, I think they have a creep in there. Kiritich does, so he'll know. Yeah.
It has buyback, but massive pick for Boom Boys because they can just force things out here, scout out everything, get some really good wards down that are going to be very hard to deal with. That being said, they're actually walking through some wards. They don't scan the high ground with the gem, so they're just running under a dire ward at the moment. Bit of a mistake there.
They just, okay, they didn't get close enough.
No, they just, I mean, he just didn't throw it up. Yeah. Oh, well, they placed it after the gem had moved past, so they never secured that vision.
Let's hope that could not come to bite them.
We call this foreshadowing, everyone.
Honestly, that's something that could make a massive difference in a couple of minutes here. If this turns into a fight and they retreat back,
they are using it right now with how he's playing, right?
Yes.
Like, he's got the safety to his left.
There is an anticipation that they are going to be okay, and now
Carter
jumps forward, already backs him away, saves him out. Now the Doom there onto the IO, he's still got him caught with the hits. They keep on coming. Good damage, vacuum wall up to the high ground. 33 finds him. Miro is stuck in the trees.
33's almost dead.
Things getting spicy. Things getting very spicy, but they're forcing down these racks. Now, Lina is respawning. They're retreating through that vision. Would love to be able to chase here, but it's just a little bit too late. And now they're going to be able to go back and take out the ward.
Oh, snap. There was a ward there, guys. Great play from Boom Boys to recognize they don't have the damage that they have. We can go high ground. I mean, you saw it, right? That was a giant wall vacuum. Doom got in there. He's dooming everybody. Nice spacing there from GBK to get the edge of the Doom, so the saves could still come out there from Miro. But they know if there's no BZM, we're not going to die. They got one hero spot, all damage, but he couldn't get it as he was dead in the grave. Now Pure picking up the refresher. We've had first Doom, but he's hoping for a second. 3-3, another cheeky hump creep gets found in the Roach Pit as they send in Kiritich all on his lonesome.
They're pushing out mid first, and then likely we're going to see Iron Wing get together for some type of a move. They smoke up. GPK going to be the first person forward. Aeon Disc still on cooldown. Ion Disc on cooldown for 15 more seconds. Kiritich not afraid of the jump, it seems.
Look at Miro. He's so ready.
He's absolutely ready.
Off sentry combo here from the Dire.
LSA hits. BZM backs away. Trying to retreat. GPK there. He don't take it strong. He didn't pick me at all. He's out. The right clicks are gone. There is nothing left there, but can they do enough with just BZM? He's hit very hard. Kiritich just dropped it low. BZM trying to kill him, but there's just too much heal. Without the Doom, you're doomed. BZM is gone. No buyback. And with 3 dead. Boom Boys have put themselves in position to push this to a game number 3. Triple kill GPK. Give them another one.
The Bounty Hunter. He might finally lose a game on the main stage here, folks. And of course, it's going to be the IO. Boom Boys. You know, they came in, they said, if that IO gets left in, we're ready for it. We can play it. Maybe they were trying to play with the Largo last game, got a little greedy. I don't know.
Oh, this is what you want to see. They step up, eyes on the prize, focusing down now. The tier 4 towers, there is a glyph. There is a buyback that's there for the Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter, but I just don't think that they've got enough in the tank now to deal with this. They will go for the buyback at this point. They'll try and hold. Save is there. They vacuum him into the fountain. Nothing doing. They're not going to be able to stop this at all. And as they focus down the throne, 33 has already used his wall. There's the Crozier out. Not going to do a damn thing. Boom Boys take that lead, push this to a game 3.
Excellent work pushing there when they got that kill on the dude. That completely ended the game for Boom Boys. Once they recognize, we just go right now. All right, they got nothing that can fight us. First, it's when the Lena's down. Like they need everything on the side of Iron Wing to win this. And Boom Boys recognize that they just don't got left in them. And you go back to this game early on, like they spent so much on map control, on blink, on boots of travel, and they didn't progress it enough. They didn't get the big enough lead. They didn't get enough plays for the Bounty Hunter as you would hope for. And I don't know if we'll see them go back to it. I don't know if they're ready as a team to play around that hero to the point where you need to.
Well, I also think that it was a tremendous job from Boom Boys of taking these like measured losses, reading the map, dodging away from Iron Wing. You have 2 boots of travel heroes, Helm of the Dominator, and they didn't end up getting picked off by the Bounty Hunter either. A tremendous performance of macro play out of the Boom Boys as they were able to take this one there. As the coach said, they were not ready. It can't end for them like this. We're going to game 3.
It cannot end this way. We heard it indeed from Coach Bulk. What a showing of Boom Boys with their backs against the rope. And this is where this team in the past has struggled, where that pressure did become too much for them. But we saw it here. When that pressure is on, they are still able to perform, Rhea.
Honestly, great game. I mean, it's all of a slow build up, but they certainly were being pressured. I think Iron Wing were playing so far up on their map, like even behind tier 2 towers, probably when they shouldn't have, to be honest. But yeah, no, Boom Boys did a really good job of keeping tier 2 farmed. I think they just mostly took really good advantage of some mistakes. You know, punishing mistakes in a game like this is the #1 thing you have to do to win. They did it great.
I mean, Kiritich in game 1 and game 2, he had the farm, but there was other things kind of going wrong for the team in game 1, why they were to lose. This time around, I think Miro, he stepped up. GPK, he stepped up, right? The Centaur, of course, from the offlane on Miro, like he was able to do his job, constantly being a thorn in Iron Wing's side, providing those saves. Like we already mentioned that the limited lockdown Iron Wing had between the Lion and the Doom, and I feel like the Centaur and then even the Winter Wyvern to some degree did so much work at just prolonging their survivability, whoever gets jumped, that we never got to see the big kills. On top of that, Iron Wing's initiation, there's some room to question. I mean, bad. 33 and Pure, they were like blinking in different directions, jumping alone in the high ground. Like, I'm honestly a little shocked at kind of Iron Wing's mid game, but alas, we're not there yet. We are looking at the early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the few key problems we saw yesterday when they played as well on the Iron Wing side. Whenever Neta has to play like the initiator, it just doesn't really feel like he's super comfortable. Like, even in this game, they started the game really well. Like the first 10, 15 minutes, it was great. They had like a 3-4K lead, and then there's this one fight at top where he actually just decided to dagger in. Like, I think the way he plays the dagger, whenever he needs to be the first point of initiation, he just does it in a way where it's too forced. Like, he doesn't see a very clear way. He just wants to start, but he doesn't really know how to start it. So whenever you look at their games, if Pure is the one starting the fight, usually the fight's great. Like when he's playing the CK or the Sven, but if Pure is not the one starting the fight,
yeah, this is the one in question, right? Like this kind of the solo blink up by the Darks here. Now they're trying to like disengage, and then Pure is also by himself trying to jump the IO, and like it's this fight and multiple other fights where the same story happens, and at that point it's like, Boom Boys, they're not making these type of errors. They're playing together. They're always in a huddle. The support's in the right position. Puck is being super elusive, super annoying. Kiritich is kind of dangling himself in the creep wave, going like, please try and do me, because if you do, I trust my man Miro to save me, right? So it's completely different teams that coming into game 2.
Super strong showing. Very happy to see them getting that success here on the main stage. And now for both teams, of course, with that win under their belt, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in game number 3. But one thing stood out from the way we were just talking about how this game went down, that Boom Boys, they had a lineup that made it very easy for them to capitalize on mistakes being made. And that also implies that Iron Wing was just making a lot of mistakes. And I want to focus on that part because Iron Wing making those type of mistakes, Rhea, I feel like that's a little uncharacteristic for them.
I feel like it's quite characteristic.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of why we're seeing them in the lower bracket, right?
Yeah.
I think they just seem to be on different pages with each other. I think T brought up an excellent point. One of the clips we didn't even see there is another fight where half the team goes one way and Pure blinks on the back line for a hoodwink and doesn't even kill him and then ends up dying. It's like they just seem like their communication is all over the place. I don't think they have like a solid idea of what they're doing. This game, for example, in the panel beforehand, I said I wanted to see Bounty Hunter blocking the camps for Io and making sure that he literally can't do anything. They did the lane part perfectly. I think they won their lane. They got so much farm on the darks here. It was fantastic. But Bounty Hunter left this Io well alone to just keep taking the double camps and then farm the lane and then get all the farm he needed. None of the other cores on Boom Boys had a game except Kiritich. Why were we not shutting him down in like one of the most simplest ways?
That's because Iron Wing, they play on efficiencies. So when 33 went to the side camps to farm, Ari then took the wave. So in the minutes that other teams might have played wave to block camps, they played for jungle camps and wave. So they were getting double the gold. So they played for money, thinking that double efficiency would outweigh the IO. Of course, in hindsight, block camps, but in the moment, the way that these players have played for the entire year, they think about gold and they think about their own levels and XP, not always trying to shut down the opponent.
I don't think it needs to be body blocking and expending like your resources to, be sitting on him in invis. I think it can be as simple as a sentry. Like if you watch those bottom camps, there's never a sentry there either by either team, right? They're never forced to have to unblock it. The supports can go play freely in the other lanes because no one has to attend to dewarding this camp. I think it's like a small thing that just could have made the game better.
It's not actually a small thing. I think it's a very big deal. You have Bounty Hunter, so there's literally no excuse that you can't do it. You can do it, and it's not just about the goal, it's about the XP, because if Io gets to level 15 with the Aghanim's, it's just such a big power spike in the game itself.
Yeah, speaking of power spikes, this was one of them.
Yeah. This was a really nice mistake punish that we talked about. Iron Wing were just playing way too far up. They keep trying to kill the Hoodwink behind tier 2 towers, and I think Boom Boys this time were kind of ready for it. They set up, they had Wyvern in position, and also your Puck is playing towards them for once, so when they step forward too much, they actually able to punish it, coil, fight, they bring in the IO reload, it's the first effective use of it, and then they just push them back. This is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, this is a smooth fight for Boom Boys there, absolutely. There were a couple of other fights where it was actually Iron Wing having a solid performance. Just a couple minutes later, Winter, there was a fight that you wanted to get some more attention on.
Yeah, I think this was the fight where they kind of like overextended. They tried to like push things too much. I think they got caught by the Winter's Curse and they didn't really get the right jump.
But also, it's like this is a fight for like Boom Boys where like you get the Bounty Hunter kill, and then you've put yourself in a position where Iron Wings, for a rare moment in the game, actually see the heroes they want to kill, and they can try and, to some degree, cleanly do it. But the problem is, they never could replicate this. It was kind of like a one blip in an entire game, where after this, I think Boom Boys then recalibrated really nicely, and then they were always offering up the correct heroes. So it's like one little mistake in the mid game from Boom Boys, but not enough to really give Iron Wing the ability to kind of close out the game.
Yeah, they did not close out the game. There were a couple more fights that led to Boom Boys eventually closing out the game, and one of them was, I think, the most damning, Rhea, for Iron Wing, where it was clear that they weren't on the same page.
Yeah, they were like just, as he said, in different directions. I honestly think something that was amazing for this fight, it was more of the setup of it. They snuck the Aegis. This Aegis is massive because it makes Pure confused on who to go on. Right, his goal every game, even disregarding the Centaur card, he wants to doom this IO because it means he can't heal. It means he can't give that healing to someone else on his team. It basically ruins their highest net worth carry. But when Doom can't do that because there's an Aegis, he's going on a Hoodwink instead. You have the rest of his team. Doxer blinking in on who knows what. There's no idea of what to do. I think
Yeah, but this fight was started poorly though. I feel like Darkseer blinked up. They had no vision, and he blinked up the high ground, and he popped his Shivas, and then he exposed his own position, and he got caught by Bushrock, and then he just died. So I don't know how much of that was pure like he's not knowing what to do, because the Darkseer kind of forced him to do something, because the moment he blinked up, you have to go with him.
That felt like, you know, playing Overthrow at 2 a.m. in the morning. You know, that was not a fight. That was honestly, that was kind of egregious RB roll, lads. So I'm hoping for Iron Wing's sake, they shake that off going to game 3. Because if they play like that, then we are going to be talking about Boom Boys progressing through the lower bracket, because there are some weird things happening in the initiation from Iron Wings.
Yeah, I know, Winter, that when we were watching the game in the green room, you said, you know, give me some time to be a little critical about one player in particular, and you do mean a 33 on the Darkseer.
I think it's not just a hero-based thing. I think the way he plays the game, if he's the one that needs to be the first hero jumping in, it usually doesn't really work out on them. And I went back to think about like the Bounty Hunter. One of the reasons why they don't really like Bounty Hunter and they like heroes like Hoodwink, they've already multiple times opened their draft with Hoodwink, because it gives them a way to start the fight. So it doesn't put so much burden on the offlaner to be the hero that starts the fight. So I think this is like a problem where it's not going to be removed, but they have to use the draft to kind of compensate. You know, they need more ways of starting the fight, and it has to be on the pause 4 or the pause 5 to start the fights.
But we also have to respect the fact that in both games, Iron Wing around the 10-15 minute mark has been having like 5,000 gold lead, 6,000 gold lead. They've been super aggressive, so it's not as if we're looking at a Iron Wing or the previous org names that they won earlier in the year was like the boring Dota. Like, they're playing aggressive, they're doing these like overlapping motions, like they're playing the Dota that is like honestly quite exciting. It is the fact that when they enter the mid game, they seem to like mute mics, go crazy, and something goes wrong. So it's like, if they can just solve that, I don't mind the concept of their drafts, the concept of what they're trying to achieve. They just don't have the discipline to execute on the pacing they're trying to go for. But it's also the pacing that allowed them to get through the group stage. So they haven't changed their identity. It's just they're so quick in nature that it's going to have mistakes.
Yeah, I think, Ray, at both games that we've seen have indeed, for the first like 21-ish minutes, had the same formula. Laning stage, Iron Wing as well. And then there's that one fight where the items are online for Boom Boys, and they take a fight, and the game is almost back to even again.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things that I noticed from when Boom Boys stabilized the game in the mid is that they had way better vision control. We saw that they were the only team with a gem for quite some time, and they had perfectly warded and sentryed their jungle entrances on top and bottom. So we saw the map go from Iron Wing playing behind their tier 2s and crushing their side of the map to a completely even split where Boom Boys do actually now have way more farming room and space, and you see the other cores that are not just Kiritich actually start to catch up and then have the net worth to take these fights evenly.
I mean, it's always the repercussion of like beating an aggressive team when they're at your tier 2. When you get that kill, you get the fresh air to then break back onto the map, right? So I think once you overcome that initial hurdle, an early gem pickup, you'll always be able to have that vision advantage if you can win that fight, which clearly Boom Boys are finding the fights to win.
Yeah, Winter, if you were on the side of Boom Boys, how much effort would you put in the laning stage and them being able to finally maybe not even win the laning stage, but at least play it even?
I think the laning phase is not really as important as before. I think as long as you have a playable laning phase, you could lose the lane 60-40, it's fine, 70-30 in some cases, but as long as you have the lineup that can allow you to play the macro game, the map, like in this instance, I don't think they're going to get the IO, because IO just makes everything so easy, but they need to try to focus on that. If they have a draft that can play the map, have good team fight, I think that's going to be a good recipe against Iron Wing, because Iron Wing has clearly shown that team fighting, initiating, that is their problem in the game right now.
Seems fixable, because we know that all 10 players that will soon be ready to take the stage, all 10 players are capable of winning these games, are capable of having that synergy, the coordination, the communication, and it just depends on which one of these two teams will play that little bit better on the main stage of the International. So this might be a good time to just inform people at home that these two teams, of course, are no stranger to one another. The last 5 series, they played against each other. It was Boom Boys that took 4 out of those 5 series, and a lot of those series were 2-0. So maybe there's also a little bit of a stylistic issue that Iron Wing has when competing against Boom Boys, because those later stages, even in the first game that they won, it was that one fight, the slip up. It was a very unique situation where the Chaos Knight was able to completely sabotage Miero's game on the Largo that allowed them their victory here. Would you say, Tigov, that going into game 3, you have a team that you feel like from the 2 games you've watched so far would have that little bit of an edge going into this?
I think if you look at the overall polish of the 2 teams, I think Boom Boys just look like the more complete team. They are the ones that are making the changes, understanding kind of the dynamics of the best of 3. And I think for Iron Wing so far, it's like they've won because of like a draft and the CK, and they're making way more mistakes across the entire series. Even in the game 1 win, they were making these little mistakes that even offered Boom Boys to potentially win that one as well. So I think as an overall team, Boom Boys are just looking to be better. But with the caliber of players that Iron Wings have, it just takes one conversation, one idea, one concept, BZM to step up a little bit more from the mid lane, and we will just see a game 3 go their way. Like, this is not just a definitive answer of one team is better than the other, but overall, Boom Boys just looks a little bit more ready for at least game 3.
Yeah, I know that you really wanted to see the Bounty Hunter, Winter. We just saw the scoreline of Ari. Of course, he played the laning stage well enough, but he is 0-11-4. Do you feel like he delivered the type of Bounty Hunter you wanted to see? I know the game is not as black and white as we just saw the stats to be, so that's maybe a little bit mean to throw the stats in over there, but overall, he did suffer a little bit.
It doesn't fit, I think, 33's playstyle. I don't think they're going to go for it again. I do feel like the hero is definitely very, very strong, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be a hero that's comfortable for Iron Wing here. And I think you have one game left. If you lose this game, it's over. They're going to go back to what's comfortable, probably the hood wing, probably some support that can set up for them. So it's going to allow Neta to play his usual greedy style without needing for him to initiate for his team.
We've seen this position before from the team, right? Like, normally when you're a low bracket about to be eliminated, we're going to see Invoker and Centaurs or Dooms and Hoodwinks. Like, we're going to see all the classics, the Kez. Like, this will probably look like the draft of Iron Wing, but when you are in this position, often leaning to that will be your kind of saving grace. Didn't work in the upper bracket though, but maybe in the lower bracket it's a different beast.
Yeah, I don't know, Ray. I keep coming back to the Doom with you. and we did see it. Okay, it wasn't 33 playing the Doom, though, in that second game. It was the man on your screen. It was Pure playing the Doom, but maybe that's just a trap. Is the hero a trap?
I don't want to say the hero's a trap. I just think they need to find their win condition and then treat it more preciously. Because I don't really think they knew what they wanted to do in fights. They just had the bounty hunter running around with track and then a bunch of like nuking spellcasters, and they're like, okay, Doom, you go doom someone, but they don't know like who they're meant to focus and find. They're not like placing the wards or using the bounty to like, hey, this is our number 1 target, let's blow them up. They don't seem to know how to like translate the winning lanes into objectives or like proper map control, like how to hold spaces. I think that's the main problem more than the draft, to be honest. Is just not really having an idea.
I also feel like when you look at the player camera of Pure, right? When you look at all his previous events, like when they're in good form and they're doing well, like he's always just got that smile on his face, the love of the game. But right now, like you can feel the frustration on him. Like he's sitting there, like he's annoyed with his previous game, maybe even the previous playoff games, the group stage. Like there feels a little bit of frustration within the team, and that is something that you can't just fix instantly. And I feel like if he can overcome that in this next game, that's when they can, start clicking together as a team. But right now, based on just the general vibe of what Pure's given, I am just a little worried for them, just a little bit.
He needs a speech, Tigo.
He does, yes. Are you going to give it?
No, I was going to ask you to do so.
Okay, all right, Pure. You are playing with the finest British Dota player to ever exist, aka Ari. You should not let down my British fellow mate. Like you, I can't do
really
this shit. Back to you, Shiva.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope that they had a good talking, because one thing that is clear is that from the series that we've seen, they are not playing the best Dota that we've seen them play even this tournament. So we know they can do better. We know both of these teams are going to be disappointed at the end of the day if they get eliminated in this spot, because both teams have had so many tournament podium finishes this season, and ending on a top 8, you might as well end up last. Like that's the teams are just not going to be happy with that. So let's see who comes out on top. It's only one game to stand in between elimination or advancement. Let's see what's going to happen.
Iron Wing versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
For the third game in a row, Boom Boys will be on the Radiant side and Iron Wing will be Dire side. So the teams definitely both prefer that. It is Iron Wing that gets their hands on first pick once again, just like previous game. And that means Boom Boys gets second pick. And they were very happy with that last time around. They managed to get the IO in that position of the draft. Overall last pick for Boom Boys. Then as well with this upcoming game number 3. And we're all going to find out how the adaptations will be made. Iron Wing in that previous game, they went for the Lina as the first pick for them. Let's see if Boom Boys leave that in the pool. So far, their bans are exactly the same, but we already see Iron Wing adapting. We have still got their Ember banned out. This time, the man of the match, the MVP from previous game, playing the puck, has that hero removed from the pool together with the Lina, leaving 2 heroes in that they banned previously, the Slardar and the Bane.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what Boom Boys go for next. In the previous game, it was Largo and Keeper of the Light that they removed at this stage, but I feel like it's an entirely different ball game, and they will use some bonus time to think about what's coming next, because Iron Wing seems to be looking to surprise them.
I honestly like the Lina ban. I feel like BZM right now, it's like you've played 2 Lina games. Sure, you've won 1, lost 1, but it's like the draft has forced you to be a first phase mid pick. You are a player that likes to go for the Invokers, the Storms, a little bit more of a playmaker, and you're forced onto a farming mid laner that has to outplay. It's like, sure, you got it in 1 game, but you're not going to get it consistently. So get rid of that, give BZM a bit more life to the draft, and then just respect GPK immensely.
Give him Invoker, first phase Invoker BZM. That's what I want.
I think that might be one of the heroes that they might be considering banning.
Oh,
because I think one thing that was clear in that previous game for Boom Boys, that they went for Comfort in that game too. And it worked out so well for them. And I'm sure that on elimination game, as Winter said, that you're going to go for Comfort in a potential elimination game. And Invoker is just 1,000% Comfort.
Yeah, the caveat to that is the only hero I'll accept from BZM first phase right now, because of the puck ban, is 8 picking Invoker. That is the only one. Everything else, please give him some room to breathe in the draft.
Him first picking Invoker is something that
is a classic.
I would be happy
I
with.
feel like Invoker is like a 9-pick hero. Like 8-pick, it can be risky because there are some heroes that can totally ruin your game. I think Slardar is a hero that it makes life very, very difficult for Invoker because of 2 reasons. One, the track, from the corrosive haze, and number 2, in the laning phase, he just kills the Forge Spirit. So I think this is one of the hardest matchups in the game for Invoker. At 9-pick, you can see the first pick, and then you decide your Invoker. So I think it's easier to pick Invoker at 9 compared to overall first pick.
They have not gone for the Invoker, and they have gone for the IO. And for the second pick we see coming out here, overall, it is Boom Boys that now get to show what they consider is the best pick against IO. And I think that's a unique situation, as we have talked about Boom Boys being the best IO team. So surely Kirtich know what is also the worst to play against.
Well, maybe they understand the need to block the damn camps. I would like to see that. I mean, the bounty hunter, right? I wouldn't even mind seeing that here.
I think Elk is very similar to IO. IO is basically like Elk. Whenever you're playing against a hero that jungles that quickly, you just need somebody to go into the jungle, infiltrate the area, and put vision or just block the camps, or at the very least, steal XP.
Yeah.
Right now, they're answering it with Winter Wyvern. Of course, prolonging the fight against IO, trying to eat through a BKB charge or a Satanic usage, right? With the Cold Embrace, even then the Winter's Curse just to kind of open up, because IO naturally invites a lot of kind of clunky, kind of clumpy style fighting. So I can see why Boom Boys want to go for the Winter Wyvern. Katomi has done an exceptional job on the hero. He's been, throughout his entire career, he's like the Winter Wyvern guy. Like, he started as Tree, he moved to Winter Wyvern. Like, he's just like the guy to go to. And I don't mind it, but I want to see other ways to now utilize what Winter Wyvern does, because like you need damage now, you need more pickoff, you need a lot of things to help Wyvern. within the game.
I think something I genuinely love about the Wyvern pick is when we watched last game, Wyvern was so good with just disengagement. I think Iron Wing, especially, we noted that their initiations were so messy and quite poor. If that is a weak point of the team right now, Wyvern is fantastic, because when they do finally get that good jump, or they do maybe get a slight advantage, this Wyvern lets them just peel back with the curse and just reset into a better position.
They go for the Slardar and Storm. Nice bans from Iron Wing, of course. Already mentioned that Slardar is an important hero for Boom Boys.
Yeah.
No matter if it's Invoker matchup or not, they still will probably look towards it. But they have pretty much said, GPK, you are not going to play this game free. Out of pretty much every single ban is towards you, boss. We respect you immensely. We want to try and eliminate you, and we're going to do it through the bans and also hopefully the gameplay.
But his Snapfire is still in the pool. He's so good at Snapfire.
Yeah, you'd like competitive
you
players
do.
nowadays have more than 3.5 heroes to win the international.
Yeah,
all right,
it's a bit
so
hard.
I don't think GPK is too concerned, but Iron Wing is trying their best to ban him out.
Yeah, the threat is definitely clear, as we will see the return of the Largo. With this, of course, they also deny Iron Wing from having a combination of both Io and Largo.
I mean, hopefully they have a better combination with Largo. The first game was Largo and DK. That did not look good at all.
Yeah.
They need something that can use the magic damage.
I love this because I think it's going to be so fun to see the comparison between game 1 and 3, knowing that CK is something that Iron Wing may be looking towards now and how you want to deal with it. I think the draft is already better against the hero as a core, but
I mean, you have Wyvern. That kind of already discourages the CK a lot.
they left it in the game. Like, Iron Wing chose to leave his hero in the game now, and they know that they're playing into Wyvern. It's like, do they still pick the CK? Do they still rate it that highly? Do they have to find another option to deal with Largo? So many people are banning Largo because they have no answer. Iron Wing have provided us with one. Can they provide us with
Undying's good against Largo, like in the game. Like in the lane, the decay, and then in the game you slow him, then you have the tombstone, he can't hit the tombstone. So I would say Undying is a pretty good answer against Largo.
Yeah, it's just really nice once you kind of just get on top of them, right? Like if Largo's dictating the fight and you're already in kind of the snowball kind of moment of the game, no.
You overwhelm him with the damage and from your flash column.
No, I really enjoy the concept of Undying against Largo. And then you put like Io together with it. Like, even if it's Undying support or core, no matter what, Io's going to enjoy tethering this Undying, because like he's the front line for you to then start, throwing your Ags balls around and just going crazy.
Yeah, now they need like some catch, because you have Io and Undying. You have two heroes that have no stuns, no catch. So you want heroes that can solve that problem.
And Lion definitely solves that problem.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we just seen it kind of again on different teams that we saw the heroes in play, but Lion Io in the same team, it is very simple. Lion hunts the map like Ari loves to do, big map playing position 4. He will find a guy, he'll say, please relocate onto me, you get a kill, and then you disengage, reset. So, yep, very kind of clean looking lineup of strong lanes into pickoff.
It's their setup as well. The pot score having the catch so that they don't have to rely on like or the off lane or the mid hero to be so much of the catch. And it's Rubik pick. Why is Rubik the choice here?
Think about the layers of sustainability, right? You got the lift to lift people back with the shard, you got the Largo, then the Wyvern. Like, everything is about invite the initiation onto one guy, and whoever you jump on, there'll be 1, 2, or 3 people to save that guy in a different style.
And maybe with that, they also make sure that Iron Wing is not going for the Underlord, which would be a great global pair up with Dio.
Yeah, it could have easily been a
The
nice
support
terror.
duo just feels very lackluster. Rubik and Wyvern. It's very greedy for the start of the game. Because usually with Wyvern, you want someone else that has a damage, because Wyvern lacks damage, and someone else that has initiation. Usually you see Wyvern with like maybe a Willow. Like it feels more like a balanced duo. But with Rubik, they both kind of do the same thing. They sit behind, they want someone else to go in, and then they cast their spells.
Again, it's the type of lineup where if I close my eyes and it's 20 minutes an even game, I'll like the concepts. Sure, the journey there could be a bit turbulent, but I think Iron Wing have been turbulent enough that they've invited Boom Boys to get to this position. So maybe Boom Boys are just a little bit too comfortable. Like, yeah, it's fine. We always make this little mini comeback in the first 20 minutes, so we can be a little greedy with our support.
We'll just lose the laning stage. It's all good.
We'll recover, right, guys?
Also, we know that GPK is still lacking a hero, and sorry, Rhea, but his Snapfire is out now too. You gotta.
I mean, both teams potentially here need mid, right? So we're just gonna ban. There's gonna be no mids left. Sand King's gone.
Okay, so GPK's got what, like a Pango? Is that still
Pango is in the pool.
correct,
Void
yeah.
Spirit is in the pool.
Void Spirit.
Oh boy.
I know people don't like Void Spirit, but somehow the players do sometimes seem to still go for that regardless.
I mean, which one works best with Largo? That's the question. Like, what would Largo want? I feel like Largo likes like Lash type of hero, like a lot of burst, spell damage. Maybe with Void Spirit, still alright.
What do you think about Slock? You have a lost pick.
For who, sorry?
Honestly, either team kind of looks nice. Better with Io though, in my opinion.
I'd rather see Pure play the carry IO, so therefore BZM picks up a comfort mid hero. I don't think he needs to play the slot.
Yeah, but why not? There's nothing else.
I mean, if you're in this position and there's no mid laners,
Yeah.
we have to start talking about heroes like, OD, you know?
Oh no.
Shaker, that's fine. You can't pick it into Rubik though.
Yeah, but if there's ever, if you're banned out, then the meta dictates that the bad heroes have to become good because they're now the only ones available, right?
You know what a hero was that we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
It was a sniper. We knew the Pango ban was coming. Yesterday we saw a sniper coming out. I think this is really cool. Now, one thing to keep in mind, it's Boom Boys that get the overall last pick. So Iron Wing has to play some 5-head Dota 2 in terms of the drafting here to figure out what they want to pick, what the counter to that is, and then what the counter to that would be and pick that one instead.
The main
They
thing,
can't get countered.
but Iron Wing have banned out pretty much every single gap closer that's very good in the meta. Therefore, if BZM wants to play the Arc Warden like he's already played, or he wants to play some silly OD that I keep suggesting for no reason, like if he wants to play like any silly hero, he can because the gap closers are gone. Like he can be greedy. You have a Tide in one lane, you have an Iron in another. Like BZM now has the freedom, unlike the last 2 games of Lena, to actually pick whatever he wants. Like his draft is so clean that he kind of has freedom to go, pick me this hero, I will win you this game.
Do you think there's any possibility that Pure just plays a different carry? Like we just put Io mid? Because you still have a double camp to farm. Like there's still silly heroes like Lone Druid in the pool, right? And then you can play some carry that's gonna synergize really nicely with your Io.
Oh, well, they respect that option because they ban out the TA.
Yeah, I can't remember if I've ever seen BZM play IO. If it does happen, then it's kind of cool to see it in a Game 3 lower bracket elimination. To kind of just go, you know what, TI meta, let's try it. But I still would rather see BZM take the pick here and just let Pure just play the IO.
I think even like an aggressive hero like Death Prophet could be good this game. Like you have the IO to tether you and you have Tide plus Tombstone, you take the map. Because if you look at like the Boom Boys lineup, it's slow. You have Rubik and Largo, Wyvern. It's gonna take time. And this is like the similar
All these fun
archetype.
options.
It's very similar archetype. They're gonna ball around the DK to take towers and take the map.
IO DK is also a good combo. You know, that's not bad. It's solid.
Don't try and hype up a DK sheet.
Yeah, I
In
know.
all of time, DK has always been like
I know.
just vanilla.
It's a Timber game. This must be a Timber game, man. This has to be a Timber game. I know Timber is like not exactly like a mid hero.
No, the
anymore.
Viper.
Okay,
We got-
the break.
okay. I mean, is that considered an exciting hero? No. Does it work?
It can
Yes,
be.
it can be.
It can be.
I mean, it's a nice hero here. I think it does a lot of things to deal with the Tide, the DK. You have the break. It's
We-
gonna cause a lot of problems.
We needed 2 more bans total, like 1 for each team, and then these 2 would have been banned, and then now we would have gotten this
Yeah.
spicy mid matchup.
Don't leak the draft pack for next season, Jesus. But no, I mean, Boom Boys, they reacted quite nicely with the Viper pick. To me, it's still a little volatile. I think mid Viper, it can win. It should win the lane. It can create tempo to play around, but it just takes one bad fight, itemization from the Tide Hunter, like a Yules or something, to eat through that break duration. And now suddenly the Viper loses its value, and Iron Wing just kind of get online. You know the inevitable IO timings in play here. I think Boom Boys, they got a lot more pressure on them to now do well in the laning phase. Rather than just play for a comeback, they have to play to win their lanes and to hold the game down.
Their supports don't really compare. I feel like they're gonna lose the 3v3. Like Undying Lion with the DK is gonna give them the edge in like maybe getting a couple of kills. I think you only need to be able to find one kill in the early game on the Viper. Like teams have already been known to do like some crazy, after the rune spawns, you smoke and then you kill the Viper one time and then it totally upsets the balance of the lane. So they have to be very careful and anticipate moves like this. And even in the rune fights, the Undying and Lion, I would say that they will have the upper hand against the Rubik and the Winter Wyvern.
Rhea, what are you gonna look for in this game at number 3? What are you gonna look out for?
I mean, I want to know what Boom Boy's idea is. To me, the heroes have no way to properly start a fight. They have no real way to take towers. Like your Iron Wing, they have great initiation, great burst, great way to take tower DK. It has it all. So what does Boom Boys play?
I mean, Boomers also need to show really good BKB discipline in this game. I feel like if at any point, if Keratic wastes his BKB, then suddenly all the slows, the stuns, the damage amps will just break him apart. So he's had a pretty decent series so far, but this game is like he has to have a perfect game.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen because game number 3, maybe everything is a little different with the pressure placed on the players as we are ready to find out which team will advance in the lower bracket and which team will be sent home. We're heading over to Trent and Lyrical for game 3.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Man, the panel there, it was like the opposite of game number 1. They were excited about the early picks. This one, they're like, man, those last picks suck.
I mean, that's what happens when the bans come out. Very targeted against the two mids for sure in this one. I love the face-to-face of the two mids. Like their expression is getting sadder and sadder as it continued through as more and more of their favorite heroes were banned. But this is where the best picks come out. You got to dig deep into your tool bag here and find a tool you haven't taken out in a while, like the GPK Viper.
Man, speaking of a tool, Viper, God, I hate that hero. It's so annoying to play against. It's also one of those that like can just, it feels either bad for the opponents or bad for you because you can't do anything. You don't want BZM and GPK to have to play them, but it was what was left. And you know what? Maybe there's going to be some magic happening here. Maybe we'll see some of those early boots of travel, some Aghanim Scepters, people jumping around. There's a chance to have a dream. Also, I thought it was very funny. Ray was like, they're not good at taking towers. They're not good at fighting. They're not good at initiating. But besides that, it's great for Boom Boys.
They can read the mini map. That is what they can do, you know?
Excited.
You gotta find your talents where they are. And, well, I mean, the big question, is what's going to happen to Whitemon?
Well, that was not great for them. I will say that. He did not manage to get the gold from the Observer Award, and he gave over First Blood. It's Katomi that takes it, though, so at least he didn't go to GPK.
Really hoping for a positive there. Ari will walk through the same spot. He's actually going to kill the mid-courier.
He's coming back. Wait a minute. Oh, they're cooking. Never mind. Oh, take down GPK.
It's Ceaseless Dirge, I tell you. It's literally just the 30 seconds. But for the whole game, Ceaseless Dirge does that to you. It's just the fact that we're, less than a minute into the game. It's like he's Ceaseless,
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, a kill on the GPK. Feeling a little bit bad about that one. And then DK grabs the wave and pulls it all the way over here. Is going to get a deny and take out the Observer Ward for the Dire as well. But this is a nice way to sort of mess with the Viper a bit, right?
Yeah.
And force him to tank the creeps.
They've made a decision of, we took the DK. This is a hero who can do quite a few things in the laning stage against many opponents. He gets pretty tanky. He's got Breathe Fire. He can also recover in the game with the Shard and the Blink Dagger. So, but then you get the Viper and you're like, okay, we got to help.
Yeah.
We really don't want to get him sent down to the Abyss like we did to Miro in game number 1. So hoping to give him a bit of a match here as BZM just kites the creeps around the towers. Katomi in 3-3, Duke down the bottom lane. 3-3 on this Tide Hunter. The classic triple gauntlets to start with a little ring of regen just to boost up the health a little bit.
Who says that jungling is dead in modern Dota? 33 is bringing it there. That's what you want to see.
I mean, definitely what they did last game with the Darkstar and the Bounty Hunter. Lots of Ari just sitting on the wave here. And game number 1, Moomeander, coach, he brought up and he said, we are the Largo understanders. We're the best Largo team. We have the counter. I think they might consider themselves perhaps one of the better Kez teams as well with how much they pick it for Pure. You would think they must have a very good understanding of this hero. So I'm looking forward to see what sort of counters they have here other than just this Tide Hunter to maybe survive through the lane.
Well, yeah, that's going to be the thing to watch for. And if they actually do have a good answer right here for the Largo in this game, because the secret tech was the CK with Whitemon playing on the Ringmaster. This time around, Pure is playing the IO, is going to be paired with the Undying. As you can see, finding the double decay there, very nice to mess with these heroes. But it's not the same level of just demolishing that we saw. Like, IO is obviously winning this lane, but it's not like completely destroying Fine Intent. Well. Oh, goodness. That was scary. Whitemon actually going to take 2 tower shots while he's at it. Save, trying to finish off the job, will manage to.
All right, all according to plan here from the Boom Boys. Hero does back up and get the Lotus. Very nice on this hero, obviously. But does instantly consume it, so no help for his friends on that. And Save still just pushing him back. So, yeah, he's going to need a salve brought in here from Whitemon, and indeed he will bring it. So, they'll get recovered here. But, yeah, they have not obliterated Miro this time. I think in this case, rather than focusing on countering the Largo, they're instead saying, hey, we got a better trade.
Yes.
I'd rather have Io. And I think after that last game, the main concern is how do we just make sure that we don't, get run over by the Largo like we just ran them, or by the Io rather, like we just ran them over. And I hope it has to deal with the camps. We brought it up a lot in game 1. Didn't happen. Punishing the Io under your tower would be great.
A good glyph there, but not good enough. They take down Pure.
I feel like he used that Lotus really early, like had to use it in the pool there, and then still dives the tower with just a Fairy Fire. Very aggressive attempts here, maybe just stealing it from game number 2. Or 1, I suppose. Time's flying here, bud.
I mean, it's one of those things where you are now in an interesting position. Iron Wing, they make game number 1 look good, but it wasn't like completely clean, right? There was a moment where it felt like it was starting to shift into Boom Boy's favor. Then in game number 2, they get out to another super hot start, and then Boom Boys pull it back and eventually take the lead. There's some questions. What is it going to be like with Nerves on this big main stage? You know, I was looking at it and I'd sort of forgotten that Ari has not played a game on the main stage of TI up until this point. The only other time he made it to TI was in 2023, where he didn't make it to this high level. How's he going to be able to perform on this stage?
There's a lot of pressure on him for sure in this game as the Lion, already getting a few stacks up, which is great to help out the Io, obviously. And Tidehunter, a hero who's okay being alone, so he's taking advantage of that by trying to make this move up top, wrapping behind Save. Rubik, fairly vulnerable. They have a tether. Oh, they don't have a tether yet. He was almost level 4.
Yeah.
They kind of need the tether here.
I mean, they also have Wyvern in the area. So Save is going to spot Whitemon there. The turn, the stun. The arrow might be able to walk out of this, but actually now turning to hit, they're going to take down the Tombstone. And Whitemon in a little bit far. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange, with the Tombstone also going the way of Boom Boys.
Yeah, Io's not necessarily wanting to take the tether this early here, so it kind of delays the attempt on the gank there. Since you can't just rotate over, they have to wait for the wave to actually push in. That ends up costing them a life there. So in the meantime, though, I mean, 3-3, still totally happy down bottom. He is farming away. That being said, it is trading for a free farm Kez. BZM has been doing great mid on this Dragonite, constantly pulling the waves back. You're not having this Viper just like pull away. In fact, he's actually ahead of him in terms of net worth. So that is a big concern, I would say, for the Boom Boys, because you do not want a Viper losing its lane. And then again, this problem of, what can I do to give our team some action on the map as a Viper? Not much. Like, buy an Atos, brother. Like, I don't know. That's where your options go to.
I mean, I
think there.
It's going to be an ulti out now onto Dragonite. Save ready to pull him back in, and this is what you were hoping to see more of. Obviously, that gank early helped, but when you get level 6 GPK, he finds the double kill, and that's more what you want to see out of the Viper.
Yeah, you can be really happy that you got your wins in the lane and everything, but you got to know when to take the L, and that it is now. The 6 is there on the Viper. You don't get to return here as the Dragonite, so we're going to see some stacks probably for both the Dragonite and the Io. Going to have to be shared up. Tide, also a big stack hero.
Is trying to bully back 33 off the wave, with Lion moving in, realizes that's not going to happen. So Ari gets the wisdom stolen from him. That can't actually feel good, as he is only level 3 on the Lion.
That's all right. Save just picked it up on the other side as well. But yeah, you're right. That ain't great. To be getting it and being not even level 4.
Yeah.
Like, well, he's doing a lot of running around, stacking up for his team. I mean, they have so many stack farmers. And I think that's an issue here for Boom Boys is what are they going to do when Iron Wing retreat back to farm these stacks?
Right.
Because Tide wants stacks, DK wants stacks, Io wants stacks.
Going up top, maybe? Save? No, they can't do anything there. Hero's been playing with relatively low HP on this Largo as he works towards a Soul Ring, but they haven't really been able to punish and make any substantial move. Now, turning into the Tombstone, they go and they just try and hit it. will be able to take it out. So Katomi gets it. BZM realizes it's not looking that great because Kiritich shows up and Miero has a lick to pull him back in. Finds Whitemon, gets the kill.
Nice. Level 7 for Kiritich. He picks that one up here. GBK was even wrapping on the other side, and now he is after the stacks. This is a great use of the Viper. Let's go in here and take the stacks. I can't chase you, but the camps aren't going to run away.
Yeah.
And I know they're dependent on it. Kiritich, he's back. He's checking these camps at the top of the map. He's like, they made stacks here? Should I be like echo slashing through them? Should I be trying to farm something? So they have this on the mind as 3-3 pulls the camp into the small camp here, just to farm it himself, and Kiritich forced to pull it off the tower. Soul Ring done for 3-3, and yeah, so many interesting questions here for Boom Boys and how they want to try and push this advantage a little further.
There are more stacks being built for 33 over at the Ancients. Kiritich stops that one from happening. So they're just battling over these couple of creeps. I mean, this really encapsulates how both of these teams play this game, right? Like, there's no interaction with each other really at all, but they're like, who's going to come in and get the last hit?
Yeah, Pure is in between two camps now with the Spirits going. Ari just double stack near the Ancients for 3-3. This is very much the machine of Iron Wing. Oh, we caught him getting hit by the Bruiser, a classic. Sometimes the Ogre be smashing.
I mean, but that also speaks to what this game is going to look like. Nobody's getting completely skunked in the laning stage. Nobody is getting wiped out here. And that tells us that it's likely there's going to be some type of a breakdown of how the battles go, right? How are the mid-game team fights going to work out? And that's going to depend upon items, positioning, when teams feel like they're stronger than others. GPK definitely feeling like the strongest here on the map right now.
Yeah, hopefully he can use that to bully, because that's what you got to do as a Viper. Make your presence known in the early game when you're at your peak. Just threaten the Viper strike anyone that walks too near.
Illusion Room taken by Miero, and GPK walks forward to take out that Observer Ward. BZM, they thought about it.
Yeah.
Decide not to go.
I mean, Save is closing in on level 6 as well. This is where Rubik's can have a big change in their games. He cracks into it now. Can you get a farming spell? Can you get a good ganking spell like this Earth Spike is always fantastic here as he moves in trying to find something, but can't quite get it. Kataomi actually smoked up behind, gonna pass it over to Save. So Save kind of shows mid, dives a little deep, joins the smoke of Kataomi, and we're going up top.
What can they do here? They have a TP on Viper if he wants to show up.
And they have Steel on Tombstone if Whitemon drops it.
Catching the bully continues, and yeah, they've got the Tombstone immediately, saving it for now. So they're going to have Tombstone if a fight breaks out, but they don't even need it.
Nice
this is
deal.
good from Boom Boys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they'll often cover with the ulti on the Undying, but, you know, maybe just didn't want to let it rip there instead. And even ulti, obviously, doesn't feel that bad to get to the Rubik.
And finding him, GPK pops the rabbits, but he's dead. Cannot get away. But that, I mean, that also tells you the mentality. Like, they're not thinking about a fight at all right now in Iron Wing. That was a Ravage to make sure that he can go farm more.
Yep.
Because they're not anticipating fighting. And Boom Boys, you can see they're coming online right now.
I mean, it's so funny because Viper obviously a bit of a slightly dead hero right now, but this DK and this Tide, they can't play the game they want to this stage of the game because you know where they're going to be. It is not a mystery where these two heroes want to farm. And GBK doesn't need a catch item if he's just going to walk in with a Mage Slayer because they can't contest him. You know, they're not going to have the damage to fight him. But it is still the clock. It is the timer of this IO. What can you get done? You know, and they haven't really disrupted IO's farm that much. I will say, I feel like this is kind of similar to Boom Boy's game on the IO itself, where he was still able to get quite a bit done. He's still pretty high up on the last hits at the moment, the net worth. But they've gained a lot for themselves.
Right. Well, and they're going to take out this stack right here.
Kataomi's in there. He stole something.
Oh, he did. He's taken a little bit away from him.
And so much XP, right?
Oh, yeah. Using the winner's curse with bringing over some more heroes, they get the break, and now he's in trouble and going to go down again. Stolen Earth Spike.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. Save is going to have a good game if they're not careful. So, I mean, look, there's a couple of things that still look good for Iron Wing. Like, on its face, the way that Boom Boys is playing so far forward, it's solid, but
I'm concerned.
I am very concerned as well. The one thing I'll say is there isn't like a natural pipe builder on Boom Boys, and the magic damage when it eventually comes out from IO is going to be a lot.
That's true, but it is this like slow, consistent damage all the time, which versus the Largo. You know, if you don't also have heal reduction, isn't going to be that effective. That being said, they have a DK, and unfortunately, you know, it's hard to get into a Scotty build these days, and Shiva's Guard doesn't work, so maybe a Tide Crozier could be good. Yeah, the heal reduction's a little hard to come by, actually, in this Iron Wing draft.
See what they decide to go for. Oh, IO Crozier. Now we're talking. There's no way that's good.
Or we'll find something, don't worry, surely.
Dare to dream.
That's right.
Well, yeah, I mean, Iron Wing. Okay, they're going to go now with the Lion and the DK. We've got the Blink Dagger reveal here on one. Finger of Death, obviously, can really make or break these situations. Ideal target would be Kez. We'll see if they decide to take the Wyvern if they run into him.
Yeah, Kez very far back. Scans coming out from both teams right now, trying to figure out what their opponents are up to. And Tide is going to show.
Heritage shows as well. BZM, he breaks. Oh, he gets the stun off, but it's not enough. The TPs came in immediately. And now Tide pops the Ravage. This is not going to work. This is not good at all. Boom Boys. They kill 33 again.
I mean, GDK is just too happy to answer the call. If you want to start a fight, he's going to be there. They're getting Whitemon on the side of the map as well. He tried to get out. Not going to happen. I mean, the good news is that BZM retreats back to the Wisdom Shrine to get to that. That's the only positive that's going to come out of that engagement. Is Save very happy to start spamming the voice lines once again, as he's having a fantastic performance on this Rubik so far. A hero that we've seen plenty of heroes struggle with when they try and bring it out. These players, like, they love playing Rubik, obviously, but you've got to be so tight on your steals.
Has been, at least so far. But this is the question for Iron Wing, is how do they respond to this adversity? They're now down 4K gold at 15 minutes. They've been waiting for this timing with IO. He's almost at the Aghanim Scepter, still 4 levels away from finishing off that level 15 talent. That's obviously the timing that they're waiting for, but how much are they going to lose in the lead up to it?
And on top of that, I mean, you mentioned they don't have a good pipe builder, which is true, but we've got the Mage Slayer done on the Kez. We got the Mage Slayer done on the Viper, so they're finding other ways to deal with this overwhelming magic damage that's going to be coming out here from Iron Wing. And you're seeing the kind of sad items coming out. Like the Yules on the Tide. That's a sad item. That's not a feel-good item on Tide Hunter. You don't want to be doing that.
I mean, it's very good in this instance. It's exactly what he needs, but the fact that he needs it doesn't feel good.
No, it's not. If you can wrap your head around that one, you've figured out Dota.
That's right. 12-2. I mean, I feel like at this stage, you've also got to start thinking about, like, as Boom Boys, do you want to go into the Roche?
I mean, they do have an amplified damage rune on GBK. It's a little early for my liking, you know. Yeah. I'd rather just keep bullying Pure while he doesn't do anything.
That's fair.
But this is where the catch comes into play. They don't have the Stolen Earth Spike anymore. Saves wrapped behind by the TP.
Oh, man, that was really close. Oh, just barely getting out of there.
Denying beats. Accurate. Good. And look at Whitemon way in behind here. He's going to just try to, like, decaying the wave from the fog. This is what they're reduced to right now. Hiding at the top Lotus Pool, spamming out decays. They are just playing off the map right now, trying to delay everything that they can.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of good things happening right now for them. And I mean, at least the gold lead is staying steady. You know, the farming is good. If they can continue to delay and keep this net worth lead sort of stagnant, then they've got something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tumouring a little bit. Like, they've actually done a pretty good job so far. Like, Pure escaping there is big because now he gets his relocate.
Yes, and this one is nice. They move in, find the kill on Nero. Can they find any more after the fact? Pure relocate wearing out soon. They break and tether away. So that is the type of thing that we need to be seeing from Iron Wing.
Yeah. And a lot of that comes just from how Whitemon was playing. Up there, like, pushing out the wave. They had a ward in the lane from Ari as well, trying to control this space. So they punished Miro a little bit on this Largo. Is a slower hero who really wants to be farming up. And again, lowest net worth of the cores. The hero's struggling so far here today in the series. not getting it into any sort of a dominant position. Kataomi is going for the Blink Dagger, so he's going to be their first real good way to jump into a fight. Not the best hero to start the fight. He likes to see a fight develop a little bit more when Kataomi's playing this Winter Wyvern, but just getting something forced and trying to lock Ironwing into a fight might be enough because they just, you know, they have overwhelming potential to win these engagements in a fair fight for Boom Boys. I like the Force Staff too.
Radiant are scanning.
18 minutes, 3,000 gold lead. And going to be going into the BKB for Kiritich. The Boom Boys getting these items and then likely going to be playing together around a map. Ironwing very clearly just wanting to play around Aghanim Scepter for IO, relocate plays, some pickoffs here and there.
Yeah, and this is a game where you're seeing Ari starting to fall behind this Lion, right? Lion is not good in a game like this. You're not good at pushing out waves. He's just trying to Earth Spike for the flag there. He's just gone. No chance to play.
I mean, well, they're sort of around this area with the Lion and the DK, and now it kind of falls apart. Ari is going to get jumped upon, and Kiritich is going to take him out in just a moment. It's happened so quickly.
Yeah, the two supports trying to do something down here. Meanwhile, 3-3 getting walked down in the mid lane. GBK just chalking the Viper Strike on him, reducing him to half health.
I mean, that's the thing that's weird, right? Like, you see that move come down. They were bringing in Whitemon, Ari. They're trying to make a kill happen, and it just didn't really function that well. But you can see plus 50-50. Even though it's a substantial lead right for him.
Charges on save. So if they try anything with the eye, I'll crack it again now, my bad.
Yeah.
Of the Kraken. And that is, you know, that is the item you need to just kill this IO and DK. They got nothing.
Well, the only thing that they need to do is find those targets, get them into a fight, and Ironwing is going to continue to dodge whenever they're at all possible to do so.
Yeah, they're a very frustrating team to play against. They're definitely one of the best teams in the world at doing this, at both reading the map and doing this, as we call it, ghost pushing, where it seems like waves are just disappearing. You're not getting the full vision of where they are. You're not getting this this pressure that you're expecting from what you feel like is control over the map as we see a IO relocate into the mid here.
Yeah, knows that they were tormenting, so can come on and out forward and pressure this. And get some damage there onto the building. Backs it away. Ari gonna take a long walk, try and steal a shrine, I guess. As yeah, the call comes out, he's heading that direction.
Yeah, that's nice.
Largo's over in that area too, and the TP over from Rubik.
I mean, this would be great news for Save if he manages to get a steal from this.
Well, they also are bringing in the Wyvern. Oh, just walks into range, and now they see him. Yeah, he got it again. Found
So
and
good.
killed.
They're both going to be level 12 now.
Yeah, that's nice.
Not quite Kataomi, sadly. He's a little behind. Gem picked up. Okay. Boom Boys are done, folks. They are picking up the gem on the Winter Wyvern. They're going to make their way to Roche. They have a stolen Earth Spike. They want to take over this game. They got 5 Spirit Vessel charges ready on save. He is ready to play some Dota. He wants to fight. They throw the Viper Strike on a very low mana IO.
Here, No Man's Land tries to go for the tether to get away, but he's still being brought very, very low. And Kiritich right on him, finds him. You were waiting and farming all this time, and just nothing.
I love that BKB usage. I love that just to like guarantee this kill, you know? Yeah, he didn't end up needing it, right? He could have got it without it, but if there's backup, if there's something else there, something that IO escapes, and this Roche doesn't feel as good, but they are hitting the timings they want. That being said, the burden is still here. I strongly believe that Boom Boys still have a difficult road to follow here, and that is the strength of the Ironwing draft. But currently they are on track. just so annoying. Yules into Egg Scepter on this tide.
A little bit of a jump from BZM and then the back away. And now the Winter's Curse. Oh, this could go really bad, but there's no BKB on Kiritich. Keep that in mind. Goes for the Finger of Death onto the Wyvern. Kiritich low, but not solo. Ravage out, just barely able to connect. The big stun coming out from Save, though. That's what they needed in Kiritich. He will live through it. Finally, they bring in the Io. Pure trying to do what he can. Could Yule Scepter lift up to stop the chase, but it's not looking like enough. Pure comes back in just to die, and 33 in trouble. Iron Wing, farm all this for what?
Save my goat, dude. The stun into the Soul Rip heal gets a gush at the end there as well. He's chucking out Spirit Vessel charges everywhere. The heals of the Largo, because they go into this fight without the IO, right? Like, he's dead for quite a while before they can relocate Pure into this engagement. He was pumping out the damage on that Rubik, second only to the Viper in that fight. Like, Save was a beast in that one.
Doing ravages of his own, and
they were close, right? Like, they almost had something, but just,
I mean,
it didn't fully connect.
This is a really tough way right now with 4 kills. Iron Wing on the verge of being eliminated unless they can pull something together here. This is not the way you want your TI appearances to end.
Well, it's funny because they just picked up the They're gets a little aggressive here, but they don't.
There's no follow-up. Nobody's here.
There's nothing. They just got the eggs on tide, which to me is like, okay, we're full rat mode, right? Like, we are just pushing waves. We are not engaging. And then they go for this fight, maybe thinking that someone had already left and they would immediately split and pressure out. It reeks of desperation a little bit there, and rightfully as it should, I suppose. BKB up here on Pure, will it save him?
Oh, he can't afford to go in there right now, or rather go down. But yeah, the BKB is maybe going to be enough to make people a little bit less hesitant, but Save. Wait, they jump in to kill him, though. Okay, Save gone. Okay, GPK is doing a lot of damage. 7 seconds to get away. Miro tries to chase. How much can GPK do? Needs a few more hits, but Pure manages to get out of there. He's still burning down, though. The damage, Pure. Oh, he'll survive. He has to pop the BKB.
Feel good. Moving down towards 3-3, but yeah, they're just going to back it up right now.
What a scary Viper.
All that for a Rubik kill. You lose your DK. Not how they drew it up here. And Miro nearly into a BKB just as the rescue to go here on the Largo. So give him some staying power in these fights. Help out his team. You know, if he pops BKB before the Ravage, then he can help heal up everybody. Get some clutch dispels out as well. And very good Lotus game as well if he wants to go into that after. Like, he already has the shard here. We haven't talked about it either, but the combination of the Croak, right? Like, not a typical one in the Viper, but works great. Anything amplified by Spell Amp is going to get the bonuses from Croak Genius, and Viper obviously has plenty of damage that gets amped. So this is a totally doable combo.
I will also say, as much as both of these teams are known for their like clean gameplay and making sure that they're not overextending, this is TI main stage. It's an elimination game. This 10,000 gold have right now on Boom Boys can be undone in a second with bad positioning,
really
with a bad, just putting one hero forward when they shouldn't have. Boom Boys have to be clutch. They have to be clean to close this one out.
Right now, playing very aggressive here. CM on the tower with 3-3.
The wraparound comes. Ari spots them. Hex onto the Viper, but there's no follow-up. There's nobody there to help. BZM starts to hit on the save. The save is there. They go for the Cold Embrace Winter Curse combo. Pure lives through it. Whitemon is gone, but that's one support each out of there. Katomi in trouble for BZM. More hits, but the arrow is there. The Frog keeps him alive, tries to get out. Not gonna happen, Pure. TP, can you do it? Oh, just barely. Dying in the fountain damn near, but will manage to survive.
The Region of the Well coming in clutch on that one. We still have Ari actually in here with that catapult, as he's still lurking around where this fight happened. Has a TP out if he needs it. All right, 2 supports for a support and a core. Still ends up being relatively even on the gold and the XP. Nothing too crazy overall here, and that will be the end of this game, expiring in 20 seconds here.
Yeah, that could have been another one of those moments.
The focus on the save, they really want to take him out of this fight.
Yes.
He has become a very large problem here for the side of Iron Wing, so focus him down.
Ari on this ward heading up. Kiritich on the hunt. Does he pass through? Does he have an inkling as to where that lion might be? I think so. Hex is out, throws the Earth Spike, Tumbler's Toy, and a Blink TP.
At the same time, they were chasing 3-3 up top, but they don't quite find him. He gets into the tree line and TP's out. A couple of Iron Wing heroes escaping out of this one. And GPK losing a bit of his luster as the game goes later. You know, he's obviously still very high in the net worth, but this ability to just Viper strike someone and almost guarantee that they're dead is starting to wane here.
And it's worth noting that the Iron Wing reset that they've been able to do. I mean, you're going to lose Whitemon. He's going to have to go for the Tombstone. Fortunately, you can't TP out while you're in the Tombstone.
Oh, next patch, you think? Or, no?
Probably not.
That might be a little unbearable.
He is going to be back again with that Ceaseless Dirge. But yeah, like the fact that, you know, you get this big lead, you've still got your greedy enchantments, you're still farming up all the lanes. They're not out of this one yet. But I would definitely rather be playing the game from Boomboy's position right now.
And we did see what happens as the game goes later with this IO, though.
Yes.
It does become completely absurd. And even though DK is fearless on over right, like still a good parent.
Then Kiritich, they have enough to burst him. He's low, he's gone. That's what we're talking about. That move right there can lose you TI, get you out of this tournament. That's all it takes.
That nice maneuver in there. The chain stun there from the line always going to be powerful. And that's the gem.
Stun. Takes it for more. Finds the follow-up BZM. Oh, Iron Wing.
I mean, your lead just got cut in half.
Boomboys.
That happens real quick, dude.
See that floor coming up at you. It's not what you want to see. 24-9.
Boomboys have looked their best when they're fully grouped up, right? When they're pushing an objective, when they know that there's something to gain if they just all move together. In this case, they're getting a little pulled apart, again, because of this push that's coming up from Iron Wing. They're still smoking their way back through. They will not find the Largo. So Pure might run into Muro here, but shouldn't be able to deal with them. Yeah, I'll just peek.
This is a scary moment right now. I mean, again,
and look at BZM's build here, right? Like
yeah.
He sees where the game is going, and he wants to help his IO. He wants to become a powerful force to play with this hero and not just go down the beaten path of every single DK this game or this entire tournament going like blink into Shivas, you know?
Kiritich, he's waiting for him. Ooh, reveals.
I mean, it was hard to get that last kill. They had everybody.
That's true.
I don't think you really want to force this right now as Iron.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, they needed the Ravage, and that is going to be one of the big limiters for this, is the cooldown on Ravage for 33. Obviously, positioning is immensely important.
Yeah, I'd like to get a shard here soon, too. He's currently sitting on 3K gold, trying to figure out what he wants to do. Bit of a tough call for the tie.
Again, as this game slows down, this IO becomes stronger and stronger. I mean, so too will the Kez, but like T was talking about right before we came into this game, that BKB timing, it's a limited window where you're able to fight.
Yeah. And you actually feel like this really strong force who can like lead the fight. Then it kind of feels like you're like the second jump in. You don't really want to be the focal point of any engagement as a Kez later on.
Apparently, take down Tormentor. Ari gets the shard.
He did so much off of this Kez kill. I feel like you could really just go back and watch replay of this and just think like, what happened after that Kez died, right? Like they rotate in. They're able to just like clean up some of the space. They get the gem. They get some D wards down. They push out their waves. They make their way to Tormentor, all grouped up, and that's 8K now gone from right when they jumped that Kez.
A little bit of daylight, and they'll run through it. Trying to work their way out of this pit. Found themselves in.
Miro is also in a bit of an ugly spot here on this Largo, where he's halfway towards his Agnum Scepter. He's not going in towards the Lotus. He wanted to go for something a little bit larger here, but it's you know, at this point in the game, there's going to be some big engagements, but he might just be sitting with a point booster in his inventory.
33 having this Crozier almost completed. So now one of the other big things that we've seen be effective for the Boomboys is healing up after the fact. Now this one right now could be the game decider. Less than 1,000 gold focused about separating these two squads. GPK trying to take down Roche. It has already roared. There's an imp damage bottom. A 33 ready to walk into this. Are they going to come and contest?
Forget about save, though. He's waiting for this Ravage if they go in.
Do they know what's going to happen? Stun already out on the Miero and Aegis on Kiritich. They get it. They get out.
Too many cancels on the blink from 3-3. They're throwing those frogs up there from Miero. They find where the tide is and they lock them down.
Imp damage down bottom. You can see the Crozier. He's going to be strong, but it only works if you can get on top of people.
Yeah, BZM's also nearby here. But he's going to get out. And Kiritich really trying to find somebody here.
That Roche felt necessary for Boom Boys, based upon the way that the game was starting to swing.
Yeah, it was trailing. It was not feeling good, and still they're coming in here on Iron Wing. They want to find them separated. Maybe greedily farming with this Aegis. Maybe seeing some of these items, right? Thinking like, hey, they want their Largo to get towards Ags before they want to push or fight or something, but they actually haven't separated.
So what does the good fight look like for Iron Wing right now? Is it anybody separated? Is it particular heroes? Or
I mean, look at scan right now. This is what they think is happening. They think that someone's down here trying to finish their items and they're not grouped up. And I think that is the read, as you're saying. Like, the Boom Boys are worried about being found out like that. So they are playing quite a bit tighter. Save does show up in the strong tower.
And immediately they kill him. Kiritich runs in. Might go here on to BZM. Spots him. Actual slash. Silence. Looking for the slowdown. The stun is there.
It's a lot.
Forcing out the BKB. TP away. Oh. Uh-oh.
That ain't it. That feels pretty bad right now because now that Aegis is just nothing. Right? Like, he doesn't want to come to engage no BKB for a minute and a half. That's half the Aegis. He might be forced to, honestly, because the rest of his team is pretty ready here, but BCM reveals the full Mjolnir, just puts it all together. Now, in that time frame, we've got the Agnum Scepter finisher from Miro, so he's quite a bit tankier, but Akez still can't go into this engagement without his BKB. And does this Largo Ags even change that much for him? I feel like it lets him farm and split push a little bit faster, and it'll feel great if he gets a Catalyst.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it's looking like at the moment.
They need that for sure. And obviously, being able to throw the Crooked Genius onto the Viper, that is something that can make all the difference in the world. Like, it's percentage-based damage. It's good stuff, but I don't know. It's scary. Scary, scary.
Yeah, and this is, again, it comes back to this idea of just like the pressure that was here for Boom Boys to keep going. The burden that you have in this draft is very heavy. You must keep pushing on the map. You must keep getting objectives, and they stalled out. And they itemized to create the stall on Iron Wing, and they have succeeded. They have done this so many times against so many teams, and I'm sure it never gets less frustrating to play against.
Frustration. All it takes is a moment mess up. Now they scan, they hit, they find Whitemon, but he's Hex, gets inside the tombstone. Living for the moment, now in trouble. Kiritich, you went in far. The Radiant scanned, but they still get him.
BKB is back up here. Teammates are coming. They're not even going to try and do something after. A lot of respect here from Iron Wing. Just going to let him go down bottom. 3-3 is chasing after GPK a little bit here. Kind of bluffing, like, oh, they're here. They'll be right here. And, well, here they come.
So the team moving in. GPK already goes for the back line. There's no save for GPK. He's got to run.
But now his teammates are here.
Can they chase down Pure? Can they do anything at all? BKB already popped from Kiritich. He's in. On to Pure, and now turns on to BZM, and now trying to run in, but he's pushed away the Ravage to turn it. The arrow, it's not meant to be.
3-3, the
BKK, but wait a minute, no, hold on. They take down Pure. GPK comes in for the close, and now the chase on to 33. So just when you think with Miero dead, that's starting to look good, he gets the blink out. Save, not able to put the exclamation point on the kill there. Wow.
Man, they needed that kill desperately on that IO.
Yes.
The Crozier came out during the Kez ulti. That was Kiritich's big play, right? It was like to get off the Raptor dance, heal up a little bit, and then keep going that fight. But then the Crozier happens, it's like, oh, I'm not healing very much right now, am I?
Had to jump away from that one with the grappling hook. But you can see, back and forth we go. I mean, this is what you want out of a game 3.
Oh, yeah. It was looking problematic there, especially with that last play. Losing the IO on this path to level 25 maybe opens up one last window here for Boom Boys to actually force something decent for them. But I am concerned with the Mjolnir, Dragonite, and an IO about to hit 25. How are they going to fight this?
I mean, that's going to be the thing to watch for. Like, Viper no longer universal with his little ability there. But you do still have an incredible amount of right-click damage coming out from him. And I kind of wonder how strong the Croak of Genius Viper combo will be.
Yeah, it is good. I think it's, I mean, Kataomi, though, the weight upon him on this, like, he could just win this game with a curse. Likewise, you know, maybe a stolen Ravage here. It's very hard to get, though, as you already saw. Like, Save's trying, but he's just getting hit with the Kraken Shell. Big tide buffs.
Oh, and Largo did not get it. Not get the Catalyst. Instead, Enchanter's Bobble.
Oh, game 3, he says. I be bobbling. Okay. All right, so basically, if he gets the bobble, I guess not necessarily says he thinks it's going late.
Well, he didn't have an option for it. I checked, but he didn't have an option for Conjure's Catalyst.
Oh, no, but I just mean compared
Yes,
to other items. But yeah, exactly. And likewise, though, the Tide Hunter did get the Catalyst. So throwing out the, I mean, these waves are just going to explode. All right, Shadowblade finished up for the Dragon Knight. New avenue into the engagements here for BZM. Satanic done for GBK. He is really going into the identity of the tower in this game. Very limited mobility. He's a very hard-hitting and tanky slug, but a slug nonetheless.
Now that is going to be the problem. I mean, the Hurricane Pike is nice at least. Kiritich, I mean, again, like, you've got these jumps that can happen from Lion, which hypothetically sound good in the late game, but, like, is Io really going to be able to kill Kiritich in the duration of a Lion disabled? Probably not.
I feel like you just need a Swift. I just think you need a Blink sometimes.
Oh, for the Viper.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like, you know, bring back TC Dota. The Blink Viper gamer himself.
Ari trying to run. Will make his way out under the cover of that Glimmer Cape. EZM, in the meantime, is in pretty deep here. He is a little surrounded. Okay. They find him. He didn't get it off in time, and Whitemon tries to salvage it. Not going to happen. Just going to end up dead as well. 2 down. The boys find their target. 33. He's Croziering, but the winner's first. They've got him caught again. The rest of the squad coming in, but I don't think they're going to be able to help him.
On Ari,
in fact, they've got him. Ari under fire with Nero chasing. Wait, 33 got out?
Save the space.
Oh!
Get the stun. He's looking for a blink.
He's trying to get out of there. Let him escape. It's not going to happen. They find and they kill the Lion, but he got his Tide Hunter out of dodge.
Credit where credit's due. He definitely saved him on that one. And Pure takes advantage. He's pushing the bottom tower right now with a creep.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it forces out the glyph. They're constantly doing these counter plays across the map with the relocate. It's very frustrating. That's, you know, the talent at 20 and the level 25 with the -2 seconds. He is just everywhere right now. It does mean you don't have to worry about this attacking the tethered target with the DK at the very least.
Well, Trent, I will say, I'm wondering, we've seen a lot of these games with some split push, some rat Dota coming out. Can you imagine? Is there a way? Is there a possibility?
A Stygian DK IO hitting the base?
I don't know.
I tell you, it'll be very fast.
Let's see if they end up going.
He gets level 30 or something on this IO. When we get to that stage, it's going to be really hard to deal with. Of course, they do have the best solution. Yeah. You know, they picked it first after the IO. It is the winner Wyvern.
Well, the other problem, they're going to need to deal with this pressure coming into the base. The creep already very low. Stun out from Ari.
Yeah, I'm trying to sneak it here on the top of the invis, but there is a sentry down.
Building falling. They don't have great answers to this. They tried to take down that banner, but the banner still stands.
Kataomi's way back on the Wyvern.
33 broken. Stun. 33 in trouble. 33 dead. And now Kiritich jumps onto the DK. There's no buyback on 33. There's no buyback on DK. Why did he go in right there? Oh, no. Oh, the crumble. The crumble. He relocated nowhere. What is happening? We're dying. He's trying to get out of there. The save for the moment, the tombstone, but he's into the fountain. That doesn't mean you're safe, sir. They're chasing in. They're going to the fountain. Yes, they do. They take them down. Oh, boy, say it. No. We are done with this main stage game. We're going to end this now.
Nowhere is safe.
No buybacks. No answer. We're thinking about 15 minutes down the line.
They've just got a death zone. This game is over.
This game. GG is called. Blue Boys knockout Iron Lane.
A haymaker to the face. They just sit GBK up there. You can
go in your face. I will come for your buildings. They won't move away from me. Give me the cloak. I will do the rest. That telekinesis plus the break from the Viper blew up 3-3. The fight was over.
It destroyed that one. That was nuts. And again, one of these moments where like it was looking sort of like maybe you had a way back into this Iron Wing. Things were back that direction, and oh god, it's gotta hurt. I mean, get knocked out like that this moment for 33 on the main stage.
I mean, you know, that's like our defense. You're thinking like, yeah, I got these waves. I'm gonna come with this Ravage. He's calculating. He's thinking about all the possibilities. The Rubik, I cracked him, and he was gone. He had a win. You know, he's got Carlos. They're saves all down, but he couldn't press any of the buttons, Lyrical.
Boom Boys, they managed to take them down, and while it's gotta be hard to go out in that way, former teammates shaking hands with Pure, who last year were able to make it all the way to top 4, now eliminate them here. A lot of respect shown between these two teams, but it is Boom Boys that were victorious, that come out on top and getting a little bit of love from the crowd.
I mean, what a clutch up performance by these players. That high ground siege, you guys have all seen it. You know going high ground's not easy. They had so many perfect plays there to break down the defense that was there from Iron Wing, and they made it look so easy.
Beautiful performance indeed. And again, one of these moments where like you think about the players and how much it means to them to be there up on the big stage, and just we're not able to pull it together for Iron Wing, and Boom Boys, an immaculate performance. They were down so much in this series. There were so many times where we thought they were right on the edge.
There was a lot of ups and downs. They risked it. They gave away the IO.
Yes.
In that last game, after just dominating with game 2, they had the answer in this one.
We'll see now as we hear from the champs as they move on forward down on the stage.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的是来自 Boom Boys 的 Critic， 以及我们的 Slugs。
Thank you so much, Marshall. So good to see you up here, my man, Kiritich. Kiri meow meow, if you will. This has got to feel good. You have got to feel amazing right now. Am I right?
Of course.
Good to hear. Are you feeling a little better than yesterday? You know, the whole the incident, you know? What was it like getting through that to now having this incredible win?
Yeah, just yesterday, P-Vision destroyed me. It's a bit for me sad and I'm a bit tilted, but good conclusion from yesterday game. Right now I'm ready to fight, ready to lose, ready to win. That's it.
好了，首先上来的话也是问了一下 Kiri 的昵称 Kiri 喵喵，想问一下他昨天的话，其实看到他有用力的拍桌子，不知道他今天获胜了之后的感觉好一些了没有 ？Kiri 也说哈，其实昨天输给 Vision， 我们确实打的没有对方好，但是我觉得给了我们一个很好的复盘机会，我们现在已经做好了准备，准备去赢，准备去输，准备好了台上任何应付一切。
Well, it looks like we now know who is the better carry IO. I mean, you gotta say, you put down Pure. Any words for that man? A bit of a competition for you here.
我们现在可能也知道了谁才是更好的 IO 大哥1号位，你也是战胜了 Pure， 你觉得呢？
I don't know what to say. I think best IO it's Anna, of course. After Anna.
我觉得最好的 carry IO 可能还是安娜，但我觉得我应该就在她之后了。
Yep, absolutely. Talking a little bit about Anna, you've talked before about Miracle. You've talked about all these legends that have been on this stage before you and how you hope to gain to their heights. Do you feel like you're getting close, my man?
那既然你提到了安娜，那像你之前的话，你说过你也特别喜欢 Miracle 这些传奇的选手，你觉得今天你在台上，你有没有感觉自己离他们越来越近了？
I don't know what to say. Miracle, Matumba, it's my hero. I love them so much, but of course, I want to play better. I'm not on the level Miracle right now. I'm not playing super good. I just play casual. I'm still less than my like said like I'm Бля, короче. I want to say something fun, good, but my English is not high level. But okay, it doesn't matter. Miracle good, and try to be like him.
Yes, reach those heights. You know what? Screw it. Just say it in your native language. We'll get it translated too.
我觉得确实哦 ，Miracle、马土这些选手一直都在我的心里，但我觉得我现在的话可能还没有达到他们的高度，但是我永远会向着他们去出发的。
All right, my friend. Now, last question for you. Thank you very much. Pure's BB team made it to 4th last year. You took over this team. You gave it dedication. You brought the reins in, and now you are close. When will you be satisfied? Will you be satisfied with now 6th that you have? Will you need 4th? When will you be happy, my friend?
Pure 的 BB 在去年拿到了前4的成绩，那今年的话你战胜了他们，然后你现在是前6，还要往前走多久 ？Kurtage 觉得他才会满意
Can you repeat like?
Yes. When are you going to be happy? Is it 6th place? Is it 4th place? Or do you need the win to go home, baby?
Bro, I'm right now so happy. I'm playing on TI in Shanghai. It's so good. I'm so happy. If I'm losing, if I win, I don't care. I'm so happy to play here. So we will see what happens. I want to just play better, learn my lessons from game, make good conclusion, and improve every game.
我现在真的非常开心，能够在上海来参加我们的国际邀请赛。我不想管我的成绩，我只想打得更好，打得再好一点。我会不断的学习复盘，然后去进步。也是感谢大家对我们的支持。
Thank you so much. Incredible job. Thank you.
好了，也是感谢 Slacks， 感谢 Kurtage。我们把剩下的时间给到我们的分析台。
A lot of smiles and happiness on that stage as Kurtage and his team Boom Boys, they advance here and they have eliminated Iron Wing. A lot to break down here with this game because I want to talk about Kurtage, but can we just for 1 second? They banned out Ember, Puck, and Lina, Slaughter Storm, Snapfire, Pangolier, and guess what? GPK still beyond godlike, Rhea.
Yeah, I mean, his Viper was so good. I kind of wanted to know what would they do. They were going to win their lanes. Obviously, that is what you do. You pick your Viper, you farm your items, you show up and you say, no one touched my Pookie. You go and Viper roll any Tide Hunter that ever wants to step up and try and be a tank for his team. You don't allow them any map space and you ruin every single fight that they want.
Yeah, I mean, they just read Iron Wing perfectly. Like in the adaptations, understand like, okay, we pick our Viper. We're not going to sit back and just the fear of the break. It's like they went across the river, they broke the Tide Hunter multiple times, and they kind of shut them down to the point where Iron Wing thought they could maybe fight. It's like, come on, guys, you like lost the early game so hard that you're scrambling into the game. There's no IO timing to play on. And like you're gonna see it here in one of the team fights, right? Like I think the Tide Hunter had just picked up the Ags, like the IO's already dead, the Winter Wyvern's hitting the curse. Like this is basically Iron Wing's way of saying we really want to try and fight, but we've already made the mistake like in the first 20 minutes that we're already putting kind of the first nail in our coffin and the eventual elimination of our team.
Yeah, this is why I felt like even though I like the Iron Wing draft, but based on just like how they want to play as a team, this is not the setup that they're very comfortable. Whenever Pure is playing a hero that kind of AFK farms for 20 minutes, the team just doesn't really feel like they have a lot of moves to make, and there'll be a lot of random deaths on the map because nobody's trying to play the game. Everyone is just farming. So somebody's going to die somewhere.
Yeah, and a lot of people died somewhere. One thing that a lot of teams sometimes have very much difficulty with is going high ground. It seemed like Boom Boys did not have that issue whatsoever. And that means Iron Wing has played their last game on the main stage. I'm sure that they are going to be very disappointed with this result. This is a team that has had most Tier 1 tournament victories the entire year, and that's a lot of pressure to bear also from themselves that they put on themselves going into this year's international. So disappointment is where they are, and it's gonna be a rough one, but of course we gotta have some final words, so let's head over to Perian.
Yeah, thank you. I am here with Ari. Ari, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I know it's horrible to talk to you under these conditions, and we're sorry to see you go out of the tournament. It felt like you guys had such a great season, and then things that were perhaps outside your control with orgs and stuff maybe unsettled you. Do you think that's fair to say?
队伍整个赛季的成绩非常亮眼，但是战队遇到了一些变动，你觉得对你们会有影响吗？
It's true that we've definitely underperformed in the second half of the season, which is very sad. Of course, we really wanted to do well this TI. We actually did feel confident going into it, but this doesn't erase the fact that the first half of the season went very well, and we're still very proud of what we achieved in this time. So overall, I still think we've had a good year.
Absolutely agreed. I can still remember giving you the trophy on the Birmingham stage, felt like yesterday. So many close series of this TI and so many great teams. Do you feel like you were unlucky that it could have gone a different way on another day, or was it just you weren't feeling it? Sorry.
还是说，整个队伍在这个赛季的前半段表现非常亮眼，虽然在第二阶段表现的不如意，但是也不能抹杀他们在整个赛季前半段的成绩，所以他对整个赛季的表现还是非常满意的。然后这次比赛的竞争非常激烈，这样的结果会不会觉得是缺少一些运气？
I wouldn't say unlucky because in the end, on the day, the better team wins. But I did feel like we were finding good form as this tournament went on, and we were feeling confident. And I do think we could have beaten any team in this tournament on a good day, but today just wasn't our day.
我不觉得是不幸运，因为强者为王。我觉得如果我们状态好的话，我们能打败任何一支队伍。
Ari, is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans and the fantastic crowd here in Shanghai that have been supporting you guys all year?
阿宇，最后有什么想跟现场粉丝，还有整个赛季支持你的粉丝说的吗？
Yeah, I'm super grateful to all of the fans and all the viewers that watch. The crowd is really what makes these events special. The lands we won as well as the CI, playing on stage in front of such passionate crowds is really what makes the experience amazing. So super grateful and super privileged. I hope to be here again next year.
非常感激所有支持我们的粉丝，还有现场的观众，你们的热情是让整个比赛变得更有意义。包括我们之前去参加过的所有线下比赛，包括本次 TI， 都非常感激你给我们这次的机会，也希望明年再见。
A heartbreaking loss, I'm sure, as Ari has still got the presence of mind, of course, to reflect back on a year that was still very successful in the first half. And I think actually, Winter, that is a little bit of a commemoration there. That is impressive to do at this stage after just getting eliminated, I think.
Yeah, it's very hard to like maintain your composure. Like throughout the season, I think it's very disappointing for sure. You know, from their perspective, they start out so well. They obviously feel like they should be able to keep the train rolling. Everybody wants to keep the train rolling, but you can't play every tournament at a 100% level all the time. There's patches, there's breaks. You need to take some rest on the team, and everyone resets. And unfortunately, Dota is a very, very tough game.
It is a very tough game. We're going to see what made it extra tough, because the game we just watched, there was one person in particular that might have flown under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, check this clip out. Sorry, bring the hype up. Watch that Wyvern. The way he plays this fight is incredible. The Lion actually broke the smoke from Boom Boys as they went high ground, and the Wyvern was able to catch the heal onto the Rubik, which delayed his death. And this clip is moving way too fast. It's really hard for me to point it out. But he is in such a good position on this high ground that the fight that they take over Iron Wings is just so in their favor. The delayed Rubik death means the Lion had to end up committing Finger onto it, so he couldn't use it on someone else. And then right after that moment, Wyvern then blinks down to the low ground and gets the curse off onto the Io, so Io can no longer enter the fight. Tide gets caught in the curse, and they also cannot like counter engage with the Ravage. And then on top of that, Kataomi Wyvern then flies over the Roche pit and kites the DK around, who's then trying to kill the Wyvern and just can't. So this guy single-handedly managed to disable at least 3 heroes by himself, which allows his team to clean up the Undying kill, remove the Tombstone from play, and then chase down the remaining 2 cores and turn a very decisive fight to look towards their victory. I honestly, absolutely sublime positioning and spell usage from Kataomi Wyvern in this game.
Yeah, I'm sure as a fellow sport player, Tiga, you also saw Kataomi, like, yeah, that guy is going to go far this one.
I mean, it's Kataomi Wyvern, right? You say those two words together, you're going to expect plays like that, right? Of course, the best winter wyverns in the world, they understand all these little, minutiae of the hero, and I think that was a perfect display of what the hero can do, and a reason why Boom Boys do consistently pick this hero whenever they have access to it. Compared to other teams where they often quite ignore this hero, Boom Boys, they will go for it, they will pick it up. But yeah, you can see from the stats on screen, they had an excellent game. We pretty much said we want to see them win the lanes. We want to see them just own this game. Throughout the best of three, they're kind of improving, shaping themselves to understand what they had to do. And I think in game three, it just truly it was the perfect example of like why they are meant to be the winners here. Like Iron Wing, they weren't making these developments, but Boom Boys, the perfect game three from them.
Yeah, adjustment definitely there now, also with a total of 6 games played on the main stage. Looking fantastic, looking strong, and looking still very much alive in the lower bracket. We're going to give the MVP to GPK. He was heavily focused in this game number 3, Winter. He was targeted in the draft. He was a menace in the game. Well-deserved. 2 games in a row, we gave him this MVP.
Yeah, he made a very, very important ganks towards the tide, the couple of Viper strikes to kill off the tide. I mean, some of them may be avoidable for 33, but I think overall GPK, he understood where to attack. He can't really kill the Aya on the top lane, so Tide was a very, very obvious target for him. And as soon as the Tide had to retreat and he can't really pressure the bottom side, the whole map became theirs, and they just kept farming, and they weren't really rushing. They were just playing for their timings, and they got to their timings, and Iron Wing just couldn't really fight them anymore.
They could not, and if you can't fight, you lose, and that's what they did. They are eliminated, and that is part of the competition. And it's beautiful because that's also what made Kirtic so happy on stage, because he did not get eliminated. We have one more in store for you today, one more elimination, one more lower bracket series coming your way, and it is between 2 teams that we all expected would face each other eventually, but maybe not in the first round of the lower bracket. I'm talking about Team Liquid and Falcons. So we are gonna see them going head to head. The series yesterday, that's probably, both of those series are probably part of the reason why so many predictions were ruined at the end of yesterday's 4 best of 3s. Yandex, Enigma Galaxy, happy in the upper bracket after knocking these 2 down. And we're going to focus our attention first on Team Liquid, Tigov. This team, game 1 of the series against Yandex, it was very close. And we're like, okay, that can happen. And then they got absolutely smacked down by Yandex. And this is a team that we don't expect ever to see smacked down like that.
Yeah, I feel like game 1, all was kind of the drafts are fine. Is the gameplay in the moment? Niche with an Aegis hitting a mid tower, overextending at the high ground the entirety of Liquid and overplaying their hand. Game 2, you can just chalk it up to a bit of an outdraft. I think the Slark into the end mid, the IO to pair with the Slark. So game 2, draft can be improved. I think you focus more towards game 1. That is the game where I think Liquid in form, when they won TI a couple years back, that is the type of draft where they wouldn't throw away that lead. They would just close out that game cleanly. So I am looking to them to just kind of look towards that game, improve on it. And today they'll be a better team because that first game, I think that was probably one of the best games from yesterday because of how well Yandex held on under the pressure that Liquid applied.
Yeah, and Team Liquid has had a great year as well. And I think that's worth highlighting here.
Yeah, they did have a pretty good year, but I think they picked it up just before TI mainly, right? I think they just won, my apologies. They just won the previous TI event coming into TI. So they kind of had a bit of ups and downs to some degree, but overall, as you can see here, they had some 4th, some 3rd, some 1st. So they had pretty good results, but the general track record of the 5 tournaments pre this TI was a bit more of a pickup, as you see here. Yeah, it's the first to Essence, and then EWC, Blast, Dream League, and Vlahe. It's kind of like, it's okay, but for a team like Liquid, you expect a lot more. But again, critically, they got that first place at Essence. So coming into TI, they have that win. Is it a curse? Is it not? Who knows? Right now, it feels maybe like a little bit like a curse. Again, tier 1 event wins pre-TI historically don't go down too well.
Yeah, so far also, we're talking about Team Liquid. We got to talk a little bit about sports there too, because they're a large region as why they do as well as they did, Rhea.
Yeah, I think they're fantastic. I'm glad that they brought Ace and Tofu into the team together because they have such synergy. Even though they have split apart on the lanes, I think they went through a lot of trialing of talking about what's best for the team. And at the end of the day, they really didn't want to disrupt Boxy's playstyle because he makes so many calls and he is very proactive with smokes and kills and playing with mid. But Tofu has been a fantastic 5. He's a lot more of an adaptable player. I think he mentioned that in the past, like Boxy doesn't want to play certain heroes. If he were to play 5, Insania also avoided certain heroes, but Tofu is much more willing to fit what is needed for the team. And he has been a massive asset since February. He talked about moving into the captain role and getting more into drafting as well. So this guy is honestly incredibly good. I think even like Eki was talking recently about how you watch 5 games of Tofu play and you will learn so much about the support role. He was like solo carrying games against Spirit in previous tournaments. Watch this guy's gameplay. He is elite. He is so elite.
He is definitely a star player, and he swapped roles seamlessly, and that is very cool to see. Of course, it has been very cool to see Liquid, especially in the group stages where they did really well. Yesterday might have been an anomaly. We'll have to find out if Team Liquid can find that form again, but first we have to welcome them on the stage.
Team Liquid!
They are historically known to take the long route. A best of 3 series, so let's make it all 3 games. So there's a double elimination bracket. Let's go on the longest route possible to make it as deep as we can. And in the lower bracket, they find themselves. Let's see how far they can go. And their first opponent is Team Falcons.
Team Falcons!
The defending champions of the International still very much alive this time around in Shanghai. Can they make that long route all the way back to the grand finals to defend their ages? Yesterday, knocked down, but not out. They are ready to take the fight to Team Liquid, as I'm sure they've done a lot of preparation against a team that they are so familiar with. They have their work cut out for them, and a lot of rings to their name already. And I want to start talking about a player that has 2 of those rings, namely a Skeeter Winter. This guy is a pivotal player in the roster.
He's the glue of Falcons.
He
I think he is the person that puts everything in place. He's not a very greedy carry. He plays usually the blink stunners. I think in most of the games you see Skitter do really well in this team is when he's playing the Sven, he's playing the Elk, anything that allows him to be the lead, the initiator, because it also pairs really well with Snaking's hero pool. Snaking generally likes to play also very greedy position 5 heroes, which need the cores to go in. So Skitter needs to kind of be on the Sven Elk type of heroes most of the time. And I think the reason why they have a lot of up and down results recently is because of the introduction of SF, Drow. Your carry kind of has to try or play the aggressive late gamers, and that doesn't really suit Falcon's playstyle.
I also just thought that if Skeeter wins this TI, his win rate of getting an Asia, this is his 5th international. He's got 2 rings already. 3 out of 5 is pretty darn impressive. 2 out of 5 obviously also super impressive, don't get me wrong. But that is quite the feat. This guy has what it takes to get through these sticky, hairy situations called lower bracket, backs against the wall, Rhea, and he'll fight.
He will fight, and I do wonder if they will adapt throughout the tournament or if they'll just stick to what they know, because obviously the reason why Skier plays the way he does is because he wants to enable Amar, who I think Knoxville laid out the stat that he was the only offlaner who on average outfarmed the enemy carry at 10 minutes, which is an absurd accomplishment. So this guy, I think a lot hinges on Amar's gameplay doing the kind of core carrying, but that also means that we need Crit to do really well because Crit massively enables Amar. I guess what I'm saying here is it's a team effort.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, I think the entirety of Falcons and why they always do well is because they're a system-based team with 5 players functioning at a very high level. Of course, Crit, as you see on screen with the Lions, the SDs, the Clock, all of these heroes want to play through another hero. They're not independent guys that are going to like solo break the game. It's like, I'm going to go as a Clock to go get information for someone else to get a kill, a Lion to set up, an SD to say, like, he's very much a systems type player, and that allows him to excel when everything's firing at 100%. I think yesterday, Falcons, the reason why they're in the lower bracket, they're a little bit kind of reminiscent of what we just saw from Iron Wing. The same type of initiations was what was happening with Falcons against Nigma, especially in that game 3 between the Tiny and the Doom. But I think in general, if Falcons are in form, of course, they will make a lower bracket run. Same thing for Liquid. Again, my fantasy is in shambles. Both of these teams are meant to be my upper bracket semifinals. I have at least both of them in my player predictions as well for my bonus points. So I'm a little upset that they're both in the lower bracket. I would like to get a new terrain, but it's okay. But yeah, I think both of these teams in form, easily lower bracket run teams.
I want to give hype to Crit again as well because I think that he is so amazing, and it's kind of the Loki thing where, do you remember that game against VG and Amar got an 11-minute GG out of them on his Necrophos? Everyone praises Necrophos. They were like, "This Amar is amazing, best Necro I've ever seen." If you watch Crit play that lane, he set everything up. Like every single cog, he got the maximum amount of efficiency on Clockwork to just bully them down to a point where Necro could get those kills. And then he rotates mid, and then he enables Malrine to get a kill. And then he secures your runes, he goes for the Wisdom Shrine, and all of a sudden, everything is completely in a flow state. I think if Crit reaches a flow state ever in these types of games, he will just dominate and set up his cores to look so good.
I mean, you just described Dota in a nutshell, right? The cores get all the praise always, right? So come on, that's all you just done.
Well, we've highlighted a little bit of how Falcons got to this lower bracket. Winter, how do you feel Team Liquid got to this lower bracket? Because yesterday definitely didn't go the way they planned.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit confused about what heroes and what type of like playstyle they want to utilize. And we know Liquid has been traditionally a team that wants to play really fast, but unfortunately, again, they have the problem where the patch doesn't really reward fast teams. You have to figure out how to balance everything out. You need to have late game security, and that's not really how Liquid likes to play. They both kind of want to play with a very active carry, but I think as a team, Liquid is less greedy compared to Falcons. Falcons is a lot more greedier. I think in this particular matchup, Liquid should have the upper hand in the early game because they tend to play faster. And the thing they have to accomplish is they need to stop Falcons from getting farm on their greedy cores. And if they can accomplish that, and they can, like what Rhea mentioned, they can stop Crit from creating the space, then it will put them in a very, very good spot.
I'm also intrigued to know if Falcons are going to continue trying to run the Centaur, right? Against Nigma, they did it, of course, against Boom Boys as well. They tried the Centaur mid. Like, it is like their kind of little strat and playbook that they're trying to bring to the tournament. Is it something that's going to carry over today in the lower bracket? If it is, what is Nisha going to be ready to play against it? Like, it's quite a clunky mid here that just kind of ice sit and farm. Whatever you pick will also farm, but of course it provides other kind of properties later into the game.
They are trying to find like flex heroes, and a lot of them that I've seen so far, I like the Pango actually the most, even though Pango is probably not the best hero right now, but I think for Team Falcons, it's a hero that has very high value. In the past, they tend to use like Razor, Husker as a flex pick, but right now I think Pango is probably a hero that would suit them a lot more. I agree with you, T, that I don't think Centaur fits the build that much, even though it looked like it might work, but in terms of strategy, it has a lot of weaknesses, it has a lot of holes, and it's not really that great on the mid lane. Yeah.
Are there any niche picks in particular that when these two teams appear on stage that we think about? It's like, oh, I can't wait to see Nisha's... Well, I can't wait to see Nisha's Ember. I think it's going to get banned, which is a shame.
I think Enchantress might be a hero that would be good. Because again, like I said, the early game, the support battles, how can they control the runes, how can they make space for the core, is going to be very important. And what is the best support in the early game? Enchantress. Enchantress can win the lane, you can get the creep, you can dive the mid laner, you get the tower, you create a lot of pressure. So that is a hero that I would say that maybe would be the key hero here in this matchup.
And also, I just want to see potentially just classics as well for Falcons. You just mentioned the Razor. Like, you can still pick the Razor. Like, if Liquid's picking like Luna carries and trying to go for more like, you know, melee bro off lane with a range carry, why not go for Razor and just try and run through with like Manta BKB or whatever? Like, there's not a world where you have to just lock in these, you know, main event heroes that we've been seeing so far. But yeah, I think it's just gonna be just potentially maybe one of the best series today, in my opinion. I'm just, these are two teams that coming into the main event, like they could see the Aegis.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably one point in the scrim or something, they're like, you know what?
This is
we can do it. You know, we can do it. Like 2 years ago, 1 year ago, we lifted it. And now they're down here. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like this is probably, again, maybe I'm just biased because I'm here, but it really does feel like this has the makings of the best series.
Well, this is a series that happened not too long ago. In essence, too, this was the grand finals, actually. 3-0 in favor of Team Liquid. And in case anybody remembers it, yes, there were like some long games and one really close game, but overall it was pretty one-sided in favor of Liquid. But before that, it was Falcons smashing Liquid with the 2-0, and it's been very back and forth this entire season. The record between the two, in terms of games, if we don't look at series, but in terms of games, it's 13-10 in favor of Liquid. But what's 3 games? You know, it's very, very, very back and forth. I love to see what's coming with the pressure of the lower bracket on their shoulders here on the main stage of the international. As we just saw 2 players on screen that I want to focus on. We saw Nisha and Malrine being compared to each other, and I think that's going to be a very telling story going into this one, Rhea, because both of these, they have a lot of pressure, and we have such high expectations from them.
Yeah, Nisha is always an overachiever with his gameplay. This guy comes out, he styles, he gives everyone fantasy points, and he dominates the game. I think I always look to Nisha, but I don't feel like it's a solo endeavor. I don't feel like there's any like weight on his shoulders. I think whilst this team, when they have tripped up, it has been kind of like people overextending, including him. You know, Mike is also a very good, very reliable carry, and Ace always plays very solid offlaners as well to kind of round out the trio. With Malrine, though, I feel like Amar always wants to farm a lot, and Skit is going to be a little bit more sacrificial. It always seems to me that Malrine has a little bit more of a job to do with the supports. That being said, when Nisha runs over a game, he runs over a game. Like, he can 1v5.
That's why I want to see Nisha protected in the draft, right? I think when you look towards Malrine, like, you can throw his hero any stage of the draft and like he's going to perform. And Nisha, he can do the same, but he excels and dominates when he has a bit more protection. Like when he closes the second phase of the draft with his pucks, his embers, like when he sees his mid matchup or kind of knows roughly, he's probably going for that hero. He performs on some like ethereal level, but like when he's blind picking an Ember, getting counter picked by Slark, when he's put in this kind of position of you have to play comeback the entire game, he does very well. Still better than often many mids in the world, but he doesn't truly shine to the point where he can just like solo lift Liquid to like another grand finals, right? So I just want to see Nisha a little protected in the drafts.
Yeah, it's the system again. We go back to the system. I think Liquid, they tend to put the win condition on their mid a lot right now. And sometimes it can be, like you say, it's very hard to do in the draft. And they need to figure out how can they actually open up with flexible supports enough for them to allow the Nisha pick to maybe come later.
I want to talk about the coaches of the teams. AY 2000 on the side of Team Falcons and Blitz on the side of Team Liquid. They've got, of course, a lot of work to do here with the draft that's incoming. I feel like they have also somewhat of a similar coaching style, Tigov. Is that fair to say? They are there. They're not always necessarily pressing the buttons, as we do see AY standing, whereas Blitz is sitting down.
So I was reading the lobby chat, I'll be honest. So your question was they have the similar coaching style?
Oh, I'm asking.
No, they have polar opposite coaching styles, I believe. I feel like Aui's very analytical, very like game directive and like kind of authoritarian in like how he wants to see the game played, whilst complementing his team's opinions. And then I feel like Blitz is more of like the let's try and link up our ideas together, try and facilitate good conversation, make sure that we have the correct vibes. But I kind of feel like if you were to kind of explain what coaches do in Dota, I think Blitz and Aui are kind of on two sides of the spectrum.
Okay.
And then the coaches kind of filter in between those two lines. But again, both do exceptionally well. I think in Dota, you can't always just have one type of coach do well. Like some teams need the Blitz, some teams need the Aui, right? And the reason why certain teams don't succeed is because they have a Blitz when they need an Aui, they have an Aui when they need a Blitz, right? And again, two exceptional coaches.
Jabs is existence as well, who's a fantastic coach alongside Blitz for Team Liquid. And sometimes like if Blitz isn't able to attend tournaments, you see like I see Jabs with the team and like how much he's like pouring over the drafts and trying to help them and work with them. Like this guy puts in a shit ton of effort, and I think it's been very good for them to have both of those people with the team.
Yeah, sometimes you need Puppy, you know, to tell you what to do.
I guess if there was a triangle, then there is on one side of the point is Puppy there as well as
he's not on the block. He's still trying to work out where
where he fits in. Absolutely. Something I didn't ask yet. With both teams coming in, we got a lot of good things to say about the teams and their records and how well they play, and they're so amazing. But surely, guys, one team must be better than the other. So who you got?
And based on play style, would favor Liquid. I think Liquid is going to have the slight edge here overall with the hero pool, because I think Falcons, they're kind of limited again. You know, they have the problem with the hero pool. So I think they're going to struggle here. Maybe they have some answers in the first game. I want to see what they decide to do. But based on the games yesterday, I felt like they're struggling to find answers.
Yeah, I feel like, again, Liquid's loss felt like they could understand it a lot quicker than Falcons, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Falcons kind of feel like, oh, this is the limit of the team right now.
Yeah. And like Liquid, it's like you make a draft mistake, you make a gameplay mistake. Like that's an easy replay review. That's an easy discussion with the drafter, you know. But for Falcons, it was like there were so many little mechanics going wrong and things happening that, again, they have the ability to have this conversation. But I think coming into it, it's very close. But I'd say it's like 55-45 to Liquid. But I wouldn't really go further than that. Like it's still a very competitive series. Unless you look at the Essence tournament, and then technically it's kind of very one-sided. But I'm not looking at that random tournament.
No,
I'm at TI.
I think, I mean, when you're looking at both these teams, especially during the group stage, Falcons did not have a single game that went to 2-0. It was all 1-2s or 2-1s. Yes, they 2-0'd Vici Gaming at the elimination round, but other than that, they always went the distance. We're going to find out how things fare here in the lower brackets, and it's a best of 3. Let's see how things play out.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
The first game of this elimination game is having Team Liquid on the Radiant side and Team Falcons on the Dire side. We got ourselves a first pick coming out from Falcons soon as well. And that means Team Liquid get that overall last pick. We saw in the previous game, obviously, one player heavily targeted. And I know that in the past, that is something that is also done by Puppy when he's drafting provision. Just ban out one player in particular, and I think maybe for some teams it works. Team Liquid does heavily focus on banning out some heroes for Malrine, and that seems to also be a trend here too.
Yeah, of course, the Huskar, the Earth Spirit. I mean, Earth Spirit, it's auto ban at this point. Like, just close your eyes and ban it. That's sort of every single draft, right? And they even still respect the Centaur, but Falcons promoting Bounty Hunter to first pick, which I believe is the first time they are going to be doing that in the tournament. So using the upper bracket information, the 4 best of 3s we saw yesterday, they see the advantage of what it can bring to a draft, the space it can bring in the opening, 15 minutes of the game. And when you have cores as farm heavy as Falcons, you want a bounty on your team to make that space, to buy time for them to get online.
Is it a crit hero though? Does it fit his playstyle?
I mean, we just saw the clockwork style heroes that he played, the information. I feel like, yes, I think he can run around and be a little pesky crit.
I agree. I think if his goal is to be able to assist multiple lanes and just be so annoying, Crit's got that. I think his map movement is a very big strength of his.
It just depends on what Amar wants to play, because there is a concern that if you pick Bounty Hunter, and then Amar has like a specific type of hero that wants to win the lane, and then you have a bounty,
he doesn't play Darks here, so that's like an issue, because Amar is like a person that wants to win the lane heads up, and Bounty Hunter doesn't really do that, for you. You just kind of want to like survive the lane, and then Bounty is gonna roam around, and you're gonna be on your own device, and that doesn't really sound like what Amar wants to do usually in the game. And maybe, like you said earlier, maybe the Razor could allow them to do that, because if you have a strong lane Razor and Bounty, you can make it work. Then it could be a different story.
That is just, I think, going to be the biggest kind of talking point in about 3 picks time, is just kind of understanding how they thought about this Bounty Hunter. But if you're first picking it in a game, there's probably, like, you already know the next 3 or 4 picks to the Bounty Hunter. you're not just like kind of cold going for it. So yeah, we'll have to see where they're going. Liquid, of course, goes to Lina. Tried and tested.
Yeah.
It's Lina.
And I think Liquid received the Yandex Saxa bounty hunter yesterday, and they're going to have that fresh in their minds. I think they're going to be way more aware of it and how to deal with it this time around. I'm sure they have thought back on how they were beaten and fixed that. But at the other side, Falcons might have just looked at how Yandex did that and just want to recreate what happened on the main stage there in that second game where Liquid did not stand a chance.
They also haven't played IO at the tournament. So if they really want to do first, it's, first bounty hunter for them, first IO for them. They could just copy Yandex and see how that goes.
I think one point to the bounty with Amar that you were saying is he can always play an offlaner that can farm Ancients, because the carry just typically doesn't take that space for the first 20 minutes of the game. You can just stack a lot, and then he can farm that and come back. He doesn't have to win. He wants to win the lane. He doesn't have to win the lane. If you can pick some hero as well that can buy and get a Dom, then he can just run that creep around 18 times in the top lane, farm up some big wave, and then farm it.
I mean, the thing with his playstyle is he's very different from 33. If it's 33, I could understand it working, because 33 just, as long as he's farming, he's going to be happy. But for Amar, because he's a very aggressive player, if he doesn't put himself, or the team doesn't put him in a position where he's allowed to win the lane and pressure and attack the tower, he would die, he would feed, he will make mistakes because he just keeps pushing it. So I think they're very different type of players, and you gotta try to bring the best out of them, and you wanna give them the best sort of position to play their natural play style.
Do you think that maybe they could?
Because I don't think you can change the player.
Yeah.
You have to let them just be themselves and just give them the best options in the game.
So then in that case, do you think it's more important that they pick a safe lane where the 5 can rotate through gate and then focus on de-warding gate? And
Yeah, possibly. I think Enchantress would still be great for that.
Yeah.
Well, they'll get themselves a Spirit Breaker at the very start of the day. There was one wish that Winter had. I just want to see a Bounty Hunter and a Spirit Breaker against each other and charge against each other. And I know, T, you're also a big Spirit Breaker fan already, so I feel like it's Christmas.
I mean, it is. It's going to be absolutely delightful. Spirit Breaker is, if you go back in the history of Dota, Invis annoying hero that is ruining my day. You pick Spirit Breaker and just charge him on repeat, and then you know exactly where he's going. If you really want to be advanced, by the way, you backpack your boots and your move speed so that you charge slower to get more information to see if you place a ward. Just fun tip for you. And Falcons do actually go for the Razor. But yeah, for Liquid, I mean, Spirit Breaker into Bounty Hunter is going to be pretty good. I think the Shard has to be respected with the planar pocket. Being able to absorb utility and spells is going to be quite something to keep out. If Falcons go for anything single target, Spirit Breaker can counter that. But again, Cow versus... What is it, Bounty Hunter? A cat?
He's like a rat, isn't he?
Is he a rat? Whatever animal he is.
He's a little rodent.
The cow should beat the animal, but then the electric thing should electrocute the cow. So yeah, that's why they're on the fence normally.
And one more thing to add with the SB is SB and Lina together is very, very nice. Because whenever, at least for me when I'm playing SB, I want a mid laner like Lesh and Lina, so it's easy, high damage. When I charge over, I can just instantly kill. So I always have the option to rotate to mid. You don't want to be like laning with a mid laner which doesn't really have a lot of damage, so you can't really set up kills. So again, this Underlord, very, very nice here. Pairs up very well with the SB. You charge, you find someone, and the Underlord connects to you. Very, very annoying. It's also Bounty Hunter counter. You see him on the map, you just pit him, and you Fiend's Gate and you pit him and you kill him.
I think we come to a conclusion. The bounty has been dealt with. All right, I think we've found the answers. He's been shut down. I mean, also the main thing, Liquid, they just have the front line, right? Lina is very much protected through the Underlord, the Spirit Breaker. Like, there is no question, Lina will be very difficult to find. And Falcons right now, they have Moonlight Shadow, they have Bounty Hunter Track, so they have tools to try and get into good positions to maybe get the vision advantage, but they still don't have the way to consistently find the backline and get the kill. And then Liquid on top of that go for a Rubik, so they'll be able to utilize the shard that Save used in the previous series to keep Kiritich alive multiple times to also help the Lina. So right now it's like 3 protect Lina, and Falcons don't have the answers yet to stop the farmed Lina from just ripping through them.
Maybe the answer is going to come now.
Does it mean the Rubik is what, cost 5? Are they going to lane the Rubik with Underlord and the SB is going to be on the safe lane?
I'd assume that would be the current setup, yeah.
And that is a Sven. Do we like Sven?
The blink stun on Skitter, yes.
That's it. Like
Yeah,
Mosquito, check.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah, see Lena, Skidder, go kill her. That's basically it. That's the simplest narrative for the pickup.
That sounds like a very easy script that's being followed. I'm always a little worried if there's a clear script that's being followed, that the team on the other side knows exactly what's coming and therefore has been able to prepare for it.
Yeah.
Gonna find out that we got Wind Ranger banned out, so we're looking for hero for Nisha. Most likely we can swap the Lina to mid if we want to, but that's on the side of Liquid.
There's flexibility there. I think Falcons, not concern, but I think Skidder just has a very good game, because if he doesn't, Spiritbreaker can just bash him throughout the BKB, and Sven is a hero that you are locked into. If you have BKB, you can kill. If you don't, you have to respect the ability to kite you, and you probably won't do as much damage. And then, of course, Rubik, like we already mentioned, I think both supports on Liquid, if they have a good game, they may stop Skidder ever doing the perfect damage that you require from this pick position, where you kind of feel like the main source of Lina's threat.
I mean, one of the nice things, though, at least talking about Spiritbreaker and his potential, is the Mirana pickup in response is a support that naturally wants to buy Yules as a first item. It calls for it, and this is a fantastic Yules game. So Spiritbreaker, he's going to want to stand at like jungle entrances, break smokes, and play like that. But if Mirana is there in these Moonlight Shadows, right, she can just Yules and he can get that pick off easily.
Honestly, it could just be a double Yules game. Bounty and Mirana might just want to buy it. And it is difficult for
It's
Spiritbreaker.
good for Force Staff too. I think one of them should buy Force.
There you go.
Yeah, it counters the Rubik and the Pit. I think having double use, it's nice, but I think in practice you want to have one use and one Force Staff, and they have to distribute the items accordingly.
Double use, double Force. How about we have everything?
I mean, if you're that rich, sure.
Hey, it's bounty.
I mean, your Falcons, they're going to be fine. They're going to generate the gold in the game. It's fine.
Yeah. I think they have a nice ball right now, because when I look at Liquid's lineup, when you play with Spiritbreaker, you kind of want to be on the offensive. You want to be chasing. I don't think Spiritbreaker feels too good when you're the one being pushed back, but Falcons have a really good lineup for that. With this like Warcry, buff, Razor, and Miranda that can catch you with Leap and Yules, like, and your Bounty Hunter tracking in advance. Like, I think if they are able to be in the right formation, Falcons can push the map a lot nicer.
I kind of feel like I'd rather see the Razor just go, I think, off lane in this scenario. Utilize the Bounty, who can either play the lane or skip waves really nicely, and then you find a new mid. I think Lina into Razor, you are kind of gifting the Lina just to farm quite nicely. Like when Razor was the dominant mid,
Nobody.
Yeah, who can believe it?
You just want to farm. You get like maybe I don't know, like
you unplug their keyboard at the start of the game, like run over to their booth and just
And he's gonna unplug the keyboard by playing something like Sand King, because you just go drag the wave and farm the jungle, so you don't have to be there.
Get the mouse click.
But that seems really hard into Spiritbreaker.
Yes, that is the value of having the cow on your team. Any wave skipping behind tower, you can just shut that down.
You see the question mark, you know, on his face about what Melreen gets to play in this game. They took a lot of time before banning out the Kez. We see the Necrophos banned out by Team Liquid, and it's up to Falcons to decide what to play here. Team Liquid has overall first pick and near a minute still left in their bonus time, so they get a lot of time still to talk about how they're going to counter whatever is going to come their way. But that amount of time is not something Falcons is privy to, as their bonus time is only 10 seconds.
Let's make a press circle. No Doom Midas. No Doom losing late Midas.
It's
Yes!
an Earthshaker!
Amazing!
We like that.
Right.
So let's get to the Rubik.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess.
Oh, you
I mean, this Rubik is having such a nice buffet of spells. The Razor, Nuke, the Plasma Field, the Stun from Sven, the Earthshaker. If Rubik ever gets a really good start, I could see the Rubik just carrying the team fights in this game.
But I can see a world where Falcons, they wanted another way to jump to the backline, and I think Liquid, they have exceptional fights where it lasts 15-20 seconds of kiting and saving and throwing out auras. So their answer was like, if we see a hero for a millisecond, Sven and Earthshaker will insta-blow that guy up with a slam into, Godstroke, whatever. We need to kill that guy. Of course, Lina will be the target the entire time. So I think Falcons kind of are scrambling for a pick at the very end. They identified a type of hero they needed. They have found a hero that kind of fixes the problem we were looking at. But again, it's an Earthshaker from the mid lane. I'm not too excited by it, but I understand the use case and why they picked it in this scenario, because they needed some explosive damage.
You can never stop Rubik from getting what he wants, really, but at the same time, you're playing Vision Heroes with Bounty, so hopefully the goal of him this whole game will just be to find Rubik and give his team the vision they jumped in.
Ah, TI classic. I'm gonna
It's so
that
good.
in.
It's so good.
The clap. Thank God they kept that animation. Actually, if they removed that animation, Nisha Invoker.
Spicy.
I really like
Against the Sven, against the Earthshaker, it gives you a lot of like kiting with the tornado, and the EMP is so annoying for those heroes. Somewhere down the road, when you get to the mid game in a team fight, you get one mana burn off, and it means like the fight is over. But with the Invoker, it feels like Liquid are the ones that are going to be playing slow here, though. It does enable the Spirit Breaker in the early game, so you can charge and Sunstrike and get some kills. So it's very important that they are able to find some kills in that way, because otherwise all their cores kind of want to farm, you know. Mickey is on a Lina, which is not like his usual style where you want to come help the team. Lina, you don't help the team, you just farm and you hope your team survives.
I feel like Liquid will have a pretty good shot in the laning phase, but it's kind of how do they deal with Falcons inevitably getting the BKB timings.
Yeah.
That is when Falcons will be extremely scary. All the saves and the ways that Liquid can kind of keep Lina alive, because it's 4 heroes that once again will amplify Mickey to just pop off. But that BKB timing for Falcons, that is the biggest window for them to play through.
Yeah, I agree. They're all magic damage. The BKB is going to destroy them.
It's a big upside for Team Liquid that they have a position 5 that used to be position 4, because they get themselves tokens playing his Rubik. Curious to see how the lanes will play itself out, if Boxy on a Spear Breaker will still start with the Lina, and if we're going to have some moving about, because it's probably going to be eventually the Underlord that will be left alone if there's a Spirit Breaker running amok somewhere. But it is proving to be a potential very active early game for this first game of the best of 3. This active early game is probably going to be very exciting. Definitely going to be very exciting. You know what's also very exciting? It's an interview with Coach Blitz.
Absolutely, extremely exciting to have a legend like Blitz here with us today. Sir, it's not the first time Liquid has gone up against Falcons. Many times before. In fact, one of the longest standing rivalries out there. What's it like to play against this team again?
It's incredibly humbling. I believe that this is the first time that me and one of AUI's teams have ever met on the main stage. I think this is the first time. A lot of people don't know this, but AUI is a person that I've known the longest in Dota. This is 20 years now that I've known this guy. And so to look to my right and see him in this position, it's really emotional for me. And it's like one of the coolest full circle moments of my Dota career. You know, I don't think we have a lot left in us. And so being able to do it one time at least, it's, you know, have a good cry backstage. And it's awesome. It really is.
Well, it's good to hear that if you're going to go against anybody, you're going against a good friend and someone that's been around for a long time. Let's talk a little bit about that draft then and your guys' plan. Now, the panel has been talking a lot about this Spirit Breaker hero potentially being this counter to the Bounty Hunter. We're seeing this pseudo-global strat with Prophets and Wisps and all this. Is that kind of the plan against the Spirit Breaker? Is it specifically against Bounty, or did you have something else in mind?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see the bounty hero, you have to kind of address it. We took the Lina because it's a high-value hero, and then after that, you know, in Dota, as soon as you see a hero, you want to address it because it's going to be a support. You know, there's no core bounty hunter shenanigans, so it's kind of easy to one-to-one it. You know, I credit to them because they didn't really play it, and I think both our teams got our ass beat by it, so they're just like, we're going to YOLO run it. And I respect that because we have not played Breaker a single time, so both teams are kind of just saying, you know what, it's TI, let's throw caution to the wind, have a bit of a good time, and trust our players to be able to execute.
I trust we're going to have a hell of a series. Thank you so much, Blitz. We're so excited to see how this one goes, and we'll check it out with our casters.
Thank you so much, Sir Action Slacks. We are here, lower bracket international play. That means elimination on the line. Falcons versus Liquid. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah.
I don't know if a lot of people would have expected that coming in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're one of the people out there who still has a flawless bracket, congratulations. I think you're in the top 1% already with these few series being played. I personally was not expecting either of the. Oh, actually, excuse me. I was expecting Liquid here. I did pick Yandex, but I did not pick Falcons to lose yesterday. But here we are, and only one of these teams will make even the top 6. And of course, keep in mind, there's TI winners on both sides. There's recent TI winners on both sides, as a matter of fact, the previous 2 champions.
That's right.
So this is a battle of who fluked the least.
Would you have guessed that they've never met on stage before? That sounds crazy, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming he means specifically TI main event.
Right.
Falcons versus Liquid. I can believe that.
It's more AUI.
Oh, AUI coach team. Yeah, that's true, actually.
That seems
Yeah.
really hard to believe, but he would know better than anybody. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting storyline, I suppose, as we get into the early stages of the game. Let's talk about the lineups. Spirit Breaker early picks, and talk to me about this cow.
I love this hero. I personally think it's been a little bit undervalued. It's not a hero I was expecting to see a lot, but I think it does have some games that it can be cool. And obviously against Bounty Hunter, you're inspired to try to run this. It's a historical classic counter. You see Bounty anywhere on a sentry, you can charge him across the map, you can keep track of him, no pun intended, and actually kill him at his own game. And also in this meta, where a lot of the carries are ranged, you have this option that you're seeing Liquid exploit in this draft, where you pick Spirit Breaker, Lina as the first two, and they could be, the Spirit Breaker could have been 4 or 5, the Lina could have been 2 or 1, so mid or safe lane, and they end up effectively doing a 180 at the very end, putting Mickey on the carry Lina to give Nisha a very nice last pick for the game as well. I think this is a beautiful draft from Liquid. I definitely favor them in this individual game. Also because Razor is a big question mark for me. Like, this hero we have barely seen. It has definitely fallen off a cliff. Mickey will be on the receiving end of said Razor.
Nice caster currently willing to dive.
Find a kill.
No clue. Will get dropped by Snake King in the meantime in this top lane.
Bone's going well to start for the Falcons.
Well, that answers your question about Razor, I guess. I mean, I'm more surprised we haven't seen Razor against, I mean, maybe it's not good anymore, against the Lone Druid, which we've been seeing constantly. That used to be an old counter at least.
I think that lane is still really tough now. That's what's surprising for this. Amar picked it blind, too. They had only seen the Lina. The Lina could have gone mid, so he knew none of his matchups. Or he knew a Spirit Breaker who he wasn't necessarily even laning against. It was like, we'll play Razor. If there's a team to do it, it would be Falcons. They are the Razor team of all time, playing it on all 3 core positions across countless patches.
Peter, Sunstrike's coming. He will drop inside of the Pit of Malice. And that is the scary part of the Underlord Rubik combination. Actually, I think the win rate with these two is not particularly good, but you can see the combo is excellent. You know, telekinesis back in to basically ensure a second route. Fox able to TP back, and obviously will be able to charge at any point. I mean, how early do you want to roam, if at all? I mean, I'm guessing you do on the cow.
That's the downside in this game, is that I think it's very hard to leave Lina alone. This hero is super fragile when it comes to playing in the safe lane if you leave your support away from her, because she's just prone to being dove in the tower. And she's playing into Bounty Hunter plus a hero with high damage. He never really knows where Bounty is. He just gets stunned and then into a static link. So I think Foxy is kind of pinned down a little bit in that sense, which is I think the biggest flaw of Liquid's draft here is it's not great for Spirit Breaker to have to play like that. Maybe when Lina starts semi-jungling, you can try to pivot away from that. But yeah, so far so good for Falcons still, in spite of that one death up top onto Skeeter. Still looking great on the core net worths. All their lanes are working out just fine.
Yeah, Malrine 19 and 7 in the mid lane with Nisha on his Invoker at 15 and 5.
Yep.
And what type of build are we expecting to see from the Invoker? Is there any variation these days? Because it feels like it's usually the heavy Exort.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer. I think Nisha's just going to stick to the standard here. I don't think there's any reason to deviate too much. It has been a little bit surprising to me, actually, to see just how one-dimensional Invoker play has become. This hero historically has always had different modes between Wex and Exort as the two primary ways of playing. But yeah, in this tournament, I genuinely believe every single game that I have seen Invoker, it has been playing Exort with Meteor Hammer, I think every time. And obviously, it's... Oh, hang on, Mickey.
Getting on. A lot of damage from Amar right now.
I think the Invoker build is kind of a consequence of, at least in part, the bigger map. You need to be able to farm efficiently, and with the Meteor Hammer, you're farming stacks in the jungle. You still have tower pressure, and of course, you are going to go for your shard to kill waves without even showing your hero.
Snake, a lot of damage. And we didn't even mention that he's playing his signature hero.
He is the best 5 Mirana.
I mean, people are playing Mirana these days a little bit more often, but even when this hero is completely out of the meta, you can expect him to still pick Mirana at some point during a tournament. So all of that experience over the years definitely going to be paying off.
He must have been super happy when this hero got Celestial Quiver, because I think that was what the hero was really lacking to keep up with a lot of the other heroes' buffs over time. Was Mirana's laning was just too weak. She had so little damage. Now that is compensated for, See Snaking run it when it's appropriate.
Yeah, Crit is now getting charged. Malrine will secure the first power rune of the game. It's a damage. As Boxy will successfully charge and then back away. Wasn't really any kill threat quite yet. Only a level 3 Spirit Breaker, in fact. Does have the dust, though. You can see the tornado into Fate. Also, Tofu making his way over here, which means it's a 1v1 in the top lane at the moment. Sven versus Underlord, which they're just going to farm. Yeah. So
it's not too interesting. Oh, bottom lane, though. This could be another attempt onto Mickey in the tower. They have creeps coming in and a siege wave.
Charge is coming.
This puts charge on cooldown as well.
See. Yep, Platinum barely ticks Mickey. The stun coming out from Crit under the tree line will show himself. And a reset now as Amar still chilling in the south.
Here comes Malrine, though.
Oh, absolutely. Static Link is there with the fissure to follow. Mickey dead again. Second death of the game. Oh, a good attempt on the Malrine ult. The damage is what matters there as Amar is able to secure the double kill. Sunstrike not going to be there. Was looking for the potential. Does he have after? Yeah, I was going to say he's looking for the stun. It was out of range, but damage was all he needed.
And there's definitely something to be said about comfort, right? Like, there's a couple of things happening in this game already. Amar gets to play, I'm sure you would agree, one of his at least top 5 heroes of all time. It's hard to pick.
Skeeter, double root, Sunstrike does hit, so Skeeter down and out. Ace will be very happy with that because Falcons were starting to pull away a bit with this 2K network lead.
Yeah, but that was what I was going to say about this bottom lane is that you have Amar on extreme comfort, and then at the same time, I feel like Mickey Lina is not a hero-player combination that I know he can play it. It's not that, but that is not in his like absolute elite wheelhouse, and this definitely seems like an afterthought that they put him on it. So you combine the fact that he's playing that, Amar is on his Razor, and you're laning into Bounty Hunter with Boxy playing in the safe lane as well, which is also a little bit unusual for the Liquid side. So there's a lot of like individual elements out of the ordinary for them, and it can compound sometimes. I think on paper, this bottom lane doesn't go this bad.
Tornado with the Meteor on top of Malrine, but he has the haste, so he can run around. It's the fissure. Snaking not going to do too much. Did have to TP, though.
Amar's game is insane, actually. He's doubling up Mickey at 8 minutes.
Oh, that's
Is
dirty.
this for real?
Wow.
4,600. Venus 2,400.
Let me look at that Dota Plus.
I mean, this genuinely just can't hit. Yeah, by the way, here's
Wow.
the ability if you
Wow.
I don't know about that, but
it hasn't been wrong yet since I've asked.
Your sample size is 1 game.
No, it's been 2 now.
Hey, the other game it was bugged and said 100% from the beginning.
And it was
right.
correct.
It was right.
That's right. Don't question these things.
Yep, okay.
Brit's going to get a courier kill. Another benefit of having the Bounty Hunter. Of course, we've seen it time and time again in this tournament.
I do think it did deliver its stuff to Boxy, though, so it does have a dust. But yeah, Crit being super annoying.
I mean, what else? I'm not saying it hasn't worked yet, as we're going to see the Spirit Breaker with the Laguna Blade. Amar is there with the Plasma Field and the Static Link. Attempting to TP his Valina, not going to happen. Mickey dead. Looks like the Spirit Breaker does successfully TP out, but still the bigger Falcons.
I would actually love to see a replay of that. I think Boxy survived by like 1 frame because the arrow just narrowly hit Lina before she died.
Amar goes through the Fiend's Gate and greets Ace as a result. Using his own spell against him. He's getting charged from pretty far away as Ace kind of resigned to his death now. Plasma Field will finish the job.
This is such a rare thing to see happen.
And meanwhile, Falcons keeping the pressure on in this mid lane. Yeah, this is high action for sure. What we love to see. And I feel like a lot of this is set up just by the fact that they have the Bounty Hunter, which it's interesting because at the beginning of this tournament,
have a look
the
at
replay
this.
here. The Fiend's Gate was
Arrow is
placed
coming here. I just hit it. He was going to die to the Razor, right?
Yeah.
And the arrow goes to the Spirit Breaker. So close call, but I mean, they still got the primary prize there.
Oh, this is some good leeching, although they do spot on Boxy with the Sentry.
That's
It's
the
the bash as
bash.
well. Oh, second bash. All right. Needs all the luck he can get to kill Crit, apparently, who has been owning this game, really. like I was saying, the Bounty Hunter, it wasn't really a hero on anybody's radar at the beginning of this tournament. Now we're starting to see a huge resurgence.
Yeah, it's like...
And what are the... what kind of counters do you think people will come up with? Because Spirit Breaker is obviously supposed to be the counter in this game. So far, not working, but of course, we're not at the level 6s yet for boxing. Oh, I say that he just hits level 6 now. Does he not skill his ult at 6?
I would say historically there's like 3 ways Bounty Hunter, whenever he's been in the, let's say, the active pool, if you will, where he's a big part of the tournament. There's been 3 ways of mostly approaching this hero. One is the Spirit Breaker style, where you have 1 or 2 designated Bounty Hunter killers that just have extremely good ways of hunting him down. The other one is to play heavy 5-man, so Bounty Hunter can't skirmish and get track kills.
Yeah.
But Dota has changed a lot since then, so I don't really consider that a counter per se. And the third one is just deathballing, right? Which I would say you could say overlaps a little bit with the second one, but you could play team fight without having push.
Shadow.
But no teams are heavy pushing and winning in 25 minutes. There's a lot of conditions that are good for Bounty.
The downside of having Moonlight Shadow in this game is they're already going to have so much vision for the Bounty Hunter. You might not get full value. Mickey continuing to get hounded by crit, though. He's leeching this XP, getting closer and closer to that level 6. And I mean, he is the lowest level in the game right now, but he's been the MVP, I would argue, as well. As Mallory now has, okay, the Sunstrike just clipped Snaking. Nicely done. Right on the tail of the mount. Oh, yeah, Blink Dagger is revealed already from Mallory.
Paw, but I guess that's enough to kill.
Yeah, what's the hitboxes on Mirana's mount? I don't know.
It's very close to being a miss, but doesn't matter. It's full damage no matter where you hit, unlike with an AWP.
That's true.
That would have been a leg shot in CS. That would not have been.
Original CS leg shot still killed. The OGs out there, shout out to you guys.
That's why you were good at that.
I just hit them in the toes every time. And this tier 1 tower actually taking pretty heavy damage from Liquid. It can be denied, though, now from Falcons if they choose. Malrine in the cover of the smoke crit. He's going to be taken out first, but it will be a trade, it seems. So support for support. Even Amar making his way over. Not really getting too much out of it, though.
Yeah, curious to see his build this game. Like I said, offlane Razor, this might be, if it has been picked before in this tournament, I want to say it's been once.
So far, it's casual Yasha into eventual BKB.
Yeah, pretty standard for him.
God Strength pop, so some farm for Skeeter in the enemy triangle.
Stealing away a double stack from, most likely, Nisha was going to take that one.
Crit really needs to hit level 6 here. This is a little bit too active, maybe.
It's fine. He's done his job.
No, absolutely.
So
he's going to hit this 14-minute mark. Wisdoms will be up soon. It looks like, based on positioning, that it'll just be trades on each respective side. Meteor Hammer online for Nisha with the Boots of Travel, so he's farming quite well. But so you can see the separation with the Razor and the Sven for Falcons.
I mean, the vast majority of this lead is the bottom lane, right? That's what's so surprising to me, is that Amar is 3K ahead of the Lina still. When I said I like Liquid's lineup a lot this game, it was obviously under the condition that the lanes go according to expectation, and I'm sure they would agree themselves that this bottom lane has just been a miss this game. Maybe it is just a lot harder than you would think, because they obviously chose it too, right? That's what's worth remembering. They knew this was coming. They knew it was going to be Bounty Razor offlane when they saw the draft.
Skeeter is actually running right into Liquid's potential gank here. Smoke. They have vision.
Oh, doesn't look like it.
No.
That would have been a big find.
Soon, Nisha shows up. Yeah, a little bit too far away now. Very close call, actually. Smoke's still active, but they won't get much out of it.
Probably worried about initiating on the Sven here with the amount of damage that they have. The kill will be so slow that if there's any backup nearby, combined with tier 1 TPs.
Skeeter's going for a Blink Dagger, which will align with the BKB on Amar. And
they have the same net worth.
Yeah, it's absurd. And Malrine about to finish his Boots of Travel. So they're going to be aligning some pretty juicy items for Falcons. And with the track online, you expect them to look for some fights here pretty soon. And for Liquid, what do we have coming? Because the big story is Mickey just off to an abysmal start.
Yeah.
That's Brown Boots Maelstrom.
I think his hero will just struggle to get involved until he gets Pike. There's just way too many pitfalls. You get caught by any of the stuns, you just die. You're playing without saves until Rubik has Shard, which it looks like is not on the early menu for Tofu. He's going for an Essence Distiller first. Yeah, not much to rely on in that regard.
At the very least, Ace is farming quite well. He's getting close to the Aghanim Scepter, so he'll have that global presence.
Also, a fun little detail here. If you look at Boxy's inventory on the Spirit Breaker, I haven't seen this much this tournament, running double Raindrop. This was actually changed in the most recent patch, that if you have 2 Raindrops in your inventory, they proc one at a time. Just to always proc both at once. Crit will die here. A little bit of Nisha combo. So when I heard about that, I was like, there's actually a handful of heroes that could be useful on. It's really cheap mana regen plus the spell block. If you have the inventory slots for it, and you don't want to do a Sage Mask build-up, which Spirit Breaker doesn't really, it's kind of cool to see it here.
Yeah, that seems pretty strong.
And I mean, there's some questions about whether it was intended behavior. I think it wasn't even documented in the changelog, if I'm not mistaken.
It could be a bug, is what you're saying.
It could be.
Okay.
That they don't share.
They spot Amar. The Ags is now online for Underlord. And Crit might be the one spotted. Takes a full plasma field. Amar very close to the BKB, so definitely doesn't want to fight quite yet. As Skeeter and Snake are going to use Shadow. Nice tornado though from Nisha, and there's the Fiend's Gate onto Skeeter. Will have to scurry away. The arrow does hit the Invoker, but the action comes in from Liquid. Look at the damage right on top of that spend. Absolute punishment as Liquid finally getting something going for themselves.
How did Nisha actually see them there? He reacted instantaneously to that blink stun Sven. I thought the vision advantage was in Falcon's favor there.
He's still a young kid. He's still 25. That's a youngster.
Turned out he's only 25.
You were shocked. Like, I thought he was 40 years old.
I thought Nisha played in 2014. I was like, I did the math. He would have been 13.
He started in diapers, didn't you know?
Apparently he played.
True prodigy.
He played his first pro games in like 2017, 2018. So the more you know. Nice play from Liquid though, setting that up. That was a huge counterplay. It's about half the lead for Falcons gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, but they will have these items coming in pretty shortly.
Yeah, Mars BKB is complete. He's not going to go for the Manta into Lincoln. So pretty standard Amar build once again. Wondered if he was going to consider Sanjay and Yasha here, but probably thinks the Manta just has too much value against Pit of Malice in particular.
Yeah, for sure. Lincoln is interesting. Is that mainly just for the Spirit Breaker?
It's also just a feels good item on Razor. A lot of the times this hero is just about stick on a target and make the enemy team waste as much as possible on you. But yeah, against Spirit Breaker, it's a double whammy against Lina as well.
Old snap into the tornado with the meteor, but here's a counteraction from Malrina coming to get it. The actual slam on Tanisha will run away shortly after. Starts out as a 1-for-1. Sunstrike does hit BKB. Boxy, the bash god, helps get the double kill for Mickey, who desperately needed something to go his way to get back into this game. And just like that, he's fourth in net worth after being the bottom of the cores not too long ago.
Boxy's high rolling this game. There's been a couple of crucial bashes in the right moment. That one, I would say, straight up necessary for that kill, but Mickey...
Not over yet. That is a track kill onto Mickey. He thought he could get away with just getting a kill or two here and there, but back down to the bottom of the net worth of the cores, just like that, with one death. That's how close it is right now.
At the very least, Nisha is catching up in a big way here. 4-0-5 on the Invoker, almost top net worth now. And how many games have we seen Nisha on this hero just destroy late game? There's a handful of heroes where I think Liquid feel very confident going late, even if their other cores aren't doing too hot. I think Invoker, I think Puck, Ember, Storm occasionally. Nisha can just take over games. And they'll find an opening on Skeeter. No BKB yet.
He's using the Fiend's Gate to get a little bit of extra move speed here onto Skeeter. We'll get the kill. Was not truly global, but a kill is a kill, and it's a big one again for Liquid. I mean, in terms of pacing, which team is happier right now, would you say? Let's get into the late game discussion here.
I would say, considering what happened in the last few minutes, I think Liquid should be feeling really good about this.
Boxy, you say that.
Not about this.
The typical caster curse from Cinderin.
The game state is good. That kill is largely inconsequential. He got the Arcane Rune. It's honestly quite fine. Taking that away from Malrine. But yeah, just getting a breather, because this was one of those games where things could have gone out of hand real fast. Like, you're down 5k out of the laning stage against Bounty Hunter. We've seen the game like Vision yesterday, game 3, the game just felt over real fast. And Liquid have more than a fighting chance. Connecting on crit, it's going to steal Shadow Walk. That's going to be another stun.
Absolutely, but Malrine jumps right back in onto Tofu. It's going to be a track kill. Amar comes in as well. It'll be a trade of support yet again, but Mickey in a lot of trouble versus this Razor. No chance at all. Double kill for Amar, and Nisha taking quite a bit of damage in turn. Looks like he'll be able to walk away. And something we didn't really talk about, and the panel brought it up briefly, but on paper, this is an insane Rubik game, as it looks like the Tormentor will go the way of Falcon.
It is, but it also requires net worth. And the way Liquid plays...
Oh, Fiend's Gate after the fact. They've already got the Tormentor. The charge comes in from Box. The fires from the follow. Another Pit of Malice right on top of this spin as Nisha's there with the Deafening Blast and the Meteor. It's enough to take him out. Nisha now another Tornado, keeping the Earthshaker at bay. Boxy desperately trying to get through the Fiend's Gate, and he does successfully keep the attempt. Malrine, the Echo Slam, the last moment to cancel it out, beats him into oblivion. Tofu steals the Echo Slam. No kill to come from it. But he will get away safely, it seems, as Falcons are a little bit too low. As the charge is continuing on, but a little bit too far away to connect.
That was really, really close.
And Rubik makes these fights hilarious. Such an awesome hero.
That's what I'm saying. If Tofu gets the net worth, this could get very interesting. But the way Liquid usually plays, Tofu doesn't necessarily take so much space. And in this game, he kind of has to. His 4 is a Spirit Breaker. He's not going to farm much. And there's just too much value in getting items on Rubik here. Fissure is a semi-reliable steal. Track is great to have. Even if you have the Shard Shadow Walk, I assume would be pretty nice too.
Yeah, for sure. That's like a range stun for Lina, effectively.
I do believe you steal both abilities when you steal Shadow Walk from Bounty. I'm not positive.
What do you mean by both? Oh, right.
Maybe you have to...
I
think maybe you have to steal when he casts Friendly Shadow specifically. I actually don't know that for a fact. But, I mean, there's other great steals. Moonlight Shadow, Stormhammer is amazing.
Plasma Field.
Plasma Field is decent, but yeah, you mostly want stuns. So your Lina and Invoker can just stand and deliver with all of their massive output.
Well, if you steal Plasma Field, you can just farm.
That's true.
And you can get your items you've been talking about. And more working on the Lincoln Sphere that we talked about. Malrine on Earthshaker has the Blink Kaya with the Boots of Travel. Looks like he'll finish off the Yasha.
Yasha, yeah. Feels good item on this hero.
And what do you buy after that on Earthshaker?
I think you buy a BKB this game. You want to have the...
All right, give me a better answer after that, then.
You want Refresher, I'm sure.
Hell yeah.
Octarine is also very good.
Okay.
If you go BKB, there is a world where you can consider Aghanims, because this is going to be a game with a lot of movement. He is queuing up BKB now, so I think that's going to be telling after this.
Rain going to be found immediately. Fiend's Gate again. Arrows trying to get some space. Not going to hit though. Tofu, in the midst of all of this, as Ace gets another Pit of Malice onto 2 heroes. Skeeter and his God Strength. They find Nisha all alone. Double kill for Amar. Ace desperately trying to get through his Fiend's Gate again. He regrets his decisions. Stun locks are there. Liquid lose 3. Falcons nada. And this could be Roche.
Is real bad for Liquid. A bad place to fight, outnumbered, and you lose the Roche immediately after. So this is going to start eclipsing a 5-digit gold lead now for the side. All 3 top 4s on their team. Not often we see Shaker in this position. Like we've had the hero picked a couple of times before, but he tends to not really get to shine. But Malrine on these melee mids, man. There's a lot of M's.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Pick up the haste rune now. And they're also going to take the mid tower. And this was largely a Liquid's initiative. That's what makes that extra bad. It wasn't like they were getting jumped. They were trying to go on Malrine, and the counterplay was just immediate out of Falcon. Mickey, a recipe away from BKB, a pipe dream to get to have impact in this game. It's been very quiet from him. I say that he's 5-5, which I think is actually kind of impressive given how much has been run over.
He definitely made a bit of a comeback.
Not the carry scoreline you're looking for, regardless.
It's funny when I think of Amar, I think of Mars, obviously, but that hero obviously doesn't exist since even Amar's not picking up. Yeah. But you're right. I think Crystallis and Amar are the only 2 people that reliably will pick Razor regardless of meta, which is pretty cool to see. Right. Old school Razor was kind of just an anti-carry. I mean, it still is to a degree, but you don't have to play this position 1, which Amar has shown time and time again. Well, I guess it depends on your perspective.
Yeah.
Actually playing position 1 from the off lane.
What position is he in this game, really?
I mean, that play is such a great person to have on fantasy. You know, plays position 1 or plays position 3 as 1.
Yeah, him as a carry. So in those games, you have Skitter.
Oh, yeah.
And when Amar is playing 1, Skitter is playing 3. You don't get both 1s.
That's
If you could
unfortunate.
pick individual carry and individual off lane, and they didn't have to be from the same team, I think Amar would be a really high value pick, and then you pick a carry from another team.
Yes, that's right.
But yeah, it's one of the very unique things about Falcons that they have a carry that can play very selfless, but there's also been games, this tournament's a great example of it, where Skitter has just hard carried on a hero like terribly. They can have it both ways, and a lot of teams don't really have that luxury, so it's pretty cool. And
They've
this
been
game
leaning on that a little bit more lately too, I would say.
Yeah.
Amar plays more traditional than we're used to seeing. He will show off his Manta here, pressuring the tier 2 tower. Ages for 3 minutes. Essence Distiller, Dust, and Meteor. Nice meatball to consume for you.
There's always something funny about when they die from just the immediate connection of the meteor. Gonna lose the tower though. Amar will use the space. Looking for a pike next to go with his other utility items. Makes a ton of sense here. I think his job in this game is just ruin Lina. If he can mess up every fight for mid-game, Falcons are just going to win the game. Like, I think it's actually that simple. So he's going to buy all the items that give him mobility and tankiness, and then he's just going to run at the Lina, link her. If she wants to pike away, he's going to pike on top of her. And yeah, just ruin her fight.
Yeah, well, the Hurricane Pike is supposed to do something about that.
Yeah, but
We'll see.
when you have the pike and she has the pike, who does it first?
Very true.
Who does it better? And even if she does bring the static link, maybe her position is just pretty compromised then, right? Or at least she definitely gets away from the fight a lot.
Poke from Falcons.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They want to
Ace
try to...
might be the one they open up on. Vision to block him off with the God Strength initiation. Arrow does hit. Easy
That
kill.
is an interesting BKB from Skitter. Just wanted to see if it still works. It does.
All right. Well, they're going to get the extra time on the Foxy. He's going to get the good side of the wall, but it doesn't matter. Amar is there, as well as Skeeter's last right click. So they find the 2. As Tofu spotted on the other side of the map. Falcons are so aggressive. Arrow will be dodged. Use the Yules. So actually, that was an offensive Yule. Still tracked up, so still have the vision.
Oh,
Mickey, he comes in to try to help, apparently. Nisha's there, though, as well. They're going to try to fight this out 2 versus 5, potentially. They kill off the bounty. No, I see that. Is still wanting to die, apparently. Gets off the track, and now Malrine jumps in, destroys Nisha. Double kill for Snay. And Mickey, the last remaining member, attempting to TP out. He will.
Okay, well,
But heavy casualties from Liquid.
help a friend syndrome there. Could have just cut Tofu. Instead, you also lose your Invoker.
Now what you have to do?
Maybe your Lina, you lose your mid tower, which you probably could have defended with Invoker. This is just bad, going worse and worse for Liquid. A very one-sided affair. And I think yesterday, also a rather disappointing showing from Liquid. Obviously, the game 1 felt like one they should have taken the win in against Yandex. Game 2, they kind of got rolled. Doesn't seem like they've made the right adjustments, at least heading into game 1 today. It would be a huge shame for them to, you play the group stage, you go 4-1, go to the main event, lose 4 games in a row, and that's it?
I mean, we've seen it before, though.
Yeah.
With different formats.
Yeah.
And
Not a lot of people would have expected it, though.
I mean, it's an old adage. We bring it up all the time. The more you lose, the more you learn, Cinderin. You just get by barely.
Well, they've lost 3 in a row if this one is a loss, so it's time to learn and learn quick.
They have the time, though, is the question.
Yeah, and most importantly, what's the win expectancy here? 6%?
4 plus, huh?
Believe in Liquid to win 1 in 20 times here.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is 100% for sure.
No, it's not. You can, late game Invoker with Underlord. Lina on the high ground defending. Stuff can happen.
As we always say, high ground is very difficult.
the thing that does not inspire a lot of confidence in me is that I feel like the way in which Liquid are losing fights is a little bit worrisome. I think they're just not on their A game with their decision making primarily. The spellcasting is fine, but they're just selecting fights that I would argue they just shouldn't take.
Nisha, they will land right on top of him. Nowhere to go. Complete stun lock. Snaking just racking up the kills on this support. Murata has 7. He's leading everything. He's tied with Amar with kills in this game. And on the other side, again, if somebody dies on one side, just expect to die on the other. And Skeeter just brings Ace to an end. Falcons just dominating this game number 1. And they're not done yet. Moonlight Shadow still active. They get the Yule's initiation. Arrow is going to be tanked by the Cow, but he's just going to get beat down by the Sven. As 2 last remaining members of Liquid who barely get back to base. They had to expend a BKB from Mickey as well. And this is likely to be some building. Despite there not being an Aegis, Falcons still keeping it extremely aggressive. I mean, are you a little bit surprised by that? Because they're notorious for just chilling with the lead.
I think,
is it specifically this lineup?
When if you have a bounty hunter in your team, he's going to make you look for kills. He will coordinate moves.
So that's what they've been missing all this time, huh?
Just need a crit on the bounty.
I mean, I feel like this hero in general is going to start getting maybe first phase banned. I don't know how you feel.
I think so too. The responses that we've seen just haven't really worked there. So
this is your favorite shard in the game, right, for Nisha?
Very cool. Just walk through the creep wave and it dies. A lot of fans of that Ghost Walk out there.
I think there are. I would enjoy this myself. Marlin is going to be caught into the charge, into the runaway.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really chase him down. They don't know where anyone else is.
They will smoke, though. I mean, they have to try.
This is a Hail Mary. If this fails, I think they're just going to tap out. So better find the right target. Although find Crit.
Crit is a target. Sven is another inside the Pit of Malice. Here's the damage rune, though. Laguna Blade comes out. Already Cow is dead. Mickey drops as well. The buyback instantly from Mickey to try to come back into this fight. Ace completely isolated now. Nowhere to go. They get the track in the last moment. It will be reflected, but it matters not. Just kill after kill, and they're all... Ooh, okay, nice fissure from Malrine.
God, there's something so satisfying about that innate the slugger. Yeah, when you kill people with fissure and you just send them packing. Oh, man.
Skeeter will get a shard from the Tormentor.
1K gold per minute lead for Falcons. I was going to say they don't lose these. Nobody loses these,
okay.
As a matter of fact.
Let's see if that's true. Dota Plus win probability of the stream, please. Let's make sure that that is accurate information.
98-2.
Yeah. Okay. It's possible then.
It's the Invoker. Invoker hits a wombo combo factor, or Mickey gets to play the game factor as well. It's still been a tall order for him to really get into fights at all. I believe we have a listen in with one of the teams from the previous fight.
Like, they still need to play on Discard running in and Blink bursting and BKBs. So I feel like if we can drag them in a bit, if they don't finish us off, I think fight's easy after BKB. But we need to fight under vision, or the jump's too good.
Yeah, good luck.
It's true though. They have to fight in their own vision, and they have to survive the first 3 seconds, which has not been the case so far. But
had the upper hand.
I mean, this is pro level though. This is the type of communication you're going to have in moments like these. Obviously, Liquid know that they're in big trouble, but you have to look for the one win condition that you have, which is borderline impossible to obtain. But that is exactly what Tofu was saying there. Is we need to play under vision, we need to survive the BKBs, because if they do that, all of a sudden, Underlord, Invoker, and Lena's net worth becomes really powerful. But while BKBs are running, they don't stand a chance. Like, they just can't kill a single hero. Look at Amar's inventory. 4,000 HP Satanic Manta Lincolns. He went away from the Pike idea and just beefed up even further. And now he's going for his classic Refractor.
Yeah, beef back on the menu, Skeeter.
Another track kill.
The nice burst. Tofu. With a very soothing voice, I might add. Yep. It's a nice person to have on your team. Always very positive, even in games like this where you guys are struggling big time. Amar, Boss Mickey. Just wanted to
Wait, my item is
I
bugged?
was here the whole time,
Why
buddy.
is my item not bugged so I can jump over the wall? It was a cute
Is that
attempt.
still the shard?
He genuinely might have never tried to do that before.
Oh, that's sad. They got rid of that shard, huh? The walk the dog shard?
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, I don't blame you for not remembering the Shard of Razor, because you barely see the hero. It's been a while. It's always cool on the main stage when a team just runs, some of their vintage stuff.
Teams game. Are they actually going to try to
There is literally no shot.
go through it, Amar? I dare you. Go through it.
He's taking the gate.
Yeah, that was just a scouting thing, I suppose. It'll be a free roach for Falcons in the air. It's going to take the Aegis into the feed case. I don't know where it is. Actually, would have been not too bad.
Oh, not again.
Go slam.
Oh, there's the shard.
Oh,
Okay.
Tofu keeping Mickey out of harm's way.
Keep him out of Death's way, I guess.
Peter.
Yes, the harpoon.
Does. Nisha's going to get storm hammered, but pops the BKB TP, the Nightfall. Shout out to Gork.
Okay.
The OG of that, apparently. I learned that today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He called it the Nightfall.
Yeah. Gotta give credit where credit is due,
I don't know that.
Reminder, Agate Scepter for Snake King. Now, he is so farmed. My goodness. He has Solar Crest, Drums, Force Staff, and now a full Axe.
It's just a beast. 4-0 and 18 so far. Been in 22 of the 30 kills. Perfect chaining of stuns there. Didn't give them a chance to protect Mickey whatsoever. And I believe that was the refresher reveal.
Yeah.
I don't know if Liquid even saw that he picked it up until this point, but
they know now.
They know.
One would hope.
And also now with the level 25 talent, lower cooldown and enchant totem, down to 3.5. He buys Octarine at sub 3.
Then Axe becomes real good.
Yep.
In theory.
Even without it, it's still really, really nice. Just have such a low cooldown on chain stunning. And it travels onto Skitter.
They're still keeping up the 1K per minute lead.
Yeah.
That is absurd.
This is very rare. Even in stomps for this tournament, this is rare.
This is a stomp with a bounty. We haven't checked stomp with a bounty yet. This is what it looks like, apparently. Because usually it's relatively close or even bounties behind at the start.
I think yesterday, game 3 with Vision was also, but they didn't get to this point. Like, the game was over at 30, but they also didn't have as much GPM lead as there is now, even in that game. So, that's pretty crazy. I'm just trying to think of what the saving grace is here for Liquid, like what you can possibly buy to solve the problem.
I think that might be game 2 is the saving grace.
You have to buy damage. Like, I think the biggest problem here is that on one hand, you just get chain stunned to death, but on the other, if you get a good initiation, do you even have what it takes to kill a 4.4k HP Sven or Razor? I suppose if you chain stun them and hit everything, then maybe. But there's a Blink Force Staff Bounty Hunter that's always going to be able to offer some help. Mirana has Leap Force Staff.
I mean, we did see a nice comeback today with Boom Boys. Obviously, it was not a 42k deficit, mind you.
Yeah.
It did involve taking Roche, even though they were behind, which I thought was an excellent play. And then they took a fight with it, and they ended up winning, and that ended up snowballing them to the eventual game victory, series victory. But yeah, 43k is a different story, I would say.
Doing Invoker things. Currently sitting at 3 levels below the enemy position 5.
And we can talk about the 25 talent.
Snaking on the Mirana is same level as the enemy carry.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's getting up there. That's why I brought up the talents. I want to see what his 25
I think it's taking multi-shot every
Yeah, it is the one we see every single time.
It is so good.
I bet it's like a 9. It's got to be like 98% of games.
Yeah.
Probably. God strength. Okay, double tap on the token.
Well,
why? Mickey gets to the other side of the wall. And another trouble. Beanskate's going to try to slow them a bit. Nice deafening blast into a couple of heroes. Sunstrike will miss. Crit and the enemy base will blink out. I mean, it's still kind of annoying to go high ground against this Underlord.
Yep. And they do not have their Aegis now.
You have Roche banner, though.
Yep.
I mean, at this point, it's 2 minutes from when Roche could spawn. You probably wait for the next Roche. And then you have double banner. Then you can take at least 2 sets of barracks without too much worry, I would think. Nisha, he's here.
No.
Vision, no.
Mars is either far.
He's not going to hit this time.
Yeah. So effectively, Liquid have, I want to say, oh, nice. Tofu actually drew it. This is the part of the map that we control, is what he drew on the minimap. Yeah, about 10% of the map is probably under Liquid's control right now.
I think Boxy's circling the lower sides. It's like, what about this?
What if we took this next 3%? Then we would have 15%. And Tofu's like, yeah, guys, if we want to come back to this game, I think we need more than 10% of the map. And it all starts with vision. And hopefully for them not dying on Nisha. All right, you'll be okay. Maybe TP out the Gork.
Yeah, we can start calling it the Gork, I guess. Sure, why not? It's a travel now for Amar. I'm not sure where else you go with this here. I feel like it's only 43 minutes in.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ags, I suppose.
Swift Blink is generally very good. You could maybe swap that for Refresher. Like ult, refresh, ult, blink in.
I mean, I would expect Refresher to, I mean, they're going to get Refresher Shard with this next Roche, and I would expect Skeeter to probably take that.
Yeah.
Because the downside of Sven is maybe you get a support kill with God's Strength, and then you get pushed out, and then it just runs out, and you can't really do much.
That's the multi-shot arrow now for snaking.
Yeah, this is...
You can fish for stuns on heroes. You could also just farm the entire map because your arrows all do Starstorm.
We need to do a tier list of 25 talent. This has to be top 5.
It's
right?
so good.
Would you say just right off the bat it's top 5?
It's really, really good. Because when you get to this point in the late game, a lot of the time what ends up deciding games when Mirana hits 25 is do you find that big arrow? And it just, you get so much vision, you get so much damage, and you have a dead script. Oh, maybe not.
Echo Slam Jam not happening. Malrine stuck.
Never mind.
Nobody saw it. Just
Never mind.
everybody watching the international right now. No big deal.
Great bait from Boxy there. That's one Echo Slam down.
That's just another form of taunt from Malrine. He's like, it's 48k lead, guys.
I don't even need this.
Yeah. I'm sure. It's too bad you can't tip yourself. I think he would have there.
Yeah.
I think it's just the way for the rush. So 20 seconds away from that.
Didn't see it on the camera shot there. The admin in the Falcons booth was looking at his watch. A little bit like,
This is their standard now.
Yeah.
Usually it's when they get to like 5k lead early on. They slow it down and they just expand their lead slowly. But this one, they had to get 40k first and then halt the brakes. You know, like, wait a second. This isn't the Falcons way. We got to get multiple Roches.
Oh, pardon me. It was in the Liquid booth. Well, that changes everything.
Oh, okay. Malrine. Cover of Moonlight Shadow. Link from red. Nisha's going to show himself. He's going to get plastic with the static link as well. That fissure stunning too. Still getting static link though, as Nisha is getting everything drained from him. Mika will have to pop the BKB. Now it's a 50k lead for Falcons. Malrine.
Well, that was riveting, says Snaking. Let me go to the jungle with my sacred arrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's time for...
I mean, that could have been the end of the game, but Malrine didn't have Echo Slam, as we all saw why that was.
Gentlemen, let us acquire more wealth.
Yes. Delicious treats from Roche.
I need a 7th car, another automobile.
This one will come with a second life. That's a pretty damn good seatbelt.
That's something you can't buy.
No, tell the billionaires that.
Well, they haven't found a way yet, as far as I'm concerned.
We'll see. I'm sure there's something. They freeze themselves sometimes.
Occasionally.
Occasionally they freeze.
So we're just leaving the goodies in the pit now, huh? Oh, okay. We're sending out a courier. No space for it. Just these pesky cheeses and banners.
Yeah, double banner's pretty nice.
The Squire will carry this.
Yeah, the Echo Malrine uses Refresher, stun lock for days. Nisha dead for 80.
That's without buyback.
Indeed.
And that is 70 nice minutes for snaking.
Do you think Falcons go back to farming now? Is that the play?
Think or hope.
Do you think they want to get to a 100k net worth lead? Is that the play?
This team likes setting records, doesn't it?
It's true. Roche banner place. It looks like they want to push. As a result, the Malice covers the entire screen at this point. Peter waiting on the outskirts. BKB from Mickey wants to kill off the Roche banner. Will do so. They have another one, though.
Wasn't too
If they want to use it, that is. Peter, God Strength jumps in onto Mickey with the harpoon.
Yeah.
Fit him out. Nice telekinesis save him, though. Just put that work to the build.
Arrow hit.
They want to go for Ace. We get half health from that arrow. Fortification still online, trying to buy some time for Invoker to come back. 30 seconds. They put the Roche banner again. There's a jump from Skeeter yet again with the plastic heal to follow. Ace getting drained. Lotus Orb's going to fly, but will drop to the deck. Does have buyback this time. It's going to be one lane for sure. As the lead expands to 57K. Falcons. Do you want to wait for the next Roche? You only have 3 minutes on this Aegis. Maybe the next Roche is a little safer.
I was about to say you love to see it, but do you?
Look at them just waiting for somebody to farm this up in the top lane.
It is. We are approaching that point when Snaking is actually overtaking the enemy carry. So that would be pretty funny. He's only 1,000 now behind Mickey on this Mirana. He's about to finish a Wind Waker.
I mean, I understand it from his perspective. He's a support. He loves these types of situations. You actually get to play true late game Dota as a carry. He used great Leon pops, but Malrine jumps in with the boots of travel. They're able to kill off the bounty hunter, but now he's going to get completely decimated. It's not the force up the other side, but a nice figure blocking him in. Mickey stuck in a horrific spot. Oh, a lot of damage to Sven. Skeeter actually looked off with fight number one. Needed the Aegis after all. Malrine with a 3-man enchant totem will beat Lena to death, and now Nisha will bite the dust as well. They do have buybacks onto a couple of these cores, but Liquid still losing this fight. It's a 62K network lead now for Falcons.
I think you could argue that Liquid played that better, but they can't beat the numbers.
No, big numbers will prevail.
You're fighting an uphill battle.
Jumping again, Lena. With the force that's back into the fountain. Skeeter not confident enough going to the fountain. They need a 100K network lead to do just that. Skeeter getting back out into the trees. Going to be stuck inside the ice wall. Able to get the force staff away, though. And Falcons resetting, realizing they can't handle this. Wait for Roche number 10 at this point. Foxy. All right, they get an arrow onto Lena.
All right, here comes a bar.
They do realize they can hit buildings at this point, which is shocking development because they won TI last year. You'd think they would have known this already. Nisha gonna get the Hex. All right, now the damage is coming for the LSA is gonna hit as well. Mickey trying to do some damage, but they just still so far away, and they will not even get the second set of barracks, it seems. Falcons will run away with their 65K network lead, by the way.
That is a great hold from Liquid. I just had to check the win probability here.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Currently sitting at 100-0.
Really?
That is a rare sight.
Is that real?
I will say that. That is a very rare sight.
That's awesome.
We have reached a point. Dota Plus has officially lost all faith.
Dota Plus
make the comeback the most legendary in TI history.
I would love to see it.
If Liquid somehow find a way to win this game, that will be unbelievable.
Dota Plus is looking at its watch right now. That's the equivalent.
Now, obviously, this is rounded. I think I have never seen a single pro game being pulled back from 100-0. I have played one singular pub game where it happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have
You
one.
had to look at the replay.
And I was like, this is unbelievable. I went and checked it.
Who threw that game?
We won, and it was 100-0. I was like, there is no way.
That's 1 in a million right there.
That's super
more than
rare.
that, probably.
Well, that's not really how percentages work. But.
That's right, Cinderella. It's gone on this game has gone on so long that Sven actually has an ag, something we rarely get to treat. The Superman is available.
Toggleable Stormhammer.
He has eaten a moon shard as well. That came before the ags, apparently.
Yeah. I kind of do miss this being a part of the hero's build, but it's very hard to make it not broken and still be good. So, in the way that this works, it's just a hard thing to figure out. Oh, Snaking, there he is. He wants to end the game ahead of Mickey.
Yeah, that's good.
70,000.
They're not quite at 100K though, so you have to wait for this Roche, I think.
Don't walk forward, young man.
Not so young anymore. Well, compared to us,
one of the older players in the lobby, but his experience is the best teacher, so he will not walk 2 steps to the right inside his own base. Tofu has yet to draw which part of the map they control now.
I think it's just the fountain.
Yeah, it's smaller now than before. They will go for another Hail Mary smoke find.
How many Hail Marys do you get in a game? I feel like we've gotten quite a few.
Yep. Falcons are just waiting for anybody to lose position. If Ace were to cast a Firestorm here, they back off.
Great timing of the Firestorm. Incredible play from Ace.
Perfect play. Arrows will find their mark. Another wave killed by Snake. 340 CS. If you have this guy in your fantasy this week,
that's true.
Well, I guess it depends what banners you have on him as a support. I don't. Can support banners even get creep score? They can, right? Maybe they can.
I thought everybody can get the same. You're actually looking at that. That's the sad part about it.
Now they don't. Supports don't have a red banner, and the creep score is red.
Oh, I see.
I think they can't get it.
You are the fantasy expert.
No, I am definitely not.
I mean, I didn't say you're good at it. You're the expert. That's like your co-cast.
Well,
keep up the good work.
0 for 2.
72. All right, what's the over-under here, Cinder? 100K. Are we going to get there?
Under.
Yeah.
Because they would require Liquid to get team wiped and buy back all their heroes, and they don't have the buybacks. Well, I suppose if they goes late enough, they'll have the buyback again. Oh, Boxy. That's a jab. Dealt with.
Okay. 3K lead now. He does have the buyback. Mallory gets the stun onto Nisha. Telekinesis stage. Killer Mouse coming out as well. Laguna Blade doing absolutely nothing. BK being a trump and no confidence spent. And they delete this BK Vina once and for all. No more telekinesis save this time. Amara gets some good damage out. The cow is dead. Absolutely no way to get back in the game. Refreshers pop now. 2 dead for Liquid without buyback. 77K network lead. Hey, Roach might be up in 5 seconds though, Falcons. Let's take it easy here.
Torment.
Play a little discipline. Tormentor's up. Gonna get some extra gold there. Still creeps available to kill in the jungle.
And if we wait until 60 minutes, we'll get the tier 5.
Oh, God, everybody needs a tier 5 items. Absolutely. Goodness gracious. Like building might be on the menu after all. Nisha has to pop his BKB. And try to hold this 3 versus 5. Might have to give up some buildings.
Crit is literally standing on top of their heroes.
Crit forgot how to move his hero. Understandable in such a very lengthy game. Second set of Barracks goes the way of Falcons. I do believe this is going to be Megas. I know this is a bold statement.
Yep.
But I do think it's going to happen, Cinderin. Mickey up pretty far, gets fissured, gets arrowed. Amara is there with the right click. Skeeter goes up the building. There's the Superman, but instantly canceled by the Tornado. No buyback though, as Mickey has to stand his ground. Laguna Blade on the right click. Amara right on top with a static click, and now they delete Mickey, finally putting him to an end. No buyback for him. 2 versus 5, Falcons. Is this enough of an advantage to finish the game, or do you want to go for Roche against something 35 seconds? Looks like the tier 4s are on the menu, though. As Falcons should surely be able to take game 1 of this best of 3 with an 85K network lead. My goodness, just an absolute shellacking that never ended. Mallory wants 1 more kill for the road. Nisha in the tree line, storm hammered. Ancient exposed, killed off as well. 89K. Can we get to 90 at least before this game ends? There it goes. Let's get this guy. Echo Tram comes out. It's stolen from Coco. Huge play from him. The GG's come out. 89K network leads about to end. It does not reach 90. Falcons take game number 1. Very close call overall. Honestly, I had fun though. This was a fun game number 1.
I mean, I think they enjoyed themselves too. And
wait, you mean Falcons?
Yeah, probably one team.
Yeah, probably.
Liquid, got to commend the mentality to hold on to the bitter end there. That game, realistically speaking, was over for about half an hour, I would say.
Yeah.
At least 20 minutes.
It sounds about right, yeah.
We've seen crazy comebacks at TI, especially on the main stage when the stakes are high. This was not one of those games where Liquid even got a single winning moment. For the last 40 minutes, I think every single exchange went in Falcons' favor, and they're up 1-0.
And 1-0, Shiva.
Thank you very much, Tasman and Cinderin. A 55-minute game with an 89K gold lead for a game that did indeed felt, for the longest time, solidly in the hands of Falcons. I think, Winter, maybe it's an odd mix of respect for Liquid and their ability to still make those plays, and potentially also the respect of being in the lower bracket. The pressure's on. You want to make sure
just want to make sure, why do you need to risk it when you already have all the lead in the world, all the farm in the world?
Yeah.
There's no point for you to risk it. Just play it so soft, play it slow. They probably had one of the biggest lead I've ever seen at 40, 45 minutes, even at 50 minutes. That was insane.
Falcons, they're back. All right, they do the thing where they win the early game, and then when they win the early game, like, okay, how do we want to do this? Do we want to go for Roshan? Do we want to go high ground? Do we want to destroy the ancient? The whole point of Dota 2. No. We want to build this net worthy. We want to impress Winter. They are fully back in form if they are able to replicate this again, because my gosh, this was a scary performance from Falcons in game 1.
And they did it with the bounty hunter that they stole from yesterday's games. They did it in a very solid way. I think, Rhea, this was the type of Falcons you'd love to see. This was their own style, and they crushed with it.
Yeah, I really loved the support play this game. I think the Bounty and the Marana both did such an excellent job, both with their gameplay and their itemization. We talked in the panel about getting a Yules instead of the Marana. Actually, it was the Bounty picking that up, and Marana got 4-star. I know Winter was so happy to point that item out to being so good. But honestly, I feel like on both teams, this game was a game of 4-stars. Every single fight, it's like we're seeing people be repositioned non-stop into getting saved. I think it was way more impactful for Falcons in the early game because it meant that Liquid were never able to cinch out the kills when people got repositioned.
Yeah, and also, this game, Crit was just an absolute pinata. I think Liquid, they weren't seeing much in this game other than trying to just smack Crit as much as possible. 7 deaths to his name. A lot of the highlights was a Spirit Breaker charge into an Underlord and oh wow, we then finally killed Crit. But on the other side of the screen, you've got Skidder getting kills, Marine jumping around, never dying in the game, Amar, 12, 1 and 15. So as much as Crit did tank a lot of that aggression, that was only the aggression that we ever really saw from Liquid, because the rest of the show was Falcons just running throughout the entire map, being so efficient with their farm and how they just kind of closed it out and just took every objective and what they wanted to do on their terms.
Yeah, I think you can make a case for any player to be the MVP of this game for Falcons, especially because the game went as long as it did. Winter, who would you go for in this situation? And would it be Amar?
I think it has to be either Skitter or Maureen. I think they are the ones that set out a lot of very, very crucial plays, especially with the dagger. They were able to make a lot of space, but of course, in the early game, the bounty hunter Crit, he did a lot of work. He secured the lane, and everything just felt it was very, very straightforward. And this Mirana plus bounty hunter duo, I think it's probably my favorite duo right now. It has to be the strongest duo, in my opinion, with Bounty Hunter. We've seen Bounty plus Wyvern, but it didn't really feel like it's as strong as the Bounty plus Mirana.
It was an incredibly strong showing, and I'm sure we're going to see it addressed later on in, of course, the second game we're going to see. We've seen a lot of Marana already throughout the international group stage and main event. Whether we're going to see that again, we don't know yet. But one thing that we will see right about now is their action slacks.
观众朋友们，大家好！现在我们就在场馆内呢，在我们身后的话也是找到了一群粉丝，我们跟 Slug 一起要跟他们来玩一些 Dota 2的游戏。
Hello, that is right, my friends. We're going to play a little game in the crowd. Welcome, everyone. We are in the crowd here, and we found some folks that do not speak Chinese, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Let's fight. 0.
Fantastic. Now, in China, they have some very specific cool nicknames for some heroes, and we gathered some fans here. All right? The contest is, they will say a name of a Chinese Dota hero, a nickname. You have to guess what it is. If you get it right, you both get a delicious prize. All right? Are you ready?
没错，所以我们这次的话就是会让我们的粉丝来教我们的这个外国朋友怎么来说我们中文英雄的名字。如果他们猜对了这个昵称的话，他们都会得到奖品。
Okay, 我听得到。Here we go. Are you ready for the first hero?
准备好了吗？
蓝猫。
哦，是蓝猫。
蓝猫。What? No cheating. Here. All right. Well, first guess.
Sven.
Sven.
是 Sven 吗？
No, Sven.
All right. What is it actually? What does it mean in English?
The meaning in English is blue cat.
Blue cat.
Blue cat.
Mirana.
No. All right, you are allowed now to do charades. You can charades and act it out for them. Good luck,
来，
please.
给我们演绎一下蓝猫是怎么样的。
Oh. Oh. All right. Any thought?
Again, can you do it again?
Do it again. Do it again. Okay.
See.
Oh, come on. He's got a hat. Oh, you know? Oh, Spirit.
Storm Spirit.
Oh, he guessed it unbelievably! Such a good Storm Spirit, I had to say. Very good, very good. Well done. Well done. Okay, your next contestant, please.
我们下一位来，我们下一位走到我们的中间哦。
Oh.
He bring his own ages, man.
Thank you, thank you. The only Chinese ages will be given out.
Okay.
Answer.
Mm.
It's a very sad answer.
Okay, okay. Who was it? It is very sad. Who is he guessing?
我们来出题。
OK，大屁股。
大屁股。
Okay. Any guesses?
Night.
Nick's assassin.
是四叶刺客吗？
No. What's the English?
Big booty.
Big booty? Big booty like
Big booty, we both have it.
Big booty, baby! All right, big booty.
Queen of Pain. Biggest booty?
Biggest booty.
Queen of Pain.
是痛苦女王吗
No.
Okay. Act it out. Hold the ages. What the heck?
It's a very big zero and it's a shoe.
要不要再试一个？要不要再试一个不一样的？
What the? Good luck with this big booty. Okay, what do we have?
Luna.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was it?
Underlord.
Underlord! I give you the pity ones. All right, good try. I give you a pity one. Okay, last one? Last one. Pick one more.
最后一位来到我身边。
All right, this is a group effort, both of you. Okay, let's go. Last one. Fast. We gotta go.
来，直接给我一个名字。斧王。太简单了，换一个。
奶绿。I really don't know.
Act it out.
表演一下。
Oh!
Come on.
We're done, baby! Right? Yeah! Well done. There we go. Congratulations. Thank you guys so much. Hope you had some fun. There's some more. Yeah! And back to you guys on the field.
I do love that you got two options to choose: big booty and you have to Queen of Pain. Oh, that was a good one, by the way. I also got big booty next to me. It's a big Largo, actually.
Yo. Oh, no, sorry. Anyway, go back.
You got small booties.
How dare you speak of me like that? I do have quite nice sized booties in front of me.
And if you want to get yourself big booty or small booty, you can get yourself to the secret shop to get your own Largos. Or, for example, Ray, what you got there?
I got a big ol', you said it's baby Roshan. Baby Roshan.
It's a small booty.
Small Roshan. Roshan of reasonable size. Carryable size. You can take him everywhere. To the park, to the movies.
Wait, do you think that I can't take this one everywhere?
It's quite a size. I have a confession. I actually have. I may have bought that wonderful plushie, this one, that one, and that one, and I don't have any space in my suitcase. So if
donations are open.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to help me get a new suitcase in China and I need to buy a ticket, would love the assistance.
Or you can get yourself.
I have space. Okay. There we go.
All right, we have got a great series on our hands, of course, that we're going to continue talking about as Liquid and Falcons, there was one thing in particular that I think already showed us how this game would end. The writing was on the wall, Winter, when we looked at that game, and around minute 9, something awkward happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say awkward.
It's
It was
very sad. It's very sad. And our main character, Big Booty, he was involved in some gank that he kind of set up for himself. He was just trying to help, Mickey got ganked in the bot lane. He plays the Underlord ultimate trying to help. I think he's dead. And then he didn't realize Ama came looking for him and he dies also. This is basically the story of the early game. They just had so bad of a start. Both the side lanes just got, especially Lina, just got demolished, and there was no way for you to come back. And when you pick Lina on the safe lane, that hero does not like losing her lane at all. You cannot come back from a bad start, with that hero.
Yeah, we can take a look at the Lina versus Razor, because that was very much the story of the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and coming into the series, we wanted to see Amar have that presence to kind of step up into the game. And of course, here he's already got like the Asher BKB. And for Mickey, like 4-4-1 scoreline, having Maelstrom and 4 stuff, like at 20 minutes into the game, like you want to look at your Lina, you want to see like BKB, you want to see the Pike, maybe even the Chrysalis, like you want to see like actual items to play around, because you've built an entire lineup where Lina needs to stand in the middle, protected by everyone to do the damage. And I think Falcons did just such an exceptional job just chasing down this Lina, shutting down them up so quickly. And because of Razor having that BKB, you see ranged here, you lock onto them, they will die pretty much every time. They have to TP out. So yeah, just an exceptional draft and really great gameplay from Falcons, putting Mickey into just a really awkward position that we don't often see him in.
Yeah, and I think that BKB that we saw on Amar, Rhea, that's just the beginning of it for Amar.
Yeah, I really liked his item build this game, because we often see him try and be like the carry. And I mean, in a way, his item build did let him be a carry, but he's not out here trying to do all the damage by, like Daedalus or whatever. This guy went a very nice build that simply allowed him to sustain in fights and live, so he can get off his ult for longer periods of time and get more links, so that Mickey just simply cannot play. This guy had a Lincoln's, obviously playing as Barra. He had a Satanic, and he had a Refresher. So when he's applying his Eye of the Storm in these fights, it's reducing the armor of all of the enemies around him, allowing his Sven to chunk and do even more damage, including crits, track, damage amplify on top of that. They're able to do so much just by having this Razor in the middle of it, and he's just surviving and surviving because he has a BKB, he has a Manta, he has a Lincoln's, he has a Satanic. How do you kill this guy? You can't. It's impossible.
You ban that guy.
I mean, how often have we seen Razor banned? Very rarely. It is soon time to see what's coming our way in the second game. These two teams, both are known for taking series long. Not just within the game that we just saw, but also within the series. Going to a game number 3 is in their MO. Both if they're winning and if they're losing. So I would not be surprised to see that happening. It is, with this one, Team Liquid with their backs against the wall in this lower bracket, because I don't know if I need to remind you, but it is lower bracket here between these two titans of teams. Team Liquid and Falcons with a 1-up for the defending champions, Team Falcons, and Team Liquid now looking to scramble to get that W on the board in game number 2. And as we nearing the draft for this one, Tiga, what would you like to see different? Because so much fell apart with that laning stage that I don't know how much you can look at the draft and say, you know what, that's where we should have done better.
I feel like, at least for Falcons, because they have so many specialist heroes and that have been forgotten about or not touched recently, it now kind of reminds Liquid, because in the first phase, they banned Tree, Earth Spirit, Husker. There's the Centaur ban, which, again, it's hit or miss personally for me. So if you want to utilize hindsight in this scenario, maybe you replace that Centaur ban if the pick order is the same, and then you respect a Bounty or a Razor or something if you really care that much. I think the first 3 bans are fine, just the Centaur. But yeah, don't allow Falcons into this ultimate comfort, because when you look at these heroes, this is kind of what Falcons really wants to play if the meta enables it. And the meta hasn't really said these heroes are very good up until the point where it's like, nope, we need to survive, they're going to work.
I mean, the other problem is like having the Rubik and SB. It just feels like they don't have a position 5 hero, because both supports, they kind of want farm. They want to be greedy. They want to be on the position 4 row, so you get a little bit more farm XP. And I just didn't really like the setup, as much as what Falcon had. It was the day and night. The Bounty Hunter Mirana is like up there, and then the Rubik Spirit Breaker is kind of like down,
Oh, he bashed the Razor mid lane that time and got
Oh,
the kill.
sure.
Like,
Oh, sure. He did so much that game.
Sorry, what percentage chance do you think they have to win TI right now, Liquid?
17%.
Exactly. That was the only answer.
There was only one answer to get there. One thing we didn't talk too much about is the man on our screen and his counterpart with the mid lane. We had the overall last pick going the way of Liquid, so it was Invoker that was picked into the Earthshaker. We knew it was coming, and yet this Earthshaker never died, Freya. Never.
It's because he's just the best. He's the best Earthshaker in the world. I love seeing Malrine on these heroes like Shaker or Sand King when he can make plays by like he got a blink at 11 minutes. When he can do that and he can be around the map and enable everyone else, he gains his farm like on the way. Like he'll farm on the way, kill someone, farm back. He's so efficient and good with it. I think it also comes from how good the supports are, right? Because we've seen other teams where the mid will just end up walking around the map and kind of flailing because the supports aren't setting up enough. But you have this super strong duo in Mirana, Bounty Hunter, and then it just means that anywhere Malrine goes, you have like a Svensson, you have your Mirana follow-up, you have like a Razor to do damage, you have everything. I think Malrine was perfectly enabled in the draft.
It definitely did seem that way from the way game one played itself out. And I'm sure that Team Liquid has something in mind to come back in this game number 2. There's a lot of effort that needs to be put in this draft, though, because they need to start off well. They need to set themselves up for success, starting from the lanes already, as that's where it all went wrong in game 1. But let's see what is coming our way.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
The second game, we're going to have Falcons on the Radiant side. We swap that around. Team Liquid will therefore be Dire side, and Team Liquid will be the team with first pick. Falcons overall last pick. And we got maybe a couple of changes coming out. One hero in particular might be missing in terms of bans, because Team Liquid does have the possibility to pick up the Ember if they really want to. But it's not just that, because it's been a little while since
wait a
this
minute.
hero make it through.
Wait a minute.
It is
Oh
the
my
Earth
god.
Yep.
This hero is back.
Oh.
Do you want to play Ember against that or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best answer, because you kind of stop him from moving around in the team fights. You build Mage Slayer. But then again, I think ES just gets to a point where he doesn't really care. He's going to get there,
Right. And there's a couple ways to try and navigate Earth for it. It's you need to have early ways that when he rotates, you have the damage to kill him. Don't allow him to spread the magnetize over a long duration. Like catch him, kill him, stop him from using his ultimate. Or you just need to have really tanky heroes with dispels.
Sounds like a job for Doom.
All right, can we?
What was the win rate on Doom? You want to remind me of that one? But yeah, tankiness to survive or just kill him.
Can we take a small step back in the sense that this Earth Spirit, I mean, we talk about it a lot and we see it banned almost every single time. What is the short version of why this hero is banned every single time?
Quick map play. You get to lane into pretty much most matchups. You don't really care what you play into. Even some of the harder matchups you can play, because you can kill off the range creep. You rotate nicely. You can buy Vessel. You can buy Shivas. You can buy like pretty much whatever items you want to continue fighting into the map. And Magnetize does so much damage. The talents also feel really nice. So your damage scales throughout the game. Your map presence is there. You can TP rotate quickly. Like everything you want in a hero, Earthspirit has from the mid lane.
He's so hard to kill because he has so much strength gain per level. I don't know why the hero is so tanky.
He also is like so good for mid lane because he doesn't even have to skill roll anymore. You can just skill your kick and pull, and you're able to just clear waves and farm efficiently. And then on top of that, his innate means that he gets extra damage depending on how many rocks he hasn't used. So in mid lane, where you don't even need to use your rocks, you can just kick creeps into other creeps, for example. It's like he just is dealing so much more damage than he should be doing.
One day he'll get nerfed into a point where he actually goes back to support again. But maybe this is the TI. This is the TI that will send him back to the role he was started on. I technically didn't start on that because it was kind of broken on release. But anyways.
We got a nice start for the draft for Team Falcons as well. The Lina and the Centaur are a classic duo and have had quite success this international.
Yeah, very stable foundation for the draft here. I don't know if the Lina is going to be a flex for them because I probably don't want Skitter to play this hero because it doesn't really fit the MO, which we discussed briefly in the first game, where Skitter needs to be the dagger hero. He needs to be the frontline hero. Do you think it might be a support? Do you think there's a chance that it could be a support? Or I remember Falcons did it a long time ago on Crate.
Sure, but I also could just see, like, I mean, there's so much flexibility with it that fundamentally, if it is cores, no matter what, Centaur will protect Lina core, done against the Earth Spirit. I prefer that to be the case. I don't really want to see Centaur to go to support and then everything goes around in different directions. But Liquid, they want the pace to be increased immensely this game. They now pick up 2 supports that don't just play just chilling, waiting things. There's not a Rubik waiting for things to happen. It's not a Spiritbreaker chasing into the map. It's now a Tusk and a Hoodwink together, getting kills, making moves, and that's exactly what Earth Spirit wants. So the pacing will be very different to game 1. Falcons, they need to be ready for this amount of damage in both the lanes and the early rotations.
Yeah. Something like Undying is still in the pool if they want to just try and focus on bringing lanes back to neutral, because right now it looks like Liquid is just going to go for murder after murder after murder.
And you kind of need supports that can match up against Tusk, like Wyvern with the Embrace against the tag team, or something like a Dark Wheeler to dodge the tag team, or the Wind Ranger. I think heroes like this that provide you with stability in the lane, they need to pick their supports right now and ensure that the last pick would be easy. Because if they pick supports that are too greedy, then the laning phase could be a question mark, then it could create a lot of problems when you're trying to pick your overall last pick. So the 2 picks here, 16, 17 on Falcons is very, very important.
Hey, you talked about the Enchantress already at the start.
This is the strongest support in the early game. And Bane as well, like very, very strong. Like, probably is Creed going to be playing the Enchantress here.
They very much went for the we want to survive as much as possible, right? You've gone for 2 lane dominating supports in their own ways. And that alone is like, okay, if we can win the first 8, that will buy us time to get to 20. And by 20, we feel like we'll have a draft that will outscale Liquid. But it's now a lot of emphasis on both I was about to combine Snaking and Crit into one name there. But anyway, Crit and Snaking to kind of fill their roles.
I'm also kind of like a fan of the way they play the Ench, where you max the impetus early and you don't get heal and you just be a damage dealer.
One of those type of supports, I see.
Oh, wow.
You don't. I mean, I'm a fan of the enchant and heal, and you just get the creeps, you just body, and then when Earth Spirit rolls in, you just press heal, and it's like you just don't care anymore. It's like, all right, great, I'm doing my job. But I can see the damage. I think if you can just put some Tusk to half HP, there's no fight to be had, right? So
there's the big booty. I don't think I've ever said booty this many times on panel.
No, what a name for a hero, by the way. Especially at TI as well, Shiva. Come on.
And he's not even from old Dota 1, right? He's
no, he is from Dota 1. The name is based on his. If you remember his old Dota 1 model, he actually has a very big bottom.
Very big bottom.
That explains it. That explains it. Thank you for that.
Okay, this is probably Ace's best hero. The Underlord, he knows this hero inside out. It gives them a lot of global presence. You can connect to the Tusk. It's just a very, very strong lane with Hoodwink. I'm expecting the Underlord to go with the Hoodwink, and the Tusk will be on the 5. The position 5 with the range carry, get to round everything up, for Liquid.
What is a good range carry here, though? Because with Lina, I feel like she outranges a lot of heroes. And with Centaur, I'm worried about the ability to get on top of someone.
But you have the ES, so I think you just need a draft that works, that makes sense in the lane, and you're gonna be fine. I think ES is gonna be a true win condition. Like even like a Nature's Prophet is still in the pool, which should be fine with the Tusk. Anything that's strong in the lane.
I mean, it's the Prophet, the Wind Rangers, the Lunas, like the super kind of generic range core that will do their role in the early game, and then you can just join the Earth Spirit, like Winter's already mentioning, join the Underlord with his axe timing. Like, you don't want a carry that like is out of sync with Underlord and Earth Spirit.
Yeah. The benefit about having the MP is you have a way to wake up the sleep, from Bane. I think Bane really hates playing to MP.
We saw Nature's Prophet banned by Falcons in game 1. So it is on their radar. They might still ban it out. I feel like at this point as well, I kind of have to ask, like, is Lone Druid just ignored in this series? Like, is he dead? Is he done? We saw him be so impactful yesterday.
At the moment, it's ignored, but also could be a consideration for Liquid potentially, just because you see the kind of supports. The Lone Druid can always hunt them, and you are going to farm quite nicely in lane. So it is a potential pickup for Liquid as well.
They have a really nice 4 as well. So like whilst Lone Druid is farming up all those items, I think the rest of them can play really nicely together. I think Lone Druid Bear has insane kill potential on lane if you bring Tusk as well. I mean, it would be so nice.
The final pick for Liquid.
Yeah, the decision here is about how greedy they think they can go, here. Can we go for the Lone Druid, or do we want something more team-based like the Luna? Like, or the Win, Win is like a very team-based hero. This is a little bit, I would say, like a strange one, because Centaur is considered a very hard counter to win. But Liquid feels like we don't really care about that. All we need here is a hero that can play with the team, because the benefit of having a Win as a carry is the rune fights are going to be very favorable for you. You can just come over, shoot a power shot. Usually it's going to end up with your team winning the small little fight there. So that's going to give them a lot of early game aggression, and Falcons have to decide as well, on their part, how greedy can they get? What type of Skitter hero he's going to be able to get his hands on here to stabilize the game and let the Lina farm. Like, what melee heroes are available here?
Tiny.
Unless you want to go back for the Kings, that he's played quite a bit of.
Kings is okay. Kings is pretty decent.
I feel like this point, he has a lot of options that he could go for. He has deep pockets.
Yeah, if Ursa wasn't so bad of a hero, Ursa would be good here.
Yeah.
Until they pick, no.
It traditionally is counted as the hardest hero for Underlord to deal with in the whole game.
I mean, also into Ursa, right? Just any way to just try to punish the Magnetizer always going to feel really nice, right? So, I mean, the lifesteal ban makes a lot of sense from Liquid to protect it. You're not really going to see Juggernaut in current meta. Also, Arme is not in the playoffs.
Didn't we see it? Like, somebody, was it
tried
pure play? I think somebody played Juggernaut, I remember.
And then, we just going back for the spend? Why not?
Yeah. It's very solid. I think the way I see it is Underlord reduces a lot of your damage, and Sven overwhelms you with too much damage. So you don't really care, and he still fits the ammo of a Blink stun. And it's very, very important that Skitter is playing the Blink stun hero.
And I think with Nisha playing the Earth Spirit, it just takes one roll into a Fiend script, Skitter will be there, or Mara will be there, and you will kill the Earth Spirit off very quickly. So I think the Falcons have the tools to deal with probably the strongest hero at TI so far. But if they don't control the pacing of the game, Liquid have all the heroes to poke, to prod, to get an objective, to reset, get the resources, go again for another kill. They have a very scary lineup. It looks a little bit better for Liquid, but I think Falcons, they have the tools to just build that big net worth lead again, to play through their supports, to get their cores online.
Yeah, when I look at these lineups, I think Mickey's pick at first confuses me a bit. You now have the plus armor from Sven. You're playing into a Dispel from Enchantress. You're playing into a Malreen's Lina who can, doesn't care about win run in the first place. It seems like early they have a chance to like really shut him down and give him no options. But the other 4 heroes are very, very strong to the point that I think they make up for his weaknesses. And then eventually when Mickey is able to have a BKB and can then join Nisha in like going on Malreen's Lina, for example, and not letting him play the game.
So, main question is very simple. A game 3, yay or nay?
It's a tough one. This one is a very tough one. I think it's very equal. But according to stats, you can't go wrong with Earth Spirit.
Yep, what he said. I mean, to be fair, statistically, Earth Spirit very good.
Yeah.
But after that first game, it's hard to go against Falcons.
Yeah.
But I think Liquid, they're in a better position. They have the Earth Spirit. They have the aggression. They have the Liquid of 2 years past. Surely.
I think if Falcons is able to beat Liquid here, it's obviously very good for them to stay in the competition, and that's very nice. But I also think this would be a very strong statement of like, hey guys, we will answer your Earth Spirit with Alina, and we will win. And that will open up the draft for them moving forward in this international. So there's maybe going to be a lot of other teams looking at this to see if Falcons will get that advantage over them in the games to come. But of course, they have to perform first. They have to do it first. They have to beat Team Liquid and eliminate Team Liquid first. And so far, their history here during the international has been mostly going to a game 3, but maybe they can break that curse here for a second time round, as we first are going to hear from Coach AUI before heading in the game.
Thank you so much, Shaver. AUI, got a chance to talk to Blitz in the last interview, and he was just talking about how much he loves you. 20 years together in the Dota Sushi, one of the biggest friends that he has. And then you walk out there in game one and absolutely trash his ass like it was nothing. Why are you so mean to him?
I don't know, but yeah, I've known Blitz forever. We know each other since Dota 1. I respect the guy a lot, and it's honestly a pleasure. Apparently, this is the first time we played on the main stage against each other. He told me that, gave me a hug backstage. It's honestly, I'm blessed.
Wow, you certainly don't care enough to not pick Sven again. Very rude of you. Let's talk a little bit about this Sven. Why you guys? Why Sven? Why so strong?
I think he fulfills like stuff that we need in our lineup. Skitter's good at the hero, and like he goes well with Amar and Maureen's hero pool, so it's just a good hero for us.
All right, you guys have already eviscerated everyone's bracket in this series, but at least tell me we're gonna go to a game 3. Promise me, Owie. Promise me like you would promise him 20 years ago.
No, I really hope not.
You don't hope that you don't make it to a game 3? You gotta reword that, Owie. They're watching.
Yeah, I want 2-0 for us.
Oh, come on. Okay, fine. Very well. Owie 2000, incredible job. I hope that you get that 2-0. I bracket. But thank you so much. But you guys, we'll get into the game.
Thank you so much. Falcons versus Liquid, game number 2. AUI, one of my favorite, I'd call them personalities, I guess, of all time, Cinderin. He was a coach for us. First, he was a player, though.
Us?
Yeah, DC, back in the day.
Yeah, you just say us, you know, people are going to be like, what Counter-Strike team did he coach you on?
He was my personal coach.
Oh.
But yeah, he's a really nice guy, very humble, and glad to see him have so much success. I mean, he's won 3 TIs, technically, 2 as a coach, 1 as a player, one of the most legendary people in the scene, no doubt about it. As we get into game number 2, do you think there will be a game number 3,
Cinderella? I think there's a pretty good chance of it, at the very least. I mean, the first game was obviously a complete beatdown, and when a game extends that long and one team is dominating, at the end, it's going to look like the worst loss ever, right? But in reality, you know, you could have argued that they should have GD'd out earlier, and they were just far behind against the Bounty Hunter lineup, and that was a very hard game to recover, is what I'm trying to say. But Liquid are the kind of team that can bounce back from a bad game immediately and find the right solutions. And obviously, they have very resilient players. They've been through everything. They've been through incredible win streaks. They've had the worst losses ever on the biggest stage. They've tried it all. So, and obviously their players are a little bit of a mix of 2 past teams, the old Liquid and the old Gaming Gladiators. And both of those teams had rivalries between each other and obviously with the other big dogs at the time. So experience is very key in situations like this, and they've got that in spades at the very least. And the lineup this time, I think, is just also better overall than the game was in number 1.
Yeah, they got the big booty on Ace. I think I would have guessed Underlord, but I didn't know that was the answer. Of course, Pitlord is the original Cinderin, the OG of Dota 1. But yeah, they get to pick that again. This time it's again against a much different lineup. Sven is the same, I suppose, from Falcon's side, so Skeeter will get a repeat on that. But Amar playing much different hero this time around than the Razor. It is Centaur who has been... The funny thing about this draft is you didn't know where the Centaur was going until the very last pick, because it could have been mid, technically. They could have played Carry, Lina. But yeah, that's part of the flexibility that comes with Falcons.
Yeah, for as long as this team has existed, they have been I want to say the biggest flex team in Tier 1 Dota. Like, they've just always valued having shared hero pools. That might be one of the things that AUI has been focusing on the absolute most in the draft, and has kind of had his players either train specific heroes to get them on a playable level, or just immediately recognize, all right, which heroes do we have major overlap in that I can use for strategy. Obviously, Razor is one that comes to mind from the beginning. Timbersaw, Huskar, Viper, and a lot of these heroes, what they share is an ability to absolutely destroy individual matchups. So a lot of the games that Falcons win, 1 or 2 of their lanes are extremely one-sided. Now, last game, that wasn't necessarily the case by draft. It kind of just accelerated very quickly. Or you could argue they stomped the bot lane, which I still think they should have on paper. But other than that, That game wasn't a game where they were just drafting to smash lanes. This time around, the hero that comes to mind for that is the Enchantress. This is a hero Falcons love, played it countless times, but it's actually in the hands of Crit, which is kind of unusual. This is, I think Snaking has the highest win streak of all time in Pro Dota on this hero, maybe on any hero. I believe he won 21 games of Enchantress in a row in 2024, 2025 before he lost, if I'm not mistaken. I just remember it being this most ridiculous stat line. But they're still choosing to put it on Crit instead here. Crit plays Bane. I guess they just want to keep their players in the respective lanes rather than in terms of the heroes themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Enchantress is such an ultra aggressive hero, and this is a hero that can scale into the late game as well.
Yeah.
We've seen so many times before. But yeah, now that Snaking is on Bane, you're not going to be, I don't think you're going to get the same farm as Mirana.
No, that is not happening. That is definitely not happening. But the thing about Ench is in certain matchups and certain lanes, this hero dominates. This doesn't seem like the type of lane that's likely going to happen. You're playing into level 2 tag team with a Wind Ranger and together with a Centaur. I don't think you are going to be putting all that much pressure, but you're definitely going to get a lot of farm onto a Mar.
Yep, and we've seen the Centaurs kind of take, I mean, if he doesn't go Heart first, Cinder, I'll be shocked. Or Radiance or something weird.
They go Helm of the Dominator into
Well,
Midas.
okay, well,
a real Amar would
into
go
Midas.
That's real.
Both.
That's a real Amar build, isn't it?
That's equivalent to double Midas. That's excellent.
Helm of the Dominator, Midas, Battle Fury.
Yeah. I mean, Helm is, I guess, standard. At
Yeah,
this point.
you just buy it.
get it literally every single game. Understandable. Actually makes me miss Marcy a little bit. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. That was the original Helm when that came back.
Yeah.
Be able to bounce off of that one.
I would argue it's surprising that we've seen her, I believe, 0 games.
Would you, if she was brought, if she was picked, do you think it would be more likely to be a support or a core?
I think it would be more likely for it to be picked as a core, but I mean, she definitely has some shortcomings. It's not, I'm not super surprised that she's not top meta or anything, but 0 games on that hero is quite surprising, especially because there's a couple of players on the big stage here that are in the main event that really play Amin Marson like specialized in it, but none of them are running it, so what can you do?
Bottom rune will be a regen for Malrine. We'll bottle it up. Nisha will take an LSA, snaking in the area. Not able to get anything off, though. Crit also here, but Alpha Wolf a little bit too late to the party, but we'll be able to pressure the tower. Going to keep that siege alive a little bit longer now that this wave catches up.
Yeah, this is a key timing for multiple reasons for Falcons. As you mentioned, the siege creep. Malrine also cracked level 6, so they wanted to put the Laguna to use to get a kill and the tower. They're going to settle for Boxy.
Yep. Laguna is there. Boxy staying alive with the Lotus, but the Brain Sap and the right clicks are enough as Malrine will secure First Blood and the Tier 1 at 6.5 minutes. Very, very fast play here from Falcons. Nisha, first magnetized of the game onto Snaking. Can get the roll in as well. That's a kill, so some good retribution. Actually gets a bushwhack as well onto Malrine, onto the single tree there. TP's out successfully. But they do save the tower. Thought that was a goner for sure.
It's a good response from Tofu, but you could maybe have wished for it to come a little bit earlier so that they wouldn't have lost 90% of the tower, but still, it's a good sign that they don't just have to immediately concede this to the first Enchantress move. And they get Nisha on the board. Now, he doesn't have Urn. He is going Treads first, so no pickup of that with the kill. But this hero, like the panel talked about, Earth Spirit's been one of the biggest heroes of the entire tournament. Insanely high win rate, and there's plenty of heroes in the pool that have high win rates. The thing that's most impressive about Earth Spirit is that he's been first picked in the majority of games, and yes,
He's getting gone on under the Tier 1 tower. Will pop the God Strength to try to kill off Boxy. Not going to happen, though. The Nightmare is there, though. No follow-up, so Snaking not able to secure at least some sort of a trade. Good rotation from Liquid.
Mickey even made his way down there in case there was going to be a response from Falcon. So Liquid are sure to bring the numbers. But yeah, what I was saying about Earth Spirit, as he's going to pick up an Arcane Rune. This hero has been, I think it has about a 65% win rate as a primarily first-picked core, which is very unusual. So definitely one of the strongest heroes. Oh, he's going to connect onto Amar. Silence. No focus fire, though. Worried about the retaliate, I suppose. I mean, he has to use it if they want to kill it, though.
Yeah, well,
Maybe not.
Jackal will be there. Yeah, doesn't need it after all, it seems.
All
For
good.
Malrine, the Laguna Blade. Can they get to kill the Nisha? Nice job with the Wild Wing Ripper as well. The right clicks are coming for him. The impetus, not quite enough, but Malrine, can you guess correctly? Into the north. Nisha going to get hit by the Dragon Slave. Kills off the Wild Wing
Lotus?
Ripper. The Blood Grenade. Right clicks do suffice. Might cost them, though. Crit can take a
that's a nice
fire.
LSA
LSA onto the tier 1 tower with the Dragon Slave as well. Mickey now ticking out. So Malrine's rotation makes the world of difference. Very close call, though. That could have lived on both heroes, technically speaking, for Liquid.
Really good spellcasting from Malrine. That looks easier than it is. And yeah, Liquid don't really get anything for free here. Begs the question, what if you just focus fire the Centaur right away? Yeah, you're going to take some retaliate damage, obviously, but I think you kill him first. And then...
Yeah, that becomes a little scarier.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously dicey, right? And you know you're going to take a lot of damage, but time is of the essence in moments like that because you know the enemy team is going to rotate and put up some sort of a defensive rotation for a Mar.
Is Blade Mail just dead on most heroes?
Yeah.
Was nerfed too much?
It feels like you only see it purchased on heroes that have taunts.
Does Axe, Legion, although we don't really see Legion, I guess.
Yeah. So by extension, because it is bought by 2 heroes and one of them doesn't get picked, it's pretty dead, yeah. We haven't seen much Axe either. It's been very...
Yeah, that's a shame.
It was one of the heroes that I would expect to maybe get a little bit more love, especially in a patch that favors hard carries a lot. And Axe oftentimes goes up in value because you can actually kill certain heroes, 100-0 almost. But haven't seen him much. Malrine, not going to get found by the Earthbind. Oh, excuse me. Earthbind.
There's a Meepo in this game. Wow-wee.
It looks the same. I'll give myself a pass on that one.
You think it's the same VFX? You think Valve are lazy? Come on.
No, it's not. But you do remember that track through the concoction projectile, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or something. I don't know if it still does, actually.
It was, yeah. I mean, no, Track used the actual Alchemist bottles, right?
Was it? I thought it was the same. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter.
It is the same. I don't know if they changed it, though.
Yeah, maybe they didn't.
Next time we see an Alchemist in the game, we'll pay close attention. Of course, we will definitely remember this conversation because we're very good at remembering things.
Yeah.
Stacks from Mickey.
Saw the Bane. Was not going to happen. It's actually time to evacuate for Snaking, or he's going to be on the receiving end. Mickey.
Stampede. Shackle into the nice shards from Boxy. Oh, the Nightmare, though, onto the other side. Snaking, very nicely done. It buys him a little bit of extra time, but...
Huge.
It was.
But not enough.
And we should mention, since this is an elimination game, especially for Liquid, this is Boxy's best hero, I think.
He is insane.
The original Tusk for me is Crit, and then it became Boxy eventually. If that makes sense.
There's a couple of noteworthy mentions. I think FY also had a couple of years where he was insane on Soxa, I think.
Oh, man, Soxa.
Soxa's Tusk was wild for 2 years.
When he tried out for us, that's the hero that he played. This might be a very big gank for Liquid. The slow is there. The Fiend's Gate's coming. Tofu from the other side. It's a 5 versus 1. And guess who loses his life? It's the 1.
Yep. If he could have somehow won that exchange, I think.
That would have been an Arteezy special, I believe. Except he was playing Lifestealer.
Yeah, and he had a couple more items.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
LSA, but the grip is there from Laguna Blade. Do they actually have the damage? It's a very tanky hero in general. One of the highest rank games in the game. Nisha will turn it around onto Bane instead. So Falcons, definitely not the same start that they were accustomed to in that game number 1.
Isn't that crazy to just see that unfold at 12 minutes? This is a Lina mid and a full duration Fiend's Grip. And the guy still survives on like 30% HP and gets to counterplay them and kill the support.
Does he still have the highest strength game in the game? At the very least,
he has one of the highest.
Top 3, I think.
It's 3.8.
Centaur might be higher.
Centaur is in the game. He has 4.3. I think that might be the highest, single highest. But, I mean, Earth Spirit's just something else. Spirit Vessel for Nisha.
Wow, already 1,500 away from Ags on the underboard. Good farming here. And Boxy's going to be found and destroyed. And now another tower will go the way of Falcons. So that's one thing that's going in their favor right now.
This is still a relative. I mean, it's an even game in terms of net worth, right? Biggest discrepancy from Spickwill is that Skitterton is having a much harder time than he was in game number 1 with a similar matchup. He's laning into Underlord again. This is something that Liquid have definitely improved on. Nice sharpshooter.
Again, going for the Nightmare to get some terrain walk action. Looks like he's going to end up dying nonetheless. Ace will bring him down. I think he was trying to go for a cheeky deny in the tier 1 tower, but was spotted by Tofu. Mjolnir next on the list for McKay. As we hit the 14-minute mark, looks like it'll just be a trade, although nobody's on that side for Falcons for the Wisdom.
And the good news this time for Liquid is that they are even, and they're not playing against an extremely oppressive map control hero like Bounty Hunter. Yep. So this time it feels like they can find their footing and get to play their own game.
Crit.
And Crit will...
He does get to the side of the shards, but it matters not. Another kill goes away with Liquid. Stampede. Amar want to get some sort of a trade. They'll get it onto Boxy.
I was about to stomp him, then he was like, I can KS with an ability that costs 0 mana instead.
Okay, I'm shocked here.
Malrine.
Yeah, he's out of there. As Amar is working on a Lotus Orb. Man, this young man has grown so much, Cinderin.
Oh.
Good against what? Focus Fire, Pit of Malice, Magnetize.
All of Earth Spirit's garbage.
Yeah.
Very good against the Vessel, obviously. There's a lot of upsides. I think in order for Amar to buy this item, he needs to feel like there's really good reasons, because otherwise he could have bought a farming item. Know how this guy operates. It also is a hybrid item in Centaur.
The old Amar wouldn't do this, though. And by the old Amar, that's the younger Amar.
Yeah, the younger Amar wouldn't have played Centaur.
That is true.
He would have played Timber or Razor or Doom.
Or Mars.
Or Mars. Yeah.
Even in the current meta, he would pick Mars.
I really wish Mars was better. I think that hero was super fun to watch.
I mean, he got dumpstered with the facet removal, right?
Yeah, he's one of the heroes that suffered the most from that.
Going to be found by Boxy, gets the punch up. Tofu's there with the bushwhack. There's a power shot coming from the other side. Even Nisha joining the party.
A lot of long-range artillery.
But the other offlaner in a lot of trouble. A full Fiend's Grip into the right clicks from Malrine. It's enough, so trade for offlaners.
Look like the Underlord is tankier than the Earth Spirit.
Yes.
Or excuse me, the other way around. The Earth Spirit tankier.
I know what you meant.
Yeah. Yeah, my bad.
We're just synced up, Cinder. Even when you're wrong, you're right in my way.
And you finish my
sandwiches. That's right.
You always do. Oh, he got out with
barely.
That's the one. Yeah, he's fine.
Very close call for crit. Nicely done. As he's already He's already working on Aghanim Scepter as a first item. Is that normal on Enchantress?
It's an occasional build that we see. I don't know what exactly prompts it in this game.
So they're going to find themselves a Bane.
I'm a little bit surprised to see it given these matchups. I would have thought this was a Pike game.
Yeah, Pike sounds incredible.
Against Underlord, against Earth Spirit, even against Wind Ranger to get position.
But it's a root, right? And I mean, nobody has a helm on the other side. As Liquid will go through the gate now. Not quite the 20-minute mark, though. No Tormentor up at the moment. They do scan out briefly and know that somebody is down here, and who else would it be other than Skeeter? This would be a massive kill. He's actually running towards them. A Boxy, Mask of Madness, which means he can't cast anything. We'll get stuck inside the shards. They're going to try to kill off Snake King instead, doing a good job of making them target him, as they're going to turn their sights on the Mickey instead, getting beat down by the Sven. Bushwhack just in time with a sharpshooter to follow and a power shot as well. It's 2 kills for Liquid. They save Mickey in the end. Another very close call. Could have gone either way.
That looked like it was getting real dicey when they started diving that deep, but no TP from Amar. And Malrine couldn't connect on the Wind Ranger together with Sven because she was so far south. So, yeah, they end up getting away with that. I thought that was real bad once Sven got to hit. But clutch play from the Liquid Pause 5. Tofu 5-0-6 now on the Hoodwink. This hero has a pretty bad win rate this tournament as a 5 and a really, really good one as a 4.
Hoodwink?
Yeah. But Tofu knows how to run it.
That's interesting that there would be such a discrepancy.
Yeah, I think it was massive. I think I looked at it and it was like, I think as a 5 it had like 29%, or it had 64.
How much more of a sample size between the two? Is it roughly the same as well?
It was definitely fewer games on 5, but still, I think it was still a decent amount. I don't know when you would consider stuff like that significant. Like
Anomaly, yes, anomaly.
how many games does it need to be before the chi-square is high enough?
Is that your vampire voice? I remember that one. As Aghanim Scepter up and running for Ace. So global at his disposal. And this is huge because the Tormentor, now that I'm saying it out loud, we don't really see Tormentor fights at all, do we?
No.
In theory, very good at contesting if there was to be a fight there.
Yeah. I think that's definitely something. The way that has developed over time is not the way it was intended. This was, I think, they were hoping for the Tormentor to be a fighting objective, not a whoever is in the neighborhood or wants to go out of the way to get it can just have it kind of objective.
Yeah. Or if you're
don't see many fights next
lower skill players / turbo players, it just isn't an objective at all. It doesn't exist. I can attest to that one. Blink dagger. Who's actually building the blink there? Pretty early blink. Looks like Amar will be going hard into blink though.
Yep, Sven is queuing up dagger. Tusk almost has a dagger.
So do you think he regrets the Lotus? Because he would have had heart by now, and you'd be farming faster. Of course, he doesn't know if there's going to be that much aggression coming the way of Liquid.
I don't think the difference is that big between Lotus and Heart for farm rate. Like, yeah, it's a little bit. Maybe it's cost him a few hundred gold at most. And like the opportunity cost of going that route, if the Lotus could change a team fight, yeah, I just think this is even Amar. We'll see the value in that.
Get the Reaver now.
He will.
Messerschmitt's Reaver, our favorite. Yep. Brit inside the shards. Boxy, I don't think he's missed a single one of those yet.
He doesn't miss.
Masterful. I hear the Sven ult with the Fiend's Grip. Do they have damage this time? Absolutely. Finally, Nisha brought down. Boxy looks to be next on the list. We'll get off the snowball, but it's only a matter of time. LSA keeps him in place. So 2 kills for Falcons now.
Really nice blink reveal from Skeeter. That's the kind of impact you want to see immediately. When you're having a bad game on Sven, and you go the blink, you're buying it to fight immediately. You're not buying this to jungle for another 5 minutes. He finds a big ticket kill in the Earth Spirit. I believe Nisha was on a streak there. Yeah, he was dominating, so a nice little bit of bonus cash going Skeeter's way. The game even still.
Brit about 1,200 away from his Ags. Little friend. Little what?
No friends.
Yeah. Questioning myself. I shouldn't do that anymore.
What else would be little fiends?
Yeah, little.
Well, here's a big fiend's gate.
Yes, it is.
Well,
Brit in some trouble, and by that I mean he's dead.
Yep. They go and they little find him. Awesome.
Okay, just ignore that.
Making, you'll get out.
This Underlord Ags, I can't remember exactly what was changed, because when it was first introduced, I feel like we would see it as like a luxury 4th, 5th item.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's always been really good. They're going to find Snaking as well.
Oh, since back then, I think Pit of Malice has been buffed quite a bit, just the spell itself. And the game has also developed in a direction where it's less about balling up around Underlord. I think it's just a natural progression of the bigger map that getting more value out of this while you're farming seems to just somebody was in the neighborhood. Hunter's Boomerang, so the 20% incoming spell damage amp on the target is really nice news for Earth Spirit. Underlord Firestorm against Centaur will be hit like an absolute truck already. That's going to be more now. And against the Sven, of course.
Yep, that percentage-based damage. I mean, that heart is going to cost you more HP in theory if you're getting hit by Firestorm, but top net worth in the game
but when you take more damage, you feel more.
That is true, Behemoth's heart. Punch comes up from Boxy. Easy kill onto crit again.
Crit has played a lot of games on Enchantress in his career, but it's not the type of hero that I personally love to see him on, because it's less, less playmaky in the traditional sense of, initiating fights, setting up a great stun, or making a clutch team fight contribution, or it's more about early lane pressure and movement. And in these stalemate situations, when you get to this point, that's when it's perfect that Snaking is playing that hero, because he just loves to farm jungle, and he'll just go on farm for 10, 15 minutes. For crit, I guess it's less of a preference for him, and they just picked it because they thought it was the right idea for the game. But obviously that does come at the cost of you're effectively relying a lot more on Snaking finding the setups in this game than in the average game. And he's found a couple good ones. A couple full duration grips, so not bad.
Very slow game, though. Yeah. I mean, 10 more kills for Liquid, but net worth-wise, dead even. As Amar is going to be hounded under the tier 1, all alone, gets off the Stampede. They get locked down, though, nowhere to go. I say that, he actually gets to the other side. The Bushwhack is going to find him with a sharpshooter to follow as Nisha continuing on. This is a tanky chonker boy, but they do find the damage eventually. The Snaking was just here, so he will fall as well.
Yeah, it seems like the communication was, I don't have TP on Lina, and then they just don't reinforce it. Sven had TP ready, Enchantress TP'd and then canceled. So they obviously knew that was a 5-man move on the side of Falcons, but
Dota Plus
to show up.
Dota Plus loves Falcons, apparently. As the Kobold will die, as Malreen's going to try to fight despite not having their offlaner. He's going to get stun locked inside of this pit. Gets to the other side, though, just barely. He's ticking away, though, as Ace will continue with the Firestorm. He's getting extremely low, and they do find the kill eventually. Meanwhile, Sven trying to fight it out against Mickey and the rest of Liquid. He might just find a Tusk, but it's going to likely cost him his own life. This was very questionable plays from Falcons. They lost 2 heroes and still took the fight.
Yeah, Malreen, I guess, just didn't expect so many heroes to be there, but that is a very costly play to go for.
I don't know if Dota Plus saw that one coming, because it was just showing a 67% win rate.
Oh, not anymore.
Snaking.
Okay, well, he'll find a setup, but for who?
Mars just going to chill.
Walk it off.
Nisha is extremely tanky. It will take a lot. Basically, you need Lina or Sven if you want to kill this guy.
Even tankier now. Assange is completed. Into the pit they go. Well, as expected, a completely different experience than game number 1. This time around, Liquid do get to play, and they've been playing. Their moves have been hitting. Almost all of them have connected, leading on the kill. And although it didn't lead to much of an advantage, this last sequence was really huge. Getting 5k out of it total, getting an Aegis.
We're going to dodge the roll. Okay, Nisha on the cliff, but they have Fiend's Gate coming. Tusk Snowball as well to help him out, but likely will fall. As you can see, Liquid here in numbers. They get the Aegis on Mickey as well to go back through the Fiend's Gate. I think Malreen is actually maybe in some trouble. He's going to show himself, goes for the 4-staff TP, should be fine. Imagine that Essence Distiller hits, though. Very powerful. Boxy already showing off the blink, of course, the 6k lead. Mickey has the Mjolnir BKB. And about to finish his 4-staff in the eventual Hurricane Pike.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now, Reen's going in early MKB, so wants to deal with this win run.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think going right-click Lina here is, you might say it's not the right choice because he's playing with Sven and it's too much of the same thing, but I actually kind of like it. I think he needs to be able to pose that kind of a threat to the Wind Ranger down the stretch where he can actually be the one to kill Mickey. Still does need some defensive item at some point, it feels like. Don't know if Stampede and Nightmare are enough to rely on. But for the time being, I do agree with the damage approach. Power.
Malrine, he's actually spotted to cancel. The TP crits to the north to try to save him, but the Fiends get still available, and the focus fires enough. Malrine is dead. Another huge kill for Liquid. And crit, collateral damage. Liquid in charge. 3 minutes on the Aegis. They want to force a game number 3. Do you have little friends yet? We've been talking about it for so long. He does. How highly would you rate this, Ags?
It's super situational, and I don't really see the purpose of it this game. I mean, maybe I'm just missing something. Could be. But I definitely would have leaned in the Pike direction for this one. And if nothing, I don't even think we've seen it cast the spell yet, but eventually.
Foxy and Snake King will join forces. Snake King won't be happy about it, though. 10K lead for Liquid. How much can they get out of this Aegis? 2.5 minutes left. They still have only a single tier 2 left.
Yeah.
They've been very aggressive so far this game.
Yeah, now Falcons get to try what it feels like what they did to Liquid game 1. A little bit more delayed, I suppose. At this point, Falcons were up about 30K.
Yep.
Or, yeah, it was probably close. It was like 20-something.
I would say the game was effectively over at this point in game number 1. It is definitely not the case here.
This is more within reach. The Falcons will need to find some sort of key jump. They get to utilize all this farm on the Centaur, where they get to use the MKB, which is about to be picked up now on Lina. This is a crucial timing for them. For Liquid, just keep doing what you're doing, keep controlling the map. If you find picks on Earth Spirit, that's obviously great. You don't have to fight with your Aegis. Minute and a half left on that.
Yep, feels like one of those games where they just try to starve them out. The old, I mean, that's the Falcon strat, really. And that was the Game and Gladiator strat back in the day as well.
Well, the original Game and Gladiator strat was to win in 20 minutes.
That's true. That was patched out pretty fast, though. And Snake King was killed off pretty fast here. Fight to death. Falcons want to fight. They find Nisha. He pops a really fast BKB. Laguna Blade finds him, though. Nice block off. He's taking the damage. They get the kill. Will it be at any cost, though? The Nightfall away, not successful. They cancel the TP of Skeeter. They kill off Malrine. And Amar going to be stuck in a 1 versus 4. And that is going to be another huge fight for Liquid. In the driver's seat, to say the least. Still with that Aegis intact for another 30. They can maybe poke at the high ground.
Crucial reaction from Nisha there. Getting that BKB off makes a huge difference. He would have died very quickly, and they could have probably got a much better position for the follow-up fight, but the reduced damage he took delayed that kill significantly, and then the reinforcements arrive. Now we're on to the high ground. Focus fire. Okay.
Doesn't have great range because of Bane, but they'll still kill him anyway.
No buybacks on the course, so you can do whatever you want. Obviously, Liquid don't know this, but they want to poke them out regardless. They had an Aegis to work with still. Mickey has to Satanic. He's a super tough kill.
Aegis expires, back to full HP, and this will be almost certainly a set of barracks. Melee barracks will refresh the fortification. Liquid likely to just back away, though. Yeah, this is their game to lose. Falcons would have to have some sort of a massive comeback at this point. Be more and more out of reach.
Funnily enough, this game looked even for a very long time. The entire lead has been built over the last 10 minutes.
It felt like that one domino fight where Malrine showed up in a 3 versus 5. I don't know what that was about. Did not work out, that's for sure.
That was definitely domino number 1.
Are looking for the hook song, only finding one in the form of Tusk. Laguna Blade to the Underlord as there goes Sven pounding away, but Ace going to get saved by the snowball. He's going to go through the Fiend's Gate now, but they find the connection on the Mickey. It would be a much bigger kill. Pops the Satanic, but it's not going to be enough. Looks like he'll get chomped down by the Sven, but Nisha, look at the magnetized damage as Ace comes through with the Firestorm as well. And again, 2 cores dead for Falcons. The Liquid getting the better of that engagement yet again. Snake King 12 deaths to his name, and Crit follows suit on the other side. Liquid, they don't have their wind runner, but sure they can still poke at the very least at this bot lane. At least force out the fortification. I mean, it's 50 seconds for Sven.
Yeah. Should definitely be looking to hit at least a little bit. Amar will maybe be a little annoying. Might feel confident that they can't kill him because there's no Wind Ranger, but I'm not so sure that would be true. Even without Magnetize and everything. Let's see.
A double hoof stomp into a buyback from the Enchantress, who shows up, and now all the damage being applied to this half-man, half-horse. Amar somehow gets to the north. I don't know how that happened. I guess it was the Lotus being reflected, but he doesn't have any reinforcements. He's dead. 80 seconds, no buyback. His Boxy picks up apparently a BKB. Didn't notice that one. Now the retreat for Liquid. Oh, the Ogre actually cancels the TP of Boxy, but he is still A-okay. They're sticking around as Mickey about to spawn.
Yeah, no, Boxy's still here. Now we can fight instead.
Snake King, goodbye. And Fiend's Gate right on top of Malrine.
Even the neutral creep's working with Liquid.
Another Pit of Malice right on top of him again. They get the LSA onto Mickey, but not a focus fire coming out. Malrine's just getting deleted right now. My goodness. He's dead for 60, and that is almost certainly going to be the game. Jumping from Sven, the last-ditch effort from Skeeter. Ends up being a wasted effort overall. God's strength.
Oh, they found him in the
Evil
left side.
They're just going to call it GG as Liquid will force a game number 3. I mean, pretty clinical, I have to say.
2 back-to-back stomps, but in different fashion.
Yeah.
First game, the victory, or rather the snowball, starts way earlier, but drags out very long. This one felt like was a dead even game at 20 minutes, and then Liquid are just like, let's win in another 15 instead of in almost a total of an hour.
How often do you see a support go 8-0? Tofu went 8-0 on Hoodwink.
8-0 and 22.
Yeah, he was extremely
Great
active this
scoreline.
game. I mean, Liquid were just more active in general. I feel like game 1, it was all Falcons doing the pouncing. This time around, it was kind of reversed. Do you think that's more of a draft thing, or?
I definitely think the draft played a massive role here. They didn't have to play against the Bounty Hunter. They got off to a better start in the lanes, and there's a couple of player-hero combinations in this game that just worked really well for them. I think Boxy on the Tusk was super impactful in this game, and Tofu, like you mentioned, just a great game from all of the Liquid players.
All right, let's go to Shiver.
Thank you very much, Sutvan and Cinderin. I think this one was maybe already written in the stars. If you have a series on the main stage of the International between Team Liquid and Team Falcons, of course we're going to a game 3. Come on. That's in the MO of the teams. That's in the MO of the players. And we like that because more Dota 2 coming our way. Very good. I will say, though, both games so far in this series, Rhea, have been a little one-sided. This one, very much in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's many reasons for that. I know Winter has a problem with one particular player. But I had a problem with Centaur. He went for this helm, he went Lotus, he went Hot, and then he went for a Blink Dagger. And I just feel like when your team is struggling so hard, it's poor Bane's out here trying to do literally anything to make a play happen, whilst it feels like Centaur cannot be engaged in the game whatsoever outside of pressing Stampede when someone gets gone on.
I mean, Falcons were showing some efficiencies, but then there was a couple of games where like Bane plus Lina in the mid lane, Bane plus Sven in the enemy triangle. Like they tried to go for some moves, but it didn't really work out. And at that point, things kind of just started crumbling. Sorry, I believe it was actually their own triangle. They went for the gank, but still, it's like it didn't really work out for Falcons in that way. And then once those pickoffs failed, everything else just kind of fell flat. And Liquid was like, okay, we are ready. We have Mickey on Wind Ranger. He's got the confidence back. After game 1, the slump of Lina, now Wind Ranger in game 2, like he knows exactly what he has to do. They're really pushing the limits of their heroes. Boxy and Tofu on the Tusk and the Hoodwink, exceptional showcase of what they can do. Sure, Boxy died a couple times randomly around the map, but like fundamentally, he was always like leading the charge in the aggression. And then Hoodwink, not dying a single time in this game. 8-0-22 on Tofu, on the position 4.5 Hoodwink.
4.5.
Yeah.
Calculated.
I thought we're not allowed to say numbers.
Roles are different, right? Draft numbers are another discussion, but with Liquid, they got 2 4s, 2 5s, smash them together. It is wonderful. This is what you want to see from Liquid. Also, you know, the Earth Spirit in the room. Why is it allowed during the draft?
Yeah.
I don't really know, but Nisha finally picking up some runes for all the fantasy enjoyers out there. 9, 3, and 23 on Earth Spirit.
I don't think they lost the game because of the Earth Spirit. Sure, you can harp on why are they leaving it, in this game, but you can't just ignore the fact that Snake can't play his hero. I think he just doesn't really understand how his hero works because he doesn't play this hero. This hero is not something that he understands how to play, and he's a very greedy player. That's why he's not suited at playing a hero like Bane. Like there's a couple of dash and a couple of moves that he was making in the game that kind of grieved his team so hard that I want to say like he almost single-handedly lost his team the game because of the things that he's doing in the game.
You can see the frustration on his face a couple of times as well in some of those deaths, but unlike Snake King with his frustration, he looked towards Tofu again. Like the stats that he was having in his game, right? On his Hoodwink, having the Yules, the Blink, just being really present, especially with the Distiller as well. Like, of course, that's simple support items, nothing too crazy, but 75% kill participation. Again, Hoodwink, super low win rate hero in TI so far, but again, another reason why you don't look at the stats. They all just lie, and Tofu is a great case of that.
Yeah, he played a fantastic game, and there was definitely a stark discrepancy between the two teams in this game, and potentially a large portion of that came from the supports. We do get some criticism towards Snake King in this game, and unfortunately for him, we're also going to take a look at some clips that don't really put him in a favorable light, Winter.
So we're looking at the evidence right now. I have to back the statement with some evidence.
Yes, you do.
I mean, this was one of the few things that I felt like he doesn't really understand like the limits of the hero. He was trying to play with the catapult wave, but the heroes were like missing for such a long time. He died there and then he respawned and he came here because he died the first time. And then the enemy was able to enter and invade the triangle, attack his carry, and then he immediately TP'd to try and help him, but he couldn't get there on time. And those two back-to-back deaths kind of snowballed the game into a position where I think Skitter didn't have a lot of space to farm after that. They lost control of the map. And it's all these small little things that just made the game so difficult. I mean, I agree with Rhea that the Centaur not getting a dagger is also an issue. But I think the primary problem they had this game was just being unable to play his hero.
Yeah, it didn't look too hot for him, I'm sure.
It's like the night vision thing. Like when you play Bane, and the daytime and nighttime cycle, you need to understand what you're doing. This hero gets really active at night, and during the day, what do you have to do during the day? You need to make sure that you're using the vision and you're trying to just play a little bit more defensively and trying to just block ganks and make sure you don't die. I think he had a lot of deaths where during daytime he died, and those deaths were deaths that weren't really supposed to happen. He was trying to do too much. He was trying to do the nighttime stuff during the day, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
And then he died because of that.
So it happens, but the good news for us, because it does mean we're going to a game 3. There was another moment in the game where Liquid was already doing quite well during the late stage, and as we already saw, it got out of control a little bit, but it also, Rhea, got out of control a little bit later on.
Yeah, I really liked this whole maneuver, because this is where I take issue with the Centaur Iron build, right? He's meant to be really tanky here, and what he does is he forces out BKB on Wind Ranger because, otherwise she'll just die to this retaliate. And he spends this whole amount of time. Bane comes, 4-stars into safety. You waste so much time, but no one is reacting to it. No one's set up to punish the overextension from Team Liquid. And because they get this kill, they're now able to snowball it into a mid lane fight where they're now like 2 heroes down. You don't have the numbers. Your Sven is going in. Like, why are we wasting the BKB at this point and taking this fight? It's just not good. There's no Centaur. And then they're simply overnumbered, outpowered, and then just feed away. And at this point, I don't think they really have a way to win anymore.
But also in that clip, though, it's like Amar had the ability to press Stampede or Lotus. He opted to Stampede run away rather than instant press Lotus. So if he ate the snowball, then went to snowball himself, bought another, like, say, 5 seconds, and then proceeded to take the fight, it could have been another story. So maybe a little misplay there from Amar. But also, the whole theme of this game, the 2 clips both of you showed, it's like Falcons fighting with 2 or 3 heroes, whilst Liquid has 5, right? And it's like Liquid excels in Dota when they have 4 to 5 heroes and they have that aggression. In this game, they had it. Falcons, though, it's like both of you said, they just let whoever got jumped. It was like, Amar's farming, you're dead, mate. I'm done. Marine's dying. Yeah, sorry, mate, you're dead. It's like they just let each other die. There was no like camaraderie. There's no hype from game 1. It was just a very weird Falcons game of like everyone just do your own thing. We'll eventually kind of sync up, but Yeah,
Yeah,
they
so
were kind of
why are you letting your centaur buy items that make him tanky to literally tank the gank, right? If you're not gonna then punish it, it makes no sense. I don't know what their goal was with the game plan.
A lot of criticism towards Falcons here in this second game. I will
Sorry.
also get some more highlights for Team Liquid on this one because we saw the win rate of Aces Underlord when he was picked. It was like is his fourth game. Well, this was his fifth game of the international, but before this, he had 25% win rates, only win one game, and it is one of his strongest heroes. And he has had a great tournament so far. And I think this game we just watched, it's a game where we see like, oh, that's why he's considered one of the best Underlord players.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Ace on Underlords and Dawnbreakers and heroes that can just like be a farm and like farm the side camps, but still be present, right? Like, and of course, he's the farmy offlane. He's going to be more greedy than the others, and like he's going to scale and do all this other stuff, buy auras, whatever, all the other stereotypes you want to give to him. But like realistically, in this iteration of Liquid, there are two heroes I like seeing him on. Again, Underlord, Dawnbreaker.
And Dawnbreaker gets banned a lot again.
Yeah, and didn't he get like an ultra kill as well, like earlier in the tournament as well?
Yeah.
Like, he pops off on these heroes, and I think it's not about him and his hero. It's more about what does Liquid draft the other four players to ensure that his Underlord looks good or his Dawnbreaker looks good. Because when he's on them, he can take over the games, but he needs the correct heroes. Like this is the perfect draft for Liquid, in my opinion, because you have the aggressive supports, the offlane that can join, the mid that just breaks the game, Mickey on full comfort. Like this is what Liquid needs to try and replicate.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there was some good talks that happened before going into this game number 2. I mean, with the backs against the wall, you have to, here in the lower bracket of the international, you have to get good vibes, good talks, and we have potentially, I have no idea because I haven't heard it yet, we're about to hear potentially one of the good talks from Team Liquid.
Nish, in your predictions, did you at least have us beating them? Yeah. He was fucking Maori mid. This is so sus.
Oh no, Spirit.
Well,
so much confidence.
I thought this was gonna be, positive. I remember the Singapore TI where we heard all the wholesome speeches, but no. No, Nisha might not have believed in the outcome of that game, potentially. But, gotta respect your opponents as well. You know what? Actually, about that respect, we saw in game number 1, Falcons giving a lot of respect to Liquid and their ability to come back in the game. It's why the game lasted close to an hour and had 89k net worth in favor of Falcons when they closed, which, by the way, T, was the most ever.
It's too much. It's just too much, Lord. It doesn't. It's just a big stat. All right, Falcons, they were greedy. All right, in game 1, too much greed. Maybe that's why they didn't play well in game 2. They were so gluttonous after game 1. They were having to deal with the burden of that.
It could be
The sugar crash.
Yeah, the sugar crash.
The sugar crash was very real because in game 2, Rhea, it felt like Liquid had no issue going high ground at all here in this game.
I think that at some point they just had too many items and too many ways to fight. Like what is Falcons gonna do? They're also staggering their kills a lot. I think that like when we saw them go bot, it's because they already killed a bunch of heroes outside the map, and then there's only a Centaur to try and defend, and then Centaur's like, I'm strong enough, I can blink hoof stomp, and he kind of defends that tower for a bit to give time for the people to respawn, but then he's dead for 80 seconds as well. It just kind of kept snowballing where it kind of felt like a theme of the whole game. They were never as 5. They were never ready to take like coordinated fights.
It's also the difference between Mickey on Lina versus Mickey on Wind Ranger, right? It's like on Lina, you jump, she's dead, done.
Yeah.
On Wind Ranger, it's like now you have to deal with the wind run, and now it's like, do I want to buy MKB on Lina? My Sven can't really itemize to deal with the Lina until I've got like 4 items because you don't buy MKB very early on. And even when the Lina bought the MKB, when she was right-clicking the Wind Ranger, you didn't have like a Daedalus or a Satanic or anything to really stand your ground, so it kind of felt like wasted gold until you had another 10,000 gold. So I think just the hero alone kind of hurts Falcons quite a lot in the draft, so much that they even pick it into the Centaur. So maybe going into the next draft, I think that hero needs to be considered, and I wouldn't even mind Liquid promoting it in priority somewhere, because even if they don't play it carry, I'm sure Boxy or Tofu will happily take it to a support role if the draft dictates, that needs to happen.
I mean, there's also something I feel like it's really important for Team Liquid, where right now they should probably have Tofu always on the range hero on the off lane. Like he should just be the 4. I think because you are picking range heroes on the safe lane, and Tofu doesn't like or doesn't want to play melee heroes, and Boxy is always on the 5 with Mickey on the safe lane. Maybe that should be the way they'll be playing.
Just mid international main stage, let's just swap roles.
Not exactly swap roles. I think before they were already kind of like this,
Yeah.
but maybe limit the heroes so you always have like the Tusk. I think Tusk, Clock, those are the two best heroes for this setup. I imagine they are probably going to be thinking about it because the game feels entirely so different when they have the Tusk or the Clockwork.
Yeah, we normally have a difference in farm priority between the two supports. That's why we called one a number 5 and one a number 4. But potentially Team Liquid, like Tigam said, it should just be 2 4.5s coming out. We got both teams coming back onto the main stage here, and it is a 1-1 in this elimination series. Both games, the team that won, very dominant, very convincing, and I think we all can only hope that both teams have gotten the best from the games they won, and then they use that against each other, and we have a very back and forth competitive game number 3. I wonder how we're going to get that. Is there anything in particular, Tigov, that from the way we're going to look at this, that we can tell, like, oh yeah, this could be a lot closer? Because I felt like the games have been decided so early on in these 2 games.
Yeah, I guess it's a battle between, if you want to simplify it, towards the mid lanes maybe, because Nisha had quite a quiet Invoker game in game 1. That's where Malrine kind of popped off his Earthshaker. Moving towards game 2, we had the same story where it's like the Lina was quite quiet, had some failed ganks, and then Nisha's popping off in the Earth Spirit. So if there is a way that both teams can kind of stabilize the mid lane, you get a 50-50, they have even rotations, and you feel like their presence is equally met, that's when the game will feel like it's going to last 60, 70 minutes, will be an epic game that we'll remember for years to come.
I would like one of
I think it's the support though. The first game is the Bounty and Mirana stealing the show against the Rubik and SB, which couldn't do anything. And then in the second game, I feel like it's also the same case with the Tusk and Hoodwink overpowering the Enchantress and Bane. Maybe not so much of the hero, like maybe the player as well, the player-hero combination. But I think the support duos are going to be also, again, very, very important for both teams to figure out what duo are we going to go for in our draft, in the early picks.
Yeah, maybe also a bit of more focus then on getting those supports on board earlier. Is the support pool really wide at this point, would you say, Rhea? Because a lot of the heroes that are getting banned out in this series in particular seem to be supports. I mean, on the side of Falcons this game anyway, they banned out the Mirana, the Keeper of the Light, obviously Tree and Protector. I don't think we can even... I don't think we even mentioned Tree and Protector once.
What's the point?
Today,
He's not
just
getting
get banned every time. Ooh, wouldn't that be like throwing in a wrench, letting the Treant through, or is that a bit too risky for elimination?
That's way too much for a game 3 lower bracket at TI, right? Like the hero that gives global damage block, insta vision, invisibility just to run around and do anything, BK piercing kind of roots and shenanigans.
Never mind. I never mentioned the Treant.
I mean, maybe there's some ulterior play where you trade it for a Largo who can lick double lowers the.
Maybe.
No, sorry, no.
No, okay. No, I don't think we'll see it. But yeah, I think the support pool is extremely wide. I just think it's about having a combination of them that gives you
the right partnership, I would say.
Yeah, my problem is it feels like the Spirit Breaker was like too much of an overreaction to a bounty, and then this game you have like Enchant Bane and Snaking's not comfortable on Bane, and it's so often we see a bunch of other supports that went ignored, like Wyvern, Shadow Demon, Dark Willow have been great. I love Dark Willow, by the way. I think that hero makes your game so easy. I think she deals with so many mid heroes. I think she breaks smokes so easily because she can get out in a billion ways. She can itemize super freely. This support is fantastic and is going pretty ignored.
Yeah, I mean, Willow is always kind of the underrated hero. I kind of put her in the same kind of department as like a Grimstroke, where you kind of forget about what the hero does, but in team fights, it offers so much control and so much kind of random shenanigans you have to deal with.
Yeah, we saw it quite a bit in the group stages, but that was mostly against Lone Druids because it's good against the Bear, and then it makes sense. We, speaking of Lone Druid, have not yet seen the Bear here in this series, not in the bans nor in the picks. Curious to see if that's a trend that's going to continue. But I'm sure that if there was any strategies that the teams still had, they are about to come out.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 3.
Everything on the line. Game 3, an elimination series here. Lower bracket of the International here on stage. Team Liquid and Falcons. One of these two teams is going home. And I'm going to repeat myself from what I said in that previous series. For both of these teams, getting eliminated here is considered a big failure. Yeah, top 8's great and all that, but these teams are playing for more than that. We got ourselves a draft. It's Falcons on the Radiant side, Team Liquid on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Liquid. Earth Spirit once again where he belongs on the bans. Bounty Hunter still removed from the pool as well. And the hero left in that we have seen every series so far, every game so far rather, in this series is Lina. We'll see if that's where Team Liquid wants to take this one.
Kotal has been freed from prison.
Freedom achieved.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
guess
the
they have
only
a
one?
big
Yeah.
choice now.
Ooh, they just go for the Centaur straight up.
I mean, it's also like a block pick. I feel like Liquid just wants to get it over with because Ace has like 1 or 2 heroes. I think he has a big hero pool, but there's also some heroes that would help the team a lot more. I know we mentioned like he's really good with the Dawn or the Underlord, but I think the Centaur is kind of like a hero where it would stabilize the early game a lot, allow him to like just get the helm creep, you drag the wave. You don't really need the support on your lane, so the support can run around. I think the games where Liquid really struggle is when Mickey gets targeted and he gets bullied. So if you have the Centaur on the off lane, he doesn't really need help, so the support can actually go to the carries lane a lot.
Well, on top of that, maybe they'll prevent Lina from getting picked up because Lina doesn't like facing Centaur.
Yeah, I mean, it's anything with gap close or run away, right? The idea of, what if Falcons want to play another Razor game, right? In the game 3, how well it worked in game 1. If you preemptively take Centaur, you have Stampede, you might push Falcons away from that flexibility. But Skidder gets all the way up to a first phase life stealer. A hero that has been banned out quite often as a response within the series, but now he gets it put here. Is there a world where Tofu will go, just give me Centaur pods 5, let's do some weird shenanigans to try and beat this life stealer?
Let's put Nisha back mid with Centaur also?
No.
Okay, well, I tried, guys.
No
I
offense
tried.
to all the mid Centaur players, but I feel like Nisha is a bit of a mechanical button clicker. That Centaur might be, a step below his, his caliber. No offense, Maureen. But anyways, yeah, I feel like Liquid maybe can do some shenanigans. They might not even need to be fair.
They're gonna pick supports that can counter the lifestealer. Usually the counters for lifestealer are the supports, the SD, the Wyvern, the Tusk, the Clockwork.
Just buy time during Rage to then make him feel like he has to disengage or waste infest.
And there are a lot of options here. We'll have to see. And Falcons, they're going to be able to ban some out and pick one of them, potentially. I think the Tusk is still a very, very big hero here. I think both teams are kind of like definitely looking at it. Tusk, Hoodwing, these are the 2 heroes that come to mind right now. Very good picks right away.
Yeah, if we're saying that we have a bit of more focus on which support duos are going to come out, you generally would expect them to come out in the mid portion where you can make sure you get the combo you want.
You have to break them apart because right now there's Tusk and Hoodwing. If you don't ban either of them, you do not want Liquid to have the Tusk and Hoodwing later. So you need to pick at least one of them. And I'm feeling that they might have a higher tendency of going with the Hoodwing.
Okay.
Ooh, Crystal Maidens making special.
I mean, first of all, I like the respect ban on the Wind Ranger. We already said how it complicates the game. You don't really want Lifestealer to have to think about, again, MKB. Also, getting the Lifestealer to right-click it, impossible. And now Crystal Maiden. You Frostbite a Stampede. All right. You're not running away. You're rooted.
Good luck laning into Hoodwing first. You have to get past the lane. Crystal Maiden, not the best laner.
Yeah.
It's a very greedy hero.
Yeah. I mean, as long as the Pods 4 has a lot of pressure, then yes, I can see Lifestealer. He tries to step up to wave. You get Stomp, Double Edge, plus whatever spells that 4th position has. You are going to...
I mean, I still just feel like they just pick the Tusk and Hoodwing here. Both supports are just really nice in this situation. And maybe you could decide the laning phase later. But most likely you want the Centaur with the Hoodwing. In the early game is just going to be very difficult for the CM. Like, CM is just a very abusable hero.
They'll get the Lina. And the Centaur Lina is a combination that a lot of teams have been liking.
The nice thing though with CM is that you have incredible map play. Like with the Shard, you're always shoving waves. You're always like finding economy out of nowhere. And Snaking's going to be able to utilize that nicely. So he's not on a Bane anymore feeling lost on the map. He's on a Crystal Maiden. He likes being able to play these heroes that get that additional item that can have that 4-star.
Someone else has to fill that role, Like what other hero on Pods 4 can allegedly do it right now? There's no Hoodwing.
I mean, I kind of want to see something to deliver Lifestealer to the enemy team, whether that comes from their mid or like a Clockwork here is unbanned still.
Oh yeah, it's Clock, Tusk.
There's still Dark Willow as well if you do just want to go more spellcasting supports and like play team fight. I think it's annoying for like Centaur who wants to buy a billion items and get tanky to play into these routes.
Hard to run away when you're all rooted up for anyone. They'll get that clockwork that you mentioned at the start, though. Another signature hero from Crit, and a Razor to follow it up with.
Yeah, so they're protecting the Razor by having two supports have incredible containment against Stampede, be it through Cogs or some hook shot, Frostbite. Like there's enough tools now that Razor goes, okay, if I'm jumping a guy, support follow me, and we will get this kill. And Lifestealer, he doesn't mind. There's so much aggression in the first three heroes that once he gets his Radiance, he'll slot in behind that and go, all right, guys, where are we going?
I mean, if there was ever a Morphling game, this is a Morphling game. Razor, Lifestealer. Yeah, I mean, you pick Morphling and then you finish the draft with an ET.
Do you think that's too greedy of a tricore?
I see Morphling. It's greedy, but I can see Morphling like just doing so much in this game. And they have Centaur to hold out the early game. Like you are going to attract a lot of attention from the enemy. You're going to play the map. You're going to force them to rotate to you. And the Morphling is going to farm. And Lina is also going to be a problem. Lina is also another hero they have to address. So there's a lot of problems. So even though Morphling could be greedy, it might not be so easy for Falcons to actually punish the hero.
Would you pick that here, or would you leave that Lina as an option that is still flexible and go for another support player here? Never mind. It's
the arena like similar to the Morphling because it's very good against both the Razor and the Lifestealer. I was also kind of thinking about it. Like it's very greedy, but in the lane you have to jump, so you dissuade the Razor off lane to pressure, and late game you have the Chrono against the Lifestealer.
It looks like an XG draft, guys.
Yeah, it definitely does.
That's why the crowd liked it so much.
Potentially so.
I mean, this feels like a staple like Faceless Void lineup. You have two heroes that are going to be happy to nuke and do damage into your Chronosphere, and it counters the enemy team. I like this so much. The only thing I'm thinking is your remaining hero for Falcons is probably going to be Malrine, who is really good at playing these control heroes. Like we might see a Shaker, we might see a Sand King. I think both of these heroes could really pressure the map hard and make it uncomfortable for Faceless Void to play, who is typically quite slow.
I mean, they're covering their bases. I like this ban. They ban out the Doom because I feel like Doom is a really good matchup into Faceless Void in the lane in the game, and they could potentially move the Razor to mid. So they have to make sure that they cover all the heroes that could potentially punish the Faceless Void here.
It kind of helps though for Liquid that if they are to, let's say, hit a Chrono where they don't get a kill and then there's some kiting available from Falcons, they don't have the heroes that instantly, break Roshan, go high ground, and the game's over in one failed Chrono, right? Like this feels like the type of game that it can go back and forth. It can go, the length of, a full 60+ minute game. Of course, Liquid being a lot more comfortable the longer the game goes.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on Falcons once you have this CM clockwork, though. You are the ones that have to, attack, and you have to try to make sure that Liquid does not get to just sit back and farm, because it's very obvious that they just want to sit back and farm. It's the deciding game. You do not want to put yourself in a position where you are pressured, to make plays, to attack. I think it's always easier to play the defending side when you're playing a tie-breaking game or a deciding game.
Yeah, I'd like a drop more wave clear though from Liquid. Because if the game does get difficult,
I actually think they just need damage. I still like the ET here. ET into the Chronosphere and ET with Hoodwing and Lina. I think it's a fantastic pick here. Or maybe AA. I don't know if AA might work.
I wouldn't be complaining about that one.
If you want like pos 5 damage, then you go for like the Witch Doctor from Tofu, right? And then you just put like the Void together, you dilate, you maledict the guy.
Or you go for the Viper.
Yeah, no,
and you put the Lina support.
Centaur support?
Centaur support?
Viper on? I don't know. We'll find out.
Figure it out later.
It's all good. It must be a Lina pos for and Viper mid.
We talked about the center support. It's an option. We'll see how it happens. Falcons, they still need one hero, and they also will be thinking about where this Viper is going. They need a hero still, I would imagine, for Malrine in that mid lane.
Mid Rubik. Is this a mid Rubik game?
Spicy.
What time are you trying to put Falcons on? It's like, don't win by 25 and then, get the airport home. What the?
Oh, man. The Viper makes the Razor's game so hard because we saw in game 1, he just wanted to run around with Refresher and then hit.
Yeah, it's so hard to pick the last hero here.
Yeah, Viper's really good.
They really put up quite a puzzle there on the side of Liquid for Falcons to try and figure out with their overall last pick, whereas normally an overall last pick is seen as an advantage. I feel like this draft from Team Liquid makes their position just a tad bit stronger.
Like the Pangos, the Sladas, the heroes that can give a bit more pacing to Falcons all get deleted by the Viper, right? Because he just goes to mid lane.
I mean, you have to choose either you pick a hero that's good for the draft or you pick a hero to counter the Viper. So I don't think there's a hero that can fulfill both at the moment.
I mean, it's Maureen, just like go primal, skip the waves, and just
Thanking, skip the
Probably
waves.
Sanking.
Hey, we'll
just full skip the wave, full ignore everything in life, and then you come back into the game. But whew, I mean, for Falcons, like in the back of their minds, they know it's like one mistake, one like misitemization choice from their team, like Skid or Omar not being on the same page, not connecting with the damage, their draft will fall apart compared to the amount of scaling available on Liquid. And it is a position 4 Centaur and a off-lane Viper, so it's a melee body to enable the aggression of a Viper.
So that still means we're going to have Sand King versus Lina in the mid lane between Malrine and Nisha. And we talked a lot about the mid lane and how impactful it's been in the last 2 series. How do you feel that this matchup's going to play out?
So Sanking is going to not lane.
Okay.
He's going to try and grab the creep wave. He's going to try and drag it to the camps in the enemy's triangle and farm them. I think maybe you could see Tofu potentially like rotating to try and disrupt that. But when we see him play his best, he is able to just combine creep waves with camps, extra farm, get his items, and then rotate to the side lanes. It's going to be rough because you're going to have Skitter having the worst day of his life against Viper. So it's
that's a rough one.
Also, luckily for Marine, though, it depends on the sentry warfare. Like, if he clutches up on the sentries, get the kill, and then there's no vision for Nisha, Marine can just play the lane quite normally. It just really depends on how does Skidder survive the Viper shenanigans. Is Amar going to pop off again on his Razor like he did in game 1? So many questions toward Falcons, because Liquid have kind of cooked up a draft that is like, if you don't answer these questions, we have the Void. Like, a game 3 lower bracket Void, surely, probably statistically, normally wins.
A big question then, because this is a curveball, of course, that Team Liquid is throwing Falcons' way. Is there a curveball, Winter, that Falcons can throw in terms of where the heroes go laning? Because
I think they just play their game. I, on the other hand, feel like Liquid has sacrificed a lot of their draft integrity just to pick this Viper to try and win the early game and win the laning phase, where I feel that's probably the part of the game where it doesn't put, it's not as important for them to do that. And I don't really like the last period, so I think Falcons are going to come away in this game.
Well, I think this is going to be a spicy one, regardless of what's going to happen. I'm going to grab my support Largo and enjoy this one with the voices of Sunspot and Synderen.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Game number 3 here at the International lower bracket. The last 2 champions here at TI. One of them's going home. Falcons versus Liquid. Without talking about the lineups quite yet, Synderen, who's going to win? Give me your prediction so I can pick the opposite team, because we know you're going to be wrong.
Liquid.
Okay, that's an easy one. Very good. Thank you so much. Did you put any thought into that?
Yes.
Okay.
But
double check.
But you told me to not mention the draft, so I didn't. But that was part of the logic of why I picked them.
I see. Wow, such a logical young man you are.
Smart, isn't it? But I just didn't have to mention.
Using your brain.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things here that are really cool that I really like about Liquid's draft. Whether this is going to work out or not is obviously remains to be seen here. But I think this is a pretty genius Void pick. They saw that Falcons were trying to replicate what they did in game 1 with Bounty Razor, and then they just swapped out the Bounty Hunter for a Clockwork on crit. So the idea is similar, where there's this hero that can flank and kind of box you in your own safe lane and dive you. So they pick a hero that has a relatively low cooldown jump, which is a classic solution to Razor. And in addition to that, they also they managed to grab this Viper block pick, in a sense, in the end to kind of force Falcons into a pick that we haven't seen from them very much, the Malrine Sand King. And then the Viper just isn't mid anyway. Now the Viper is going to lane into Lifestealer, which is a tough lane matchup for the Lifestealer. So in turn now, Falcons are going to try to counteract this by sending Lifestealer off lane on Skitter to try to lane dodge and get him into a more favorable matchup into the Void. And then they will have Razor against Centaur.
I don't know if they're going to stick to it. For
Centaur 4, Razor against Viper, I guess, more like it. But
Try versus Try right now in the bot lane, by the way.
I would love if this lane just stays a
This
Tri
is
lane.
your
That'd be
dream,
awesome.
and nobody else's.
I miss Tri lanes. Can I just say it? I miss Tri lane, Shannon. And I'm not the only one. There's dozens of us.
You probably should not admit that out loud, Synderen. It's not a good look for you. but it is a tri lane right now. Let's see how long that ends up being the case. It's already snaking. He's going to get first blood as Ace will take him home. And that is, I mean, talk to me about the Crystal Maiden, because this hero has not been picked very much. Snaking has played a lot in the past, but has a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, I think Snaking forgot how tri-lanes work. Just never gets to play them. And if you're standing in that kind of position, you can get hundreds of zeros before you even get a spell off. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what guides Falcons when they pick this hero, if I'm honest. I think sometimes it makes a lot of sense. This time it almost felt like a filler. It was just, we need a solid lane 5 that is going to help Lifestealer get off to a decent start. But then at the end of the day, they don't even get to lane together. So, yeah.
Well, at the very least, the Sand King and Razor will get some nice mana regen from the CM, I suppose. One benefit.
Might also have been, you know, it's a pseudo counter to Stampede. Having a low cooldown route with long duration that CM has is good for the lane again. But there were so many layers to this draft where teams were countering the counter of the other team. So it never really, now when you see it play out, the Crystal Maiden pick actually doesn't really look like it has much of an obvious CM specific purpose.
Yeah,
just felt like a, you know, placeholder okay-ish 5. As now the lanes are breaking down and we're seeing some movement. Looks like Lifestealer will get to remain against the Faceless Void, which I think this is a very good piece of news for Falcons. I think these lanes could have been a lot worse if Liquid got to place them the way they wanted.
Viper Centaur lane. Very normal, of course. We have seen a couple of support Centaurs in the past, in this tournament, in fact, and it's actually been relatively successful, at least from the games that we've cast. I don't know what the actual win rate would be. I've yet to see a CM, though. Not sure if that's the case for the entire tournament or not, but very low pick rate, I'm sure.
Love watching Boxy on these in-your-face 4s. Saw him on the Tusk, now on the Centaurs. He's very good at taking initiative. Similarly, he plays a good Clockwork. Like, just heroes that go in and make stuff happen are his forte. So this makes a lot of sense to see on him. Mid lane,
we should speak about Faceless Void Syndrome, because this is a classic TI hero.
Yeah,
and
we don't. It's a fan favorite.
Yeah, we don't get to see it all too often. Obviously, late game, complete monster. What has changed that matters with this hero versus, you know, older versions?
I mean, in essence, it's still pretty much the same hero, same strength, same weaknesses, right? Time Walk is extremely good against taking a lot of damage in a short period of time, but not dying, obviously. Chrono has the same strength and weakness as always. It's one of the strongest spells in the entire game, but it does no damage. It has mega long cooldown, so whenever it's not available, your hero is quite weak. And I think that's part of the problem that this hero has had for a long time is, depending on the pacing of the meta, if it's very slow, everybody just gets to farm, you don't have to fight for much, and you're kind of just chilling in lane and just farming 30 minutes, I think Void could be pretty good.
It feels like a lot of the games already, right?
It does, but it also has some atrocious lane matchups, right? So you also need to know your matchups. And if all of those conditions are met, I think the hero can be good, which is why I really liked it this game. You saw 2 core matchups that are good for you. You're probably anticipating the pace of the game will be rather slow. And your other 4 heroes that you have ended up with now can actually do quite a bit of stuff together. So I think it's fine. Yeah, but...
Yeah, and late game versus Lifestealer, I don't think there's really much of a contest. Obviously, you have the Chrono that can just bypass the entire rage effect. The fact that it counters Amar, as we talked about. So
not speaking of Amar, Ace
on the
is
Ace. Cook uses the Lotus, will fall. Is Boxy doing a good amount of damage to Amar? Looks like he'll get the trade. But yeah, I'm very interested to see if my assumption is if Liquid gets off to even just being even in the mid game, that they will be favored because they have Faceless Void. Is that a correct assumption?
I think there's a couple of X factors here. I think the Lifestealer matchup into Faceless Void is better than it used to be after you got the Ags Infest. I mean, now we're talking a few years at this point, right? I think Razor actually does okay against Void later in the game because you're so tanky, you don't necessarily die in a Chrono, and you get to make a turnaround play. And Sand King is one of those heroes that, with the right items, can have insane burst damage within a short window, and that's what you're looking for against Void. You need to either have overwhelming damage to kill him, you need to be survivable, or you need to do a lot of damage over time so he can't really just walk it off whenever he needs to. And I think between Sand King and Razor, you can actually kill Void even late game if Malrine is farmed enough. And didn't get to talk about that lane yet, but unsurprisingly, Malrine is just not laning, like the panel talked about. He's just going to be pulling waves and farming jungle camps. Nisha will be winning the lane as a result, at least slightly, and he'll get a nice little snack. Fred showed up and got Lagooned and Dragon Slave and just died. So that was a little freebie.
Indeed. Amar, level 3, by the way, on the Razor right now.
That is
not great.
Oh, they're boxing him out entirely with this Tofu rotation. This is super high impact. They're going to need some reinforcements.
Fred,
yep.
Will spot Tofu eventually. Oh, in the tree line, he goes to clap, kill can spot him, but the bushwhack comes out onto Amar, but the hook stomp to follow, the right click from the Viper as well. Amar certainly dead to the double edge as Ace is tanking the tower. Has to be a bit careful. Looks like he'll find the distance, and now Crit has to be the one to be a bit careful himself. We'll get to the other side, though, and Ace shall survive.
Is he going to try to just walk all the way north and try to steal the Wisdom? This is actually possible if there's no TP
Ace
coming
will get the Lotus, though.
There's a TP from the center.
Malrine has joined the party, gets off the Burrow Strike, and gets the kill. So a nice turnaround from Falcons, as Malrine will hit level 6.
That's also going to kill Tofu with a Rocket Flare. Stabilizing things a bit here. Looks to be a 1-for-1 Wisdom exchange as well. The Radiant one, unclaimed for now.
Would you say Radiance is better against Void than it used to be, or just roughly the same? Just because the evasion's all on the specific hero now?
I would say it's...
All right, that's one way to cancel a TP. Just show yourselves, but Crit will burn for it.
Man, it's so insane.
Ace, nice double Burrow Strike from Malrine. Ace looks to be there. He's going to pop the Lotus to stay alive, but the Plasma Field enough to finish the job. Is Boxy now trying to head to the north towards his base. It's going to be close here. Burrow Strike in 2 seconds. Looks like Malrine should get the kill, and he does. Cost him a CM, but Snake King's used to dying.
Yep. Did a lot of that in the second game.
He's going to have to get used to it on CM as well. I feel like that is her MO.
I don't think you pick CM if you're a player that struggles with dying. Part of the hero's DNA, basically.
But she has no move speed. She can't run away from anything.
Yep. You commit, and you do your stuff, and then hopefully you win. That's how it goes. Is Radiance better than before against Void? I think it's roughly, I think it's a slight bit worse, but not by a very big amount in the hero versus hero matchup directly. It's just that a lot of the time with the old Radiance that was blinding, Void would maybe chrono Lifestealer and a support together and then try to hit the other guy. So you're just not giving protection to the teammate, but for you yourself, I think the math is roughly the same. So it's between the two of them doesn't matter all that much. I was going to point out, is this just one of the most nothing burger lanes we've had all tournament? I think it is. Like Lifestealer against Faceless Void. Struggling hard to find a less interesting lane.
I think
both just hitting creeps.
Both players are probably happy, though, I would assume.
I think Skeeter is the happiest because he avoided a nightmare matchup into the Viper plus Centaur. I think that lane would have been really rough. And the Faceless Void didn't get to play against Razor, which I think, that would have been a tougher lane for Mickey as well, but relatively speaking.
Nisha gets slowed into the Frostbite. Malrine is there with the Sandstorm. A Crit making his way over as well. Nicely done from Falcons. Will it cost them, though? Bushwhack finds the target, so they do get the trade. Mickey has the chrono, but have a ton of follow-up.
Yeah, that's a real feels bad TP from Mickey. That's effectively going to cost him a full wave in tower, 100 gold for a TP scroll, and he gets nothing for it.
Bot lane already used the hoof stomp, so he can just TP in the face of Ace. He's level 5 on the Viper right now. So Mar catching up on the level department. And for Mickey, he is opting to go for the Battle Fury, which I don't even know what's normal anymore. But I mean, I remember there was a phase where people were going Battle Fury Ag pretty much right off the bat. Is that still in consideration, or?
I think it's definitely in consideration when you go Battle Fury. It's obviously not something you're going to consider when you buy the Maelstrom build. The reason it's so crazy is that you can just time walk in, kill an entire creep wave, time walk out. So it just gives you immediate wave clear. It's really fast for farming. And in terms of team fights, it can be quite interesting into lineups where it's hard to full commit then you're just playing on time walk, poke and prod. You just jump in, jump out. 6 seconds later, you can do it again. You have an AoE stun, you do decent damage, and then when it's the right time, you can commit with the chrono. I think that's potentially kind of interesting here as an idea, because hard committing can be somewhat tricky into the Razor, plus the BKB piercing stun of Clockwork. Speaking of, it's going to jump Boxy down bottom.
Yep, static link from Amar, and Frostbite holds the Centaur in place. Boxy taking a tumble.
It's been really good at his cock pushes so far this game. Paying attention, he's hitting almost all of them.
You're a big Clockwork connoisseur, of course.
I am. I have to say that I do miss the good old days where Battery Assault was the default build.
Yeah, I saw you pick that up recently in a show match.
A lot of people
did not work out well.
A lot of people love the Power Cogs bowling. I like the in-your-face Clockwork more than the
easy solution. Make two heroes.
Clockwork.
One is bowling,
Hmm.
and one is whatever.
Clockwork.
Yeah, Clockwork, I guess. Surely there's a sport. Rugby. There we go. In your face, aggressive.
Right.
I like it.
Could have gone with boxing too, I guess, but
yeah, that's true. That would have been better. Thanks for pointing that out.
No problem.
Malrine about 300 away from Blink Dagger.
Yep. I assume he still goes the same build that he did when he was popularizing the hero as a mid with Ags, etc.
Going for the epicenter. Oh, hook shot misses, but he's able to cancel the epi at the very least. And Snake King takes the haste. Boxy does get the hoof stomp, technically speaking. And for Liquid, I assume that they can't play nearly as aggressively with a Void on their lineup as they did in game number 2.
Oh, this hero has that clear weakness of when Chrono's on cooldown, you're just not very good. Whereas Winged Ranger, much lower cooldowns, much better utility. Even when Focus Fire is down, you still have Shackle Shot. Power Shot can be nice to finish heroes off in the early game. Void is just going to be chilling, and he's going to be farming. And like the panel talked about, this is an elimination game in a really important series, so if you feel like you're confident in your late game and your carry and your mid are reporting that they're happy farming, I think everybody's just chilling. And if you were to give me these two lineups 5 years ago, I would say the Radiant stands no chance this goes to an hour. But Dota's changed a lot since then, and I definitely think...
First chrono of the game, Rage was placed, but Nisha, actually not hitting the LSA, but he gets the Laguna Blade instead of the epicenter counter initiation now from Malrine. It's a lot of damage on Nisha. He will get the kill. Might cost him his own life, though, as even Ace joins the party with that poison attack. Everybody joined the party, in fact. Static Link now a full duration onto Ace, and Mickey try to do something with his Bushwhack help. Has to be careful, though. I walks right into Crit. The beautiful Cog right on his face. Double kill for Amar. Crit has been absolutely outstanding in this game number 3.
Damn, that was actually really funny to watch. I think he was trying to hookshot him in his original position on the Void, and he time walked in the exact same direction that the clock was in, so it was just destined to hit no matter what. And obviously, very easy to get the follow-up cogs every single time.
Malrine able to steal an illusion rune in the meantime. Close to 1,500 away from Radiance on the Lifestealer. Not too shabby at all.
And we haven't covered this all that much, but what do you think about Ace on Viper as a player-hero combination?
It's definitely not his norm.
No, so it
He's
feels
usually
like...
the big tanky guys that take up a lot of space.
I mean, Viper kind of does that, but it doesn't really buy auras in the same way that most of his heroes do. It doesn't really offer all that much teamfight presence through key stuns or, you know, utility.
Malrine getting a connection into the hook shot, but a nice push right to keep him some time. No! Mickey dies anyway. Falcons all on top of Mickey this game. That's back-to-back deaths now on the Faceless Void.
And he's going to lose his tower. This is a pretty important sequence of events for the Radiant team. The TVs are coming. No, they're not. Oh, they're a little bit unsure.
Bushwhack onto Amar with a Laguna to follow. They get the kill. The epicenter ready to go for Nisha, or Malrine rather. You see the freezing field coming out, but not a whole lot of damage done. Nisha on the high ground. Malrine still has that epi at the ready. Gets spotted now. Oh, he's going to try to go for the epicenter, but Nisha turns away. There's the blink into the burrow, though, and it's still enough damage, despite using half those pulses on creeps. Still finds the kill. And that was pretty blind as well. Didn't have a whole lot of vision at all there.
Process of elimination. He turns the corner. Lina isn't there. She can kind of only have gone right.
And Crit going for an extremely early blink dagger on Clockwork.
Yeah, this has become a more popular build as of a few months ago to go on Clock after you're focusing a lot more on, hang on, they're going to go for this? Oh, they definitely are.
Frostbite from Snake King.
Not.
He already has his shard. Trying to get to the high ground. Cogs will give him a little bit of space. Another nice bowling there from Crit. Snake King. So slow. Uses the shard again. Will get away this time.
Worth pointing out, though, Snake King is level 10. Crystal Maiden levels are extremely important and very hard to come by. This hero, despite the rep it gets for, just being slow and frail, the spells are very strong when you get level 4 in both. And you can see this time around, Snake King is actually going for 3 points in the Arcane Aura.
The Infest Bomb right on top of Ace. Again, he gets off the Viper Strike, gets the stamp. Ooh, the hook shot just misses. Just about 100 range away, it feels like.
It's not going to miss next time when he has the blink.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Coming up now. Counting his lucky stars, there is Ace, who is going for a Dragon Lance into Mage Slayer.
Huh.
I mean, it is a good Mage Slayer game. Sand King, obviously, big problem.
TP gets canceled here.
Yeah, Malrine was just baiting them. He blinked, or he ran in stunned and then blinked out onto Ace. Baited 1 TP.
2 actually. They canceled.
Oh, it's 2 TPs. All right. See if they put that to use.
Tofu going for a mechanism. Does this item still exist, Cinderin?
Yes.
I feel like we're never seeing it anymore.
He wants Greaves. There's a lot of AoE damage, I guess, between Maiden, Razor, and Sand King. But I think Pipe has quite a lot of merit to it as well for the same reason. Upside to going Greaves for yourself is you can dispel off Frostbite, open wounds, but it's highly unlikely that you will be the target for that ability.
Malrine, in the meantime, 1,000 away from his Aghanim Scepter. Ooh, another hook shot just missing.
Yeah, they have a ward right in the middle of the river. Seeing that move.
Malrine's going to be... Well, he is infested, so they still want to get a little bit aggressive here. See Liquid just exiting, though. Back to farming Skeeter goes in all likelihood. So Amar at least starting out with a similar build to his previous Razor game with Manta. Although I think he went Yasha,
BKB, and then
Manta, yeah. This game has slowed down a bit, so maybe feels a little bit more comfortable. Go for the Manta first.
I think the main upside to playing BKB last game was that you were super eager to just run at the enemy team with Bounty Hunter, and you had an insane curve. This time, you are playing, like you said, a bit slower. It is the better farming item. There's some cool plays with Manta here if you're really clutch. First of all, you can get rid of time dilation, which is nice, but you can also Manta dodge Viper Strike. You can Manta dodge, I mean, in theory, you can Manta dodge anything if you're good enough, but especially the Viper Strike is very nice to avoid.
Oh, we saw the Battle Fury on Mickey, and it's going to be the Manta first for him into the Aghanim Scepter.
Cool to see. I personally love this build on Void. I think it's really fun to watch and play. But yeah, the clear downside this build has versus the Mjolnir build is that your single target damage is a lot lower, but your AoE damage and your overall control is a lot better because you build into an AoE stun for your teammates to use, and you get the luxury of reverse time walk.
Oh, another miss hook shot. Brett not able to make the connection.
Yeah, shouldn't have bought the blink.
I guess so. I mean, the reverse time walk this game especially good against the static link, right? Because you can take it off essentially with a time walk, go back in and actually fight.
However, it's way less likely that you just jump in chrono and actually kill the Razor.
Stampede, Boxy looking for a connection, but Malrine's actually going to try to counteract it with an Epicenter. It's going to be Infest Bomb instead, not going to waste the ult. They get the freebie onto Centaur. And which team do you think has the advantage going into Roche, generally speaking?
As in who can kill it faster or who controls the fight better?
Both.
Yeah, both pretty bad, I would say. Or at least not. Like, nothing stands out as being great. I think the overall AoE control in terms of contesting it, I like Falcons better because they don't have to commit a big ability to start making things difficult.
Wants the epicenter. Misses the burrow strike though as Nisha gets off an LSA, but it looks like he'll still be chomped down. As Malrine gets the kill, and they're going to get Centaur again. But Mickey coming with the Chronosphere onto 2. Can't pick his target, goes for the CM first, and now the Lifestealer doesn't have the Infest to work with. Skeeter just has to try and right-click his way out of it. Not going to happen, though. Big kill for Liquid. They're going to turn this around onto Amar, gets bashed up. Cogs coming out from Crit to try to buy some space, but Amar looks completely dead. Although Mickey changing targets again. Amar getting a kill in the meantime as the double kill comes out from Ace. Eventually they do find Crit, and in the end it's a 3 for 3.
3 for 3 plus 1, if you will. Yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
That's fine. All good. In essence, it was pretty much a draw, so.
Gold going in Liquid's favor, it seems.
Yeah, what was the big kill there? Why would they get so much more? Nobody was on a streak, right? Just a little bit surprised to see it be that much better for them, but yeah, I mean, if this Burrow Strike hits, this kill is way faster, and your position is probably better. On the flip side, though, Boxy came in to help and actually ended up dying. But the really big thing here is Rage has already been used before he gets chronoed, so then they get to chain it with the Hoodwink stun and take Skeeter down. No Infest, as you mentioned. They get to go for the chase here. A little bit scrappy. Yeah, this TP out from Crit not going to work with Bushwhack being off cooldown.
The fact that Mickey was the one to survive all of that, pretty big. Nisha's like, no, apparently.
Shaking his head, I died to him even when he can't hit his spells.
So your team won the fight.
Yeah. It's a team game. Speaking of Nisha, he's about to finish Aghanim's Scepter. Just 700 to go. Multi-purpose item this game. Obviously, the offensive part with Flame Cloak is great, but also the magic resist against Sand King, and Crystal Maiden is more than welcome for him here. You saw how he died in that last engagement. With Flame Cloak, he would have survived for sure.
Did Malrine have Ags in that last fight?
Yeah. That's why it was lethal. Otherwise, I don't think.
Another Infest Bomb. Doesn't look like a connection will be, unless they go to the south. That's where Ace is living right now. They will not redirect for the time being. You can see the smoke from Liquid going the opposite direction. Technically the same direction, but they're running away. And Lamar, he's going to be the one. Oh, nice KB. Just in time to get the plasma field off as well. Mickey does have Chronosphere. Nisha taking a ton of damage to the static link. Here comes the Chrono. The epicenter's right on top of Mickey. Has the time lock away though. Lamar extremely low, trying to get the kill, but the Bushwhack doesn't be enough to kill him off. So first death for Falcons. Boxy with the hoof stomp. Nisha on the high ground trying to contribute something here, but the Viper Strike now onto the Lifestealer. Absolutely no way to get out of this. No way to use the Infest quite yet. The Bushwhack again from Tofu, doing so much work in this fight for Liquid, and they find 3.
I genuinely thought Falcons were going to smash that fight when Amar got to get a full static link off and force a chrono, but the timing of it could not have been better. It ends up happening just as Malrine is blinking in for a Blink Burrow Strike stun. So his entire epicenter gets completely wasted. Look at how much damage. Sanking did 2k. It all got mitigated. He just time walked it off.
Yeah.
So they just ran out of juice, essentially. They had a full link they couldn't use. Their biggest ability in their lineup right now, the Epi, did nothing. And Lifestealer just doesn't really feel like he can do all that much so far. He needs an additional item before Skeeter really starts hitting like anything. They also tried to chase down the Lina afterwards with a Burrow Strike. Completely, or just chasing after.
They're going to have another chance to kill off Nisha. He's stun locked for the time being.
Flame Cloak in action.
Absolutely. Very tanky as a result, and will live. Falcons missing a little bit of damage in these engagements. Would have made a world of difference, and because of that, Liquid now with a 5k lead.
Yeah, true. As the observer is pointing out, didn't even go for the tankiness talent on 15. Lina can take Fiery Soul Magic Resist per stack as well. So if you have 7 stacks, that's another 35%. Pretty crazy. Might have been worth considering this game versus 110 Light Strike array damage, but I mean, they're both incredible 15 talents. Obviously, 110 damage is not 110 damage on Lina. It's 110 plus 64% from the slow burn.
Will she get a catalyst later?
Oh, you know it.
Who's the best hero in the game for that neutral?
Something that was extremely broken. What was it? Lina is definitely up there. She's very good.
But not the best.
No, I'm trying to think. There's one that's insane. I mean, it's pretty crazy with Quap Ags.
Oh, yeah.
For example. I would say it's also really good on Snapfire. Invoker, obviously. There's a lot of good characters.
Just keep naming heroes?
Yeah, I can.
Very soothing, your voice.
You want to hear another one?
Sure.
Jakiro is a hero. You'd occasionally.
I don't really miss him, if I'm being honest. There was a period of time it was picked every single game. Tofu, though, I will mention, has had an outstanding game number 3 thus far. His Bushwhacks. It's pretty much spot on every time.
This just seems like a really good pick for Liquid. You saw
they're actually going to go for the life steal. They get the stun lock. It is the kill off the Skeeter. Just a casual LSA, and that's enough.
And another one.
Yeah, that is a Crystal Maiden.
Unless.
Very fearsome Crystal Maiden. It is a wolf after all. Malrine shows himself with the shield room. Mickey showing up, though, looking for the bash on the freezing field. They'll get the Bushwhack instead. As now Nisha taking some damage, but he gets thrown up there right on top of Amar. And this is disastrous for Falcons. 3 for nothing as the hooks barely misses.
They're just too fragmented. They're losing their way in this game. Liquid are playing tight together. They're getting all the spell combos that they want. Falcons kind of just going one by one there. Lifestealer is already dead. Top tanking kind of just blinks in, hoping for a good fight. Maiden is the one to get caught first, and then Amar. Obviously, the bane of his existence on these super strong Razor-type heroes is just getting BKB locked down. And Chrono, you're dealing with Chrono, you're dealing with Stampede. It's difficult if you don't have an item advantage or someone else who's super farmed to rely on, and that was probably what they were hoping for the Lifestealer, but Skeeter just doesn't have very much to work with.
And they went for a lot of Infest Bombs. We're going to see a nice double barrel strike with the Infest Bomb. And it looks like 2 kills going the way of Falcons, desperately needed.
That was a very unexpected hit for them. And nice for Skeeter to get both last hits there. Going to unlock the Manta for him. Still not all that much in the way of offense.
Yeah.
And it's hit very hard.
28 minutes in the game, and Faceless Void's top net worth. Not good news for the other team.
No.
Lifestealer, I think, has to have the lead at this point of the game to put up any kind of a fight.
Or at least be tied.
I feel like a lot of this has to do with their ganks. They've been trying to get him really active with the Infest Bombs, and a lot of them, until now, have come up empty.
Yep.
But he's basically an item behind.
You're going to see Mickey farm really, really fast now that he has this trio of items complete. Going to work on a Scotty next. This is actually not necessary to buy to unlock Refresher on Void when you're going Ags. A lot of the time when you play the Mjolnir build, you will see Voids by Scotty because they need the mana to get Refresher so they can get double Chrono. Ags does, however, give you enough mana, so he's just getting it regardless. There was obviously some other options you could have considered here as not getting out.
Cancellation. Skeeter. And it gets a frostbite again, and Skeeter's not going to find the actual last hit. They'll go to Snaking, but kill is a kill, and that is a killing spree ended for Nisha. And into a Tormentor as well.
Okay. It's starting to look like things were going too well for Liquid. I guess we can't have that in a game 3. Already had 2 stomps. Falcons say not a third one.
This has got to be the worst shard in the entire game. Genuinely, I think it's actual bottom. What do you think?
Yeah.
That is. It just increases his net worth mostly.
Actually, yeah. I think this needs some love, or it needs to just work differently entirely. I don't think I've ever seen anyone buy this shard on Lifesteal. So what it does, you do damage when you come out of Infest, out of a creep,
which is never happening.
Which in this game, you're going to infest your allies almost always, and then you do a percentage of that creep's damage around yourself, which makes it, you know, depending on what creep you infest, that's not really that great. It can be a decent amount of damage if you infest one of the strong creeps, but it's like, you're not going to pay 1,400 gold for this on a hero that desperately needs to itemize for damage.
Only time you would generally buy it is if you have 7 slots with the consumed ags. You have shard, you have moon shard, you have buyback.
And you've given shard to all your teammates.
That's right. Foxy find himself a little snack in CM.
They can work for a little bit. Stampede.
Okay.
Okay. Was that... Nisha looked like he needed it in mid, actually. Just getting jumped by Malrine and crit.
The infest again. Crit.
This one would be a big connection. Crit, flying vision.
It did. Gets the hook shot. Out comes the lifestealer. Nisha has to try and stand his ground.
Bro, he did.
Okay. Vicky coming in, gets the time dilation and the chronosphere only.
Yeah, when Faceless Void is this far ahead of the field, I want to say anecdotally the hero wins like 4 out of 5 games at least.
Yeah, when you
when
get
the gap is this big and it's good matchups, then yeah.
This get refresher. This is maybe the maybe there's a better one. He's got to be top refresher buyers in the game.
Among carries, this is the carry that suffered the least from not being able to refresh BKB, because you don't need second BKB nearly as much when the entire enemy team is stunned. I think the hero that probably suffered the absolute most from that change might have been Sven. It's so important to get the second BKB so you can keep going. But yeah, on Void, I would agree. Refresher is still S tier in his build, and he will be getting it at some point.
Do you go the backtrack chance for 25 on him?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think the chrono AoE is necessary here. Sometimes it even grieves your team.
How much do they even have to dump in the chronosphere? I haven't really talked about that aspect too much.
Sharpshooter, Lina spells, it's a good amount. Viper can hit.
No wombo combo though.
No, not.
Which is what we love to see.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Winter was suggesting Elder Titan as a combo pick. That obviously would have been it, or Ancient Apparition. But
yeah, the ET games we've seen have been
it was not
very bad.
Yeah, that
but it does make a little more sense with the Void though. Crit, he's infested. Nisha. Okay, round number 2. Hook shot. Does pop the rage this time, and we'll use it to get out of the cogs. And now Crit getting gone on. Boxy actually finds the hoof stomp onto the lifesteal. He's going to attempt to TP out, but he gets bushwhacked again. Just punishment after punishment. These lifestealer bombs have not worked out well at all this year for Falcons.
They can't kill Lina like that when she has Flame Cloak. She's just going to fly out of the cog. I mean, that was naive to begin with. He has Disc, 3k HP, and it's in the middle of the map with no information. This seems very, very desperate from Falcon's side.
Bushwhacked again. Toku setting up a potential kill. Boxy gonna force out the BKB. So Amar scurry back to base. They haven't gotten the tier 2 yet in that bot lane.
I mean, they might just continue here. Mickey cracks 25. He didn't use Chrono on the Razor there. Probably would have got the kill, but is saving it for a more important upcoming moment. Seems very likely to just be able to push here. I wonder if Boxy's going to change his build. He's queuing up BKB right now in the center. I was looking for a potential axe on him. He's playing 4 Centaur. He's rich. He's got Blink, Glimmer already. If he gets an axe, he can just save whoever gets infest bombs, and then you can feel very comfortable on the board. But I'll take the tower and be happy with that for now. Back out. And Liquid have to know that this is in a very good spot now.
Yep, Roche is up, so you can finish this Scotty on the Faceless Void. I wonder if Shard is on the table for Ace, because that's when they actually get some really good high ground potential in terms of taking buildings.
I would like to see him buy it next.
Could just kill the Tormentor when it comes back online, I suppose, and hope for the best.
Yeah, what are they missing? Do they have any shards except Void? No. So it's a 50-50.
He wouldn't be. Wait, is it a 50-50?
Oh, no, Viper can't even get it.
Yeah,
no,
he can't
it'll
get
be
it.
Centaur or Hoodwink, yeah.
Mar has a heart, by the way, on Razor.
Yeah,
He'll be tough to take down.
It's a little bit worrying to see him buy this item, though, knowing his normal build. Because I have serious damage concerns for Falcons going down the stretch here. This Lifestealer is not where it needs to be able to match up. So if Razor doesn't hit very hard, I think you're effectively just not really going to win a team fight at this point unless you hit a massive epicenter. And Marine does have an Abyssal. So it just looks weird if you haven't played Dota for a while.
Yeah.
But the way it works with the Ags, with the Stingers, you can still get some value out of this. Also might see Daedalus later. Same things go for that too.
All right, well, Falcons know that this is happening. If it wasn't the Rocket Flare, it was the Belch from Roche, and they're going to go for an Infest play. This is a huge moment in this game 3.
This has to work.
Yes.
It just has to work.
You can see Nisha and Tofu are on the outskirts of this fight as Mickey basically soloing Roche. Amar, he's going to be spotted by Nisha. Malrine. Don't have vision up here. Nisha's going to pop the smoke. Going to use his terrain walk now. Go for Dagon, apparently. Nisha going to be spotted, gets off the LSA, just trying to delay as much as possible. As Roche is still being taken. Getting relatively low. Amar's going to go for the static link, but the Stampede immediately counteracts it. As Crick gets one inside his cogs, they're just going to blow him up easily. Malrine infested still, looking for an opening. Out comes Skeeter, not doing that much damage. All of it's mitigated as Mickey gets the Chronosphere now. Do they have the damage on top of it? Mickey focusing on the Sand King. BKB was still there, gets the Burrow Serpent, still falls in the end. Skeeter trying to kill off Niche, but again, the high ground potential going in favor of Lina again, as Amar with the BKB attempting to TP is successful, but triple kill for Nisha. They kill 4 onto Falcon's side, and now they can clean up Roche relatively easily, and even more of a lead for Liquid.
Just a masterclass of zone control there from Liquid. They have very, very good hero placements heading into that. All the angles were covered. It was super hard for Falcons to find any good initiation. They break it up nicely with the Stampede to start. Lina cancels Sand King's Blink Dag. So Falcons just couldn't get into that fight, and now they might even Amar. There's no connection here. Nobody can get there in time. I'm tracking his movements. I say that. Actually, Nisha is cutting all the way around.
The hack, Dagon, LSA to follow into the hoof stomp. So many stuns for days. Amar dead, 80 seconds. And now it's all opened up for Liquid. They have this second life. They have Roche Banner. This should be buildings. Ace not even needing Shard here, as the Dagons will continue to rain on Nisha.
At the moment we said this wasn't going to be a stomp, it's been completely one-sided ever since. Every single engagement has been a resounding Liquid victory. And that's 2 full lanes. You still have Aegis, you have Chrono in 30 seconds, you have decent resources on your heroes.
And to add insult to injury, he gets Conjurer's Catalyst.
Of course.
Why not?
Yeah. Takes the cast range variant.
That's
Loses
2 lanes.
14% max mana, so he only has 3,000.
And Mickey, with that second life, hasn't even hit full form yet. Still has a full item to go and consume Ags to get number 2. Not sure if you ever get
Dagon
it.
5. That was fast.
Yeah, that was. That's what happens when you're up 25k, it seems. Malrine in the sideline. You're going to use Roche Banner. Ace has the Shard now. Grit looking for an opening. Will have to blink away. Mickey forcing out the Burrow Strike. Very scary Faceless Void right now. Hoof Stomp going to miss. There's the backtrack, Mickey. The reverse time walk, rather, forcing out the Rage already. And now the Infest into a baby creep. It's a good thing he has that Shard. He can do an extra 50 damage when he pops out. Building starting to go down pretty slowly. They have 2 siege units as well with the Roche Banner as cover. And Skeeter, he's backstabbing. He's trying to get back to his base, poor guy. Let that creep go.
Scouting.
Where's this epicenter? They get the range barracks. Only one to go for the Megas. And Amar trying to take out this Roche banner. The creep also trying to. And Skeeter pops out. Mickey with the time walk. Malrine still looking for an opening on that epicenter. Needs a perfect one here if they're going to stay alive in this game number 3. They get the hoof stomp though. Now the damage comes out onto the life stealer. Skeeter is dead. Does have buyback. Amar still waiting for this epicenter. They know it's coming. Malrine continues to cancel as Amar not taking the wrecking damage. We'll pop the BKB. There's the buyback now. Epicenter onto the sideline, not doing that much damage in the end, though. It's Amar desperately trying to catch up to somebody, but the Stampede gives them all the move speed in the world, and they have still that second life on the Faceless Void. Another bushwhack for the road as Amar takes a tumble, and there's the Chrono onto 2. They get the kill onto Mallory. No buyback to come now. The bash, but again, Nisha has the Eon. They're just going to call it GG. Falcons have been eliminated from TI. Liquid move on.
Just the better team overall today. Pretty clear in this third game. It looked quite even at times, but when we got to that later portion of the mid game, this was one team dominating every single sequence, just arguably playing the map better, playing tighter together, and making fewer, I want to say almost unforced errors. There were multiple uncharacteristic mistakes in this game from Falcons, which is of course unfortunate to see, but see Liquid, it means a lot to them to get to fight another day here. And yeah, for Falcons, it's obviously soul crushing. They've been at the very, very top previously, but it is not to be a repeat.
Yeah, they give the handshake. Much respect from both teams. And unfortunately, Falcons' road ends here in the main event. They will secure top 8. No further will they go. This is the champion from last year, mind you. Liquid champions a year before. They stay alive to fight another day. Do you think that they can go much further in this tournament?
I definitely think so. Yeah, when Liquid play at their best, they can beat everybody. It's a matter of consistency and finding their stride. Unfortunately for them, in this tournament in general, there's been a couple of games here and there where it just seems a bit off. So if they can polish and get off on the right foot in their games, definitely still a team for everybody else to look out for.
And Crit, legendary player, of course.
And TI attendances on your screens right now.
Pretty absurd, as obviously very crushed after this defeat. I mean, where did you have Falcons in this tournament coming in?
I don't know. It's hard to place. There's multiple teams in this tournament that were a little bit wildcardy. I definitely didn't have the vibe coming in that Falcons were going to be a top 3 placer. But that's the thing about this team. It could be any given tournament. They just hit their stride when you least expect it. And vice versa. Sometimes you're like, damn, Falcons are going to smash this. They're looking so good lately, and they have a one-off event. And this one just wasn't quite it. They kind of scraped through to even get top 8. And then they had 3 days in between. Sometimes that's where they level up the hardest. Sometimes it's not. And this was just not their event compared to the expectations.
And for Liquid, I mean, I don't know if you agree with this, but Tofu would definitely be the MVP as we're going to go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的就是来自 Liquid 战队的 Nisha。
Thank you so much. Anisha, so good to have you here. Yesterday was looking tough. You guys got a very hard Mega Creep loss, then came back and then lost again in a very similar fashion. But here, today, you guys came back. I want to know what happened between today and yesterday in that very difficult match.
首先恭喜你，妮莎。昨天你们的话也是在超级兵领先的情况下输掉了比赛。我想问一下，今天的比赛你们做了哪些调整，然后拿下了今天的比赛？
For me personally, I think yesterday I played kind of heroes I didn't really wanna. Although I think Furion was kind of good, but could have won that game easily if I didn't fed. And today was just like comfort, Earth Spirit, Lina, and was kind of like brain off, just playing easy.
其实对我来说的话，昨天可能还是我拿到了一些我不趁手的英雄。千之确实是一个好的英雄，但是对我来说的话，还是不是很习惯。今天的话，我拿到自己想要的英雄，所以更多的就像是我自己尽情输出，然后不用去思考太多，然后拿下比赛。
Absolutely. Now, we have seen Team Liquid's improvement throughout the entire year to get back in the TI shape. You guys did not do too great at EWC. You said in your exit interview you were upset. And then suddenly you come back to the next tournament. You 3-0 Falcons. Now you come back here, you fight real hard, you beat him again. What changed there? Was that you? Blitz said you could almost lift as much as him in the gym now as well. So was this a personal improvement? Was this a team improvement?
那其实之前的话 ，Team Liquid 的状态一直有所起伏，然后在 EWC 上的话，你们也是输给了 Falcons。当时你在退场的采访的时候说过你很不甘心，然后后面的比赛你们3比0战胜了对手，今天的话又是2比1带走了 Falcons。我想问问 Nisha， 今天到底有发生了什么样的改变？而且我们也听说你现在能够在健身房里举的重量比你们教练 Blaze 还要重了，这是你的改变吗？
I think in EWC we kind of choked, so I was a little frustrated because the expectations were a bit higher. And we won 3-0 in like boot camp. It was very chill. The scrims were good, so we were just like kind of comfort. And now we're back to like lower bracket, so I don't know what's gonna happen, to be honest.
我们之前的话，其实，在 EWC 也是没有发挥的很好。我们觉得我们自己还是打得太紧张了。然后之前3比0的话，当时在集训的时候心态比较放松，但是现在又来到了国际邀请赛的败者组。说实话，我也不知道后面会发生什么。
All right, well, I got some bad news for you. If you lost this series, you would have got 8th place, which means that you would have gotten all the placings from 1 to 13. So many internationals, so much history. I gotta ask, does playing the international in front of a crowd like this still mean something to you?
我要告诉你一个坏的消息啊！如果你刚才输掉这场比赛的话，你就能够收集的 TI 历史上第1名到最后13名的一个全制霸了。我想问一下，在这么多年 TI 之后啊，你在这样舞台面对这样的观众去打我们国际邀请赛的比赛，还会在心态上有什么不一样吗？
Yeah, for sure. Like having crowd here is like a different game even. Energy is nice, and it's like nice to see who you're playing for. And yeah, I didn't get all the medals for the placements, but I cannot complain.
确实，每年在国际邀请赛，在观众面前打比赛都会有不一样的能量。非常感谢大家。然后我确实也比较可惜吧，没有拿到这个全排名制霸的一个成就，但是我觉得这并不重要，我们还要接下来继续努力。
I do have one more. I'm sorry. They said I had to end it, but I've been waiting for this time for years, and this is the most ripped I've ever seen you. Can I please just get one fight? Please, please. The audience wants it so bad. I'm begging you. I'm begging.
现场的
Come on!
想不想看到你上
Just one! Whoa! That's my boy! All right.
感谢你长，我们把剩下的时间回到我们的分析。
What? I didn't see it.
We got half a flex. No,
no.
They need to win again to get the full flex. You know, we got to tease the audience. We can't give them everything after one interview.
Oh my god.
Why not?